Chapter 1185. At this time, facing such a mysterious opponent, he was not afraid at all. On the contrary, the wind and cloud reading network directly raised his strength to the extreme. His battle intent also rose to the highest level. At this time, Su Yan's opponents had completely changed. The will of the Dragon King, the aura of the Netherworld King, the mysterious portrait of the Demon Clan, and the extremely strange and mysterious will of the Great Darkness Descent. These four were their most fundamental trump cards. The few of them were already extremely powerful. In the 5 counties, they could be considered to be the top of the line. But their last trump card was a power that was beyond their own. The reason why trump cards were called trump cards was that they were extremely powerful. They had the most terrifying power and could directly save themselves at the most critical moment. They could even kill their opponents in one fell swoop. Su Yan, I don't know what's going on with you right now, but since you've split into 4, perhaps this is the stupidest decision you've ever made. In this world, it's impossible for more powers to appear out of nowhere. Since your body was split into 4 parts, then your power should naturally be split into 4 parts as well. I have to admit that your strength is indeed terrifying. But I don't believe that after your power has been divided into 4 parts, you still have such incredible power and can defeat us. At this time, the 9-headed demon snake said directly. He was right, and this was the reason. Since ancient times, whether it was the so-called doppelganger technique or outer body incarnation, it was impossible to appear out of thin air. Its establishment must be based on the foundation of energy. Just like the 9-headed demon snake, his doppelganger was actually a part of his own power. When his doppelganger was destroyed, his power immediately suffered a loss, which made him feel great pain. In these years, if his doppelganger had not been destroyed, he would have reached an extremely terrifying level at this time. He would be even more powerful than he was now. There was no doubt that a complete Su Yan was very powerful. Su Yan's unfathomable method from before had already explained everything. When he directly displayed his strength, the 4 top-down masters were no match for him. Such power was almost beyond common sense. Even in the legends of history, it seemed that no one could reach Su Yan's level. To put it bluntly, at this time, Su Yan had created a new history. However, at this time, Su Yan actually separated his body into 4 Su Yans. They naturally knew what Su Yan was thinking. He wanted to show off his strength and keep all 4 of them here, or even directly suppress them. However, in doing so, it would also weaken his own strength. It would be very difficult for them to defeat a complete Su Yan. But now, it was different. A quarter of Su Yan, and they still had their own trump cards. That's right, you're too arrogant. Human, I'll use my dragon breath to burn everything you have and let you understand what true fear and pain are. The blood-winged dragon said directly. At this time, he had already dispelled the thought of escaping. At this time, his strength directly rose and his fighting spirit soared. Darkness Tao Master and the mysterious expert from the Southern Sea also did the same. Their eyes were so cold that it was like ice from hell. The strangeness of this aura was simply unimaginable. I'll kill you. Darkness Tao Master's eyes reflected the light of excitement at this time. Su Yan looked at these existences and suddenly smiled. Then he said, "Good, this is good. If you don't even have a little fighting spirit, then I'll be disappointed." Su Yan seemed to have not heard their words at all and only began to condense his strength. His powerful aura at this time continued to rise, and his whole person's aura was raised to the extreme. All 4 of his bodies were the same. Facing the blood-winged dragon, the powerful blood-red aura seemed to have become eternal at this time. A terrifying and powerful force came crashing down, and the boundless light and fire circled around him. At this time, the fire seemed to have turned into a fire dragon, and then fell below Su Yan. More importantly, the the appearance of this fire dragon was almost exactly the same as the fire dragon king that was directly killed by the Godslayer's sword. At this time, the blood-winged dragon's eyes revealed a look of anger. "How dare you blaspheme the Dragon King?" His killing intent had swelled to the extreme. Su Yan, who was condensed from the law of fire, did not say anything, and only looked at the blood-winged dragon in front of him. Blaspheme? No, not at all. He did not deliberately condense the fire into such a form to achieve the goal of angering the blood-winged dragon. Su Yan did not need to use such a method to win. The reason for this was because within the range of Su Yan's contact, the Fire Dragon King was indeed the most perfect form of the law of fire. The law of fire was not unique. If Su Yan could grasp the law of fire, others could naturally do so as well. However, the strength of one's battle strength depended on one's comprehension and understanding of the law of fire. It had to be said that the Dragon Clan was indeed the favored child of creation. Their form was almost perfect. That Fire Dragon King was killed by the Godslayer's sword. If it was still alive, who knew how much trouble it could cause? Its strength was truly terrifying, and its aura was even more unimaginable. When Su Yan was comprehending the law of fire, he discovered that its form was perfect. Of course, there must be a form stronger than this. It was just a pity that Su Yan could not discover it yet. Since he could not surpass it, he could only imitate it. Therefore, Su Yan condensed the law of fire into the appearance of the Fire Dragon King. As for the blood-winged dragon's anger, Su Yan did not care. To be able to make this guy so angry was a pleasant surprise. After all, an angry enemy was not scary at all. Anger would not make him stronger. Instead, it would make his flaws more obvious. Therefore, this was a pleasant surprise. In front of the darkness holy man, Su Yan's body gradually disappeared. He seemed to have directly merged into the darkness and completely disappeared. He was shocked by Su Yan's methods. He never thought that Su Yan would have such ability. At this time, his power was constantly changing. The power of the great darkness oblivion had begun to combine with his body, and then turned into an armor. This was the mysterious and powerful part of the great darkness oblivion. He could change as he wished and finally completely merge with himself. Su Yan, back then, you had already offended my lord and even blasphemed against the god of darkness. Since you are seeking death today, I will let you completely return to the darkness and disappear from this world forever. If he was facing Su Yan at his full strength, the darkness holy man might not have the courage to fight with Su Yan. However, at this time, he had no scruples. At this time, Su Yan was not undefeatable to him. The change at this time was one of the powerful changes of the great darkness oblivion. This armor was very similar to the demon god armament. Not only could it increase his defensive power, but it could also increase his strength. At the same time, it could also strengthen his use of the law of darkness. When the great darkness oblivion merged with him, he was almost confident that he could face any Tao's sovereign expert. In fact, he felt that he could even dodge an attack from an emperor expert. With such a powerful trump card, he did not think that a quarter of Su Yan would be a match for him. Moreover, at this time, Su Yan was using the power of darkness. It seemed that he wanted to compete with him in terms of mastery of the law of darkness. This made him even angrier, and he felt that Su Yan was looking down on him. One must know that the Dark Demon sect had returned and they were very powerful in the Southern Sea. Many powerful existences would have to call a person like him ancestral master. However, at this time, he was being looked down on like this. How could he, who had always been proud and arrogant, tolerate this? Therefore, at this time, he did not hesitate to attack. Feeling the power of the great darkness oblivion, he directly attacked. Then, he let his body directly charge into Su Yan's darkness. Su Yan, since you are using the power of darkness to fight me, I will not let you down. I will let you sink into the darkness forever and then completely disappear. At this moment, his aura was so powerful and terrifying. The aura that was rolling around was even more powerful and terrifying. At this time, the power of the great darkness oblivion rose to its peak. In the eyes of outsiders, this place had completely become a place of darkness. Besides darkness, there was nothing else. Only those who knew and mastered the law of darkness would know that there was a terrifying battle going on in this place. At this time, the nine-headed demon snake was in the most pain. The mysterious portrait he had summoned was indeed very terrifying. It directly restrained Su Yan's power. However, the aura of the law of decay was too terrifying. It was a power that could wither all existence. How violent was that? This powerful power was rolling at this time, like the tide of a great river. Now, the nine-headed demon snake seemed to be on a rock. Although there was no danger for a short time, the tide of the great river was constantly rising. Moreover, it was the kind that was extremely violent. It was only a matter of time before he was affected by this power. The demon snake king's most powerful skill was his poison. However, in front of the law of decay, what was it? Even with the nine-headed demon snake's strength, he could only barely hold on. Chapter 1186. In the last area, the mysterious expert from the southern sea god realm was currently eating a large black sword as he stared at an ice sculpture in front of him. Wind and Cloud Reading Network. His large sword was extremely mystical as it had already connected with his body. What was even stranger was that there seemed to be a soul on the sword. At this moment, it was no longer a human controlling the sword but a human controlling the sword. Such a scene was truly bizarre to the extreme. He stared straight at Ho-E, who had turned into an ice sculpture and then revealed a cold smile. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to trap me so that you can give me a fatal blow at the last moment? His power was already beginning to stir. In fact, his current thoughts were almost the same as the other three. That was to kill Su Yan directly. Su Yan's existence was ultimately a problem. He was too powerful and more importantly, he was still very young. Youth meant unlimited hope. Perhaps one day, he would become the most powerful expert. When that time came, they would have one more terrifying enemy. Of course, it was best to get rid of such an enemy as soon as possible. Originally, Su Yan's strength had made him lose all hope. But now, Su Yan was seeking his own death by dividing his power into four. This gave them an opportunity to take advantage of him. This was no longer a problem of dividing his power into four. At this moment, he had to face four enemies at the same time. Moreover, none of them were weak. They had just exchanged blows, so they were well aware of each other's strength. These few powerful existences were actually not much different from each other's strength. If they really wanted to determine a victor, it would probably be a battle of life and death. Su Yan was simply too domineering. If he had chosen to leave only one or two people behind, he would not be in such a dangerous situation. Because the four of them were not on the same side and would not risk their lives for each other. The remaining people would definitely withdraw and leave or watch from the sidelines. But he wanted to leave everyone behind. Since that was the case, he would have to pay the price for his choice. At this moment, his power began to circulate and the power of the netherworld began to counterattack. This place had really become a land of death. Ice was originally cold and when the 9 underworlds chi appeared, this place immediately turned into an icy hell. I want to see just how you're going to stop me. His sword turned at this moment and actually spoke at the same time as he did. At this moment, his power began to circulate. Great Netherworld. The Great Netherworld curtain appeared. At this moment, he actually wanted to open the passage between this place and the Netherworld and allow the powerful force to descend directly. Such an aura, at this moment, surged forth like an icy tide. The appearance of this power directly filled this entire space. Then, it wrapped around the statue that Su Yan had turned into. Su Yan, you actually condensed a layer of tortoise shell outside your body. How laughable. What a joke. Under the great netherworld, you can only be completely annihilated. The opening of the great netherworld curtain was equivalent to opening the door between this world and the netherworld. To be honest, even he himself did not expect to be able to do this so easily. Of course, this was not a bad thing. The opening of the door to the netherworld meant one thing: he was already in an invincible position. At this moment, his aura directly increased, and a powerful and terrifying power directly suppressed at this moment. At this moment, he smiled happily. To him, this was definitely the best outcome. He moved with power and was accompanied by the netherworld. This was the land of ice condensed by Su Yan, but at this moment, he had already become the master of this place. At this moment, Su Yan no longer had any chance. In the power of the netherworld, soul shadows appeared one after another. They were extremely terrifying creatures that came from the netherworld. They could devour the souls of humans and fuse their powers into their own bodies. When this power merged with one's body, one's strength would directly break through. Although the Su Yan in front of him was only a quarter and not a complete individual, it was enough. When this power completely merged with him, he would be able to understand the other party's power, and then he would be able to reach new heights. At this moment, a new ambition was born in his heart. Devouring one's opponent and absorbing their power for one's own use was not something that anyone could do. Although the other three guys were strong, even if they could defeat Su Yan, they would not be able to do what he did. Moreover, after a bitter battle, even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. As for himself, after obtaining a quarter of Su Yan's power, his strength would greatly increase. By doing this, he would be able to gain an overall advantage. At that time, his strength would reach its peak. At that time, it would be his chance. He might be able to devour all of them. Although this was crazy, it was definitely not impossible. As long as he grasped the opportunity well enough, it was very possible for it to happen. At this moment, his power continued to condense, and a powerful and terrifying power directly converged on his body at this moment. The soul shadow had already begun to entangle Su Yan's ice sculpture. What's going on? At this moment, he frowned because he realized that such an invasion seemed to be too simple and easy. The power directly rushed into the ice sculpture, and it did not encounter any resistance at all. He had already seen how strong Su Yan was. Even if it was only a quarter of Su Yan, it should not be like this. However, just as he was feeling suspicious, a cold wind suddenly appeared in Su Yan's body. This wind was extremely strange. When it appeared, the soul shadow that had just invaded was directly crushed. So that's how it is. This is a trap. You want to let me enter your body and then kill me directly. That's quite impressive. At this moment, Su Yan directly launched a counterattack. However, this made him feel relieved. If Su Yan did not do anything, it would make him feel uneasy. After all, if things were abnormal, there must be something wrong. However, now that Su Yan directly launched a counterattack, he was relieved. Next, he only needed to suppress Su Yan's counterattack directly. Su Yan, I have already said that it's useless. The netherworld gate had already been opened, and his power was almost endless. He definitely would not have any fear or dread. His power was rolling, and a terrifying power descended from the sky. At this moment, all of his power was displayed to the extreme. The power of the netherworld became denser and denser, and at this moment, Su Yan's will seemed to be unable to keep up. The soul shadow that was formed by the power of the netherworld began to solidify. Su Yan's ice storm wanted to destroy this power directly, but it was unable to do so at this moment. Even the power of his ice storm had been suppressed. Such power was extremely terrifying. The valiant and strange aura had become extremely dense at this moment. 9 Nether Great Demon Sword. At this moment, a huge longsword suddenly appeared in the Soul Shadow's hand. The appearance of the longsword was like a change in heaven and earth. Endless power was continuously condensing at this moment. At this moment, cracks seemed to have appeared outside the ice statue. As expected, you can't hold on anymore. I have already said that the so-called absolute defense is bullsh*t. Under my power, it is not even worth mentioning. His power was becoming more and more urgent. Since he already saw the hope of victory, the next step was to defeat Su Yan in a spurt of energy. Only then would the dust settle, and he would know what was going on. At this moment, he was extremely excited. He was also an expert who had just woken up. After sleeping for such a long time, his power had finally recovered. However, for an expert like him, it was extremely difficult for him to make a new breakthrough. The most difficult part of the path of cultivation was not when one started, but when one reached a certain level of enlightenment. Now, he finally found a way to improve himself. Moreover, this was very likely just the beginning. If his plan went smoothly, he would be able to directly devour a quarter of Su Yan's power. How wonderful would that be? He had already seen that Su Yan's body was condensed from the ice law. After devouring him, he might be able to directly master the ice law and turn it into the source of Tao to supplement his body. His own power of law was the 9 Nether. That was also an extremely powerful law. However, if he could combine it with the ice law, then his combat strength would increase exponentially, regardless of his realm. By then, he would be able to make a move on the other guys. His target was the Darkness Holy Man. The power of the Darkness Law was also of the same origin as his. As long as he could devour the power of darkness as well, the 3 great darkness laws would be able to attack at the same time. In this way, he would be able to create a snowball effect. He would be able to increase his strength in the shortest time possible, and then increase his accumulation. When all of this was done, he might be able to break through to the Sovereign Realm. Sovereign Realm. Just thinking about it made him feel wonderful. Shatter and devour. At this moment, the 9 Nether Law had reached its peak, and the Soul Shadow had completely materialized. Under such a powerful force, Su Yan's ice statue began to collapse. That was because his voice was so beautiful. Kacha, Kacha, after a few breaths, Su Yan's statue had completely shattered. I won. Next, it's time to devour your power. The reason you lost was because you were too arrogant. At this moment, his power surged wildly, and he wanted to directly devour Su Yan's ice law. Chapter 1187. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, he was stunned all of a sudden. At that moment, he actually did not sense the existence of the power of laws. The power he had devoured was completely empty. There were no fluctuations at all. Latest chapter to read. How is this possible? Why? He simply could not believe it. He had clearly taken the absolute initiative and beaten Su Yan to the point where he could not fight back. However, at that moment, Su Yan had actually disappeared. The ice sculpture that Su Yan had turned into was clearly enveloped by his power. However, it was as if he had completely disappeared. His spirit was no longer present. His power was also no longer present. Everything related to him had completely disappeared. This was simply a joke. It was as if he was dreaming. Is this the power of the underworld? Yin and Yang are separated. There is only extreme Yin, but no Yang. Using the terror in one's heart as cold, it devours and annihilates everything. I understand now. Just as he was panicking, Su Yan's voice suddenly rang out. The appearance of this voice gave him a fright. Clearly, nothing existed. Su Yan's power, aura, and even his soul had all disappeared. However, at that moment, Su Yan had actually suddenly appeared. It was as if he was simply playing a joke on him. How is this possible? You clearly disappeared. Why did you appear here? Impossible. He roared furiously. It was as if he had gone mad. At that moment, Su Yan suddenly appeared beside him again. Impossible. Haha, how laughable. As the user of the underworld's power, you still can't tell the difference. Su Yan's voice rang out again. There was actually a trace of disappointment in his tone. Such words made him the most furious. Impossible. My power clearly engulfed you just now. You clearly couldn't escape. He still did not dare to believe that his power had completely suppressed Su Yan. The ice sculpture that he had turned into had already shattered. Ha ha ha, are you still obsessed with your dream? Su Yan's voice sounded again. Everyone lives in the world they know. However, have you never thought that your understanding might be wrong? As Su Yan's words fell, the mysterious expert from the southern sea god realm froze. What? Dreamland? Dreamland? When Su Yan said these two words, his entire body was filled with shock and anger. How could it be a dream? How could it be a dream? Everything was so real, so clear. Icy dream emptiness flower, all of this is but an icy dream, an illusion. Even at this point, you still haven't woken up. You truly disappoint me. Su Yan's voice rang out once again. After that, his figure also began to appear. What appeared in front of this expert was no longer an ice sculpture, but a real existence. His gaze was as cold as ice as he said, "You don't want to wake up. That's fine too, I can die in my dreams." Su Yan directly pointed out with a finger. A stream of power headed straight for his mind. The mysterious light continued to transform, and in the end, it turned into an ultimate power. No! At this moment, the southern sea god realm expert immediately let out a howl of despair as his entire body began to crumble. This was because he had never imagined that Su Yan's power would be able to destroy everything in a single strike. The feeling of being in control of everything instantly disappeared. On the contrary, it was the feeling of having nothing, of being toyed with by fate. Even the netherworld gate had not opened. This is the 5 counties and continents, how could the netherworld gate be opened so easily? Su Yan's voice rang out once again. He stared straight at this person in front of him, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. At this moment, the 5 counties and continents were naturally much better than before. However, it was still impossible to reach the ideal state. In fact, Su Yan had already tested it a long time ago. Even if he used all of his strength, it would still be impossible for him to open the netherworld gate. Only if an emperor-level expert acted would it be possible to open the netherworld gate. However, every action of an emperor-level expert would be watched by the heavens and earth. Not to mention opening the netherworld gate, even walking out of the netherworld gate was extremely difficult for them. This southern sea creature was indeed very powerful. Furthermore, that black greatsword seemed to have the special ability to communicate with the netherworld and the infinity world. However, it was extremely difficult to truly achieve this step. In fact, it could even be said that it was impossible. Everything that had happened before was actually just a dream. From the moment you were sealed in this icy space by me, the battle had already begun. No, you can't say that. Instead, you have already lost. Su Yan's words were simply a humiliation to this southern sea creature. Previously, he had already thought that victory was already in his grasp and that he had everything under control. However, at this moment, his power had been directly defeated. Furthermore, it had been an instant defeat. There was not a single bit of luck involved. How could he accept such a huge disparity? At this moment, his aura began to surge. His strength had already reached its peak at this moment. At this moment, he had already made up his mind to stake everything on this one throw and fight with his life on the line. Su Yan, Although I don't know what method you used to cause all of my previous attacks to fail, it is also impossible for you to trap me. Great Netherworld Sword. At this moment, all of his strength had been concentrated into this black longsword. This sword was extremely mysterious. It was not made of any material, but was completely made of netherworld demonic chi. This was something that was directly connected to the netherworld. Therefore, when he completely released this power, his strength had actually broken through his own limits. Shatter for me. He was also considered a person. Although he still did not understand what Su Yan's dream was, he already knew that at this moment, he was already in an extremely passive position. If he did not immediately leave at this moment, there was a real possibility that he would be trapped in this place. Therefore, he immediately used his last resort and wanted to leave. However, at this moment, he realized that Su Yan did not move at all. His gaze was extremely calm, as if he was just watching a joke. Damn it, what do you mean by this? He was extremely furious. He did not understand what Su Yan meant at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan said, "Dream. This is only a dream. Everything you do is an empty dream. You think that you are staking everything on this one throw, you think that I can't trap you. Unfortunately, all of this is wrong." At this moment, Su Yan pointed with his finger. A dark shadow was cast. That dark shadow was actually an extremely terrifying soul shadow. Furthermore, what made him even more surprised was that this soul shadow was actually even stronger than the one he had just summoned. What's going on? How can you use such power? He was completely shocked. He completely did not understand how Su Yan could actually use such a method. However, his shock did not stop there. At this moment, Su Yan pointed lightly again. Then, another wave of power appeared. It was a huge door, the gate of the netherworld. How is this possible? At this moment, all of his power was concentrated in his great netherworld sword. However, at this moment, he actually did not know how to use it anymore. His power was rolling at this moment. All of his power had been condensed to an endless extent. The powerful and terrifying aura was constantly changing. Heaven and earth had already formed a strange vortex at this moment. Indeed, how is this possible? If it was in reality, I naturally wouldn't be able to do it. However, it's not like that here. Empty dream, this is only a dream. You thought that your dream has been shattered and you have already woken up. However, is this really the case? Su Yan asked again with a smile. Such a laughter made him feel afraid. This was a situation where he had lost control of his own fate. He completely could not imagine that things would actually reach such a stage at this moment. Damn it, shatter. His great netherworld sword suddenly slashed out. Originally, if he saw the gate of the netherworld, his heart would only be filled with joy because this meant that he could obtain even more power. However, at this moment, this was not the case. Because at this moment, this was no longer the gate of the netherworld that he was familiar with. No, it could even be said that he did not know what this thing was. The unknown was the most terrifying. Therefore, he wanted to use his great netherworld sword to shatter this thing. No matter what it was, he wanted to shatter it first. However, just as he finished gathering his power and was about to attack with all his might, this power suddenly stopped. His power had actually disappeared as well. Since this is a dream, then everything that you know is actually wrong. Do you think that this great netherworld sword is your power? Actually, it isn't. As Su Yan finished speaking, a wave of power appeared in front of the southern sea creature. This power was actually exactly the same as the great netherworld sword that he had just used. I'm very grateful to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to control so much of the netherworld's power. After Su Yan finished speaking, the entire space had become even colder. Even someone as powerful as him could not withstand this coldness. It's time for your dream to end. Therefore, you should completely die in this dream. Su Yan raised his hand. In an instant, faint snowflakes appeared in the darkness. When these snowflakes fell on his body, a bone-piercing cold appeared. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, he felt as if the entire world had completely died. Then, beautiful flowers of ice and dust appeared one after another on his body. Chapter 1188. The ice flowers began to shatter, and in the end, death descended. Just like that, he died. In reality, the southern sea creature was still standing, as if he had never attacked at all. Even his vital signs hadn't disappeared. But in reality, his soul had already begun to feel lonely. The soul was the foundation of everything. If the soul died, then everything was over. And the soul of the southern sea creature was withering bit by bit under this ice flower. Su Yan watched quietly. The frozen dream void flower was a method he had comprehended while in seclusion. If he hadn't witnessed the great battle between the two of them, he probably wouldn't have been able to comprehend it to such an extent. At this time, it displayed an extremely powerful strength. Such a terrifying existence had actually been killed in such a silent manner. Of course, it wasn't easy to execute it. If it hadn't been for the right time, place, and people that allowed Su Yan to set up his trap first, it wouldn't have been so simple. Su Yan's power began to move bit by bit at this time. The power of the Zenith Supreme flowed like a stream and began to analyze. The stronger Su Yan became, the more he felt a thirst for power in this world. And the power of the Zenith Supreme was the best method he could use to understand this power. The power of the Zenith Supreme was incomparably mystical. If it hadn't been for its help, Su Yan definitely wouldn't have been able to reach such a level in such a short time. The Zenith Supreme Sword Soul and Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness had also grown to an unimaginable level. Su Yan's heart and soul grew calmer and calmer. His power and aura continued to change at this time. His entire being had undergone the most thorough sublimation. But it was at this time that Su Yan's gaze suddenly froze. Then, a serious expression appeared on his face. As expected, this kind of existence isn't so easy to kill. Even if my frozen dream void flower destroyed it and its soul is beginning to wither, it still has some tricks up its sleeve. Su Yan looked ahead. When the layers of souls began to disappear, a new soul appeared directly at this time. If that's the case, then that fellow I saw earlier was just a front. Is he just a breeding tool? Su Yan was surprised. It wouldn't be strange if someone's body was used as a parasitic tool. Although it was difficult to do so, it wasn't impossible. But at this moment, his soul had become someone else's outer garment. At the very least, it was impossible for the current Su Yan to achieve such a feat. It was even impossible for him to come into contact with this field. At this moment, the new soul seemed to have sensed something and opened its eyes. Eye of the Underworld King. That eye appeared, and immediately, a vast and mighty pressure bore down on Su Yan. Not good, that's a power that surpasses the limit. At that moment, Su Yan was shocked. This power was much stronger than the previous creature. At this moment, he made a prompt decision. Cut it off. In an instant, the countless ice flowers were completely shattered, turning into the purest fragments. Then, all the power was cut off at this moment. The space he had constructed was also directly shattered at this moment. Heavenly thunder. He knew how terrifying this existence was. If he was in his complete state, he could still fight it. But now, with only a quarter of his origin power, he was no match for it. So, he directly used the heavenly thunder. The reason why he did this was not because he hoped to defeat the other party with the power of the heavenly thunder, but because he wanted to trigger changes in heaven and earth, causing the thunder tribulation to descend. He clearly knew that this existence must be a heaven-defying existence. If he didn't have his domain to block it, the aura of heaven and earth would definitely sense it. What Su Yan did was only to intensify this feeling. When the heavenly thunder fell, that mysterious thing seemed to know how powerful it was. At this moment, the light of the eye of the underworld king dimmed. The thunder of heaven was the most domineering. In a battle between ordinary cultivators, the thunder technique was already extremely fierce. Just like Zhang Daqian, he used the thunder technique to show his divine power in the western wilderness and the northern region. If the heavenly thunder was released by the heavens, its power would be even more terrifying, and the extremely powerful force would directly erupt. The terrifying divine power was immeasurable. Even if it was a sovereign or a saint venerable, if they were watched by the heavens, they would feel uncomfortable. If the heavenly tribulation was strong enough, their lives would be in danger. At this moment, the aura of the eye of the underworld king was indeed terrifying. However, once it was watched by the heavens, it was already uneasy and did not even know what to do. At this moment, it originally wanted to erupt with an extremely powerful attack and directly kill Su Yan. However, Su Yan made a prompt decision and triggered the heavenly thunder. It immediately chose to retreat, not daring to fight with the heavenly thunder. The eye of the underworld king cut through a space barrier, and in an instant, a crack appeared. That was the Real Netherworld Gate. Of course, it was only a crack, but it was already terrifying enough. This was not a dream, but reality. To be able to directly open a space in the 5 counties at this time, this power was already extremely powerful. Want to leave? At this moment, Su Yan suddenly shouted coldly. His power suddenly burst out, and a powerful aura directly grabbed towards it. At this point, Su Yan naturally would not let it leave. Su Yan's ice transmogrification actually created a crack in the Netherworld's gate. The appearance of such a crack was simply terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was changing bit by bit, and his condition had already been raised to the extreme. At this moment, another battle was already in full swing. Su Yan's Fire Dragon King, which was transformed from flames, directly started to fight with the blood-winged flying dragon. The blood-winged flying dragon could be said to be incomparably furious. Su Yan's blasphemy against the Dragon King made it have an extremely strong killing intent in its heart. Moreover, it was once Su Yan's mount, which was also a great humiliation to it. Therefore, at this moment, it would definitely not give up and wanted to completely kill Su Yan. At this moment, its power was still increasing because it had already directly swallowed the Dragon King's fire. The Dragon King's fire was the most powerful power bestowed to it by the Dragon King. Its power was almost comparable to that of an ordinary subdivine tool. At this moment, it directly swallowed the Dragon King's fire. It could feel the Dragon King's fire burning continuously in its body. In this way, its battle strength was getting stronger and stronger. Even its own realm was beginning to increase. If it were any other time, it would not dare to do this because its body might not be able to withstand it. However, at this moment, it could no longer care so much because it wanted to kill Su Yan. Su Yan's strength was already different from before. The current him was really terrifying to it. Even if it was only a quarter of Su Yan, it was still impossible for it to defeat it. Therefore, at this moment, it was so angry that it directly swallowed the Dragon King's fire. At this moment, it only felt that it was an unimaginable power. If it did not release this power, its body would explode. But now, it was just the right time for it to release all of its power. The extremely powerful power was constantly rioting at this moment, and the powerful aura was like a storm sweeping through. Waves of dragons might cover the sky and the earth, and even forced the flames to retreat. However, even though his attacks were ferocious, he discovered one thing at this time. That was, he seemed to have no way of dealing with Su Yan. Su Yan had been standing on top of the Dragon King that he had conjured with the power of flames, and then dodged his attacks. No matter how fierce its power was, it could not defeat this power at the beginning. It seemed that every time, he was just a little bit away from being able to kill Su Yan. However, it was because of this little bit of difference that allowed Su Yan to escape the calamity. Damn it, didn't you want to kill me? Do you only know how to dodge like this? The blood-winged dragon roared angrily. At this moment, Su Yan dodged another dragon breath and said, "You actually want to provoke me? Hee, your current power is not all of your own. The power of the Dragon King's fire is still beyond your imagination, so you can't wait to fight with me and use my power to refine the Dragon King's fire, right?" Su Yan directly saw through its purpose and pointed it out. Hearing Su Yan's words, the blood-winged dragon was extremely angry. Since Su Yan had seen through its situation and its purpose, then it was estimated that he would not fight with it at this time. But at this moment, Su Yan changed the topic and said, "But it doesn't matter. You think that you have reached the true peak and exceeded your expectations, then I will directly defeat you and let you see how powerful I am." Su Yan's body suddenly came to a halt. Then, he suddenly blasted out a punch. Such a punch directly rushed into the sky. It was actually aimed at the dragon's breath that was shooting towards him. You actually chose to fight head-on. The blood-winged dragon was shocked, but then it was pleasantly surprised. What it was most afraid of was that Su Yan would not fight with it, but instead constantly contend with it, wasting its power. But at this time, since Su Yan had already released all of his power, it was the best thing for it. Its aura directly swelled at this time, and its whole body's power surged, directly pushing its power to the peak. At this time, Su Yan spoke again. "From the moment you chose to betray me, there was karma between you and me. In fact, I didn't have much resentment towards you. After all, I understand that you had no choice but to submit under the pressure of the Godslayer's sword. It's just that you used Dragon Island to almost kill me. Although your original intention was not to target me, it has already involved my life and death, so I naturally have to take revenge." At this time, Su Yan's whole body immediately began to surge. The endless flames were completely released, and the endless sparks were like a volcano. Chapter 1189. The terrifying power of the flames continued to converge, forming one flaming dragon after another. Although these flaming dragons did not have the appearance of the Fire Dragon King, they were still extremely ferocious, as if they were real dragons. Full text read. The blood-winged wyvern's pressure suddenly increased when such power appeared. His entire body was enduring an extremely terrifying power. At this moment, everything that Su Yan had displayed made him feel a sense of dread. He had never thought that Su Yan's strength would be so powerful. However, the more this was so, the more challenging it was for him. Every powerhouse had the heart to become even stronger. He was naturally the same. At this moment, he clearly knew that he was not without conditions. The fire of the Dragon King was his best condition, and also his most reliable method. As long as he could defeat Su Yan, his strength would naturally increase rapidly. In the end, he would be able to break through his current self. His goal was to become the new Dragon King. Therefore, when Su Yan displayed such great power, not only did he not feel any fear, but he also roared excitedly. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Su Yan's eyes, and then he said, "Not bad. It seems that you have finally begun to face yourself and understand that you want to become even stronger. That's good." That was what the blood-winged wyvern thought, but with Su Yan not the same. The reason why he had split himself into four and used different origin energies to create new clones was to use these powerful fellows to continuously train himself and allow his strength to break through. Thinking hard had allowed him to improve a lot. However, he was very clear that he had to do this. If he wanted to truly master what he had comprehended, then the best method was to fight. That was why he made such a choice. At this moment, hundreds of flaming dragons charged towards the blood-winged wyvern. At this moment, the blood-winged wyvern was indeed incomparably ferocious, as if he was a god of war. When the power came rushing at him, he immediately used his own power and sent the fire dragon flying. Roar, the wrath of the Dragon King. The Dragon King's wrath was completely unleashed. The terrifying aura was like a whirlwind. At this moment, blood-red flames appeared directly outside his body. He completely combined his own power with the Dragon King's fire and condensed it into a brand new power. And this power belonged to him alone. This guy was indeed an extraordinary existence. If not for this, the Fire Dragon King and the others would not have helped him back then. After all, one would have to pay a huge price to break the blood essence contract. Not to mention, this blood-winged wyvern wasn't a pure-blooded dragon. Blood and fire engulfed the world. His power was filled with true wildness. When this power was directly activated, it immediately began to engulf everything. Under this power, everything began to be annihilated. That terrifying aura had reached an unimaginable level. At this time, his wings flapped continuously, and gusts of wind appeared one after another. Blazing sky. This was the powerful power he had just comprehended. He used the dragon wings to condense a powerful whirlwind, and then used it to ignite a terrifying flame. When the power of the flame directly rushed out, it immediately displayed the most terrifying aura. Such power constantly collided between heaven and earth. It was simply unimaginable. At this moment, the entire sky seemed to be sinking down. Everything was immediately engulfed and condensed. Under the impact of this power, the Fire Dragon King condensed by Su Yan began to dim. You lowly human, how dare you blaspheme the power of the Dragon King, and vainly attempt to condense the Fire Dragon King with your own power. You're simply courting death. I'll let you understand what true fear is. His power increased once again. One had to admit that the Dragon King's fire was really powerful. It actually allowed the blood-winged wyvern to continuously break through. At this time, the blood-winged wyvern's body had already changed. His dragon scales began to become finer and denser. To a large extent, the bloodline of the dragon clan could be seen from the dragon scales. At this time, his dragon scales began to transform, which also meant that his dragon blood was beginning to erupt and transform into a purer bloodline. He was already extremely talented. If his bloodline was upgraded at this time, then his strength would increase again, and his strength would reach a whole new level. At this time, his aura began to rise continuously. Su Yan, this time, I'll kill you, devour your laws, and then break through to the Dragon King. At this time, he was completely confident and had his own goal. Moreover, he felt that it would not take too long to achieve this goal. Su Yan was still expressionless as he dissolved the power that had yet to arrive. Su Yan's Fire Shura's aura also became more stable at this time. Actually, it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come to Dragon Island and be valued by the Dragon King. At this time, he became more and more proud. Now, he had firmly suppressed Su Yan. Su Yan said, "Hee, as expected. What nonsense is this about offending the Dragon King's anger? The glory of the Dragon Clan is actually fake. You're not a true dragon, so where did the glory of the Dragon Clan come from? You're just putting on an act to deceive the Dragon King and even yourself," Gu Shenwei said. As Su Yan's words fell, the blood-winged wyvern immediately became furious. Because Su Yan had hit the nail on the head. Whether it was a human or a dragon, as long as it was an intelligent creature, it would have its own weakness. When its inner thoughts were directly spoken out, it would naturally become angry. It was the kind of anger that came from the things it had been hiding being directly exposed. "You damned fool, doing this will only speed up your death." He decided to tear Su Yan apart bit by bit and let him know how powerful he was. Su Yan said mockingly, "What, I hit the nail on the head, so you're incomparably irritable?" Unknowingly, Su Yan had actually begun to turn the situation around. However, the blood-winged wyvern had yet to realize this. In a fight between true experts, if one couldn't even control one's own mind and was seen through by others as a weakness, then it was actually very dangerous. Shura split, burn. Su Yan suddenly used a move. His power immediately appeared. That terrifying aura constantly flickered at this time, and his powerful strength had already reached an unparalleled level. At this time, his power was rolling, and all the aura between heaven and earth changed. This was the world condensed by Su Yan, so all the flames were under his control. At this time, even the blood-red flames were affected by his power. My flames, how is this possible? The blood-winged wyvern was shocked. It had clearly suppressed Su Yan just now, so why was Su Yan showing signs of turning the situation around in the blink of an eye? Nothing is impossible. Your Dragon King's fire is indeed powerful, but you're not enough. Not only is your strength, but your temperament is also the same. You don't have the courage to go in. Everything is just a lie to yourself. Su Yan reached out and grabbed, and immediately, a huge handprint appeared. Dragon capture. When that power appeared, it directly turned into the most terrifying aura, as if it wanted to grab the blood-winged wyvern in its hand. How inconceivable was that? The blood-winged wyvern only felt its whole body trembling. Of course, it couldn't let Su Yan have his way. If that was the case, it wouldn't even have a chance to live. At this time, Su Yan's power changed again. His aura was rolling at this moment, and the light between heaven and earth sank at this time. Such a change was unimaginable. At this time, all of his power had reached the most terrifying level. The flames were like huge waves, suppressing one after another. It had already wrapped the blood-winged wyvern in it. Blood-winged wyvern, I've already said that we have to settle the grudges between us. In fact, this is your only chance. This is already the greatest power I've gathered. If you can break through the suppression of my power, then you can escape with your life. But if you can't, then stay here forever. Su Yan suddenly shouted. In the world of flames, he seemed to have turned into a god. Although the means he displayed couldn't be compared to when the two deity-like existences had fought back then, his use of laws was exquisite to the extreme. Every power could be used perfectly by him. Everything changed. Everything was under his control. Su Yan, you can't trap me, and you can't win against me. At this time, the blood-winged wyvern was constantly roaring. At the same time, the terrifying Dragon King's fire began to merge with its body. With the help of the power of the Dragon King's fire, its transformation became faster and faster. Its strength also increased at an even more terrifying level. At this time, it was moving forward step by step, its entire person exuding the most terrifying aura. The dragon's aura began to transform. In today's battle, I'll defy the heavens and become a Dragon King. And you, Su Yan, will definitely become my stepping stone. At this time, it knew that it had reached an extremely important juncture. If it could withstand it and directly defeat Su Yan, then it would be able to completely transform, break through the current barrier, and even become a Dragon King. If it failed, then everything would be over. But it believed that there were no ifs. The final winner would be him. At this time, in the distant Dragon Island, a Dragon King opened its eyes. He's actually going to use the Dragon King's fire to break through to the Dragon King realm. I wonder if this guy can succeed. If he can, my Dragon Island will welcome a new Fire Dragon King. Chapter 1190. That flame of the Dragon King was the flame left behind after the death of the Fire Dragon King. Read the full text. Back then, the Fire Dragon King was killed by the God-Slayer sword. However, thanks to the protection of the Dragon God, he was able to leave behind the last flame as an inheritance. At this moment, the blood-winged wyvern seemed to be digesting his power before undergoing the final transformation. The blood-winged wyvern's bloodline was impure. On Dragon Island, even the average giant dragons would not pay much attention to him. However, if he truly became the Fire Dragon King, then everything would change. He could become an existence on par with him and get along with him as an equal. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could become the Dragon King. However, no matter what, this could not be taken lightly. After all, it was significant for Dragon Island to have another Dragon King. Therefore, this powerful Dragon King decided to protect him personally and ensure that the blood-winged wyvern could become the Dragon King. Is he trying to become the Dragon King? Su Yan continued to suppress his power. At this moment, he did not dare to be careless. Trying to become the Dragon King was an extremely terrifying matter. If he could not suppress it, then he might have to face a Dragon King. Although it was only a difference of one step, the gap between them was too big. The difference of one step was the difference between heaven and earth. This was definitely not an exaggeration. Even if he was in his strongest state, facing a Dragon King, his chances of victory were not high. Sword of Blazing Fire, Will of Shura, Extermination. The Fire Dragon King under Su Yan's body changed again. It turned into an extremely terrifying divine sword of blazing fire. Not only did this divine sword of blazing fire contain the most terrifying Will of Shura. That was the combination of blazing fire and Shura. The explosive power contained unimaginable destructive power. The moment this power was unleashed, the flame barrier began to tremble. It was as if all the power was swept away by this terrifying aura. This was the most powerful sword that Su Yan could release at the moment. With such power surging, all the power between heaven and earth had reached an extremely terrifying level. This violent and terrifying power continued to accumulate at this moment. Unknowingly, it had already caused the weather to change, directly affecting the sky in the outside world. At this moment, the sky of this battlefield gradually began to change. Strands of power seemed to directly split the sky. The power of ice and lightning intertwined, the burning power of the raging flames, the decaying laws of the sky, and finally the space swallowed and annihilated by the darkness. Such a battlefield was simply incomparably frightening. The people below simply didn't dare to imagine the scene at this moment. Such a scene was like the end of the world for them. Is this Su Yan's strength? Holy Flame Ling Lai Kong was extremely solemn. Originally, although he didn't doubt the Tianji elder's calculation, he always felt unconvinced. After all, Su Yan had no achievements in the past 10 years. Even his figure had never appeared. However, not long ago, when Yun Wanqing was going through the tribulation, Su Yan directly appeared. He already understood that he was definitely no match for Su Yan. The gap between the two was even very large. At that time, he even felt that he was not qualified to be a heavenly king on par with Su Yan. And this time, when Su Yan appeared, his strength was even more terrifying. He was directly fighting against 4 people. It should be known that the person he was facing was not an ordinary expert, but a peak Dao master who truly possessed extremely terrifying and powerful strength. Even if there was only one of them, he would not be a match for them. However, Su Yan had directly challenged 4 of them by himself. He was so strong and so overbearing. Just what level has he reached? He muttered to himself. At this moment, a terrifying radiance suddenly appeared in the sky. The radiance penetrated through the 4 battlefields and suppressed everything. Okay, it's almost over. Today, all of you will stay here. Su Yan's voice directly sounded at this time. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Originally, Su Yan was already strong enough when he divided into 4 and suppressed the 4 sides. However, at this time, he actually burst out with such power. At this time, all the power directly swept out, and the power of the 4 rules began to gather at the same time. What is this? Why is that power so amazing? They simply couldn't believe what they saw. This level of power was already beyond their imagination. At this time, the power gathered at this time, and actually wanted to kill all 4 experts. Not to mention whether it could be achieved, just this mentality alone was already extremely terrifying, and it made everyone tremble a little. Su Yan, to think that he has already become so powerful. The current Yi Shinkong didn't know how much stronger he was in the past. He knew that he had worked so hard mainly because he wanted to catch up to Su Yan's footsteps. At the very least, he couldn't let Su Yan fall too far behind him. But at this time, it seemed that many things were fate. No matter how hard he worked, the gap between them was still too far. Not only did the gap not shrink, it grew bigger and bigger. He couldn't help but feel a bitter feeling in his heart. Of course, he quickly threw away this thought in his heart. As the saying goes, do what you can and leave it to fate. There were many things that the supervisor couldn't decide. He had worked hard enough, and this was already very good. Under Su Yan's power, the first thing to be destroyed was the strange spirit that appeared in the southern sea creature. He was bombarded by the power of heavenly lightning and trapped by Su Yan's power of ice and snow. Although his essence was strong, Su Yan could already see that this was only a small part of his body. This existence must have also suffered an unimaginable tribulation. Even though he had used extremely terrifying means to survive, it was extremely difficult for him to recover his former strength. Especially at this time, he was targeted by the power of the heavenly tribulation, and his own power was once again bombarded. He was directly destroyed. The moment he died, Su Yan opened his hand and gathered his powerful power. This power of the underworld was almost like a poison to the people of the Wuji realm, but it was not so to Su Yan. What Su Yan needed to do next was to directly destroy the other 3 existences. But at this time, another unforeseen event occurred. The area where the blood-winged dragon was directly broken through, and then an extremely terrifying majestic aura rushed into the sky. Dragon's majesty. And this was not an ordinary majesty, but a majesty that belonged to the Dragon King. The majesty of the Dragon King appeared at this time. The blood-winged dragon was about to break through. Under the pressure of Su Yan's powerful strength, he finally broke through the shackles, broke through all restraints, and was about to break through the realm of the Dragon King. Lowly and shameless human, you are no match for a great Dragon King, so are you ready to die? His body broke through all obstacles, and then flew into the sky. But at this time, Su Yan's body suddenly changed. The 4 figures disappeared at the same time. As expected, it's still too difficult to kill all of you at the same time. Su Yan muttered to himself. The current situation was indeed beyond his expectations, and it was not that he was not strong enough. It was that those guys had too many tricks up their sleeves, one after another, endless. Such means were simply unimaginable. Especially the blood-winged dragon. At this time, he actually directly broke through, and then his strength completely rose to the peak. The majesty of the Dragon King had become extremely terrifying at this time. If he completely became the Dragon King, then this majesty would become even more terrifying. Su Yan, I want to defy the heavens and become the Dragon King. You are no match for me. The blood-winged dragon could be said to be extremely proud at this time. At that moment, he really felt that he was about to die. Such a terrifying and violent pressure was simply unimaginable. Shura's flaming sword was almost a death sentence to him. But at that time, the Dragon King's flame was actually completely activated. He was about to die, but at that moment, he was saved from death's door, and received the recognition of the Dragon King's flame. The Dragon King's flame was left behind by the Fire Dragon King before he died. His soul was cut by the Godslayer's sword. Even if the Godslayer's sword was weak, it was not something that a Dragon King like him could resist. His soul could not be reincarnated and restored. Therefore, at the last moment, he chose to leave his inheritance behind. He hoped to make his final contribution to Dragon Island. Although the Dragon clan was arrogant and conceited, they had always valued their own clan. Originally, although the blood-winged dragon's strength was strong, it was impossible for it to be recognized by the powerful Fire Dragon King. But when Su Yan's Shura's sword will fell, the unwillingness to die awakened the last of his will. Therefore, the Dragon King's flame and the blood-winged dragon merged perfectly. Become the Dragon King. I've been waiting for this moment. At this time, Su Yan also directly went against the heavens. His power was gathered again, and a monstrous majesty immediately appeared. His majesty was already extremely terrifying, but at this time, it was even stronger than before. The nine-headed demon snake and darkness holy man finally broke free from Su Yan's power, but at this time, they were already afraid. Damn it, that guy is so strong. If not for the protection of the mysterious portrait, the nine-headed demon snake would have been swallowed by the decaying law. And darkness holy man was even worse. His great darkness descent was seriously damaged, and even his origin was in danger. If not for the sudden explosion of the blood-winged dragon, which forced Su Yan to merge his body and suppress the blood-winged dragon that was about to become the Dragon King, he would have been swallowed by Su Yan at this time. Chapter 1191. However, he still managed to survive. No matter what the reason was, it was good that he was still alive. Latest chapter to read. To him, this was a great blessing. Even though this opportunity seemed to be much better, at this moment, he was already scared. After witnessing Su Yan's strength and terror, he no longer dared to stay here any longer. He already knew that Su Yan now possessed the qualifications to fight against a venerable emperor. And the blood-winged dragon was about to break through to the Dragon King's realm. That was also extremely terrifying. If the strength of the two was only average, and not much stronger than him, he might have chosen to watch from the sidelines. Then, at the last moment, he would directly strike and deal a fatal blow. But now, he no longer dared to do so. He no longer had the qualifications to watch. Whether it was Su Yan or the blood-winged dragon, their methods were too powerful. In the end, unless they perished together, as long as they were still alive, he would not be able to deal with them. Damn it, these two are simply freaks. He was extremely angry. At this moment, he did not even see how strong Su Yan was. This was also what made him extremely afraid. At this moment, he saw the nine-headed demon snake. This nine-headed demon snake seemed to be on par with him, and had suffered a great loss just now. At this moment, the two of them actually had a feeling of appreciation for each other. But in the end, they still chose to leave. Su Yan did not care about their departure at all, because at this moment, he did not seem to have the energy to care about their lives. His strength was tumbling, and that violent and terrifying aura was constantly rising at this moment. Because the Dragon King's prestige was extremely terrifying, he had to increase his strength at this moment. Only then could he deal with the opponent's terrifying strength. Su Yan had already begun to activate the Taiji sword. In the past 10 years, the Taiji sword had been nourishing his body. Back then, he was the scabbard of the God-Slayer's sword. However, the God-Slayer's sword did not choose to take his life in the end. Instead, it gave him a lot of pointers. During that period of time, Su Yan's understanding increased day by day. It was at this time that he comprehended the way of nurturing the divine sword. However, he now put it into practice. Su Yan's power surged. At this moment, his power had reached the pinnacle. That terrifying aura had already reached the point of lawlessness at this time. His power continued to run at this time, and then began to communicate with the power of heaven and earth. This was also one of Su Yan's realizations. It was important for one's own strength to be strong. However, if one was able to form a connection with the power of heaven and earth during battle, one would be able to increase one's aura to the extreme. The boundless power of heaven and earth was being used by him. How powerful would the power he unleashed be? Even Su Yan himself couldn't imagine it. At this moment, his aura started to become heavy. The blood-winged flying dragon's aura was still rising. Finally, a ray of brilliance shot out from Su Yan's eyes. I can't wait any longer. Supreme extermination. His sword moved directly exploded. In an instant, an extremely terrifying sword chi vortex appeared. The sword chi vortex seemed to be the most fundamental origin of heaven and earth. Such power surged and moved. It was simply unimaginable. Among the terrifying aura, there was the domineering power of lightning, the ferocity of hurricanes, the heat of raging flames, and the coldness of ice. This was simply a terrifying thing. A single sword intent was actually able to strike together so much power. If it was someone else, perhaps they would have already suffered a backlash before they could even use this sword intent. However, Su Yan did not care at all. Instead, he did it directly. His power continued to run. That terrifying aura was extremely ferocious. Such power was not inferior to the heavenly tribulation in terms of power. It was even more powerful. At this moment, the blood-winged flying dragon suddenly raised its head. Its head faced the sky. At this moment, there was a change on its head. The most obvious change was the dragon horn. A dragon horn actually grew out of its head. This dragon horn was not an ordinary object. It was a symbol and also the condensation of laws. When this dragon horn appeared, it meant that it had transformed into a dragon king. When this dragon horn was completely formed, it would become a true dragon king. Su Yan was not surprised by this change. At this moment, he directly went towards the dragon horn. Su Yan was waiting for the blood-winged flying dragon's transformation not only to accumulate his own power, but also to directly seize the dragon horn. The dragon horn hid the soul. Now that his square small world had just formed, it needed a strong soul to suppress it. The square seal originally used the 4 symbols to suppress. Now, his square small world already had the soul of the black tortoise. Although it was an incomplete black tortoise, it still had the origin of the black tortoise. As long as Su Yan's square small world could finally form, the soul of the black tortoise would also be upgraded. At this moment, Su Yan's goal was to obtain the dragon's soul and add another object to his square small world. His power continued to surge. That aura was simply incomparably terrifying at this moment. Such power, the changes between heaven and earth, everything had already become a song and an eternal song. At this moment, Su Yan's power had reached an unimaginable level. Damn it, I am the Dragon King. My dignity is not to be violated. The blood-winged flying dragon roared. At this point, how could it be willing to be stripped of its power like this? Therefore, it let out a furious roar in an attempt to make Su Yan retreat. However, Su Yan would not. At this moment, Su Yan had already raised all his power to such a level. How could he let it break free and transform into a Dragon King? The exalted annihilation had already slashed down. However, at this moment, a flame suddenly appeared outside the body of the blood-winged flying dragon. The flame appeared and blocked Su Yan's sword. A remnant soul. At this point, you still want to cause trouble. You are simply courting death. Su Yan snorted coldly. He could already tell that the remnant soul was the last remnant consciousness of the Fire Dragon King. Obviously, it knew that its successor was in danger at this moment and wanted to use its last bit of power to protect him. Su Yan's exalted annihilation was directly neutralized by it. However, that was merely a single strike. Su Yan snorted again. I want to see how many attacks you can block for him. Exalted Thunderbolt Slash. He gathered his power again. This time, it was even more domineering. He directly used the exalted power to control the lightning of heaven and earth to attack, wanting to destroy the Fire Dragon King directly. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. I am the new Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. How can I allow you to offend me? The voice sounded as if it was going to tear heaven and earth apart. This kind of power had actually forcefully severed the connection between Su Yan and the world. Su Yan was extremely shocked. The Emperor-level Dragon King. A powerful Dragon King appeared at this time. This was definitely not a good thing for him. Previously, he dared to let the blood-winged flying dragon accumulate power because he was sure that the real Dragon King would not be able to come. Once he made a move, he would definitely be targeted by the powerful laws of heaven and earth. However, at this time, the powerful Dragon King still came. When the Dragon King arrived, the laws of heaven and earth also appeared at the same time. The majesty of the laws of heaven and earth was undoubtedly displayed at this time. In an instant, thousands of lightning bolts surged. The terrifying lightning bolts were many times stronger than before. At this time, the extremely strong power turned into countless terrifying oppressive forces that ruthlessly pressed down. This kind of power was truly frightening. Even an Emperor-level Dragon King should have fallen in front of it. However, right at that moment, the Dragon King that had appeared suddenly let out a loud roar. Great Dragon God, please send down your power and protect your descendants so that they can become the Dragon King. The Dragon God's prayer technique. How could Su Yan not be familiar with this move? Back then, the divine dragon used the Dragon God's prayer technique before he died. As a result, the Dragon God was directly summoned. That was an extremely terrifying method. At this time, a real Dragon King directly used the Dragon God's prayer technique. How powerful would that be? It was at this moment that the earth-shattering pressure appeared again. Endless power directly pressed down. That kind of power was too terrifying. It seemed that there was no power in this world that could compare to it. The majesty of the Dragon God. For some unknown reason, the Dragon God could no longer appear in this world. However, the Dragon God's prayer technique could summon him. When the terrifying dragon power appeared, everything sank down in an instant. Even the endless lightning bolts between heaven and earth had a chance to fall down. What kind of terrifying power was this? Human, you deserve to die. The Dragon King's gaze appeared in this world. When he saw Su Yan, the scenes of the past appeared. At the same time, he felt the resentment of the divine dragon on Su Yan's body. Moreover, Su Yan was about to kill an existence that was about to become a Dragon King. No matter what the reason was, he should be completely and utterly killed. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then come. Why would I, Su Yan, be afraid of you? At this time, facing a real Dragon King, Su Yan did not cower in the slightest. Instead, he focused his mind to the extreme. Come, let me see just how terrifying the Dragon King's realm is. I think that as long as I can defeat you while the blood-winged wyvern is undergoing its metamorphosis, the blood-winged wyvern will still die. Chapter 1192. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless fantasy translation. In the face of a powerful Dragon King, Su Yan's aura did not falter. No pop-up window. His entire body was like a giant, and his aura was like a mountain. It was unimaginable. At this moment, his aura continued to rise. The violent and terrifying power reached its peak. His body was surrounded by dense sword chi. Such a cold and powerful sword chi gave him a boundless sense of majesty. At this moment, he was fearless. Foolish human. The Dragon King raised its head and spat out a mouthful of dragon's breath. The appearance of this dragon's breath actually drew a clear boundary between heaven and earth. The dragon's breath was the only light. This power was extremely terrifying. If it was not for the suppression of the Dragon God's majesty, this blow would have immediately triggered a crazy backlash from heaven and earth. Grand Supreme, Nirvana slash. Su Yan shouted coldly. His power swept up at this moment. The intense power was like a storm at this moment, pressing forward violently. This power was more terrifying than the thunder of heaven and earth. The sword chi and dragon's breath met in an instant. In an instant, an extremely terrifying storm appeared. The violent wind seemed to have blown for thousands of years without stopping. The terror of this power was unimaginable. Su Yan took another step forward. In the face of the powerful dragon's breath, not only did he not retreat, but he also pressed forward. Dragon King, what's so great about that? At this moment, the precepts manifested. Even the Dragon King Brigadier was shocked after seeing this scene. So many precepts. He saw many precepts revolving around Su Yan's body. The quiet and deep darkness, the constant ice, the raging fire, the thunder, the storm, and so on. How can a mere human have so many precepts? He was shocked. Even the powerful Dragon King could not master so many precepts. In the history of the Dragon Clan, the most outstanding genius might have so many precepts. However, Su Yan was just a mere human. This won't do. If the dragon race wants to revive, we can't let this guy live. At this time, it directly let out a roar. Its killing intent towards Su Yan became even more intense. Such a terrifying power at this time was as deep as the sea. Su Yan felt the Dragon King's murderous intent, but he turned a blind eye to it. His aura was still changing at this moment. Actually, I have to thank you. In an instant, Su Yan had arrived in front of the Dragon King. Compared to the huge Dragon King, Su Yan's body was too small. The Dragon King was an emperor-level existence. Nonsense. The Dragon King cast a spell. In an instant, the dragon's breath appeared again and fell on Yifutian's head. The boundless might of the dragon's breath directly enveloped Su Yan within. Such a long power was terrifying to the extreme. No matter how powerful a Dao master was, he would probably be exhausted to deal with it. I have to admit that you are the most powerful Dao master I have ever seen. So, even if other conditions are ignored, I, the great Dragon King Brigadier, must kill you. Such a powerful Su Yan was a huge threat to the Dragon Clan. In fact, even if Su Yan had no enmity with the Dragon Clan and even had a good relationship with them, this Dragon King Brigadier would probably be determined to kill him. This was the overbearing nature of the Dragon Clan. Although the Dragon Clan lived on Dragon Island and almost never cared about the affairs of the world. However, they were not without any thoughts. They were the greatest race in the world, the king of all races. When they were running amok, humans were no different from other beasts and monsters. They were just food for them. They were the true overlords of the world. How could they be willing to let an overlord of the world live in a corner? What's more, the Dragon Clan would even become the prey of other races. This angered them even more. Of course, the most important point was their ambition. Intelligent creatures had their own pursuits, and sometimes another term for pursuit was ambition. For this ambition, anyone who stood in their way would have to die. Now, the Dragon Clan was just waiting for the return of the three powerful dragon gods. Of course, before the dragon gods returned, if other threats appeared, they would kill them as long as they could achieve it. The Dragon Clan could not really stand aloof from the world. Otherwise, they would not have directly occupied the western wilderness. This showed how terrifying the Dragon Clan was. The western wilderness was such a huge land, but the Dragon Clan could intimidate everything with their powerful dragon aura. In the past 10 years, the Dragon Clan had even begun to establish the Dragon Kingdom. In the country of dragons, humans and demonic beasts were equal. As long as they had intelligence, it was the same. Of course, this was not to say that the Dragon Clan was noble. This was the equality of inferiority. Those who had the bloodline of the Dragon Clan were superior. This was to let the humans and beasts there get used to it, and even establish faith. This was a kind of spiritual slavery. Su Yan looked at the Dragon King Bugadier and the impact of the terrifying dragon breath. Not only did his aura not weaken, but it became stronger and stronger. Actually, you're wrong about one thing. Su Yan took another step forward, and the dragon breath was forced back by him. What do you mean? At this time, the Dragon King Bugadier suddenly felt a trace of unease. The last time he saw Su Yan, it had only been a few years, but at this time, Su Yan's strength had reached such a level. Now, when Su Yan said this, he immediately felt horrified. This kind of strength was really terrifying to the extreme. Such power rolled in, and the majesty between heaven and earth was constantly changing at this time. Vaguely, he felt the change of the rules. At this time, I'm still not a Tao Lord. Su Yan seemed to be talking to himself. However, when this sentence fell into the ears of the Dragon King Bugadier, it was extremely shocking. What, you're not a Tao Lord? The fact that a peak Tao master could reach such a level of strength had already shocked him. He found it inconceivable. However, at this time, Su Yan told him that he was not a Tao Lord at this time. How could this be? How is this possible? How is this possible? Dragon King Heaven's wrath. He roared again and again, and a sense of horror suddenly appeared in his heart. At the same time, an extremely terrifying energy wave entrenched in his body. That giant energy ball had flashes of lightning constantly roaring. Such power was simply overbearing to the extreme. At this time, all the power between heaven and earth had become extremely exaggerated. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? Come on, I'll borrow your power to help me break through. In fact, I still have to thank you. If you hadn't performed the Dragon God wishing technique to block the power of heaven and earth, I wouldn't have dared to break through to Tao Lord at this time. Su Yan said directly. At the same time, his aura changed again. Behind his body, a huge demonic shadow appeared directly. The true demonic shadow. When that terrifying and imposing figure appeared, the boundless heaven and earth changed again. It seemed that the most terrifying majesty was about to suppress directly. However, the majesty of the Dragon God was still there, and the power of heaven and earth could not sink down. Immeasurable demon, the true demon of demons. Bugadier was shocked. When the holy dragon saw the shadow of the true demon, he was already shocked to the extreme. He even did not hesitate to sacrifice his life and soul to cast the Dragon God's wish to kill Su Yan directly. As the more powerful Dragon King Bugadier, he obviously knew more about the true demonic shadow. Kill, kill, kill. At this time, his Dragon King Heaven's wrath directly rushed out. When that huge destructive energy ball flew, it had an earth-shattering majesty. That powerful space was directly torn apart at this time, and there was no room for it to stay at all. This power was too terrifying and too powerful. However, Su Yan did not care about this destructive power at all. At this time, you still want to kill me? Ridiculous. Regal Sword Codex, Sky Baneful Sword Shield. Su Yan suddenly condensed a sword finger, and then seemed to casually stroke it. In an instant, heaven and earth collapsed. That terrifying and violent power directly appeared at this time. Endless sword chi was like a sea. In this sea was not seawater, but boundless sky baneful sword chi. When this sword chi appeared, it immediately blocked the Dragon King Heaven's wrath. At the same time, Su Yan's body suddenly rose into the sky. At this time, his power was really violent to the extreme. Such power was directly manifested. All the power between heaven and earth began to change. In fact, he was right. If not for the Dragon God wishing technique blocking the majesty of heaven and earth, Su Yan would not have dared to easily break through to the Tao Lord realm. That was because his power was too strong, and the laws of heaven and earth could not tolerate him at this time. Therefore, according to Su Yan's original plan, he planned to go to the Endless Sea or the Nine States continent to break through to the next realm. Of course, the most ideal place was the Nine States continent, because he would invite Xue Xingchuan and the Taihang sword faction leader Zhang Zhe to help protect him. However, times had changed, and many things could not wait until he was ready to do so. The Dragon King Bugadir's direct appearance already put a lot of pressure on him. However, the Dragon God wishing technique was extremely powerful, and it could allow Bugadir to use his powerful power without restraint. At the same time, it also helped Su Yan block the majesty of heaven and earth. The Dragon King Bugadir's power was extremely terrifying. Su Yan knew in his heart that it would be difficult for him to fight against him at this time. However, if he threw away all his concerns and then burst out with all his power, it would be enough to make his strength extremely strong. At that moment, Su Yan could use the power of the breakthrough to fight against Bugadir. At this time, the aura of the laws appeared one after another, and each aura of the laws was a terrifying storm and terrifying thunder. These powers directly drowned Su Yan. I'm going to break through to the Tao Lord realm. If you have the ability, come and stop me. At this time, Su Yan's body began to be faintly discernible. How is it possible? He's just breaking through to the Tao Lord realm, but his body has already reached the boundary between nothingness and reality. How powerful is this guy? He really could not imagine how a Tao Lord could reach such a level. When he was breaking through to the Dragon King realm, the change was probably just like this, and it was even slightly weaker. No, this kid already has such terrifying strength when he's not even a Tao Lord. If he becomes a Tao Lord, I'm afraid I won't be his opponent. This is a huge threat, and I must kill him. He was even more determined. The great eternal dragon, the Dragon King Bugadir hereby offers the blood of the Dragon King as a sacrifice, and asks for your power to descend. At this time, a drop of blood suddenly gushed out from his forehead. When the blood appeared, he seemed to be in extreme pain because it was not ordinary dragon blood, but his natal true dragon blood, which was located under his reverse scale. At this time, he began to worship the second dragon god of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan had 3 dragon gods, which were the Dragon of Destruction, the Dragon of Eternity, and the Dragon of Time. Among the 3 dragon gods, the power of the Dragon of Destruction was the easiest to communicate with, and the Dragon of Eternity was second. At this moment, the power of the Dragon God of Destruction had already descended and blocked the majesty of heaven. He could invite the dragon gods, but he could not control them. However, the power that Su Yan displayed at this time was too strong. The boundary between nothingness and reality was almost a whole new realm. He was no longer confident that he could stop Su Yan with his own strength. Chapter 1193. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Therefore, he immediately made a second sacrifice to summon the eternal dragon. Each of the 3 dragon gods of the Dragon Clan was extremely powerful. No pop-up window. However, the eternal dragon's existence seemed to be even more intangible. In order to communicate with him, a Dragon King level expert had to sacrifice his true dragon blood essence. As for the Time Dragon, it was even more intangible, as if it no longer existed in the Changhe River. As soon as the true dragon blood appeared, an extremely terrifying power began to soar, and a humming sound reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Ling Likong and the others were all Tao masters. However, no matter how powerful they were, after hearing this sound, they still felt a headache. It was extremely uncomfortable. As for the disciples of lower realms, they fainted right away. Fortunately, Yun Wanqing immediately used the fog skill to shroud them in layers of fog. If not for that, they would have been dead by now. Monstrous experts treated human lives as child's play because their powers were too powerful and domineering. When they used their powers, ordinary people would not be able to survive at all. They would be destroyed in an instant. To those experts, the lives of ordinary people had become too fragile. They were no different from ants. It was precisely because they were powerful that they became high and mighty and looked down on everything. It was precisely because they were powerful that they called themselves gods and controlled everything. If one didn't have a heart that could face oneself squarely, then one would only lose oneself and completely fall for it. At this moment, the majesty of the eternal dragon appeared, and Su Yan immediately felt that he was under a gaze. This gaze was extremely heavy and terrifying. It was as if everything in the world was constantly changing at this moment. All the majesty between the heavens and earth became violent and terrifying. He had experienced this feeling before. When the dragon god appeared last time, he felt that he had been completely suppressed, and there was no room for him to resist. At that time, if the great demonic dragon had not suddenly sent down his consciousness and defeated the dragon god, he would have been dead by now. However, he did not expect the dragon clan to be so powerful. The power of a dragon god was drawn in by the power of heaven and earth, and the power of another dragon god appeared. Damn it, is that the power of the new dragon god? The dragon clan was simply too terrifying. Their strength was almost limitless. Such a violent aura could almost crush everything. With one dragon god pinned down, another dragon god would appear. Su Yan sighed inwardly. Legend has it that there are 3 dragon gods in the dragon clan, the dragon of destruction, the dragon of eternity, and the dragon of time. The one that was resisted by the majesty of heaven and earth should be the dragon of destruction. When the great demonic dragon left, he left behind a bit of divine thought to tell me that the dragon of time was the most terrifying dragon god. However, it was also the most severely injured at that time. At this time, it had almost disappeared in the long river of history. Therefore, what appeared now should be the divine consciousness of the eternal dragon. In an instant, he made a judgment in his heart. Su Yan had always been a person with a sense of danger. Previously, he had already faced the powerful power of the dragon god. Although he had been defeated by the great demonic dragon's divine consciousness, he knew that the great demonic dragon would not appear by his side forever. If he were to encounter such a situation again, what should he do? His strength was indeed very strong, but it was absolutely impossible for him to be compared to a dragon god. Therefore, at that time, Su Yan had already begun to study it. At this time, the majesty of the eternal dragon appeared. The mighty dragon's might was simply unimaginable. It wanted to suppress his power, leaving him with no ability to struggle. However, he had already reached this stage. How could Su Yan possibly give up? Once he chose to give up, it would mean that his path would come to an end. It would mean that everything he had would be suppressed. To him, this was unacceptable. Failure on Su Yan's path meant death. Therefore, no matter what, he would not accept failure. Su Yan, under the majesty of the eternal dragon, you can't resist. Accept your fate and accept your death. The Dragon King Bugadier roared directly. That was the power he had obtained by sacrificing the true dragon's blood. With the Dragon King's true blood, even a terrifying Dragon King like him had a limit to his strength. It was impossible to consume the Dragon King's true blood without a limit. At this time, since the Dragon King's true blood had been used, no matter what, he could not give Su Yan a chance. He must kill Su Yan in one fell swoop. At this time, endless power suddenly burst out from Su Yan's body. The appearance of this power was simply unimaginable. The terrifying aura directly soared into the sky. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura appeared. This aura definitely did not come from him, but from an additional power. What? How is this possible? Why is there such power in your body? The Dragon King Bugadier was completely shocked. When this power appeared, it actually blocked the dragon's might of the eternal dragon. However, the dragon of eternity was a mighty existence. His majesty was vast and boundless. However, Su Yan was able to block the attack head-on. Dragon King, you can't stop me. Su Yan's eyes shone brightly. That light was pitch black, yet bright. It was an extreme contradiction. The power of a demon. You're courting death. Demons were heaven-defying. They were not tolerated by the heavens. At this time, Su Yan actually used the power of a demon directly. This was heaven-defying. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was courting death. However, at this time, Su Yan did not care at all. It doesn't matter if you're a god or a demon. As long as you're in my hands, it's my power. Great demon heavenly lord, I know that you have a motive for living in my body. Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance now. At this time, Sword Chi appeared in Su Yan's right hand. Then, with a light stroke, he cut off his left hand directly. At the same time, his power was tainted. A terrifying aura rushed into the sky. Such a power was surging. It was unimaginable. After his left hand was cut off, it did not fall down. Instead, it floated in the sky. That power changed in the sky. It seemed sacred but also extremely evil. Two completely different auras gathered in him. The finger bone floated directly and finally entered the demonic shadow. Whoa! The true demonic shadow suddenly began to howl. His roar shook the heavens and earth. Even the majesty of the eternal dragon was suppressed at this time. What? What's going on? Why is there such a strong power? What's going on? He could not believe it. The powerful dragon might of the dragon of destruction was suppressed by the majesty of the heavens and earth. This was something that could not be helped. The majesty of the heavens and earth could not be defied. Even the powerful dragon god could only temporarily offset it. However, the majesty of the eternal dragon was also suppressed at this time. This made him feel incredulous. In his mind, the dragon god was an absolutely invincible existence. But now, the majesty of the dragon god was directly suppressed. How could he accept this? At this time, the unforeseen event continued. At this time, the true demonic shadow suddenly expanded. The gaze of the true demonic shadow was directed at the Dragon King Bugadier. That was the most terrifying majesty. Even a powerful dragon king like him felt fear. Great Demon Heavenly Lord. Why is the Great Demon Heavenly Lord still alive in this world? His whole body was trembling. The Great Demon Heavenly Lord was an extremely terrifying existence. In the distant ancient times, his strength was so terrifying that he could almost become a god. He could stand side by side with the dragon god. But at that time, this one should have completely fallen. Later on, the demonic sect of the human race directly held a sacrifice to revive this one, but they did not succeed. In that case, he should have been completely obliterated. But at this time, he actually felt the aura of this one. Impossible. He can't be revived. This is just a remnant aura. How can it be a match for the eternal dragon? The Dragon King immediately calmed his mind. At this time, he could not afford to make any mistakes in the battle. Because even the slightest mistake could lead to his complete loss. The eternal dragon's gaze seemed to have finally fallen on the true demonic shadow. Then, the most terrifying majesty directly suppressed from the sky. That violent power was like a hurricane. The majesty of the majesty was unimaginable. The dragon's might changed and at this time, formed a terrifying dragon claw. The moment that powerful dragon claw slammed down, the true demonic shadow finally made his move. That finger bone disappeared at this time, turning into streaks of black light that filled up the true demonic shadow. In an instant, a demonic consciousness was born. Eternal dragon, do you really think that you are eternal? As this voice was heard, that terrifying power exploded at this time. The power was so strong that it seemed to be able to destroy the world. These two powerful forces clashed directly, and at this time, Su Yan was in the center of these two terrifying existences. Bugadier, you want to borrow the power of the eternal dragon god to kill me? But I have a backup plan as well. Let's see who has the better means. At this time, Su Yan gathered his aura once again, wanting to break through to the next realm. To think that you would deal with the great demon Heavenly Lord. You are asking a tiger for its skin. But even if you invite this great demon here today, you will still die. In the battle between these two god-level experts, you are just a pitiful ant that will be crushed to death. The game between the man and the dragon continued. Chapter 1194. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, Su Yan was like a god of war. No pop-up window. His powerful strength was fully displayed at this moment. His eyes were filled with an extremely intense emotion. There was a dark demonic light, as well as an intense white radiance. On his body, the power of God and devil appeared on Su Yan's body at the same time. Bugadier roared. His power of the Dragon King turned into the most terrifying dragon's breath and rushed down. He had paid such a huge price, so Su Yan must die. Otherwise, how could he be willing to accept it? At this very moment, his power was condensed, and the terrifying radiance had even reached its most blazing peak at this moment. The power revolved between heaven and earth, and the huge shadow of a dragon came pressing down. The wrath of the Dragon King caused the earth to crack. However, Su Yan was not afraid at all. Intense radiance flickered in his eyes, and he looked like a god of war. Come. After spitting out a single word, he threw out a punch. Following his punch, the shadow of the true demon also moved. In an instant, a terrifying power annihilated everything, as if forming a terrifying black hole of death. And at this moment, the most terrifying aura descended directly. It was the power of the eternal dragon god. The power of the two clashed across space. Su Yan was the real giant demon. His body was incomparably majestic. It seemed that his spine alone could touch the sky. The true demon was the great demon Heaven Lord that the demonic sect wanted to revive. At this moment, Ho-I used his finger bone to summon his remnant consciousness. The great demon Heaven Lord seemed to have been destroyed in the ancient war. However, a terrifying figure like him was definitely not simple even if he was completely destroyed. Terrifying power stretched across heaven and earth. In an instant, the light and shadow dimmed. Such power was like a miracle. The shadow of the eternal dragon also began to condense at this moment. Two extremely powerful existences appeared at this moment. At that moment, the laws of the world began to go into a frenzy. Endless thunderbolts seemed to be born from the depths of the void and fell directly, wanting to completely kill these two existences. Because these two existences had already gone against the laws of the world. Due to one, such majestic power was simply terrifying to the extreme at this moment. Between heaven and earth, endless radiance surged, wanting to directly descend. However, when these two heaven-defying existences roared at the sky at the same time, the mighty power of the heavenly courts was actually unable to descend. Good, as I expected, this is the best time for me to break through to Tao Master. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. He had accumulated so much power that he could not imagine the heavenly tribulation he was about to face if he broke through to the Tao Master level under normal circumstances. However, it was different now. The might of the world was directly blocked by those two extremely terrifying existences, giving him an opening. It was still the same old saying. Cultivation was meant to go against the heavens. Since it was already going against the heavens, why should he care so much? His power surged at this moment, and the laws appeared at his side at the same time. The laws of decay, the laws of ice, and the laws of flame. These were the three laws that Su Yan had mastered at the beginning, but at this time, his power of the laws was not just that. The violent laws of hurricane, the mysterious laws of darkness, the overbearing laws of thunder, and the laws of space. These powers all hovered around Su Yan's body. It's really surprising that you can condense so many laws. Even the Dragon King was surprised. It was no wonder that Su Yan could be so powerful. At this time, Su Yan's achievements were almost impossible for others to achieve in their lifetime. Generally speaking, a Tao master could only choose one law and then refine it. However, Su Yan had at least the power of 7 laws. That's right, so Brigadier, if I achieve the Tao, the blood-winged dragon will die. He spoke very straightforwardly, not thinking of leaving any leeway for this guy. At this moment, his power rose directly, and divine brilliance fell one after another. The endless light of the long river fell into his head. This was Su Yan wanting to integrate all the laws into his divine soul. Then, he would completely integrate them. At this time, he could only control the laws and use them. However, if he could do this, it would be an unprecedented breakthrough. His realm and power would be completely different from what it was now, and all of his powers would directly undergo the most fundamental transformation. Brigadier's powers suddenly pressed down, wanting to kill Su Yan directly at this time. However, this was the time when Su Yan activated his power and directly improved himself. At this time, he was so powerful that even the Dragon King could not do anything to him. Although Brigadier knew that if he persisted, the defensive power set up by Su Yan would be broken sooner or later. Due to, however, he was not sure if Su Yan would succeed in leveling up before he could break through this defense. Damn it, how can I let you succeed? At this time, the laws were displayed in his dragon horns. He only had one law, but the power in it was simply terrifying. Even the world around Su Yan had begun to change directly. In the name of the Dragon King, I ignite my blood, the wrath of heaven and earth. At this time, the Dragon King no longer cared about anything and directly used his most powerful attack. This attack fell directly, and a thick aura of destruction began to spread. This kind of strength was really terrifying to the extreme. At this time, the defensive power of the eye flame was about to shatter, but at this time, in an extremely distant place, a power suddenly descended. A vast and majestic aura appeared. As soon as this power was displayed, it directly blocked the terrifying wrath of heaven and earth. Who dares to go against the Dragon Island? His anger filled the sky. This was already the last moment to kill Su Yan, but at this time, such a power suddenly appeared. Dragon King, please quell your anger. An old voice sounded, and then Fu Qing appeared between heaven and earth. Fu Qing was also a top Tao master, but his strength should not be able to withstand the Dragon King, let alone the wrath of heaven and earth that the Dragon King had unleashed. However, there was an additional sword in his hand. Although this sword was in Fu Qing's hand, it had an extremely noble aura, high and mighty, and was full of endless majesty. Pagoda Sect, Heavenly Magic Sword. Dragon King Brigadier's eyes flashed with endless hatred, and his whole body was roaring continuously. Why did the people of Pagoda Sect interfere here? Could the true demon shadow that this kid condensed be the incarnation of the great demon Heaven Lord, the natural enemy of your Pagoda Sect's ancestral master Pagoda? He was furious. The attack just now had cost him a lot to break through Su Yan's defensive power, but he did not expect the Pagoda Sect to interfere at this time. The great demon Heaven Lord is the great demon Heaven Lord, and Su Yan is Su Yan. Do not confuse them. Fu Qing held the heavenly magic sword, and then continued, Su Yan is a good friend of my Pagoda Sect. I have received the instructions of the Supreme Elder, and I must not let little friend Su Yan be injured. He then said to Su Yan, little friend Su Yan, don't worry about breaking through. With the heavenly magic sword, although I am not a match for the Dragon King, I can still buy you time. His words were calm, but they showed his incomparable confidence. The heavenly magic sword and Pagoda Sect were two of the top divine weapons of the Pagoda Sect. Although they were not as powerful as the Pagoda Sect, they were still extremely powerful. Due to 3, with the divine sword in hand, his strength was raised to a whole new level. It was true that it would be difficult for him to kill the Dragon King, but it would be extremely easy to delay the Dragon King. After all, he did not need to wait much longer. The power of the two dragon gods summoned by Bugadier's sacrifice would not last much longer. The prelude of the laws of heaven and earth was not strong. No matter how powerful the dragon gods were, it was still a power summoned by the sacrifice. It was impossible for them to go against the laws of heaven and earth. It was already very impressive that they could drag it out until now. "All right, thank you, Elder." Su Yan's voice was heard, but there was no joy or anger in his voice. All of his power was gathered in the most terrifying aura. The power that the radiance displayed at this time was even more unimaginable. It began to merge with Su Yan's body. This was an extremely dangerous process. Even if there was no heavenly tribulation, it was still the same. One careless mistake and Su Yan would die directly. His power changed at this time, and one by one, it began to circulate and impact. The terror of this power was unimaginable. Every time the power circulated, Su Yan's aura would become stronger. He was like a monster that never knew how to stop. His aura became more and more magnificent. Finally, even the shadows of the true demon and the eternal dragon were attracted by Su Yan's movements and looked straight at him. "Condense the body of Tao, descend the laws, and only I in heaven and earth." He shouted angrily and rushed into the sky. At this time, the battle was in full swing, but Su Yan said, all of this farce should be over. As his power moved, everything around him seemed to be affected by it. Su Yan's gaze was fixed on the blood-winged dragon. Like him, the blood-winged dragon was also undergoing a transformation. And it was also at the final stage. Blood-winged dragon, come, let's go through the tribulation together. He directly rushed toward the blood-winged dragon. At this time, the blood-winged dragon raised its head, and an extremely terrifying dragon's might appeared. At this moment, its transformation was also at the final stage. If this continued, it would become a dragon king. But at this time, Su Yan came. Blood fire overflows the sky. In the eyes of the blood-winged dragon, Su Yan was a huge bomb. Becoming a dragon king was an extremely dangerous thing, and at this time, with such power descending, it was even more so. Announcement: this site recommends a free app. Goodbye to all advertising. Go to download and install appid. Chapter 1195. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Of course, it was the same for Su Yan. No pop-up window. Sister-in-law Suokuer said that it was difficult to become the Dragon King, but how could it be easy for him to become a Tao Master? For Su Yan, the best choice would be to complete the breakthrough as soon as possible while Fu Qing was blocking the Dragon King Bugadier. However, Su Yan didn't do that. Instead, he came to cause trouble. Both of them carried extremely terrifying power. When these two powers met, it was even more terrifying. Damn it, Su Yan, what are you trying to do? The Dragon King roared. He didn't expect Su Yan to be so decisive and make such a decision. At this moment, he even wanted to go past Fu Qing and kill Su Yan. However, the Nine Heavens sword aura trembled and a boundless sword aura appeared and stopped him. I'm sorry, Lord Dragon King. I can't let you pass. The Nine Heavens divine sword was extremely terrifying. The Nine Heavens old ancestor was able to preserve the inheritance of the Stupa sect because of this sword. The divine sword had a spirit and was extremely majestic. Stupa sect, the dragon tribe, and you are irreconcilable. The Dragon King roared furiously. However, Fu Qing didn't take his words seriously. And at this moment, the blood-winged wyvern's monstrous blood-red flame attack finally struck Su Yan's body. However, when this power entered Su Yan's body, it didn't hurt him. Instead, it was devoured. You're not as good as me in terms of the law of fire. It's a pity that the Fire Dragon King's inheritance is only the fire of the Dragon King. There's no law experience. Su Yan rushed into the Blood-Winged Dragon's territory as soon as he finished speaking. At this time, the Blood-Winged Dragon's territory was immediately impacted by Su Yan's attack. Although Su Yan was only a Dao master at this time, he had too many laws and was too violent. When the laws fused together like this, the power that erupted was absolutely unimaginable. Even with the suppression of the heaven-defying dragon might, he was still unable to do anything to it. Long time no see. Su Yan smiled gently. Damn it. You lunatic. Do you want us to die together? The blood-winged wyvern roared. It was only at this moment that he truly felt fear towards his former master. This guy was actually so crazy that he didn't even care about his own life. Perish together. Ha, you're thinking too much. How could I make such a stupid choice? As he spoke, his power began to surge. Haven't you noticed? My law domain is growing stronger. As soon as Su Yan's words fell, the blood-winged dragon's expression immediately turned ugly. He knew that Su Yan was right. This damned guy, his law domain was indeed expanding. Dudu-1, but how did this guy do it? You actually devoured my domain. The blood-winged wyvern trembled. Well, that's more or less what I mean. I need more power to make myself perfect. The Taiji divine sword suddenly appeared in Su Yan's hand. As soon as the sword appeared, yin and yang were directly smoothed out. At this time, ripples appeared to the extreme. How is this possible? This is impossible. At this time, the blood-winged wyvern still couldn't believe that such a thing could happen. In his domain, his law power was actually being devoured by Su Yan. This was something that was impossible to imagine, but at this moment, the impossible was happening right in front of him. A powerful and violent aura was constantly rising. Su Yan was devouring his power. Nothing is impossible. Blood-winged wyvern, I had the chance to kill you directly just now, but I didn't. Why do you think? At the beginning of the battle, Su Yan directly used the power of thunder. Even if it was only a quarter of Su Yan, he was confident that he could severely injure the blood-winged wyvern. He wouldn't have used the Dragon King's fire without doing anything. However, Su Yan didn't do that. He deliberately let the blood-winged wyvern evolve. He wanted to directly capture and suppress the blood-winged wyvern. A Dao Master level blood-winged wyvern wasn't enough. He needed a Dragon King level. What a crazy thing to do. With such a constantly changing power, Su Yan actually calculated it. Do you understand? From the beginning, you were no longer my opponent. Su Yan's body suddenly moved forward. In fact, his speed wasn't fast. It could even be said that he was moving slowly. He was just walking lightly, but in an instant, he seemed to be standing in front of the blood-winged wyvern. Back then, the Fire Dragon King was directly killed by the God-Slayer sword. His divine soul was destroyed, and only the poor Dragon King's fire was left. My strength naturally can't be compared to the God-Slayer sword, but it's not impossible to kill you. At this time, Su Yan finally made his move. His power swept down. That power was so powerful, terrifying, and even majestic. With a sweep of the power, he was directly wrapped in it. Dragon King's fire, burn completely. When a Dragon King was achieved, the Dragon King's fire would be born. Just like the Fire Dragon King, even if his divine soul was destroyed, the Dragon King's fire could be passed down. Now, the blood-winged wyvern's other transformations had actually been completed. He only needed to ignite his own Dragon King's fire. Originally, if he was given some more time, he would definitely be able to do it. Dudu too, after all, he had the Fire Dragon King's fire, which could be very helpful to him. However, at this time, he couldn't care less. He had to take the risk and bring it forward. The Dragon King's power is not to be offended. Die. A sharp dragon claw appeared and directly attacked Su Yan. The dragon claw seemed simple and didn't have any nomological power. However, this was terrifying. It didn't have any nomological power, or it could be said that it ignored any nomological power. This was the power to break all laws. When this power was strong enough, all laws couldn't withstand a single blow from this power. This was the terrifying part of this claw. However, at this time, Su Yan didn't dodge and directly took the hit. Has your power become so weak? Or are you saying that at this time, you're already afraid? Su Yan's voice was so low, but in the blood-winged wyvern's ears, it was simply the whisper of a devil. In fact, it was now in the same dangerous situation as Su Yan. However, at this time, the madness displayed by Su Yan had already suppressed it to an unimaginable level. That powerful and frightening power was charging towards him bit by bit. The braver one would win in a battle at the bottom. This principle had been true since ancient times. Revered sword soul, devour the dragon soul. After taking this hit, Su Yan shouted angrily. Then, his power took advantage of this opportunity and directly entered the blood-winged wyvern's body. The revered sword soul flowed directly and swam through the blood-winged wyvern's entire body in an instant. In the next moment, it suddenly realized that a mysterious and unfathomable power had actually imprisoned it. It didn't even have the slightest chance to make a move. At this time, its world suddenly turned dark and endless shadows shrouded it. In my spiritual sea. The blood-winged wyvern immediately realized that something was wrong. At this time, it had actually entered the spiritual sea without any control. This meant that Su Yan had begun to invade its spiritual sea and was preparing to make a move on it. That's right, this is your spiritual sea. Suddenly, Su Yan's figure appeared. His aura was surging at this moment, and his terrifying power was raised to the extreme. How dare you enter my spiritual sea? You're trying to steal my soul. The blood-winged wyvern gritted its teeth. Su Yan said, I'm going to use your dragon body to become a Tao master. At this point, Su Yan didn't waste any more words and immediately summoned the revered sword soul. The revered sword soul was extremely mysterious. Even the Godslayer sword was careful around it. Due to 3, when the Godslayer sword was in Su Yan's body, it didn't completely transform Su Yan into a scabbard. Instead, it gave him a lot of guidance. The revered sword soul's contribution couldn't be ignored. If it weren't for the revered sword soul's deterrence, the Godslayer sword wouldn't have been so polite. It would have probably taken over the body. At this time, Su Yan had brought the revered sword soul into the blood-winged wyvern's spiritual sea. This meant that he was determined to kill it. To outsiders, Su Yan seemed to have been swallowed by the blood-winged wyvern directly. However, the real experts could see the clues. Damn it, Fu Qing. If you stop me again, I'll use the Dragon King's World Destroyer curse and destroy your pagoda sect, Bugadir threatened. Unfortunately, Fu Qing didn't care at all. Just as the two of them were struggling, a ray of light suddenly appeared. The blood-winged wyvern shook violently. Then, a flawless flame appeared on its body. The Dragon King's fire has succeeded. At this time, he was very happy. The appearance of the Dragon King's fire meant that a new Dragon King had been born. In this case, the blood-winged wyvern had won the battle. However, before he could rejoice, the blood-winged dragon suddenly condensed an extremely terrifying force and directly charged towards him. Damn it, what are you doing? He never expected that the blood-winged wyvern would suddenly attack him at this time. Such an unforeseen event was really difficult for him to accept. What am I doing? Of course, I'm going to kill you. Almost at this time, a voice suddenly appeared behind him. It was Su Yan's voice. What? The Dragon King Bugadier roared in pain. Immediately, a long bloody wound appeared on his dragon wings. However, he randomly released a burst of dragon breath and immediately repelled Su Yen. Su Yen, you're still alive. You're still alive. How is this possible? He couldn't believe it. Su Yen laughed and said, "Why is it impossible? I've already refined the blood-winged wyvern into a puppet, and I've successfully become a Dao master." At this moment, Su Yen struck with the back of his hand. That powerful energy appeared once again. The appearance of such a strong force immediately turned into rolling waves and rushed toward the opponent. Announcement: App for Android, Apple only. Goodbye to all advertisements and enter download and install Appid. Chapter 1196. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Damn it, that kid has really become a Dao Venerable, and the blood-winged dragon has become his puppet. Bugadier could not believe that Su Yen had done all this in such a short time. No pop-up window. However, after experiencing Su Yan's power, he was still afraid. That was because Su Yan's power had already hurt him. It was unheard of for a Dao Venerable to be able to hurt a venerable sovereign. Damn it, damn it. At this point, he knew that it was meaningless for him to persist. So, he finally retreated. The moment he left, the aura of the eternal dragon and the dragon of destruction also dissipated. He was the host of the sacrifice, and his power determined the power of the two dragon gods. Unless it was like the holy dragon last time, who completely sacrificed his life and let the dragon gods control his body. However, the descent of the dragon god's power and will were completely different. Once the will descended, even if he was the Dragon King, he would not be able to withstand it and could only dissipate. Therefore, at this time, he could only choose to retreat. As soon as Bugadier left, the dragon might disappeared, and the heavenly might that filled the sky fell. It seemed that because he could no longer find a target, this power bombarded the mountain rocks casually. Disperse. Su Yen waved his hand directly, and a hurricane blew directly into the sky. The terrifying thunder disappeared directly and completely disappeared. Such an action was simply like a miracle. Su Yen, are you okay? Yun Wanqing saw Su Yen come down and asked directly and intimately. Su Yen said, "Don't worry, it's nothing serious. It's just that you've worked hard." This time, these powerhouses were all here for Yun Wanqing. Yun Wanqing shook her head while using the cloud mist technique to help Su Yen baptize. Under the treatment of the cloud mist technique, the arm that had been in battle began to regenerate. Regenerating a severed arm was an incredible technique, but it appeared at this time today. Su Yen knew that Yun Wanqing was worrying about her arm. However, he did not mind at all. On the contrary, he was somewhat delighted. The great devil Heaven Lord was also a huge threat. It was hidden in the bones of his left hand. Back then, he had learned many battle skills of the devil's sect from him. For example, the heaven-breaking 10 slashes were all extremely powerful techniques. But later on, Su Yen chose to forget about it. He was shocked to find that every time he used this powerful combat skill, the connection between him and the great devil Heaven Lord would deepen. It was just a strange feeling. If he did not have the regal sword soul, he would not have noticed it. Last time, when the great demonic dragon had told him to be careful of the ancestor Buter and the great demonic Heaven Lord, he finally understood this matter clearly. Therefore, the arrival of the Dragon King Bugadier was a good thing for Su Yen. Under such a critical situation, he directly cut off the finger bone and let it return to the Devil Shadow. The Devil Shadow was condensed by Su Yen and had a karmic connection with Su Yen, but at least it was no longer in his body. This was the best he could do for now. Otherwise, the power of the finger bone would make him unable to eat or sleep in peace. At this moment, the Devil's shadow began to dissipate. But before it disappeared, it seemed to cast its gaze over. Su Yan was not afraid and looked back. However, perhaps it was just Su Yan's illusion. In just a moment, the gaze had disappeared completely. How troublesome. However, these were all things for the future. There was no need to think about it now. The most important thing for him now was to think about the situation at hand. I am Ling Likong of the Heaven Saint sect. Greetings, Su Yan. Ling Likong walked over. Su Yan calmly returned the greeting, which could be considered a greeting. Wanqing, after this time, there shouldn't be any more bad guys appearing. Follow them to the Heavenly Saint sect first. I will visit them personally in a few days. Wait for me there. After Su Yan explained the matter, he exchanged a few words with Fu Qing and left directly. Ling Likong looked at the departing Su Yan with a heavy heart. When Tianji Elder selected the 4 heavenly kings, he and Su Yan were both included. However, the gap between the two of them was so great. How could his combat strength be so terrifying? Even the Dragon King was injured by him. However, in front of the Dragon King, he was afraid that he would not be able to remain calm. The gap between them was simply too great. Su Yan, since Tianji Elder listed me as one of the 4 heavenly kings, then I will definitely catch up. He did not know how Su Yan cultivated to become so powerful. However, he knew that he could definitely reach this level. The Heaven Saint sect was the inheritance of the 5 great sovereigns. The 5 great sovereigns were the creators of this great continent. Yun Wanqing watched Su Yan leave in a hurry. Although she did not say anything, she was still somewhat worried. She knew Su Yan very well and knew Su Yan's personality very well. At this time, there was only one reason why he was in such a hurry. The current situation was extremely dangerous, to the point where he could not control it. This was also the only reason why such a powerful man would be in such a hurry. Moreover, when he used the cloudy mist technique to help Su Yan heal his injuries, he also noticed that Su Yan's condition did not seem normal. In fact, he was not wrong. Su Yan's current condition was not optimistic. Su Yan, you can't suppress me, you can't suppress me. The blood-winged flying dragon was temporarily refined into a puppet by Su Yan, but his soul was not so easily destroyed. Previously, he only relied on the power of the regal sword soul to suppress him. However, at this moment, the blood-winged flying dragon started to fight back with all its might, which brought great trouble to Su Yan. At the same time, the power of the Dragon King Bugadir's attack was not so easy to withstand. Although he had successfully become a Dao Master, his condition was not good. He had to adjust his condition properly. More importantly, after he became a Dao Master, he had forcibly merged the power of laws with his own body. Now was the time to familiarize himself with it. Su Yan returned to his place of seclusion, and Yun Wanqing finally arrived at the Heaven Saint sect safely. The Heaven Saint sect was originally located in a lonely mountain called the 10,000 Feet Mountain. In this forest, there were many powerful demonic beasts that wreaked havoc. However, one day, the space gate of this place was opened, and then the disciples of the Heaven Saint sect appeared. They immediately killed all the demons in this place. Not only that, but the experts of the Heaven Saint sect also used unimaginable magic power to excavate and build this place. Finally, the Heaven Saint Palace directly appeared in the 5 great continents. It's really extravagant. Yun Wanqing could not help but sigh with emotion when she felt this large array and the extremely luxurious furnishings inside. Hearing the praise, the people of the Heavenly Saint sect immediately felt a sense of pride. He said, "These are still considered ordinary. Miss Yun will know what is really extravagant when she enters our small world." Ling Likong said, "Take the guests to rest first. I'll make the arrangements." In fact, the most important thing at this time was to let Yun Wanqing directly check on Hanhua Daozuan's injuries. However, he really could not say this out loud. After all, Yun Wanqing and the others had just experienced a great battle not long ago. Even he himself felt extremely tired, let alone Yun Wanqing. However, Yun Wanqing had already spoken at this time. Let's go check on Hanyu Daozuan first. Saving people is more important. Yun Wanqing's words were the best. Although it was very awkward, he was still very happy to make the arrangements at this time. Yun Wanqing followed him all the way and finally saw Hanyu Daozuan. At this time, the room where Hanyu Daozuan was located had been densely set up with many arrays and chains that were obviously refined with supreme-grade materials. What happened? Ling Likong immediately became angry when he saw this scene. He grabbed a disciple next to him and brought him over. The disciple trembled with fear when he saw the Ling Likong fire. However, at this time, a voice sounded. Likong, this is my order. Ling Likong put down the disciple and looked in the direction of the voice. It was an old man. His figure was a little bleak and there was a worried look on his face. However, there was a vast aura with every step that he took, making it difficult for people to see him clearly. Eldest senior brother, why are you doing this? The 5 Tao Masters of the Heaven Saint sect were 5 fellow disciples. This was their eldest senior brother, Nia Kong. You don't know, but after you left, the poison in junior sister's body gathered and directly exploded to kill people. If we didn't find it in time, I'm afraid more disciples would have died in her hands. I had no choice but to use the demon suppression technique to intimidate her. How could this be? By the way, where are 2nd senior brother and 3rd senior brother? They went to track down that guy. Did they reply? Nia Kong said, there's no news at all. These 4 words were almost the worst news. Because even if they didn't find anything, they should have replied. In addition, the Xianin sect, the Heavenly Fire sect, and the Celestial Martial sect have all sent people to the central region. The central region is really strange. Moreover, there's no news of the experts they sent. The current 5 counties and continents were divided by several major forces. The eastern region of the Righteous Path, the western wilderness of the Dragon Tribe, the northern underworld of the demonic beasts, and the southern sea of the Evil Path and the mysterious forces. However, in fact, there was still a land that no one went to, and that was the central region. This land was located in the center, but no one could enter it. However, according to legend, there were unimaginable divine treasures in the central region. The immortals of the Heaven Saint sect had deduced some clues, which was why Venerable Hanyu went to that place. As for the original words, they were just lies. However, the news of the divine treasures didn't appear, but the Water Moon Holy Woman became like this. At this time, the other sects more or less knew about this news, so they also sent experts to enter. This must be the leader of the Heaven and Earth organization, Yun Wanqing. I'm really ashamed that you came all the way here. Chapter 1197. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yun Wanqing heard the conversation between the two of them. Read the full text. However, she did not say anything. Since Nia Kong greeted her, she naturally responded politely. Then, she said, let me take a look at Sister Shui Yu's condition. That would be for the best. However, please be careful. Although junior sister is sealed in ice, she might suddenly go berserk. As he spoke, he began to remove the seal. At this moment, Zhang Daqian and the rest were fully alert. The moment the seal was removed, Master Shui Yu suddenly opened her eyes. Then, a lightning-like gaze shot towards the group. Junior sister, calm down. They are not enemies. At this moment, Nia Kong had already made his move. A wave of power spread out. Such a power was filled with a thick divine aura. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. Under his power, his junior sister finally stopped going berserk. However, it was obvious that Hanyu Daozuan was in great pain. Yun Wanqing did not waste any time. She activated the fog technique. The fog technique spread forward and enveloped Hanyu Daozuan's body. The moment the fog technique appeared, Yun Wanqing's expression turned serious. Just as the fog technique covered the area, a wave of power immediately attacked her through the fog technique. What a domineering power! However, she was already a Dao master. This wave of power was not a threat to her. She used her power to dissolve the evil aura that was attacking her. At the same time, her fog technique sank even deeper. Bit by bit, the fog seeped into Master Shui Yu's body. She suddenly realized that there were strands of hair that were as thick as a cow's hair in Master Shui Yu's body. Those strands of hair were dormant. This was due to the suppression of the ice power. However, from their weak movements, it could be seen that these things were eroding Hanyu Daozuan's body. Yun Wanqing felt her scalp go numb when she saw these things. At this time, he began to circulate his power. Wave after wave of power began to attack. Those strange things that looked like cow hair immediately dissipated when they were hit by the cloud mist technique. That's great, it's effective. She was overjoyed, and then her power sank even deeper. As time went by, the fog skill had almost covered Hanyu Daozuan's entire body. At this time, even though Yun Wanqing was a Tao master, she was extremely tired. Phew! She had just let out a sigh of relief when Ling Laikong and Nia Kong had already walked over and asked with great concern. Don't worry, the two of you. I've already exterminated those strange things in Hanyu Daozuan's body. However, exterminating those things consumed a lot of my strength. So I need to rest for a while before I can continue. Something strange. The two of them were shocked at the same time. Originally, they thought that Hanyu Daozuan was swollen with poison, but at this time, after listening to Yun Wanqing, they realized that the situation was definitely not so. My heaven and earth organization's fog skill can transform into fog. At this time, the change of the power can reach an extremely subtle level, so I can see more clearly. Yun Wanqing explained. This is something I've never seen before. It's as thick as cow hair, but it has countless tiny tentacles that can be firmly fastened in the body. If it weren't for the mystery of the fog skill, I really wouldn't have been able to do anything. Thinking of this, Yun Wanqing was also a little scared. Hanyu Daozuan had the body of a Tao master. Logically speaking, at this level, the strength of the body should have been extremely strong, and he should not be afraid of poisons, water and fire. However, at this time, he was invaded by these insects. Can it be cured completely? Nia Kong asked. It shouldn't be a big problem, but I still have to rest for a while before I see the specifics. Yun Wanqing said. Nia Kong also realized that he had been rude. After all, they had come from afar. He waved his hand, and immediately, a disciple came up to them and arranged for them. Knowing that Yun Wanqing had entered her room, her expression changed a little. How can this be? Why? Why do I feel a somewhat familiar aura from those strange insects? Although the aura is so weak that it almost doesn't exist, it can't be wrong. Yun Wanqing was puzzled. Those insects were controlled by a force, and that force was the core and key. Only by pulling out the core could Hanyu Daozuan truly recover. Otherwise, even if she got rid of these demon insects today, it would not be long before they came back from the dead. This was definitely not a good thing. Forget it, I'll rest well first. Tomorrow, I'll see what it is. She comforted herself, and then closed her eyes. In the small world of the square seal. I won't die, and I won't die. I'm the Dragon King. The soul of the blood-winged dragon was still stubbornly resisting, and Su Yan was guarding it at this time. At this time, what Su Yan wanted to do was to completely refine this dragon soul. Let him become one of the 4 symbols of the square seal. Although the blood-winged dragon was not the azure dragon, it had ignited the fire of the Dragon King and became the Dragon King. If Su Yan had not defeated it at the critical moment and then suppressed it with the power of the Grand Supreme, it would have been even more miserable. Su Yan's power was rolling, and his aura changed. Compared to the past, the Tao's sovereign was far different. When he opened his mouth to breathe, the aura of the laws directly entered his body. In other words, even if it was just breathing, he was constantly cultivating. How terrifying was this? For a person to be able to reach this level, it was already an extremely terrifying and extraordinary matter. It's not up to you. After Su Yan finished speaking, a huge black tortoise appeared. If Kong Wuhan were here, he would be extremely depressed. This was because he was directly suppressed by this little tortoise. Of course, his real name was Black Tortoise. As soon as the black tortoise appeared, it was equivalent to a quarter of the power of the square seal. At the same time, in Su Yan's sea of consciousness, there was a change. The azure lotus and the bright moon flashed at the same time. You still want to resist at this time? Su Yan shouted again. Under the power of that power, the blood-winged dragon's dragon soul finally could not bear it and began to slowly sink. For symbols, dragon's soul return. Su Yan suddenly shouted, and a mysterious power appeared, immediately obliterating the blood-winged dragon's dragon soul, and then it was reborn. The azure dragon soul finally appeared. There were already 2 souls in the 4 symbols. Su Yan was somewhat satisfied. At the same time, his heart suddenly relaxed, as if something had finally been solved. I've now become a Tao Lord, and my power is strong. I can sense the karma of fate. In other words, this feeling should be because of the change in karma. Su Yan's thoughts were very clear. In an instant, he had already figured out everything. He had originally signed a contract with the blood-winged dragon, but because of the obstruction of the powerful Dragon King on Dragon Island, the contract was forcibly cut off. Then, the God-Slayer's sword directly attacked Dragon Island, but it was schemed against. These were all karma. Now that the blood-winged dragon was completely dead, the karma between him and the blood-winged dragon was directly cut off. A Tao Lord, the evolution of Tao Law, and the world was boundless. At this time, Hou finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, it also meant that he had a clearer understanding of the world. I wonder how Wan Qing is doing. At this time, he thought, but at this time, a wave of anxiety came. It was impossible to be so anxious for no reason, so the most likely thing was that Yun Wanqing was in danger. No, I have to go and see. If he had not been seized by a whim and wanted to sense Yun Wanqing, he probably would not have made such a guess. However, since he already had a guess, he had to guard against it. He had to go and see. If Yun Wanqing was safe and sound, then he was naturally overthinking. He was just afraid that it was not him overthinking. Yun Wanqing once again sat in front of Hanyue Daozuan. At this moment, she directly operated her power and directed it toward the core of Hanyue Daozuan's injury. She had already experienced it once yesterday, so this time Yun Wanqing was not in a hurry. She just let her power penetrate bit by bit. Sure enough, when this power penetrated, that familiar feeling appeared again. However, she knew where her purpose was, so she did not pay attention to it. Instead, she controlled her power and went straight to the root of the problem. However, at this moment, a cloudy mist technique appeared in the core of the injury. It was the same cloudy mist technique as hers. However, in the next moment, the mist changed and turned into a poisonous mist. Father! Yun Wanqing was shocked. This was no small matter. Back then, Su Yan defeated Yun He and let Yun He leave. They then announced to the public that Yun He had been killed by the Devil's Sect. After not seeing her father for so many years, it was impossible for her not to miss him. However, she never expected that the two of them would sense her father's aura under such circumstances. However, that aura was so evil that it almost made her heart turn cold. Just as she relaxed her mind, she suddenly realized that someone had grabbed her wrist. The person who grabbed her was none other than Hanyu Daozuan. Not good, junior sister is going to act up again. Nia Kong was shocked. After yesterday, Hanyu Daozuan was clearly much better. Why would she act up at this time? His saint energy rushed out at this moment, trying to suppress this power. However, he did not expect that a shadow would suddenly appear beside Hanyu Daozuan. The shadow's hair was disheveled, like an evil spirit. Then, it struck out with its palm. The person's palm was clearly struck out later, but it arrived first and directly defeated Nia Kong's power. Go! His power shook directly, but it shattered all of Hanyu Daozuan's restraints. After breaking free of the restraints, Hanyu Daozuan carried Yun Wanqing and flew out. What's going on? At this moment, everyone was shocked. They could not understand why this happened. Chapter 1198. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, Ling Lai Kong made a move. A beam of fire shot towards the strange man. However, the strange man did not even look at it. Then, a force fell, and a terrifying aura directly suppressed the flame and extinguished it. How dare you! Zhang Daiqian and Yi Xingxing both made a move, but they could not stop the strange man at all. At this moment, Hanyu Daozuan made a move. Junior sister, don't! Nia Kong shouted, but it was too late. As one of the 5 Dao masters of the Heavenly Sage sect, Hanyu Daozuan naturally had enough means to break the formation. The moment the formation was broken, the strange man directly grabbed Hanyu Daozuan, and then completely shattered and disappeared. Damn it, who the hell is that? They only felt that they were going crazy. What kind of existence was this guy? How could he have such a terrifying ability? When he left just now, he had directly shattered the space. This kind of strength was already terrifying and powerful. However, at this moment, the space fluctuated again. Wanqing. This time, it was Su Yan, but when he appeared, Yun Wanqing was gone. Zhang Daiqian, where is Wanqing? Su Yan frowned and asked directly. Zhang Daiqian said, you came to play a trick. She has been taken away by a strange man who tore the space. Zhang Daiqian really hated himself. He should have never agreed to let Yun Wanqing come here. Are you the sect master of the Heavenly Sage sect? Su Yan looked directly at Nia Kong. When Nia Kong met Su Yan's gaze, he actually felt a chill all over his body. At this moment, he immediately felt a huge pressure. He was the most powerful person in the Heavenly Sage sect. Except for the experts hidden in the depths of the small world, he was the most powerful person in the sect. However, at this moment, when facing Su Yan's gaze, he actually had a feeling of wanting to escape directly. This was really too exaggerated. However, he soon calmed himself down. The strange man just now was too decisive. In addition, there was Hanyu Daozuan, so the Heavenly Sage sect was caught off guard. However, if Su Yan really wanted to attack the Heavenly Sage sect, then the Heavenly Sage sect would let him know what the real foundation was. I'm Nia Kong, the temporary acting sect master of the Heavenly Sage sect, he said calmly. Su Yan's translation editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, Ling Liakong's words, Nia Kong's face, Yun Wanqing. Ling Liakong's, Nia Kong's immediately, Nia's face immediately became embarrassed. Nia Kong. Ling Li Keek Translation. He had come all the way here to invite his wife for help, but in the end, she had been kidnapped. How could he? How could he? Translation Ling. Calm, translation. Com Yandazi translation how translation. As translation, English translation, he. However, in the past 10 years, no one knew Su Yan's whereabouts, so it was inevitable that he would be looked down upon. But now, this contempt had long since vanished into thin air. Such power made him feel like he couldn't break free. At this moment, in the sky, the power of space that had not yet dissipated showed how powerful Su Yan was. Well, what happened just now? Tell me the cause and effect in detail. Although Su Yan felt the fluctuation of space, he did not know where the other side of the space gate was, so he could not rashly go there at this time. He was obviously very upset, but he still had to calm his mind and not be disturbed by external forces. This was the control of the mind. If there was nothing to do, many people would be able to keep their mind at peace. However, if they could keep their mind as still as a mountain in the face of life and death, then it was really amazing. At this moment, after Su Yan became a Tao master, the cultivation of his mind had improved. At this time, he could still keep calm. Nia Kong could not put on airs at this time, so he told the cause and effect of the matter in full, including the matter of the divine treasure. Anyway, the divine treasure was no longer a secret. Several other sects, as well as those demonic beasts and other alien races, had sent experts there. In this case, Yun Wanqing was taken to the central region. Su Yan had already made a judgment in his heart. There must be a space mark in your Hanyue Daozuan's wound. To be able to do this person's cultivation is also terrifying. So, he could directly reach the heavenly sage sect silently. Su Yan analyzed the situation according to the situation. Even now, if he did not have a coordinate, it was impossible for him to directly tear the space to a certain place accurately. No matter how powerful that guy was, he could not do it. Then, there was only one possibility, that was, a space mark. After thinking about it, only in the depths of the wound could there be a space mark hidden. After all, the core of the wound was the most important thing. Before being sure, no one would touch it easily. Su Yan, what should we do? Zhang Daqian came up and asked. Su Yan said, it doesn't matter. In my opinion, they don't want Wanqing's life, so Wanqing will be fine in the short term. But I have to go to the central region, so I'll leave everything of the heaven and earth organization to you. His speculation was not unreasonable, but it was just speculation. If he could not see it, he would feel uneasy. So he decided to go there himself. After Su Yan finished speaking, he did not delay any further and directly rushed towards the central plains. The original continent of the 5 counties did not seem so vast. But with the change of heaven and earth, the continent changed, as if the disappeared world had reappeared in the human world. For any life, this was a huge shock. Therefore, it led to 10 years of chaos in the 5 counties. Now, the eastern land, the western wilderness, the northern underworld and the southern sea all had their own territories. But it was different in the central region. This place seemed to have an extremely terrifying power. Now, in other places, the power of the laws of heaven and earth had begun to weaken, but the central region did not. Even a dragon realm cultivator, as long as they stepped into the central region, would not be able to make a leap. This was a terrifying pressure. If that was all, it would be fine. More importantly, this place seemed to be cursed. In the beginning, it was natural that some forces wanted to set their sights on this area. But almost everyone who entered this place died. Other than the venerables who survived, everyone else died without exception. Such a terrifying place was naturally regarded as a cursed place. While the other places were in a state of chaos, this place was the quietest. But now, there was a rumor in the central region that there were divine treasures. The so-called divine treasures referred to the treasures left behind after the fall of the gods. God, that was such a mighty word. In the history of the boundless land, there were many people who became sacred venerables, but how many people could be called gods? For example, the 3 dragon gods were almost incomparably high existences. Why did the dragon race decline? It was also because of the fall of the 3 dragon gods. If not for the disappearance of the eternal dragon god, the destruction dragon god, and the time dragon god, the dragon race might still be the overlords of the world. This showed how terrifying the gods were. Thus, when this news came out, almost everyone was alarmed. All of them couldn't wait to seize the treasury. If they could seize the divine treasures, they might be able to reach the heavens in one step. Of course, in fact, everyone knew that this was definitely an extremely dangerous thing. How could something left behind by the gods be so easily obtained? But this did not matter. Under the temptation of huge benefits, there would always be people who would disregard their lives to seize the treasures. The inheritance of the heavenly sage sect was extremely powerful. After all, it was said that it was the inheritance of a sage. In fact, at this moment, even Su Yan was a little confused. Gods were extremely terrifying existences. Then what was a Lord of Heaven? Of course, this was not the time for him to think about this. He knew very well that he must not bite off more than he could chew and pursue things that were beyond his reach. What he had to do now was to find the whereabouts of Yun Wanqing. Fortunately, Yun Wanqing had the jade pendant he gave her. Although Su Yan could no longer sense the exact location because the distance was too far, at least he had a general direction to find. Su Yan's speed was extremely fast. His spatial divine ability was fully unleashed, and his speed had reached an unimaginable level. Finally, Su Yan stopped because there was a clear line in front of him. This line was not drawn, but it was the great power of nature. On this part of the line, the vegetation was exuberant and lush. But on the other end, it was gray and decadent. A line, one side was alive and the other was dead. It was that simple. Su Yan did not hesitate much and directly crossed the line. When he stepped over this line, he immediately felt another cold force enveloping him as if it was going to pull him into a bottomless abyss. Countless fantasies kept appearing at this time. All kinds of strange and bizarre scenes were present. No wonder those who stepped into this place suddenly died. Su Yan had already understood that the reason those people died was because they could not resist the murderous aura. It seemed that the legend that there was a divine treasure hidden here was very likely true. It seemed that only a god could make every inch of land contain such terrifying murderous aura. If it were not for him, Su Yan really could not think of anyone else who could do this. However, even a venerable one could not do anything to this murderous aura, let alone Su Yan. He walked forward step by step and then wanted to sense the aura from the jade pendant. However, what made him frown was that he could no longer sense the aura of the jade pendant. This place had a huge oppressive force for all kinds of power. There are actually people who can survive. At this moment, 2 people walked towards Su Yan in the distance. In fact, Su Yan had already noticed them, but he did not take any action because he knew that these 2 guys would definitely come for him. Chapter 1199. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This one, which sex elder or genius disciple do you belong to? Tell us. Perhaps we can take care of each other. Fengyun Reading Network. They immediately asked about Su Yan's background. Su Yan smiled faintly and said, "What about you guys? Which sect are you from?" Looking at Su Yan's calm appearance, the 2 of them didn't have any confidence in their hearts. They felt that Su Yan wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. However, since it had already come to this, they naturally wouldn't be afraid. "I am Elder Lu Wu from the Xianin sect, and he is Hewenza from the Celestial sect. How should I address you?" At this moment, Su Yan said, "I am Chang Wuxin, a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization." When the 2 of them heard Su Yan's words, they could not help but relax. The Heaven and Earth Organization. The Heaven and Earth organization that specializes in healing. I really did not expect to meet people from the Heaven and Earth organization here. His smile was bright, but his thoughts behind it were unknown. I just arrived here today. I heard that everyone is rushing towards the god's treasury. Why haven't I seen anyone? Su Yan asked. The man laughed and said, Brother Chang, we are the same as you. We just arrived not long ago and missed the best opportunity to enter the Middle Earth. Legend has it that there is a powerful god's inheritance power. If I can obtain this power, I will definitely be able to reach the heavens in a single step and become a high and mighty immortal. But if it is so easy to become a god, why would this place be a dangerous place? At this moment, Wenza interrupted him, Old Lu, you are being long-winded again. I think this brother also wants to enter and take a look. Even if he can't obtain the inheritance, as long as he can obtain 1 or 2 inherited divine equipment, it is already an extremely amazing thing. Su Yan smiled and did not deny it. At this moment, he suddenly said, By the way, the two of you, do you know if there are any other strange things in this place? Lu Wu said, You've already experienced the feeling of crossing the line between life and death. You've even experienced that, so why would you be afraid of that? He continued, Actually, there is nothing dangerous in this place. As long as you have reached the Master Realm, your mind will not be affected by this place, so there is no danger. Let's go. Anyway, it's fate. Let's go. The 3 of us. And he finished speaking, he walked. Su Yan did not try to explain. He had already seen that these 2 guys wanted to find a scapegoat in Earth, and Su Yan. The 2 were the 2 they were where translation was. Translation. However, there was one thing that he was sure of. Those Tao masters who came here were not in danger. They were only unwilling to leave because of the attraction of the divine treasure. It is translation as translation as their translation as is translation as. It is ho translation, that was ho translation. More importantly, he did want to familiarize himself with the environment here. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know where to go. He did not know the whereabouts of Yun Wanqing until now, which made him extremely worried. The strange old man finally stopped. The space gate was directly closed at this time. He stood at the side, panting heavily. Clearly, what happened just now was extremely stressful for him. Then, his eyes fell on Yun Wanqing. When Yun Wanqing's eyes met his, Yun Wanqing was dumbfounded. Father. Yun Wanqing had already felt Yunhe's aura when she was clear about that power. But at that time, she still hoped that it was her illusion and not real. But at this time, she could no longer deceive herself. The person in front of her was really her father, Yunhe. But what did Yunhe look like at this time? His hair was disheveled, and he looked very sloppy. He looked like a beggar on the street, but he did not have an extremely strong power. Yunhe heard Yun Wanqing's call. His body suddenly stiffened, and his face immediately showed confusion. He seemed to be trying hard to remember where he had met this person. Those scenes appeared in his mind one after another. Little Wan, These 3 words seemed to take all his strength to say. Yun Wanqing was immediately pleasantly surprised. She stood up directly. Father, it's me, father. Even Yun Wanqing could not help but feel this kind of reunion after such a long separation. But at this time, Yunhe's expression suddenly changed, and he directly pushed Yun Wanqing away. Nonsense, my little Wan is already dead. She doesn't want me anymore. At this time, he was making a fuss like a child. This scene made Wanqing's heart ache. She had never thought that such a strong person would end up like this today. However, she could also see that her father's aura had become extremely strong, and it was completely different from before. Father, I didn't abandon you. How could I abandon you? Yun Wanqing went up and put his arms around Yunhe's waist. Perhaps feeling the warmth, Yunhe finally calmed down at this time. For a moment, the father and daughter were silent. Wanqing, are you my Wanqing? Yunhe's emotions were very unstable, and he would call a few times from time to time. Yun Wanqing saw that Yunhe's mental state was abnormal, so he did not dare to say too much at this time. He just looked at Yunhe. After a long time, Yunhe's mental state finally stabilized. Wanqing, I really didn't expect that you have already reached the Tao Master realm. It seems that Su Yan treated you well, Yunhe said. Back then, he was defeated by Su Yan and had to give up everything at that time and leave. However, he was extremely unwilling to accept it in his heart. At that time, he felt that he had nothing left to live for. After all, his persistence was directly destroyed overnight, which meant that all his hopes were directly reduced to empty talk. However, later on, he regained his courage and entered the land of darkness. There were many forbidden areas in the 5 Commanderies continent long ago, and the forbidden area he entered just happened to evolve into the central province later on. He did not know whether Yunhe was lucky or not, but he received the inheritance of a powerful saint in ancient times. After receiving the inheritance, he began to be brought into a deep sleep. Until now, he finally woke up. However, waking up was only the beginning. His spirit was already in disorder because when he received the inheritance, his spirit was sometimes himself, and sometimes it was the remnant thoughts of that ancient almighty. Later on, when he was wandering in the outside world, he happened to meet Hanhua Daozuan. This was the scene at this time. Yunhe was very curious about the outside world, so when she was awake, she planted a space mark in Hanhua Daozuan's wound. This was also the reason why she could enter the Heaven Sage sect at once. Father, do you mean that there is another existence in your spiritual world? Even though Yun Wanqing had become a Tao master, she still found it hard to understand such a situation. That's right. You're right, my good daughter. At this time, his voice suddenly became extremely strange. Yun Wanqing immediately knew that it was definitely not her father who was controlling her body at this time. Thousand Clouds transformation. Her reaction was extremely fast, and in an instant, she had already displayed her power. A cloud of qi directly separated the two of them. However, his expression did not change, and he unexpectedly bumped into the Thousand Clouds transformation and grabbed Yun Wanqing. What? Yun Wanqing was shocked. This guy actually endured the damage of the Thousand Clouds transformation to attack her. Most importantly, this body was Yunhe's body. This remnant thoughts were simply extremely evil. This is so pleasant. Can you bear to see your father hurt? You'd better obediently come into my arms. He suddenly exerted force, and then directly grabbed Yun Wanqing. However, at this time, his palms suddenly stopped. Damn it, that's my daughter. At this critical moment, Yunhe directly woke up. At this time, Yunhe's will and the remnant thoughts immediately began to compete. I know that she's your daughter, but this is more interesting. That maniacal laughter was simply terrifying. Yunhe, you won't be able to suppress me. In the end, you'll be devoured by me and become a part of me. He laughed loudly. However, at this time, Yunhe suddenly moved his hand, and then a strange power directly shot into Hanhua Daozuan's body. Protect her. Yunhe knew that at this time, he was no longer able to suppress Yunhe. Thus, at this time, he directly took drastic measures, and directly released Hanhua Daozuan's restriction. At this time, Hanhua Daozuan opened her eyes. That wound caused her to be in extreme pain, and at this time, she finally woke up. Her first reaction was to take revenge. Seeing such a reaction, Yunhe laughed. Come and kill me. Although he was extremely ambitious, Yun Wanqing was still his daughter. How could he bear to see her get hurt? Furthermore, the person who hurt her was himself. He would rather die than see such an ending. At this time, he woke up Hanyu Daozuan. Hanyu Daozuan's strength was actually not bad. Back then, Yunhee was able to injure him because of the special state of his body, and also because this place was the Middle Earth, which had an extremely special geographical environment. Back then, Hanyu Daozuan had just entered this place, so naturally, he didn't know the mysteries of this place. And now, Hanyu Daozuan had already suffered once. This time, he wouldn't so easily suffer again. Furthermore, Yun Wanqing was by his side. He knew very well that his daughter had inherited his healing abilities. The two of them complemented each other, so their battle strength was definitely not inferior. The reason why his body could change like this was actually because of the mutation of his cloud mist technique, which formed an extremely terrifying self-healing technique. Chapter 1200. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. This was one of the main reasons why Hanyu Daozuan had failed back then. He was able to defeat Yunhee every single time and even severely injure her. But in just a short while, this guy's state would automatically recover, and if this cycle continued, even she would not be able to withstand it. However, it was different now. With Yun Wanqing around, Hanyu Daozuan had no problems in this aspect. Be careful, Daoist Hanyu. At this moment, Yun Wanqing reminded her. In an instant, a ray of light flashed past. Hanyu Daozuan heard Yun Wanqing's reminder and immediately turned his body. As expected, only his hand was slightly injured. If she had been a little slower, her arm might have been cut off. Daoist friend, come to me, Yun Wanqing called out. Hanyu did not suspect anything and immediately went to Yun Wanqing's side. Yun Wanqing cast the cloud mist technique and spots of light filled her arm. Then, she was shocked to find that her arm had actually recovered to its original state. Not only that, Su Yan's power spread to her body and filled her up bit by bit. His injuries have actually completely healed. You're the sect leader of the Heaven and Earth Organization, Yun Wanqing. She had heard of Yun Wanqing's name before. After all, the Heaven and Earth Organization was ranked 6th among the sections. One must know that the top few sects were revived from the ancient times. She was in charge of the Heaven and Earth Organization. She was considered powerful to be able to squeeze out the other ancient sections. It's me, Hanyu Daozuan. Now is not the time to talk. Let's work together, Yun Wanqing said directly. What happened just now had a huge impact on her. After all, the person in front of her had suddenly turned from her father to a devil. If she had not become a Tao master and had a strong state of mind, she would not have been able to withstand such a change. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. She only hoped that Hanyu Daozuan could subdue the monster, her original father. Then, she would think of a way to expel the evil soul from his body. Of course, at this moment, she also began to call for Su Yan. Although she did not want to cause trouble for Su Yan, she had no choice but to do so because she knew that Su Yan would not want to see her lose her. The jade pendant transmitted its thoughts to the outside world. However, as she was already a Tao master, she naturally knew how special this place was. She was not sure if Su Yan could sense her aura. At this moment, Hanyu Daozuan immediately. He used the Ice Tao, and Ice Law. Was. With a flash of the Ice Law, an ice sword appeared in his hand. As soon as her sword light appeared, a cold light immediately shot out. Such a power was already very strong. If it had not been for the suppression of this special environment, the power of the sword light would have been even stronger. At this moment, Yunhee still laughed strangely. She did not dodge and rush toward Hanyu Daozuan with her own power. This power was extremely terrifying, but also extremely violent. She did not use any rule power at all. She just used her own body to continuously hit him. After a while, Hanyu Daozuan's body flew backward. Of course, Yunhee did not have it easy either. Her body was directly frozen by the power of ice, and even her entire arm was broken. Ah, not bad, not bad. I like women like you the most. Amidst his wild laughter, his frozen body began to recover little by little. Fellow Daoist Hanyu. At this moment, Yun Wanqing also directly attacked. After a while, Hanyu Daozuan also directly returned to his original state. The cloudy mist technique is really heaven-defying. She could not help but sigh. It was no wonder that it could be ranked 6th in the Heaven and Earth Organization. However, she did not have time to sigh. The battle between them began again. However, at this moment, Yun Wanqing also began to attack. This was because she knew that in order to imprison the guy who had taken over her father's body, she had to first restrict his cloudy mist technique. Hanyu Daozuan, I will try my best to control the effect of the cloudy mist technique. Take the opportunity to attack. After Yun Wanqing finished speaking, she directly displayed her rule power. The rule power directly formed a small domain, enveloping Yunhe within it. At this moment, Hanyu Daozuan directly attacked. A cold light suddenly appeared, and the powerful force directly turned into a terrifying cold light. Such a force was already extremely powerful at this moment. At this moment, Yunhe laughed again. He did not care at all, and just like before, he directly charged forward. Just like last time, he directly sent Hanyu Daozuan flying. Then, he prepared to use his powerful recovery ability to return himself to his best state. After repeating this several times, he finally realized that something was wrong. This was because when he fought with Hanyu Daozuan, he was actually being pushed back more and more times. Something's wrong. My recovery ability is weakening. At this moment, he turned his gaze and directly landed on Yun Wanqing. You're the one who's causing trouble. At this moment, he finally understood the magical effect of the cloudy mist technique. Not only could it save people, but it could also limit his recovery ability. Since he already knew the reason, he naturally had to deal with the right problem. Hee, how long are you going to hide behind me? His power suddenly erupted, and an evil cloud suddenly appeared under his feet. Such power surged up and directly suppressed Yun Wanqing. He actually saw through Yun Wanqing's real body. Su Yan followed Lu Wu and He Wenza on the road. Along the way, these two people kept talking to Su Yan. Although these words seemed casual, they were trying to fish for clues and information. For example, how many people from the Heaven and Earth Organization came this time, and who were the experts among them that he should pay special attention to? However, Su Yan was also very smart. He almost never directly answered the two people's questions. Even if he occasionally answered, he would just brush the edge. This made the two people very uncomfortable. At this moment, the two people suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Why have the two of you stopped? Su Yan asked the two of them. At this moment, Lu Wu suddenly said, Xiao Chang, the mist up ahead seems to be a little too dense. How about this? Go take a look and see if there's anything. If there's nothing, come and tell us. Su Yan's eyes twitched. He already knew what they were planning, but he remained calm on the surface. He said, You want me to scout ahead? He Wenza directly said with annoyance, Of course. We're already 3 origin venerables, while you've only just reached 1 origin. If there's any danger, we'll be able to save you in time. He spoke extremely naturally and smoothly. He did not feel any guilt at all. You've already done this many times, Su Yan directly sneered. At this moment, Lu Wu had already lost his patience. Xiao Chang, you better understand that we're only giving you this opportunity because you're a genius disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization. If you were a regular person, we wouldn't care at all. Alright, let's cut the crap. Go. Su Yan smiled, but this time, he did not say anything. Instead, he obediently made his way forward. He walked at a leisurely pace. Gradually, his figure disappeared from their sight. There's nothing else here. Come on over, Su Yan's voice rang out at this moment. Lu Wu gently frowned before saying, nothing else. I clearly sensed danger earlier. That kid isn't lying to us, right? However, He Wenzi soon added, you're overthinking it. What's his cultivation? If there was danger, would he still be able to speak so calmly? The old man thought about it and agreed. Thus, the two of them immediately moved forward. Since they had already explored the path, they naturally had nothing to worry about. Naturally, they sped up. At this moment, they found that Chang Wuxin was standing still at this moment. It was extremely strange. Xiao Chang, are you all right? They were still worried and asked. What's that? Is that the gate of God? Su Yan's voice rang out. At this moment, Su Yan was really shocked. In front of him was an incomparably huge gate. Su Yan had never seen such a magnificent gate before. Compared to the gate, they were really small. The gate was actually thousands of feet tall. More importantly, the material of the gate was very special. It seemed to contain an extremely dense and unpredictable power. The gate of God, it's really the gate of God. Those Tao sovereigns have all entered the gate of God. Those people who aren't Tao sovereigns can't enter. How hateful. At this moment, Lu Wu lamented. I see. I was wondering why I couldn't see any Tao sovereigns. So they've all entered the gate of God. Hearing his words, Su Yan sighed. Xiao Chang, what did you just say? He Wenzi heard Su Yan's words clearly and asked in return. At this point, Su Yan didn't want to waste any more time with them. The two of you, please enter the gate of God first and help me explore the path. As soon as he said this, the two of them were surprised. They were three essences sovereigns, but they were being taught by a one essences sovereign. However, in the next moment, two powerful forces had already grabbed them. These forces were so strong that even people as strong as them couldn't struggle. So much nonsense. Just go in when I tell you to. After saying that, Su Yan directly threw the two of them. The two of them immediately entered the gate of God. Of course, when the two of them were thrown out, Su Yan's divine sense had already locked onto them. He wanted to see what was behind this gate of God. And was Yun Wanqing also behind this gate of God? The two of them directly passed through the gate of God, giving Su Yan the feeling that they had directly entered another world. However, the barrier of the world wasn't so strong, and there didn't seem to be the will of the world inside. Chapter 1201. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. An extremely terrifying power was slowly flowing through the gate of God. After the two people entered, their realms began to drop. Read the full text. In just a few moments, they were only in the spirit channeling realm. Su Yan was shocked when he saw this scene through his divine sense. What was going on? These people's realms had been directly weakened and then dropped. In the end, they were only left with this level of cultivation. This gate of God is indeed strange. He was extremely shocked. If it was in the past, he would never believe that such a thing could happen in this world. But today, he had no choice but to believe it because the truth was right in front of his eyes. This was an undeniable reality. These people's realms had been directly weakened in such a short period of time. Unimaginable. This was simply unimaginable. Just as Su Yan was shocked, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly came out of the gate of God. That aura rushed towards him, as if it wanted to suck him in. Su Yan's body immediately erupted with a burst of power. His body was firmly rooted in this place. The power that attracted him could not move him in the slightest. Su Yan's divine sense had yet to return from the gate of God. Although he had lost his sense of the two people, it did not mean that he could not investigate the situation inside the gate of God. The power of the very high turned into thousands of invisible threads, which kept extending toward the inside. He was investigating the situation inside. Although he saw the situation of the two Xianin sect disciples just now, their realms had been directly weakened and disappeared, he did not dispel this thought. However, this didn't dispel Hou Yi's thoughts of going inside to investigate. Instead, it made him even more determined. He was really curious about the existence inside. There seemed to be another world inside the gate of God. The perception between him and Yun Wanqing had almost directly disappeared. Generally speaking, this was not something that could happen unless the space was cut off. If that was the case, it was very likely that Yun Wanqing was in this mysterious space. Hou Yi observed for a long time with the power of the Tai Supreme. Unfortunately, although he had reached the level of Tao Master and his divine thought was extremely powerful, the barrier was too strong. Even he couldn't penetrate it. Moreover, there were even many spatial turbulences constantly roaming around. The two of them had directly lost their senses when they reached this place. It seems that this is a place where space is severed. Since he already had an understanding in his heart, he no longer hesitated and directly plunged his body into it. Su Yan immediately released his power, and that power immediately swallowed him. The moment he entered this place, he immediately felt a wave of pressure rushing towards him. This pressure was far stronger than he had imagined. As expected, if I didn't personally enter this place, I wouldn't be able to feel the terrifying power of this place. Su Yan muttered to himself in his heart. At this moment, a powerful spatial thunderbolt suddenly rushed towards him. When those two guys just entered this place, there was clearly no change, but when I entered this place, the spatial thunderbolt appeared. Could it be that this is targeted at Tao Masters, or is it because my power is too strong that it caused the repulsion of heaven and earth? Just as Su Yan was thinking, that thunderbolt had already fallen into his body. Even Su Yan had to admit that this power was really powerful and terrifying. Even if he put up a defense with his power, it was still directly suppressed. However, at this time, he would not let this power hurt him, so he directly activated the power of the Tai Supreme. The power of the Tai Supreme had shown enough power and magic. He believed that even at this time, the power of the Tai Supreme could protect him. Of course, Su Yan also had his own ambition, which was that he wanted to analyze this power. This power was really powerful. If he could analyze it, it would be of great use to him. This was not a joke. If he could obtain this power, it would increase his strength. This was like adding wings to a tiger. He had just defeated the Dragon King, refined the blood-winged dragon, and the nine-headed demon snake, and the darkness holy man could only flee in panic from his hands. However, the current situation was not good. The restrictions of the laws of heaven and earth would not exist forever. Although he did not know when this time would come, Su Yan actually felt that that day might not be too far away. His current strength was simply not enough to deal with those real powerhouses. Although he had defeated the Dragon King Bugadier last time. But there were too many coincidences. Bugadier was not able to use his full strength at that time. The power of the dragon god that he summoned temporarily suppressed the laws of heaven and earth. But in this matter, he still could not put all his power into it. Perhaps, the power at that time was only half of his full strength. However, such power was already so difficult for Su Yan to deal with. If Fu Qing of the Pagoda sect had not killed him halfway with the Nine Heavens divine sword, he would have been in danger. Only he knew how dangerous his situation was. In order to improve his strength, and also for Yun Wanqing's safety, he naturally could not care less at this time. He had to seize every opportunity to improve his strength. The lightning rushed into his body and recklessly rushed toward his body. However, the power of the Tai Supreme was directly released. Then, the two forces constantly collided and entangled. This made Su Yan's body very uncomfortable. He did not know how long it had been since he had endured such power. The powerful radiance continued to change within his body. Su Yan endured the pain, but carefully studied this power. After entering this land, their realms were suppressed. At this time, this power was about to deprive him of his realm. This was definitely not a joke. The two people from before were the best examples. Of course, at this time, he finally understood that this was not depriving, but sealing. It was a powerful sealing power. During this process, Su Yan's power kept weakening, as if it would disappear at any time. However, at this time, Su Yan's aura directly shook. Although the power of the Tai Supreme could not completely control this power, at this time, it seemed to have found a loophole. Su Yan's realm continued to drop, but the momentum of this drop seemed to have stopped. Everything was constantly changing at this time. The powerful and mysterious radiance had reached an unimaginable level at this time. It seems that I've finally reached the end. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yan finally found that his body had stopped. That power seemed to have finally decided to let him go. Su Yan had also passed through the power of space. When he stood firmly again, Su Yan found that his current realm was only at the spirit channeling realm. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to accept such a blow. One had to know that the spirit channeling realm was only the beginning of cultivation. Cultivating to the venerable realm required a lot of energy and time. However, at this time, countless efforts had turned into nothing. Naturally, it was impossible for him to be happy. In front of Su Yan, Hewen Bin and Lu Wu both sat on the ground dejectedly. Even their hair had started to turn white, as if they were still unable to accept this reality. This was because it was simply too cruel. Heavens, why did you treat me like this? Why? He questioned the sky in a loud voice. He was on the verge of crying. Lu Wu was slightly better than him, but not by much. Su Yan walked towards the two of them. At this time, he was still too unfamiliar with this space. His previous imagination of this place was too simple. Su Yan walked behind them and said directly, "All right, two old monsters are crying here. What do you think you look like?" Just as the two of them were feeling dejected, they suddenly heard Su Yan's voice and immediately jumped up. The powerful force that Su Yan had displayed earlier was still imprinted in their minds. The moment they saw Su Yan, their first reaction was to immediately retreat. "It's you." At first, they thought that Su Yan was a weak lamb, so they wanted to bully Su Yan and make Su Yan work for them. However, later on, they realized that Su Yan was a giant tiger. In front of Su Yan, they did not even have the strength to resist or struggle. Therefore, when they saw Su Yan again, their hearts were filled with fear. But soon, they suddenly remembered something. "No, old Lu, this guy also entered here. Since our cultivation is suppressed, will he be the same?" Hewenza suddenly said. At this moment, Lu Wu's thoughts also began to move. However, at this moment, Su Yan spoke, "You don't need to think too much. What you just said is correct. My cultivation is also suppressed." Su Yan looked into the distance and said, "Right now, my cultivation is also in the spirit realm." After he finished speaking, Lu Wu and Hewenza's eyes lit up. "Is what you said true?" Because Su Yan had already pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger, he was still a bit hesitant about Su Yan's words. At this moment, Su Yan continued, "Yes, it's not just me. From my observations, the spirit realm should be the highest realm that is tacitly allowed by the heavens. Although it is very strange, this is the law of the heavens. If the law is like this, then there is no way to resist." As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, the two of them were stunned for a moment. Although they were originally Tao sovereigns, they had not reached that realm. Their understanding of the law of the heavens could not compare to Su Yan's. Chapter 1202. However, after hearing Su Yan's words, they immediately felt that they made sense. Latest chapter read. At this moment, Lu Wu's expression changed. I don't care if you're Chong Wuxin from the Sound of Thunder sect, but since we're all in the spirit realm, then it's time to settle the score. Lu Wu's expression changed. Of the two, Lu Wu was ruthless and impulsive, while He Wenbin was more cunning. Lu Wu's words left He Wenbin's mouth, but He Wenbin hesitated. He had just suffered a loss once, after all, it made him hesitate a lot in his heart. However, if he really didn't do anything, his heart wouldn't be able to accept it. Just now, they had been beaten so miserably by Su Yan that their cultivations had dropped to the spirit realm. Although they knew that this was only the case in this place, their hearts were still in pain, and they refused to relax. At this moment, his strength exploded. His unwillingness caused the hesitation and fear in his heart to disappear, and he threw out a punch. No matter what, they had to teach this guy a lesson. This was what they were thinking. Facing the attacks of the two, Su Yan remained unmoved. When this punch came crashing down, his strength suddenly exploded. He was in the spirit realm, but his strength was still very strong. They were both in the spirit realm, so how could he be afraid? Moreover, although his cultivation was only in the spirit realm, his understanding of strength was much stronger than before. His fist arrived first, landing directly on He Wenbin's lower abdomen. He Wenbin's entire body curled up, obviously in great pain. The strength of this punch was far beyond his imagination. They were both in the spirit realm, but the strength of the two was completely different. At this moment, Lu Wu saw that He Wenbin had been defeated with a single punch, and his heart was still filled with fear. The fear of being dominated by Su Yan once again surged into his heart. However, Su Yan wouldn't give him the chance to escape. Since he had already made his move, then he had to bear the consequences. With a flash of his body, he appeared right next to him. Then, he delivered a clean chop with his hand. He was simply unable to react to such a blow. Puff, puff, two sounds were heard. Almost at the same time, they had lost the power to resist and fell directly to the ground. On the other hand, Su Yan was still as calm as ever. It was as if Su Yan hadn't made a move at all. He looked at the two of them, his eyes full of ridicule. Then, he said, "All right, your combat strength is not worth mentioning at all in front of me. If you want to deal with me with such combat strength, then it's really laughable." His voice was so calm, but to the two people, the pressure suddenly increased. They had originally thought that at this point, since they were all at the same cultivation level, even if they couldn't defeat Bareface, they would at least be able to fight him to a draw. Of course, there were still more situations where they could win. This way, they would have the absolute initiative. However, they never would have thought that at this time, Su Yan would defeat them in just one move. They didn't even have time to react. Such speed was really too fast. In the spirit channeling realm, we are all very different from each other. So, put away your wishful thinking. Otherwise, I will not be happy. Do you understand what I mean? As Su Yan's words fell, they finally recognized the reality of the situation. At this time, He Wenbin said, "Sir, who are you?" He still didn't know Su Yan's true identity. This was really sullen. He didn't even know who he had lost to, which was really annoying. At this time, Lu Wu had the same reaction. "Even if you want us to die, at least let us die with some understanding. Tell us who we lost to." However, Su Yan didn't answer. He didn't need to satisfy his enemy's curiosity. Who I am is actually not important. What's really important is that you have to understand your current situation. If you choose to cooperate with me, then everyone will be happy. But at this time, if you choose to go against me, then I will kill you in an instant. I think you will no longer doubt my strength. Su Yan's tyranny was fully displayed at this time. The two people looked at each other. Although they were extremely helpless, they already knew that what Su Yan said was the truth. "Sir, please give us your orders." Since Su Yan had kept their lives until now, then he must have his own motives. However, they didn't know what it was for. "One of you is from the Xianin sect, and the other is from the Celestial sect. This is correct, right?" Su Yan asked. The two people hurriedly replied, "We wouldn't dare to lie to you, sir." At this time, they were really afraid of Su Yan and didn't dare to have any other thoughts. Su Yan nodded with satisfaction and said, "Since you are from these two sects, according to the strength of the Xianin sect and the Celestial sect, there should be more than one or two experts who came to this gate of God, right? If there were really only these two people, then these two sects were really too ridiculous. How could they be qualified to be called one of the top 10 sects?" Su Yan knew in his heart that each of these ancient sects had a strong foundation. In the depths of the mystery, there were many old antiques hidden. These people were the true foundation of a sect. As long as there were such terrifying experts, then their inheritance wouldn't be a consummate skill. Although the Heaven and Earth organization was ranked 6th, the ranking was actually just based on the strength of the people who could be active in the real world. If the sovereigns and Tao masters who were hidden in the depths of the Gate of God were included, then they might not be ranked at the top. The world behind the Gate of God was so mysterious. It was likely that the divine treasures hidden within would not be simple at all. The treasures left behind by the gods were probably something that even the legendary sacred sages would be moved by. Maybe they couldn't enter this place, but they definitely wouldn't give up. They definitely wouldn't watch others, especially their opponents, take all these things away. Su Yan's gaze was like a knife, landing directly on the two people. Under Su Yan's gaze, they felt a huge pressure. Finally, Hewen Bin spoke, "Sir, please let us go." "Don't worry, I will tell you everything I know." Lu Wu was also full of helplessness. At this time, their lives were in the hands of Su Yan, so they didn't dare to lie. Su Yan looked at them with a playful smile. This was good. "Speak, I'm listening," Su Yan said. Hewen Bin sighed and said, "Actually, this mysterious world has existed since the ancient times. At that time, many almighty figures had fought for it, and even caused a large-scale war." Su Yan listened to his explanation and finally understood the origin of this place. Strictly speaking, this place should be called the Graveyard of the Gods. According to legend, this was the place where the gods were buried after they fell. There were extremely terrifying things here. These things were like souls, but they were completely different from souls. Back then, the strong people called these things god devourers. Of course, they couldn't devour the gods, but they could devour the soul fragments of the gods after they died. In this way, they could strengthen themselves and make themselves stronger. If that was all there was to it, Su Yan would not be so surprised. After all, it was possible for more strange things to happen in the place where the gods died. Later, in ancient times, an extremely powerful existence entered this place. At that time, that existence was extremely crazy. His idea was actually very simple. He wanted to collect all the god devourers and put them under his control. Although the god devourers only devoured the soul fragments of the gods, in fact, their combat strength was extremely terrifying. Their strength was definitely not below that of a Tao master, and the most powerful existence among them was comparable to a sovereign. A sovereign was already an extremely terrifying force in the human world. Later, those sovereign-level god devourers became more and more powerful. In the end, they gave birth to their own ambitions. They wanted to leave this place and go to the outermost world. They believed that with their powerful strength, they shouldn't be trapped in this small place. In the end, some god devourers really rushed out of this world. Their appearance immediately brought great chaos to the outside world. At that time, it was the end of the war with the evil demon clan. The world was filled with the shadow of death and extremely terrifying fear. The living people were in great pain, but for these god-devourers, it was a true heaven. Whether it was the evil demons or living beings, they all became the targets of their devouring. These were the things they liked the most. Extremely powerful forces kept gathering at this time. The most powerful forces gathered bit by bit at this time, and in the end, they immediately became the most terrifying and powerful existence. In the end, the holy venerables of living beings and the evil demon gods realized how terrifying these things were. They knew that if they were allowed to continue devouring, not to mention the infinite world, even the evil demon kingdom would be devoured and destroyed. And at that time, a truly terrifying existence would appear. Therefore, at that time, the human experts and the evil demon gods did something that was absolutely unimaginable to future generations, and that was to join forces. In the end, after an extremely terrifying battle, those god-devourers were destroyed. The place where these god-devourers were born was finally found. Chapter 1203. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At that time, both the demon gods and the human sacred venerables realized that this place was the true source of terror. Fengyun Reading Network. Then, they sealed this place, wanting to completely seal it off. However, they did not expect that they would fail in the end. As for why they failed, no one knew. No one knew what happened in that place. However, one thing was for certain. The end of the war between the demons and the humans was closely related to that incident, so much so that it was inseparable. At that moment, the experts from the ancient sect sensed the reappearance of this place. The more unknown something was, the more mysterious it was to them. Mystery itself was a kind of power. Those experts wanted to obtain more power, and this was their choice. Therefore, at this very moment, everything between the heavens and earth began to change at this very moment. In their opinion, this was the best opportunity. The laws of the world were gradually distorting at that moment. Perhaps there was hope to obtain what they could not obtain back then. It would be wonderful if they could obtain such powerful power. No one would not be tempted by such a temptation. It was precisely because of this that they came to this place and wanted to directly take these treasures. However, when they entered this place, they also discovered a restriction. That was, one's realm would be suppressed here. There were even strange creatures that originally existed here. At that time, the first gate of God appeared. That gate of God was even greater than it was now, but it was extremely difficult to enter. Without the realm of a Tao master, it was impossible to enter at all. The two of them were only venerables, but they were not Tao masters yet. Naturally, they could not enter. In fact, there were many venerables like them. However, due to some reasons, they were separated. The two of them happened to meet each other. During these days, the two of them had been wandering around, trying to find a way to leave. However, they were shocked to find that once they entered this world, they could not find a way out at all. The markings that they had made with their own unique powers had all lost their effectiveness. Since they could not return, they could only find another way out. At that time, they heard the news that some of the supremacies who hadn't entered the gate of God at the first moment had discovered its existence. Furthermore, the divine gate that appeared this time did not seem to have any requirements for one's cultivation level. This made their hearts burn with passion. They wanted to find the divine gate that could lead them to the depths of the mysterious world. However, the two of them didn't know if their luck was particularly bad, but they actually didn't find it. Later on, they discovered Su Yan's arrival. Thus, when Su Yan found the divine gate, the two were simply overjoyed. In the depths of their hearts, they even lamented that Su Yan was their lucky star. However, it was a pity that they did not expect Su Yan to be so much stronger than them. Even until now, they had yet to see the extent of Su Yan's strength. Instead, they were directly thrown here. As Su Yan listened to their narration, his heart was filled with astonishment. These guys from the ancient sects are really taking advantage of the situation. They know more secrets, so naturally, they have more initiative. However, this was a problem. There was actually a huge gap in the Wuji world, especially in the 5 prefectures. The people of the current generation had no idea what had happened back then. This caused them to be abnormally confused about many things. However, they were not. Because of the unknown. Just like this time, if it wasn't for such a huge change, they wouldn't even know what had happened. In that case, your companions and even your enemies have also entered this world. Su Yan asked. Lu Wu said, I only know that they have entered the divine gate. However, I don't know if their divine gate is the same as ours. At this moment, a ray of light came from the sky. That ray of light was somewhat warm, and when it shone on the 3 of them, it gave them a warm and comfortable feeling. However, Su Yan frowned at this moment. Whether it was Lu Wu or He Wenze, they both felt that this power was miraculous. It seemed to be able to reduce their pain and even increase their strength. However, Su Yan could tell that the ray of light wasn't anything good. It entered his body and seemed to want to fuse with his body and become a part of it. This ray of light could indeed bring sufficient benefits to his body in the beginning. However, it was hard to say what would happen in the end. Therefore, Su Yan directly used the power of the supremacy to suppress this ray of light with his own strength. He couldn't let this ray of light hurt his body. The power of the supremacy circulated and directly devoured this ray of light. However, Su Yan didn't expect that devouring this ray of light would take him a lot of effort. This ray of light kept flashing. In the end, it actually became a part of his body. Of course, it was different from the other 2. After the power of the supremacy was refined, this ray of light became the purest energy. However, that faint mark was refined by Su Yan. In the end, it was completely devoured. Alright, get up. What you said makes sense. Although it's also a gate of God, it's hard to say whether it's the same thing. No one could be sure whether this was the same world or not. However, Su Yan had a feeling in his heart that even if it was a different place, there must be a connection between them. As long as he could find the connection, then he would be able to decipher the key. So, where should we go now? This place was so desolate that there was no end in sight. If it was in the past, when they had not lost their strength, they would be able to release their divine sense and see extremely far away places as long as they casually looked around. However, it was different now. In this place, their divine consciousness was greatly suppressed. The places they could explore were limited. They couldn't see more than what their eyes could see. This made them feel at a loss. This feeling was very strange. It was as if a person with good eyesight had suddenly become a blind person at this time. At this moment, Su Yan closed his eyes. His divine consciousness was actually greatly suppressed. Although it was still much further than the 2 in front of him, the places he could see were still extremely limited. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan wasn't using his divine consciousness to explore at all. Instead, he was using his senses. He was trying to see if he could rely on the unique perception between himself and Yun Wanqing to judge. He was silent for a long time. Then, he opened his eyes and said, "Let's go. Let's go forward." Hearing Su Yan's words, the 2 of them thought to themselves, he still hasn't seen anything. The so-called forward is probably just something he said casually. Of course, Su Yan didn't care about what they thought. Instead, he continued forward. Seeing Su Yan leave, the 2 of them looked at each other and could only follow. Just as Su Yan's group of 3 continued to advance, in the depths of the void, there was an extremely deep place. The void seemed to be extremely calm. However, if one was strong enough to see through the void, they would discover that an unimaginable change was happening here. It was a sealed space. Here, strands of extremely powerful energy were suppressing this place. This energy was filled with darkness and fear. This energy was extremely terrifying. If this energy landed on a meteor, the meteor would instantly shatter. The person that was trapped by this power was a woman. She was the Heartless Fairy, the mysterious and terrifying demon from the demon world. Its energy was constantly attacking the Heartless Fairy. It was the most terrifying energy that could make people despair. However, the Heartless Fairy's defensive barrier was still very powerful. It seemed that it would be impossible for the dark energy to break through this barrier in a short period of time. The dark energy was still very powerful. Its attack rhythm didn't change at all. The strands of energy continued to attack. That mysterious and terrifying existence seemed to be very confident in refining the Heartless Fairy. No one knew where this terrifying existence came from. Since he could create a terrifying existence like the Dark Judgment Great Demon God, there was no need to mention his strength. Last time, he wanted to open the Void Gate, but was stopped by the Heartless Fairy in the end. Moreover, at the final moment, the Divine Devil Island Master's diagram of gods and demons descended and directly suppressed that strand of energy, even taking away one of his doppelgangers. However, later on, it was discovered that he had deliberately set up a formation. He sacrificed his doppelganger as the price to capture the Heartless Fairy. This was an incomparably terrifying game. The terror of those two powers was simply unimaginable. At this time, all the powers in the world began to change. Even if you can stop me for a while, how long can you last? You will be refined by me sooner or later. Moreover, your Heartless Island will also be destroyed. At this time, the terrifying existence's voice sounded. Hearing this voice, the Heartless Fairy opened her eyes. The Heartless Island. You know about the Heartless Island. What kind of existence are you? At this time, the Heartless Fairy's heart was finally shaken. As expected, even a cultivator of the Heartless Tao like you can't be truly heartless. Your inheritance will all become my effort. The mysterious voice sounded again. Impossible, how can you enter our world? The Heartless Fairy's voice was cold as she directly denied. Then, let's wait and see. Chapter 1204. After the voice finished speaking, it slowly faded away, as if it had never appeared. Fengyun Reading Network. Fairy Heartless' expression was extremely unsightly. No matter what, she felt that it was impossible. However, she clearly knew what kind of existence the person in front of her was. He had no reason to speak empty words. When he spoke of this matter, perhaps the matter itself had already begun. His strength was truly too terrifying. Even though she was a holy venerate, she was still treated as prey by him, and was even trapped here. Even the Divine Devil Island's island master seemed to have been deceived by him. Of course, he still had some misgivings towards the Divine Devil Island's island master, which was why he had sacrificed his clone. However, if he could do this, then he definitely had other methods. Thinking about it this way, it might be possible for him to make arrangements in the dark to attack Juqing Island. However, very quickly, Fairy Heartless closed her eyes again. If you can do it, then do as you wish. After her initial reaction, she had actually already understood. If Heartless Island was so weak, then it would be directly destroyed in the future war. And if she died, then everything would perish as well. Right now, regardless of whether she cared or not, it was already fine. It had nothing to do with this matter. The only thing he could do was to survive. She, Fairy Heartless, was the true everything. Emin, in such a short time, you've already made your heart completely cold. The mysterious existence's voice was so ridiculing. He continued, as expected, you're extremely heartless and cold. At this moment, his voice had already changed to a different tone. At such a time, I can't help but admire you for being able to maintain such a state of mind. However, is this really what you're thinking? That can't be right. Perhaps you're just trying to deceive me, or deceive yourself. I know that it's impossible for you people from the boundless world to be truly heartless. Even the inheritor of the heartless path wouldn't be like this. The mysterious existence's voice was intermittent, but it contained an unimaginable mysterious power. However, Fairy Heartless simply ignored him. Forget it. I'll say the same thing. Just wait and see. You'll see if my power is enough to destroy your world. Once your world is destroyed, all of you will die anyway. The everlasting world will become my food. The voice became more and more ethereal. In the endless void, the dark power moved leisurely. That mysterious and powerful force was slowly moving at this moment. Everything was changing at this moment. And in the Wuji world's 9 prefectures continent. Compared to the changes in the 5 continents, the 9 continents continent was extremely peaceful. After that calamity, the limitless demon sect had almost disappeared without a trace. Of course, they weren't completely annihilated. A huge branch of the limitless demon sect still existed, but it seemed to have been torn apart. The people of the limitless demon sect didn't have any power to restrain them. They only existed because of the sect master of the limitless demon sect, Yu Ruo. If there wasn't such an expert suppressing them, the various sub-palaces would have already had endless internal strife. Several of the vice sect masters had conflicts with each other. For example, the 3rd and 7th vice sect masters, Yen Shao, naturally didn't choose to work together after Yu Ruo disappeared. At this time, they had already started to have internal strife. Therefore, the limitless demon sect didn't pose much of a threat to other sections. For a powerful sect like the Taihang Sword faction, they should be thankful if they didn't find trouble with them. Outside the 9 prefectures continent, on Heartless Island, Chu Linger came to the seaside as usual. She was now used to standing beside the sea every day. She liked the sound of the sea. Little by little, the waves moved slowly, and a cold aura blew over. Back then, the monster palace was also next to the sea. At that time, she was still very young and hadn't even started to cultivate. Back then, she really liked standing beside the sea. The feeling of the sea breeze brushing past her ears was indescribably beautiful. Of course, it was completely different from back then. Many times that had disappeared could only be described with one word: she couldn't go back. She liked someone, but she couldn't be with him. She missed her mother, but she couldn't see her anymore. She wanted revenge, but she wasn't strong enough now. Was the path of Heartless really going to cut off everything? In the eyes of the Heartless Fairy, she was the most outstanding disciple. She was very talented, and after cultivating the path of Heartless, her strength had increased. Now, her realm had long surpassed her senior sisters. However, the higher her cultivation, the more she was afraid. Because she was afraid that she would forget everything. Master said that she was extremely outstanding, and her achievements would be very powerful, even surpassing her master. Master was now a saint. If she could surpass her master, there was hope for her to stabilize the realm above the saint realm. However, was all of this really that important to her? Godhood, that was something too far away. Right now, she didn't even know what she wanted. At this time, the sky above Heartless Island suddenly changed. The sky above Heartless Island was originally clear and boundless. There was a formation set up by the Heartless Fairy here. Everything here was bright and beautiful. The sun and the beach looked very magical. However, at this time, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in the clear sky. In an instant, dark clouds covered the sky. The shadow descended in an instant. No one had expected it to descend so quickly. The boundless dark clouds covered the horizon, and everything lost its color in the midst of the dark clouds. The fairies of Heartless Island rushed into the clouds. Who dares to offend Heartless Island? Heartless Island wasn't one of the top 10 sects, but even the strongest sect, the Limitless Demon Sect, didn't dare to offend Heartless Island. This was because the Heartless Fairy was too powerful. She was a Saint Venerable. Perhaps she was the only living Saint Venerable in the entire Jojo continent. Even if she wasn't included, the other fairies here weren't weak either. There were a few Tao Masters and a Sovereign Venerable who was in a deep slumber. With such strength, they could compete for the world. Why would they be afraid of the top 10 sects? It was already fortunate that they didn't attack others. However, someone had appeared today. Chu Linger looked at the dark clouds in the sky and felt a little uneasy. "Senior sisters, come back quickly." She hurriedly transmitted her voice to the sky. Unfortunately, she was still a step too late. Roots suddenly appeared in the dark clouds. They turned into long whips and lashed down. In an instant, more than half of the Heartless Island's disciples who had soared into the sky were killed. The violent aura quieted down at this time. The cyclones between heaven and earth began to release the most terrifying power. "How dare you!" Another shout resounded through heaven and earth. It was Qing Lin. The endless power quieted down at this time. The light in the sky also reappeared. Senior Sister Qing Lin. The appearance of this woman gave the Heartless Island's disciples great confidence. This was because they knew that their senior sister was a Tao Master. At this time, Chu Linger began to move towards the core of the Heartless Island. She was going to activate the formation. Although her senior sister was a Tao Master, the sense of danger in her heart didn't weaken. Instead, it grew stronger. She immediately guessed that the enemy this time was no small matter. Her master had left for a long time, but there was no news of him. Although she knew that her master's cultivation was extremely terrifying, she didn't have any confidence. This time, the sky was especially gloomy. One by one, the auras of these people were rising continuously. Soon, she reached the core of the island. However, at this time, she saw a beautiful figure. "Senior Sister Liu, quick, there's a strong enemy. Activate the formation." Chu Linger called out directly. However, she was soon stunned because she found that Senior Sister Liu was looking at her strangely. At this time, Liu smiled at Chu Linger and said, "Activate the formation." "There's no need for that." Chu Ling said directly, "Senior Sister Liu, the strength of the enemy this time is definitely beyond our expectations. Quickly set up the formation and wake up Senior Sister Lin Fong." Senior Sister Lin Fong was an Emperor Realm expert. As long as she woke up and cooperated with the formation, they might be able to resolve this crisis. However, if they didn't do so, it might be too late. However, Liu was still smiling. "Senior Sister Lin Fong. No, it's better if she doesn't wake up. If she does, many things will be inconvenient." Her words were full of sarcasm, which made Chu Linger very uneasy. Chu Linger looked at her and suddenly realized something. However, she really didn't want to believe that it was true. "Senior Sister, you betrayed the Heartless Island." She would rather that what she said was false, but Liu still nodded at this time. "Betrayed? You can put it that way. Tell me, what's so good about guarding this broken place?" "Heartless? Ha ha ha, how interesting. That old hag wants to be heartless, but why should we be the same?" She almost roared out this sentence. She looked at Chu Linger and continued to question, "Don't tell me you don't hate that old hag in your heart. When your little lover came to find you, didn't you want to leave with him? Don't deny it, you must have, but you were afraid. You were afraid that he would be killed by that old hag, so you didn't dare to." Chu Linger looked at Liu and felt that she didn't know her at all. In the past, although Senior Apprentice Sister Liu was taciturn, she had always been a very calm person. She felt that Senior Apprentice Sister Liu's cultivation of the emotionless Tao was extremely high. Perhaps she would be the next person to become an emperor after Lin Fong. Chapter 1205. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, she had never thought that things would develop to such an extent. He had never known that Li Yu's heart was in so much pain. Why? Why are there so many whys? Why do I have to be a disciple of the passionless island? She wants to cultivate the passionless Tao, so why do I have to do the same? She screamed hoarsely. She seemed to be in great pain, as if she was about to fall into an abyss. But, senior sister, you've already cultivated the Tao to such a level. You're just one step away from becoming a venerable emperor. Chu Linger wanted to say something, but Li Yu interrupted her. What's the point? Linger, you're about to become a Tao venerable. You're just a hair's breadth away. But tell me, are you willing? No, you're not willing. If you were, you'd be a Tao venerable by now. I know that you're not a Tao venerable yet because you're still thinking about your little lover. Her voice was broken. You don't have to deny it. You're so similar to me. I did become a Tao venerable, but do you know the price I had to pay? I killed the person I loved the most. I killed him with my own hands. She screamed in agony. That kind of pain was unimaginable. Boundless pain. It was unbearable. Chu Linger was indifferent. Just as Li Yu said, if she was willing to forget, she would be a Tao venerable by now. But she was unwilling. It was because of her unwillingness that she had not become a Tao venerable yet. She never thought that senior sister Li Yu, who had always been so calm, would suffer such great pain. So, you chose to betray them? Chu Linger asked. She could understand that sadness, but it was not a reason for her to betray the heartless island. Many people would die if she did so, and her master's efforts would be destroyed. Everyone would suffer unimaginable pain. Betrayal? No, junior sister, I've already said that this isn't betrayal. It's helping those junior sisters to be free. In this world, there shouldn't be a heartless Tao. All of us were wrong. Living like this is simply like walking corpses. Her voice was a little miserable, but there was an incomparable determination in her miserable voice. Very quickly, her aura became stronger and stronger. The powerful aura of a Tao master was unleashed. The powerful aura was like a storm, forcing Chu Linger to retreat step by step. Junior sister Linger, listen to me and leave this place. This heartless island shouldn't exist in the first place. So leave this place and forget about the heartless Tao. Go and find your little lover. Don't worry, that old witch won't come back. She's destined to die. Since that's the case, why are you afraid of her? Her voice was a little crazy, but her strength was really strong. Chu Ling knew that she was no match for her in this state. Senior sister Li Yu, I won't leave. If I leave, what will happen to the senior sisters on the island? Master entrusted them to me, so I won't leave. At this time, Chu Linger's strength also began to increase. Just as she had said, she would not leave. No matter what, she would not leave. Because she had to protect the heartless island. The heartless Tao is heartless. What does the life and death of those people have to do with you? So, don't be naive. Only you are your world, and only you are the one. This is the Tao that the old witch advocates. Li Yu took a step forward. Moreover, you're no match for me. I've already said that if you don't leave, I'll kill you. I'm not joking with you. At this moment, her power had become incomparably dense, and that terrifying power had reached an extremely powerful level. She had entered the devil. The so-called devil was something that existed in violation of the truth of this world. It was truly terrifying and violent, and it could kill or even destroy everything. At this time, endless strength continued to rise, and that violent aura was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. Although Chu Linger's strength was not weak, compared to Li Yu's strength, it was too weak. If Li Yu's strength was an endless gale, then Chu Linger was a flower in the gale, and it seemed like it could be destroyed at any time. I've already shown you enough mercy, but you didn't cherish it. So, you can't blame me. Her voice became louder and louder, and in the end, she was roaring with all her might. As she roared, her strength directly rushed towards Chu Linger. However, the attribute of her strength had completely changed, and her strength had become dark. Because at this time, her heart was already dark. If her heart was dark, so was her strength. That strength was like a spider web, and it directly sealed Chu Linger's aura. Since she was a heartless person, how could she have a heart of mercy? Just as he had said, that was the last bit of mercy. When this little bit of mercy was used up, all that was left was the heart of killing. A powerful and terrifying force rolled out at this moment. At this moment, all that was left was extinction. Annihilate everything, and exhaust everything. This was what she was thinking, and also what she was thinking in her heart. In the sky, all the strength began to be extinguished at this time. At this moment, that power had reached its limit. Originally, Chu Linger was already in a very difficult situation under his strength. When this strength fell, Chu Linger was in even more danger. She felt that all her ways out had been blocked, as if everything had disappeared at this time. Between heaven and earth, the powerful aura rolled in at this time, and the terrifying strength had completely disappeared. In the sky, the lights suddenly became dim at this time. Chu Linger's expression became more serious. The light was the strength of the Tao Master's senior sisters, but at this moment, the strength had become dim, which meant that they were now in a very disadvantageous situation. Between heaven and earth, the invisible pressure became even heavier. You don't want to leave, and you're willing to protect the inheritance of that old witch, so you're my enemy. So, my dear junior sister Chu Linger, go to hell too. She made a move, and a heartless sword chi appeared directly. That sword chi was really heartless, and it wanted to destroy everything. At this time, her cultivation seemed to be about to rise again. The sword chi arrived in an instant, and it wanted to completely annihilate Chu Linger's strength. But at this time, Chu Linger's body directly released a soft light, and it directly dissolved the power. How is it possible? How can your strength stop me? Li Yu was shocked, but then there was a trace of hatred in her heart. I understand now. You're that old witch's trick. Ha ha ha, it seems that she really thinks highly of you, but it's useless. Under my strength, you'll face death sooner or later. At this time, her aura rose again, and then she released another heartless sword chi. The powerful and terrifying heartless sword chi continued to attack Chu Linger. Chu Linger gritted her teeth. The soft light just now was indeed her master's protection for her, but as senior sister Li Yu said, it was useless. After all, her master's strength was limited. When this power completely disappeared, she would still die. Moreover, she couldn't wait any longer. She had to wake senior sister Lin Fong up. Only in this way could she save everything. Finally, she seemed to have made up her mind, and then she directly took a step forward. At this time, a terrifying force swept out, and at this time, a terrifying force rolled out. At this time, the endless aura was constantly changing, and white lotuses appeared around her body. Shrouded in the dark power, the white lotuses were so eye-catching. They were also so dazzling. Well, you actually chose to break through at this time, my good junior sister. But haven't you thought that once you break through to Tao Master, you'll have to forget your little lover? Can you really bear to? Li Yu ridiculed, and at the same time, her power suppressed her. Chu Linger didn't pay attention to her at all, and directly sank all her thoughts. At this time, a figure flashed across her heart. Forget. She really couldn't bear to. However, at this time, she had to break through and reach Tao Master Realm. Only then could she possibly defeat Li Yu. Brother Su Yan, I have to forget you first before I can be heartless. But you know, you will always stay in Ling Er's heart, and I think you will support my choice. At this time, the thoughts in her heart became clear. Li Yu was right. The reason why she couldn't become a Dao master wasn't because she couldn't, but because she didn't want to. However, at this time, Chu Linger had no choice, and she was facing despair. In despair, she could only choose to protect. Only in this way could she become stronger, and only in this way could she protect the people she wanted to protect. In order to prove one's Tao, being heartless means being merciful. If the heavens have feelings, the heavens will grow old. The righteous path of the human world is the vicissitudes of life. At this time, the light released from her body became even brighter and more resplendent, and directly broke free from the shackles of the darkness. At this time, her body grew taller, and the lotuses turned into sword chi. Senior Sister Li Yu, actually, you're wrong. Being heartless doesn't mean being heartless, but being merciful. The heavens are merciful. As she spoke, her sword fell, and the terrifying sword edge went straight. Under this sword, the power of darkness was directly broken, and all the aura collapsed at this time. Li Yu's power was so weak under such a blow. Chapter 1206. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Li Yu was a Dao master. There was no doubt about it. Her strength was very strong, and she was definitely one of the strongest among the Dao lords. However, even so, she was unable to withstand Chu Ling Er's attack and directly collapsed. Read the full text. This was truly unimaginable. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. In her mind, this was simply an impossible thing. Such a strong and violent force was defeated by Chu Linger with one attack. Most importantly, Chu Linger was not a real Dao master yet. She was still in the process of transforming. This is impossible. You can't be so strong. After all, you're not a real Dao master yet. At this moment, she released her strength once again. With such strength, her willpower began to rise. She wanted to defeat Chu Linger. At this moment, the compassion in her heart had completely disappeared. While she was fighting with Chu Linger, the battle outside the Passionless Island had already begun. Demons descended at this moment. They were ferocious and terrifying. Most importantly, they were extremely strong. The women of the Passionless Island were perhaps the most powerful group of women in the entire Jiuzhou continent. But even so, they weren't a match for those powerful and terrifying devils. The existence of these devils was truly terrifying. Their auras were filled with dense killing intent. Dao masters appeared one after another. There were 6 of them. This was the strength of the Passionless Island. It should be known that the Taihang Sword faction only had 2 Dao masters at this moment. However, there were 6 of them on the Passionless Island, not including Li Yu. This showed how powerful he was. However, even such a powerful Passionless Island was in danger of being destroyed at this moment. The Demon King appeared one after another. Their powerful aura suppressed the entire Passionless Island. Why? Why are the demon tribe here? Although the Dao masters did not panic, their hearts were heavy. The existence of these demons was definitely not a good thing for them. They were truly terrifying and frightening. When such a powerful force came crashing over, it was almost about to crush them. In the sky, streaks of light kept flashing. Those were the lights of darkness and evil. At this moment, an extremely terrifying force fell from the sky. That was a fiend emperor. The combat strength of an evil demon emperor was comparable to an emperor. It's the evil demon emperor. Quick, let Senior Sister Lin Fong wake up and activate the array. This array was set up by Fairy Heartless. Once it was activated, let alone 1, even 10 evil demon emperors wouldn't pose a threat. However, she was shocked to find that she couldn't communicate with her senior sister Lin Fong. There was no response to their calls. It was as if she was already dead. Senior Sister Lin Fong was a venerable sovereign. How could she die so easily? At this time, a Dao master who had gone to die discovered the battle here. It's Junior Sister Liu. What is she doing? At this moment, she realized that something was wrong. At this moment, another Dao master said, she is stopping Junior Sister Linger. Her power has been completely dark. She is a traitor. At this point, the murderous intent had already appeared. No matter what, betrayal was unforgivable. Since she had chosen to betray, then she deserved to die. At this moment, she immediately prepared to attack and kill this traitor. At the same time, everyone knew that Junior Sister Linger was highly valued by their master. At this moment, Junior Sister Linger was about to break through to the Dao Master realm. A Dao Master was extremely important. No matter what, they couldn't let anything happen to Linger. However, at this moment, the evil demon emperor had already descended. It descended too quickly. It was almost unobstructed. At this moment, Senior Sister Qing Lin said, "Don't bother about Liu. Let Chu Linger deal with it. We have to deal with this evil demon emperor. Otherwise, everyone will die. Even if an evil demon emperor descended, it shouldn't be this fast." This was because it should be obstructed by the world's power. However, it appeared so easily. There was only one possibility. Liu's betrayal was more thorough than they had imagined. That person was no longer a person of Heartless Island. She wasn't even human. This was because she had already defected to the evil demons. However, at this moment, they had to deal with the evil demon emperor first. The evil demon emperor was too powerful. If it was allowed to unleash its demonic might, everyone would die. At this moment, that terrifying power was constantly spiraling. The powerful aura rushed to the peak of the sky. The berserk power was constantly rising, as if it wanted to annihilate everything. 7 Stars Big Dipper Formation. The 7 Dao Masters didn't waste any words and immediately formed the formation. This formation was directly deduced by Heartless Fairy based on the Big Dipper in the sky. Its power was boundless. It even had the power to fight against an emperor. At this moment, although the evil demon emperor was powerful and had successfully entered this world, it was impossible for it to not be obstructed by the power. Therefore, they still had a chance. At this moment, that powerful power was constantly surging. The berserk aura was also constantly rising. The power was increasing bit by bit. The terrifying aura was already condensed to the extreme. Such power was starting to sink. This was the power of great destruction. The evil demon emperor was trapped. However, they weren't optimistic. The evil demon emperor was trapped by them. But on the other hand, wasn't it the evil demon emperor that trapped them? Although the people of Heartless Island were powerful, don't forget that there were too many evil demons. With so many evil demons, it was enough to drown Heartless Island. Unless the Heartless Island's formation could be activated at this moment, it would be too late. Of course, they had another worry in their hearts. What if another evil demon emperor appeared? Although they weren't sure why the experts of 9 Provinces continent hadn't discovered it yet, this was an extremely dangerous situation. Evil demons could freely enter 9 Provinces continent and Wuji world. Didn't this mean that Wuji world had become extremely weak? At this moment, Chu Linger's aura became even stronger. She also felt the appearance of the evil demon emperor. At this moment, her power became even stronger. All of her anger and sorrow seemed to have disappeared. This was absolutely unimaginable. It was as if she had cast aside her 7 emotions and 6 desires. Junior sister, you are indeed a heartless person. You can forget someone so quickly. Do you know that you can forget someone just like that? I hate people like you the most. All of their emotions are so insignificant. She endured the pain of losing her emotions. Therefore, she started to hate. She hated people who could easily give up their emotions. Because she hated heartless people, she started to become heartless. It seemed contradictory and laughable. However, this was an undeniable fact. Her power rose bit by bit. This aura was truly terrifying. At this moment, the radiance between heaven and earth fell again. It was as if a meteor had crashed down. That was the light of heavenly tribulation. Chu Linger didn't care about Li Yu. Instead, she attracted her own tribulation. When her tribulation fell, she didn't defend. Instead, she went towards Li Yu. Heartless, heartless. Only then can one be heartless. She opened her mouth and spoke mysterious and unfathomable words. Her power erupted at this moment, and the radiance she emitted had reached its peak. Such power was like a sudden clap of thunder. In the sky, all of the aura started to change. The distance between heaven and earth seemed to have disappeared. Tribulation of heaven and earth, destruction of man and God. This was an extremely special heavenly tribulation. No matter who it was, everyone's heavenly tribulation was extremely terrifying. It was as if the heavens were angry. However, when Chu Linger was going through her tribulation, although the majesty of heaven and earth was strong, it didn't come to kill her. Instead, it came to help her. Boundless power gathered directly towards her body. Her aura grew stronger. The power of the heavenly tribulation and her majesty seemed to have merged directly. The terrifying aura expanded directly. Then, it became incomparably terrifying. At this moment, the lightning fell. The boundless aura reached the most terrifying level at this moment. All of the lightning was drowned out at this moment. The raging aura surged, and the most terrifying power had already turned into an extreme vortex. Such a change in power had exceeded Li Yu's expectations. Because at this moment, he found that he could no longer control the power around him. The darkness around her was fading away bit by bit. It was not her own will. It was not allowed by heaven and earth. Senior sister, actually, you've always been on the wrong path. Chu Linger's voice sounded. Heartless doesn't mean to destroy people's hearts. It's the Tao of equality. It sees everything as equal. This way, there will be no favoritism. If the heavens had feelings, the heavens would also age. It meant that if the heavens had their own selfish desires, the heavens would collapse. The so-called heavenly Tao was the Tao of all living beings. It existed for all living beings. It was equal to every person and every life form. If it lost this calmness, the heavenly Tao would age bit by bit. This was the so-called, if the heavens had feelings, the heavens would also age. The heartless Tao was actually a Tao to understand the heart of the heavens. When the heartless heart was achieved, it did not mean that one would lose their humanity and become a terrifying demon. Instead, it made one like the heavens, where all living beings were equal. Actually, the people on Heartless Island all had extremely high cultivations. However, how many of them truly understood it? Even the Heartless Fairy herself seemed to have unknowingly taken the wrong path. Why did the Heartless Fairy fall in love with Chu Linger so much that she even nurtured her as her successor? One had to know that Lin Fong was already in the Sovereign Realm. She might even be able to break through to the Holy Sovereign Realm. Chapter 1207. That was because she realized that Chu Linger seemed to be able to find a new path for the Heartless Tao art. And it turned out that her idea was correct. At this time, Chu Linger was forced to embark on a new path under the pressure of the desperate situation. Her aura began to rise bit by bit. That powerful and terrifying power had reached the pinnacle at this moment. When such power was activated, the terrifying power of the heavenly lightning was simply unimaginable. In the sky, there were even halos of light, which seemed to be the patterns of the great Tao. At this time, the 7 Tao sovereigns were pleasantly surprised when they saw the changes. I really didn't expect that Junior Linger would have such a comprehension, to be able to activate the rhythm of the great Tao. Even their master couldn't do it, but Chu Linger had done it. This was simply unimaginable. At this time, the Heartless Island had suffered heavy casualties. However, if Chu Linger could reach the Great Success Tao sovereign level, then they could turn the tide. You want to become a Tao sovereign? At this time, the evil demon emperor suddenly let out an angry voice. Of course, it wasn't the human language, but an extremely strange demonic voice. However, this demonic voice could be heard by the 7 Tao sovereigns after it was strengthened by spiritual power. At this time, it had already made up its mind to destroy Chu Linger. It was the evil demon emperor, and in fact, it already had an extremely high status. Therefore, it knew that every Tao sovereign who had the rhythm of the great Tao would become extremely terrifying once they matured. They would definitely become the biggest obstacle to the evil demon race's conquest of the boundless world. No matter what, it had to kill Chu Linger. At this time, its evil demon wings spread out. As the wings flashed, not only did it trigger a terrifying storm, it even started to activate a spatial blade that would only appear at the end of the month. The power of space was an extremely terrifying power. When this power erupted, how terrifying and powerful would its lethality be? When such an aura was activated at this time, the brilliance was even more unimaginable. At this time, the Big Dipper array was directly impacted. However, how could Qing Lin and the others allow the evil demon emperor to cause trouble at this moment? 7 stars shine, the radiance of heaven and earth. As soon as they finished speaking, their strength immediately increased again. That terrifying radiance became even more solid at this time, almost becoming something real. At this time, the countless forces were constantly changing. At this time, the forces had already become the starlight of the Great Path. You want to leave the Big Dipper formation? Dream on. Their powers were unleashed at this moment. Such power was even more terrifying than before. In an instant, starlight fell from the dark sky. The starlight transformed into 7 long swords and pierced into the Fiend Emperor's body. The evil demon emperor was in extreme pain as he let out a furious roar. Just now, in order to break through the formation, its defensive power had slackened, allowing the 7 Tao venerables to take advantage of it. However, the 7 Tao masters did not win. Although they were powerful, the Fiend Emperor's body was terrifyingly tough. Moreover, the Fiend Emperor was comparable to an emperor, so its vitality was unimaginable. Such a powerful force was destroyed with a single punch. It had already gone crazy and disregarded everything. Chu Linger's aura increased again. At this time, the difference between her and Li Yu had quietly changed. At the beginning, Li Yu's power was like a gale, while she was like a flower. However, at this time, it had completely changed. Compared to the terrifying power with the rhythm of the Great Path, Li Yu's dark power seemed to be annihilated. Li Yu was unwilling. She desperately urged her vital energy. No, I won't lose. I want revenge. This damn thing should be destroyed. This world needs to be purified. Her words were filled with madness, but if one looked carefully, there was also a sense of sincerity in this madness. She seemed to have believed in some existence, completely entrusting her heart to it. This was simply the action of a lunatic. At this time, Chu Linger lightly shouted again, that evil will not be tolerated by heaven and earth. She stretched out her hand, and a bolt of lightning immediately fell from the sky. At this time, she was like a saintess between heaven and earth. Her words could actually mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Such power was constantly changing, and the terrifying heavenly lightning directly rushed toward Li Yu. Chu Linger was very kind, but at this time, there was no mercy. It was because if she was merciful to evil, she would be cruel to justice. Moreover, Li Yu colluded with the devil, which was betraying the heavens. She deserved to die. This was her choice. There was no need for her to sympathize with her. Everyone had to be responsible for their own actions. At this time, her power was constantly surging, and the violent and terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. That terrifying power had reached an unimaginable level. Between heaven and earth, everything was constantly changing at this time. The dark aura seemed to be annihilated at any time, and Li Yu's life aura was getting weaker and weaker. However, the strange thing was that at this time, there was no pain on her face. Instead, there was a kind of excitement. My great master, I am about to die and return to your embrace. I beg you to use your great power to cleanse this world of all heartless people. She muttered, as if she was praying, but also as if she was cursing. At this time, she had really gone crazy. At this moment, when the darkness became extremely small, an unforeseen event happened again. The power of the heavenly lightning suddenly disappeared. Chu Linger's power was still strong, and even more than 10 times stronger than before. However, at this time, she frowned. At this time, she seemed to be able to sense the will of heaven and earth, so she clearly knew that the lightning tribulation should not have disappeared. However, the lightning had disappeared just like that. The darkness had become extremely small, but after all, it was not completely eliminated. At this time, an extremely terrifying aura directly appeared. Such a violent power directly turned into the most terrifying power at this time, and a black tentacle suddenly rushed into the sky. The tentacle was like a giant snake, and its appearance directly disrupted the power at this time. A strange and ear-piercing sound was heard. Then, a will also appeared at this time, the rhythm of the great Tao of the Wuji world. Ha ha ha, this is wonderful, I want it. The tentacle directly began to change, and finally turned into a terrifying black dragon, and then directly pounced on Chu Linger. The power was extremely terrifying, and it was not inferior to that of an emperor master. That terrifying black light seemed to have disrupted everything. That terrifying aura seemed to be able to destroy and annihilate everything. At this time, endless lightning constantly bombarded at this time, and the Daoist rhyme that Chu Linger had condensed seemed to be greatly threatened. It was simply unimaginable that a single power could be so terrifying. The boundless radiance in the sky continued to move forward, destroying everything. However, Chu Linger would not sit still and wait for death. Streaks of power entrenched around her body, and the intense radiance was like the scorching sun. At this moment, she was so beautiful and so holy, like a fairy in the human world. The terrifying light had become extremely thorough at this time. Such a terrifying power had reached its most dazzling point at this time. She knew that the power at the end of the month was extremely terrifying, and she also knew that the power could almost kill her directly. However, no matter what, she was not willing to accept such an ending. It was not easy for her to reach such a level of power, so how could she accept such an ending? Therefore, at this time, her power burst out directly, and the violent and terrifying power reached the boundless realm at this time. At this time, the light directly descended. The distance between the two powers was getting closer and closer, and as the two powers approached each other, the terrifying majesty had already spread out at this time. Endless light, at this time, had almost condensed to the limit of heaven and earth, and the terrifying power was even more unimaginable. With such power, it was as if it was going to bury everything. As for Chu Linger, she was within the range of that power. The power in the sky was rolling, and the terrifying aura was already continuously condensing. Everything had reached an unimaginable level at this time. Whoa! It was the whistling of the wind, but it was more like the whimpering of a terrifying giant beast. Such a power was constantly rising. Such an aura had even reached the boundless realm. Soon, Chu Linger was directly covered by this power. Although her rhythm of the great path was powerful, the black creature seemed to be of the same origin as the thing that imprisoned the heartless fairy. What kind of terrifying power was that? Such a violent and terrifying aura. Ha ha ha, the Heartless Island is destined to be destroyed today. Among the forces in the Jojo continent, the Heartless Island was undoubtedly the most powerful. If the Heartless Island could be destroyed directly, then the human race would lose many experts. It should be known that what was destroyed was not only the current power, but also the hope of the future. Not to mention Chu Linger, who had already comprehended the rhythm of the Great Path. The other 7 Tao Masters might be able to grow if they were given time. Moreover, there was an extremely terrifying figure on this island, and that was the eldest senior sister, Lin Fang. She was an expert at the Sovereign Realm. This time, it was all thanks to Li Yu's contribution that Lin Fang was sealed in advance and allowed her to fall into a deep slumber. If it wasn't for this, Lin Fang would have brought great trouble to their operation this time. Chapter 1208. Su Yan could feel that in the distance, there was something calling out to him. Although Su Yan didn't know what it was obvious that it was very important to him. From the looks of it, it was very likely that the calling was from Yun Wanqing. Su Yan had already lost too many things, so this time, he couldn't lose Yun Wanqing no matter what. Because she couldn't take it anymore. That kind of pain wasn't much better than being cut into 1,000 pieces. At this time, in the sky, rays of light flashed past. It was an unimaginable and terrifying power. However, that power didn't attack Su Yan and the others. But for Su Yan, it was also very dangerous. At this time, he wasn't the omnipotent and powerful Tao sovereign. He was in the spirit realm. Although his Taishang power seemed to have changed the rules, so that when faced with this power, he wouldn't be completely helpless. However, this power wasn't something that could be used as he wished. It had to be kept as a trump card. The 3 of them had already walked a very long path. However, they still couldn't see the end. All around them was a desolate land, and it was terrifyingly quiet. At this time, the sound of their footsteps was even more frightening. At this time, the ground suddenly shook again. "Young master, did you hear that? What's that sound?" At this time, Lu Wu and Hewen Bin's panicked voices could be heard. If it was any other time, they wouldn't have paid attention to such a commotion. No matter how bad it was, they were still venerables. As long as they didn't meet an extremely powerful Tao sovereign expert or existence, they would have the strength to fight. But now, it was different. At this time, they were only in the spirit realm. In their impression, the spirit realm was just an ant, an extremely weak existence. But now, they had returned to the spirit realm. As the saying goes, a person's experience determines their attitude. If they had just started cultivating from the realm of mortals and reached the realm of spirit channeling, then they would probably be overjoyed. They might even feel that they already had the whole world in their hands, and that they were invincible and superior. But now, it was completely different. At this time, they had truly experienced the world of the strong. They clearly understood that the so-called strength of the spirit realm was nothing but pale and powerless. It was only because they had never seen the wider world that they were deceiving themselves. It was precisely because of this that they became extremely fearful at this time. In fact, they were so anxious that they couldn't live the rest of their lives. Su Yan was not moved at all. He continued to walk forward calmly. Although his spiritual sense was also suppressed, compared to these 2 people, it was still far too far away. He had sensed it a long time ago and had also seen it from afar. "Let's go. These things have nothing to do with us," he said indifferently. When the 2 men saw Su Yan like this, they seemed to have calmed down a little. However, at this time, they still couldn't believe it. Because at this time, the tremors were becoming more and more intense. The 2 of them looked behind them as they walked. They saw that at the end of their line of sight, there was suddenly a cloud of smoke. That cloud of smoke seemed to be able to bury everything. Countless amounts of energy swirled around. It was extremely frightening. Young master, is there really nothing wrong? They asked again weakly, as if Su Yan's answer could give them some assurance. Su Yan finally became impatient and said, "Shut up. As long as you keep walking, there will be nothing wrong." Just as he spoke, the cloud of smoke became even thicker. At this time, the two of them finally saw what it was. A beast horde. It was a beast horde. A dense horde of beasts was running directly towards them. The terrifying giant beasts were running wildly. How can this be? How can there be so many beasts in such a desolate place? This is simply inconceivable. They had been walking for a long time, but they hadn't seen anything. But at this time, a beast horde suddenly appeared. Heavens, these beasts! Scarlet blue demon fox, flying locusts, big-tailed winged bird. Lu Wu was extremely shocked as he listed the names of the demon beasts one after another. These demon beasts, without exception, were all extremely precious demon beasts with powerful bloodlines. If these beasts were in the outside world, they would definitely be terrifying existences. They could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the four great demonic beast kings. But in this place, they were actually appearing in groups. This was simply unimaginable. Facing such a terrifying beast horde, even if they were at the peak of their strength, they would still consider whether or not they had the courage to face it. But at this time, they didn't even have the slightest bit of courage because their cultivation was too weak. How could a spirit realm cultivator like them fight against so many beasts? If this continued, they would be directly trampled flat. "Young master, let's go. Let's quickly escape. Otherwise, we will all die." At this time, the two of them were really scared. Because under the many gazes, so many beasts seemed to be coming in their direction. If they didn't escape at this time, would they be directly killed? Just imagining such an outcome made them feel miserable. At this time, Su Yan's eyes flashed and then he said, "If you want to escape, then go ahead and escape." When Lu Wu heard this, he almost immediately wanted to escape and run into the distance. But at this time, Hiwenza pulled him back and said, "Young master, since the two of us have already agreed to be loyal to you, how can we run away ourselves? Young master, don't worry. As long as you don't give the order, the two of us won't easily leave." When Lu Wu heard his words, he almost jumped up, but Hiwenza stopped him with a look. At this time, countless shadows passed by them on both sides. It was the beast horde. For some reason, thousands of beasts crazily passed by, but they didn't take the path under their feet. Lu Wu and Hiwenza looked at the beasts rushing by on both sides. They were so frightened that they almost stopped breathing. "Old Lu, am I seeing things? These beasts are actually ignoring us." Hiwenza finally spoke. At this time, Lu Wu directly slapped him in the face. "Old Lu, what are you doing? Why did you hit me?" After being slapped, Hiwenza finally woke up from his shock and fear, and directly questioned. Lu Wu said, "You can feel pain and question me. That means it's not a dream. It's really not a dream." He also didn't dare to believe it. There were so many beasts. Even if they didn't attack, just charging at them would be enough to crush them to death. But they just brushed past them on both sides. And if Hiwenza hadn't pulled him back and he had escaped to the sides, how far could he have escaped? One had to know that he wasn't a powerful venerable, but a spirit realm cultivator. More importantly, the pressure at this time was far greater than that of the outside world. In other words, a spirit realm cultivator here wouldn't be much better than a normal person in the outside world. This, young master, please help us clear up our doubts." They immediately realized that when Su Yan started, he didn't panic at all. It was obvious that he already knew this would happen. But why was Su Yan the same as them? It was clearly his first time here. How did he know all this? Su Yan was silent. He continued to walk forward at a steady pace. The two of them saw Su Yan like this and didn't say anything. They didn't know what to do. But at this time, they had a new kind of respect for Su Yan. To be able to have methods that they didn't have, he was worthy of respect. Plus, Su Yan's abilities weren't much stronger than theirs. At this moment, Su Yan was deep in thought. The reason why he was so sure was because he felt that there seemed to be a mysterious and unfathomable power in the path that stretched forward under their feet. The power was not obvious. If it wasn't for the fact that his chi was so special, he wouldn't have been able to discover this. But no matter what, this place's mysteries were real. The beasts seemed to be in awe of this power and wouldn't even get close. It was because of this that they decided to stay away. But it was because of this that he didn't understand why this power was there. The reason why he said to go forward earlier was because he had already sensed this power. He sensed the existence of this power, and also discovered that the end of this power was in the distance, so he continued to move forward. At this time, the beasts had completely disappeared from their side. All that was left was a cloud of dust. They seemed to be going on a pilgrimage. At this time, Su Yan finally spoke. Although it was only his guess, it was very possible. Yes, they were going on a pilgrimage. They didn't know what existed in that place, so it was worth their attention. Let's go. Let's go. After Su Yan said that, he sped up. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other. What did he say? Lu Wu asked. He Wenza shook his head and said, he said he was going on a pilgrimage. A pilgrimage. He said pilgrimage. Could there be a holy venerate there? This was the question in their hearts. Of course, they also had another thought in their hearts. That was whether or not there were treasures at the end of the horizon. Didn't they enter the divine gate to look for treasures? If there really was an archive of treasures there, that would be the best. Let's go. After He Wenza said that, he sped up. Lu Wu naturally followed. Chapter 1209. The power of darkness was too strong. The aura was much more terrifying than that of the evil demon emperor. At this point, his aura seemed to be increasing. Ha ha ha, limitless, limitless world, ha ha ha. The laughter instantly spread out, and wherever the sharp sound waves passed, almost everything was destroyed. Such a terrifying power was unparalleled. If this power were to spread out, it would be a disaster for the people on Passionless Island. In order to resist this power, they were already bitterly holding on. If the sound waves appeared now, they would all die. The 7 stars sword formation would also be broken instantly. This was a terrifying and unbelievable power. At this point, the power between heaven and earth had already started to drop. Such power was simply incomparably terrifying. The brilliance in the sky had dropped to the most terrifying level at this time. At this moment, a whirlwind appeared. If such a whirlwind had to be described with a few words, it would be vast and mighty. Stop. With a single word, all the sound waves were stopped. It was clearly an extremely terrifying whistling sound, but it was directly stopped. He didn't die after taking such a blow from me. The giant dragon formed from the dark tentacle asked directly. How is this possible? My strength is already extremely powerful. My body is a simulation of the most perfect and powerful form in this world. My strength has also reached the level of what they call the sovereign realm. How could he possibly resist my attack? At this moment, he spoke softly. Obviously, he still couldn't believe that his power had been blocked. Actually, what he said was right. Dragons were indeed the most powerful form of power between heaven and earth. The 3 great dragon gods had extremely high statuses. Among the many existences who had become gods, their power was also extremely strong. If an ordinary Dao master had been hit by that blow, he would have died instantly. No, even an emperor wouldn't be able to withstand his power easily. However, Chu Linger was safe and sound at this moment. This was because it wasn't Chu Linger who had withstood his power, but the rhythm of Heavenly Way. The so-called rhythm of Heavenly Way was the rhythm of Heavenly Way. To be able to do this, one must be protected by Heavenly Way. With such a powerful existence, how could she die so easily? At this moment, the extremely powerful power was changing little by little. A terrifying and powerful aura was also displayed at this moment. Sacred power of the heavenly path, may you bring the warmest protection to the world. May you let all the people of the world enjoy your selflessness. Chu Linger's voice rang out. Her voice was extremely sweet and moving. It was as pleasant as a stream and as warm as the spring breeze. Her singing was the most sacred and beautiful power in this world. As she chanted, the great power of the heavenly Tao descended. This was Heavenly Way's blessing to the world. And everything. This was an extremely powerful and terrifying power. Only such power could be called mighty. And in front of such a situation, how could that power hurt him? Protection of Heavenly Way. It's actually the protection of Heavenly Way. This black existence was one of the clones of that mysterious and terrifying creature from the demonic realm. That terrifying and mysterious creature was an invader of Heavenly Way. To put it bluntly, he was the enemy of Heavenly Way. Since he was the enemy of Heavenly Way, he naturally understood Heavenly Way. The protection of Heavenly Way was the protection that Heavenly Way gave to a person. However, that was almost impossible. Heavenly Way would protect all living things, but it would not provide protection for one person. However, at this moment, Heavenly Way had actually sent its power to protect Chu Linger. Damn it! Just how much does this woman receive from the heavens to be able to obtain the protection of the Heavenly Tao? This won't do. The more this is the case, the more I must kill you. Only when you are completely dead will I be able to receive my power. At this moment, it was even more determined to kill Chu Linger. She was a person blessed by Heavenly Way, so the more precious she was. If it could devour her directly, it would be extremely beneficial to it. Its power could become even more powerful. This was not something that needed to be said. At this moment, the light in the sky began to sink. The light of Heavenly Way fell. Since it was blessed by Heavenly Way, there was obviously no obstacle for it to become a Tao Master. At this moment, the black dragon spread its wings and charged toward Chu Linger. Woman, you're mine. At this moment, its eyes were full of greed. It wanted to completely occupy Chu Linger and devour her directly. However, right at that moment, that extremely terrifying power appeared once again. Heartless, executing Heaven Sword. That light appeared directly. Then, it turned into a terrifying sword. This sword was the executing Heaven Sword. Such power was simply terrifying and unparalleled. The terror of that power was even more unimaginable. Such power began to soar and even directly attack. It was exactly how terrifying it was, and how violent it was. Heaven and earth were ruthless. It would never show any mercy to those who deserved to be punished by Heavenly Way. The beam of light hit his body directly. That's the power of Heavenly Way. Damn it! The dark existence let out a painful roar. He never thought that Chu Linger would be able to release such power at this time and directly use the power of heaven and earth. This was simply unimaginable. Although Tao Masters already had their own Taoist rhymes and laws, even those who were blessed by Heavenly Way could not directly use the executing Heaven Sword. This proved one thing, that such power was simply terrifying to the extreme. Such power was simply like heavenly thunder. Everything was constantly tumbling at this moment. The intense power was even more terrifying at this moment. The executing Heaven Sword and thousands of lightning bolts surged. In an instant, the terrifying lightning bolts directly fell. How powerful was the power of thousands of lightning bolts roaring? At this moment, everything was submerged. No power could be compared to such great and terrifying power. Even the powerful Big Dipper formation and the power of the Demon Emperor could not compete with this power. Under such power, everyone had become a foil. Only these two were the real protagonists. At this moment, the mighty power of heaven and earth supported them. That unimaginable pressure had reached an extremely high level. How could this be? How could this be? I'm not willing to accept this. At this moment, the black giant dragon directly let out a painful and angry howl. He was really not willing to accept this. It was not easy for him to have such an advantage, but at this moment, he was actually suppressed. His power was clearly strong enough, but he was unable to compete with Su Yen. How sullen was that? At this moment, his aura began to rise bit by bit. At this moment, the light in the sky began to fall. The power of the rotating light had reached an unimaginable level. At this moment, the power in the sky had reached the most terrifying level. In the face of such power, all the darkness seemed so insignificant. All of his perseverance was so weak and insignificant in the face of this power. The boundless light was crazily condensing. This was simply a great disaster. Of course, this disaster originally belonged to Chu Linger. If not for the blessing of Heaven's Way, she would have died. In fact, this existence did not even need to appear. Li Yu could have killed her directly. But now, it was different. Li Yu was killed by Chu Linger, and the terrifying clone that appeared later was also suppressed by the power of Heaven's Way. No, impossible. I won't die. At this moment, his power of darkness became even denser. It was as if he was trying to break free from everything. Even the power of Heaven's Way could not suppress him. At this moment, this guy had already started to draw more power from his body. The power of darkness began to flourish. Originally, there was still a faint gray light in the sky. But at this moment, it was completely dark. There was no light at all. The darkness is endless, the evil is endless. Woman, since you are a person blessed by heaven, you can become my food. So what if you are blessed by heaven? Even your Heaven's Way will become my food in the future. To be able to say such words, he was simply deranged. At this moment, an extremely terrifying power came crashing down. The densely packed radiance had already suppressed everything at this moment. Such power was directly transformed at this moment. The terrifying aura finally completely annihilated everything. At this moment, the power could only be described as shocking. No one would have thought that the aura of heaven and earth could be so powerful. This kind of power came in a mighty manner. It was so terrifying that it couldn't be any more terrifying. It had already suppressed the power of Heaven's Way. But at this moment, the boundless darkness was blasted away. Then, a huge image appeared. On that image, black, and white alternated. Within it, there was an extremely mysterious and terrifying power. It was almost the ultimate power of heaven and earth. That image had appeared in the void before. That was the celestial demon diagram. The appearance of the celestial demon diagram meant that the island master of Celestial Demon Island had finally intervened. As soon as the celestial demon diagram appeared, the most terrifying power came crashing down. The power of heaven and earth completely disappeared. The power of darkness was indeed powerful. But when it encountered the power of the celestial demon diagram, it was directly devoured. There was no chance for it to resist. Chapter 12:10. Female Literature, Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Darkness Incarnation was only at the Emperor realm. The Darkness Incarnation in the Void was a powerful being that could fight against a sacred Venerate, and could even defeat him. Even so, he was still taken away by the celestial demon diagram. How could he resist? Soon, the Darkness Incarnation disappeared. The celestial demon diagram seemed to be satisfied and left. As for the evil demon emperor, the celestial demon diagram did not even care about him. The celestial demon diagram only cared about the darkness incarnation. That was probably the most terrifying being in the evil demon world. His real body could not enter this world, but his darkness incarnation was already causing trouble everywhere. If there came a day when this world could no longer stop him, it would be a huge disaster for the Wuji world. The island master of the celestial demon island was an extremely powerful being, and even stood at the peak of this world. He had been protecting this world, and for the upcoming war, he had to be prepared. Therefore, it was extremely important to capture the darkness incarnation of the mysterious being, and then start studying and analyzing him. The darkness incarnation was too powerful. In the previous war, the evil demon clan and those powerful demon gods had brought a huge disaster to this world. However, it was unknown how this monster was born, but it seemed to have already begun enslaving the fiend celestials. All the powerful demon gods had to listen to his commands, and he could even create a monster like the great demon god of dark judgment. Therefore, this monster would be an unprecedented enemy in the Wuji world. The darkness incarnation was taken away by the celestial demon diagram. At this moment, Chu Linger had temporarily lost her enemy, and a ray of light shot out from her eyes. That was the eye of heavenly Tao, and it seemed to be able to see through everything. Even the eye of truth could not be as powerful and profound as this. She had already seen that in the depths of the formation. His senior sister Lin Fong was actually already in great danger, because beside her, there was actually an extremely handsome man. This person was not an evil demon, but a human. An extremely real human, and not a transformation of his appearance. Her eye of heavenly Tao could see that. However, this human was different from ordinary humans. His body was filled with all kinds of terrifying auras. It seemed to be endless darkness, but also seemed to be endless shadows. His existence seemed to be a huge threat to the heavenly Tao. At this moment, this man was devouring Lin Fong. Lin Fong was a powerful emperor master, but because of Li Yu's meddling, she was unable to wake up. And this man in front of her actually wanted to devour her. How dare you! At this time, Chu Linger was furious. She directly attacked, and a heavenly retribution force blasted out. However, at this moment, the man suddenly raised his head. Clearly, through the layers of great formations, he saw Chu Linger. Furthermore, he even smiled. Endless power began to rise at this moment. A terrifying shadow power actually negated the power of heavenly retribution. That was not his doing, but the terrifying defensive power. This defensive power was originally set up by Lin Fong so that she could cultivate in seclusion in peace, but at this time, it actually became something to protect the other party. What's more, the man inside seemed to have modified the defensive power, making the original method to get rid of him useless. Moreover, his strength had greatly increased. Unless it was a direct impact from an Emperor Realm Master, it was impossible to break through this defensive barrier. Do you want to save her? Unfortunately, your strength is not enough. Your heavenly retribution force can indeed restrain the devil and defeat him, but I'm not a devil. I'm a living creature of this world. Ha ha ha, heaven and earth are heartless. They won't destroy me just because I'm a bad person. His voice rang out. His calm voice was filled with incomparable confidence and complacency. This damned thing. Chu Linger knew that she could not delay any longer, because if she continued, Lin Fong's world would really be in danger. More importantly, if something happened to Lin Fong's world, it would affect the whole situation. Everyone on Heartless Island would probably die. After all, this guy in front of her was too powerful. His power was almost limitless. That terrifying power had reached an unimaginable level. She was no match for him. Just as he said, the power of heavenly retribution did not help him. Moreover, the power of heavenly retribution would not stay on her at all times. As the terrifying devil was taken away by the celestial demon diagram that suddenly appeared, the power given to him by the heavenly way was constantly weakening. That was not a good thing. Ah, Heartless Island, it's really an interesting place. However, now that Heartless Fairy is not here, what ability do you have? So, you should obediently accept your fate and be devoured by me. The man spoke, his voice was so proud. He continued, everyone will die. Today it's you, and in the future it will be others. If you want to save your senior sister, why don't you save yourself first? After he finished speaking, a hole suddenly appeared beside Chu Linger. In each hole, a demon king appeared. The evil demon king was comparable to a Tao master. At this time, 5 evil demon king appeared directly. 5 evil demon king, it should be enough for you to play with. I hope you can have fun. Of course, I also hope you can survive. He smiled evilly. He began to devour Lin Feng's power while watching the show. He was like a god who controlled everything. No matter what it would be controlled by him. However, at this time, a sword shadow suddenly fell from the sky. The sword shadow fell, and it was as if a huge mountain came crashing down directly. Boom! A terrifying sound exploded. Then, an extremely terrifying wave of air rushed out directly. The huge wave of air was simply unimaginable. These demon kings had not really appeared, but they were immediately hit by the huge wave of air. 2 evil demon kings died directly just like that. In the terrifying huge explosion, a ray of light became more and more dazzling. The dazzling light was extremely dense. The aura released by the light was extremely sharp. It was because it was the most terrifying sword aura. As the sword aura disappeared, the terrifying defensive power began to collapse directly. Duanmu Longhu. He is indeed a terrifying person. At this time, a man appeared in the sky. He was wearing a green robe. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Beside him was a long sword. The long sword was extremely dazzling and seemed to be extremely heavy. It condensed the power of 1,000 mountains. Duanmu Longhu. It turned out that the man who was causing trouble here was Duanmu Longhu. His gaze landed on the man. Only then did he sense a threat from him. More importantly, this guy knew about him. He narrowed his eyes. In this world, there were not many people who knew about him. Su Yan was not here. Su Yan is right. You are truly a venomous snake in the shadows, recklessly wreaking havoc. Such a person like you is truly disgusting, he said again. When the name Su Yan was mentioned, whether it was Chu Linger or Duanmu Longhu, their expressions changed. At this time, Duanmu Longhu said, Su Yan. So, you are Su Yan's friend. That fellow Su Yan is really like a lingering spirit. Even if he doesn't exist here, he still wants to bring me trouble. The corners of Duanmu Longhu's mouth curled up. That fellow was truly his greatest enemy. Then, tell me, who are you? He asked. At this time, the man in the sky said, me. My name is Zhang Zhe. You should know that a poisonous snake like you has a lot of things under your control. Duanmu Longhu's pupils shrank again, the sect master of the Taihang sword faction, Zhang Zhe. It's really better to meet you in person than to hear about you. You actually broke through to the Emperor realm so quietly. How shocking. Duanmu Longhu said directly. The Emperor realm. At this time, Zhang Zhe was actually in the Emperor realm. If this news were to spread, it would probably shock everyone. The Taihang sword faction was one of the 10 great sects, but in the past, the Taihang sword faction was weak and almost fell out of the 10 great sects. It was Zhang Zhe who turned the tide and became a Tao master, increasing the strength of the Taihang sword faction. At that time, he was almost the youngest Tao master, and his battle strength was extremely terrifying. Even those with high cultivation in the 10 great sects did not dare to fight with Zhang Zhe, so the Taihang sword faction was able to develop steadily. But now, Zhang Zhe had reached the Emperor realm. How long had it been? You are too polite. I should be the one saying that. Well, now, you can give up. Since I am here, I won't let you continue. As Zhang Zhe spoke, an extremely terrifying sword chi spread out. His sword chi was extremely sharp, as if each sword chi could cut through space. Moreover, there were tens of thousands of sword chi at this time, densely packed, almost able to completely cut through everything. Even the powerful Duan Mulonghu was extremely afraid at this time. However, he could not give up just like that. Devouring the Emperor realm was not an opportunity that could come by at any time. This time, he had spent a lot of effort on this plan. Therefore, at this time, with a move of his mind, a huge shadow appeared directly, the divine god's shadow. As the shadow appeared, its terrifying aura rose directly to the sky. The densely packed sword chi was directly shattered by the divine god's shadow. Chapter 1211. Female Literature, Chapter 1209, Zhang Zhe, Duanmu, go and save your senior sister. Leave the matters here to me. Su Yan had told him that Duan Mulonghu was an extremely terrifying existence. Su Yan's strength had increased to a terrifying level. This made Zhang Zhe take his words even more seriously. However, he had secretly mobilized his power to search for Duan Mulonghu for a very long time, yet he was unable to find Duan Mulonghu. However, today, when he saw Duan Mulonghu, he immediately realized that Duan Mulonghu was Duan Mulonghu. Without any hesitation, he immediately confirmed it. Duan Mulonghu's strength was extremely strong. The shadow that he had summoned gave Zhang Zhe a huge amount of pressure. His sword aura was already extremely powerful. However, the power he summoned earlier was actually able to shatter it. All of the sword aura dissipated into nothingness. That was extremely terrifying. The Taixing God's sword trembled slightly, and an even more powerful might was emitted. At this moment, Chu Linger was directly heading toward the Grand Formation. Fortunately, when Zhang Zhe arrived earlier, he had killed 2 of the Demon King with a single strike. As for the other Demon King, it was also because of this that they were unable to struggle free. Thus, Chu Linger did not have any other concerns at this moment. She was able to unleash her power to her heart's content. At this moment, the aura in the sky was constantly evolving. It had simply reached an unimaginable level. However, it was not like before, where there was no gap at all. She was able to directly sneak in through the clash of power between the two of them. Furthermore, the power of the heavenly Tao had not completely left yet. As a heaven-blessed individual, she still possessed enormous power. At the very least, she could still use the power of the eye of the heavenly Tao directly. Humph, scram. How could Duan Mulonghu allow her to enter like this? To him, if he could devour this venerable monarch, his strength would increase to an extremely terrifying level. Perhaps he would be able to directly increase the distance between him and Su Yan. Su Yan had treated him as an old enemy. However, wasn't he the same? After the previous battle, he realized that he had not taken Su Yan seriously enough. Su Yan's strength was too terrifying. Although he did not use all of his trump cards in the previous battle, he knew that Su Yan was the same. This made him feel uncomfortable. He was a person with a strong desire to control. He felt that he should be in control of everything. It wasn't strange for those who had existed longer than him to be stronger than him. Moreover, he didn't care because he believed that after his resurrection, his strength would definitely be extremely terrifying. In fact, he could even become the most powerful person in the world, trampling all the previous powerhouses under his feet. However, at this moment, Duan Mulonghu suddenly appeared. His strength was actually not inferior to his own. Furthermore, Su Yen, he was to Duan Wulonghu. It seemed that as long as he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to grow, and the speed of his growth would be even faster than his own. This was truly unimaginable. Needless to say, his terrifying strength was even more frightening. Therefore, Su Yen was his old enemy. In order to surpass this old enemy and kill Su Yen, Duan Wulonghu naturally had to increase his strength as quickly as possible. After not seeing Su Yen for so many years, Duan Wulonghu did not know how strong Su Yen had become. However, he was certain that Su Yan's strength would not be weak. Because of this, Lin Fang, who was at the Emperor realm, was extremely important to Duan Wulonghu. However, things were not going smoothly for Duan Wulonghu. Originally, according to his plan, he could have completed all of this effortlessly. Duan Wulonghu had bewitched Li Yu a long time ago and had been waiting for an opportunity all these years. Others might not know about Heartless Island, but Duan Wulonghu was someone who had lived for thousands of years. Naturally, he knew about the existence of Heartless Island. When Li Yu told him that Heartless Fairy had disappeared, Duan Wulonghu immediately knew that his opportunity had come. Of course, in order to have this opportunity, he did not hesitate to join forces with the mysterious existence of the evil demon clan. In fact, the mysterious existence of the evil demon clan was so powerful that Duan Wulonghu was somewhat afraid of it. However, it was only fear. As for the so-called psychological burden, it was not at all. Duan Wulonghu knew very well that cruelty was the nature of this world. The evil demon lord wanted to invade the boundless world, but it was impossible for him to directly fight his way in at this stage. He could only use his methods to break down the power bit by bit. This required someone to help him from the inside. What Duan Wulonghu needed now was power to help him. Therefore, whether it was the shadow creatures or the evil demon lord, Duan Wulonghu did not reject them. Duan Wulonghu's idea was very simple. That was, when his strength reached the peak, these things were nothing to him. He could directly destroy them. Duan Wulonghu was that confident and that terrifying. When he saw Chu Linger come in directly, he naturally took action to stop her. However, at this time, Zhang Zhe also took action. You should be the one who should scram. He snorted coldly, and then a powerful force immediately suppressed her. A terrifying storm directly passed through at this time. Such a powerful force suddenly suppressed him, and his power was immediately dissolved by the sword qi. Taihang Thousand Mountains, Myriad Sword Dao. Zhang Zhe's power moved, and the violent sword qi turned into countless mountains and rivers. Then, it directly trapped the huge shadow of the deity within. At this time, his power began to be directly released. The most terrifying aura at this moment had become the most powerful storm power. Duan Wulonghu's footsteps moved forward step by step. At this time, his power was even more terrifying and unparalleled. A gaze fell straight down. Such a violent and terrifying aura turned into a barbaric attack. He wanted to stop Chu Linger from awakening Lin Fang. Lin Fang's strength was extremely powerful. To put it bluntly, even if he were to face Lin Fang at this time, he did not have much confidence that he could completely defeat her. Moreover, there was Zhang Zhe at this time. If Lin Fang woke up at this time, then his plan would fail. Unfortunately, at this time, how could Zhang Zhe let him have his way so easily? The power of the Taihang Divine Sword was fully activated. That violent and terrifying power was really powerful at this time. The sword blade was heavy, and its terrifying majesty was like a mountain. All the mighty power between heaven and earth was vividly displayed at this time. All the aura between heaven and earth was constantly condensing at this time. The battle between the two venerable sovereigns was naturally extremely terrifying. Although Zhang Zhe could not directly defeat him, it was still very easy for him to restrain him. In this way, the power was constantly changing, and directly gave Chu Linger a chance. At this time, Chu Linger finally came to a place not far from Lin Fang. At this time, Lin Fang was lying in a pure white lotus. Her power was protecting her. Naturally, an Emperor Realm Master's protective power would not be weak. Such a powerful aura made even Chu Linger feel frightened at this time. "Senior sister, I'm Linger. Please wake up now. We all need your help." She unleashed her own power, then turned this power into a line and directly charged towards it. At this time, she had to find a way to break the barrier and wake Lin Fang up. Of course, Lin Fang's power was too strong, so she could not do it overnight. She could only use her own power to slowly communicate and achieve the goal of dripping water to penetrate stone. At this time, his aura had become extremely powerful. At this time, the power between heaven and earth had undergone a huge change. The battle between Zhang Zhe and Duan Wulonghu was too intense, and the power of the sword Qi and the god's shadow's power were constantly clashing. The terrifying power was unimaginable at this time. Everything between heaven and earth began to change, and became the most direct and powerful terrifying power. Such an aura, if not for the fact that Heartless Island was extremely powerful, perhaps would have begun to collapse at this time. However, at this time, the power of the two people was still constantly clashing, and the extremely powerful power was constantly changing. All the light power between heaven and earth had sunk to the most terrifying level. Zhang Zhe gradually felt the pressure. Su Yan has always said that Duan Wulonghu is an extremely terrifying person, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. He was extremely shocked. With such strength, if he had not broken through to the Emperor realm, he would not be a match for his opponent at all. Moreover, at this time, he vaguely felt that his opponent was probably only a Dao master at this time, and had not become an Emperor realm at all. He had always been a genius, and when he was young, he had defeated many experts in the continent. Moreover, to him, fighting against opponents of a higher realm was like eating and drinking. However, at this time, he was directly suppressed by his opponent. This was really unimaginable, as his opponent's realm was lower than his. However, even in this situation, he did not panic. This was because he knew that no matter when, if his heart was in a mess, it would mean that he had failed. He was Zhang Zhe, and in the face of such a strong opponent, not only did he not shrink back, but he also became more and more courageous. His aura increased again, and it was as deep as the sea and as heavy as the abyss. "Zhang Zhe, I know that you are a legendary figure with great strength, and that you have led the Taihang sword faction to its current height. However, since you stopped me today, then the hatred between us has already been formed. In the future, I will definitely destroy the Taihang sword faction." Duan Wulonghu's ferocious power was limitless. As the saying goes, those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. However, Zhang Zhe said, as the saying goes, life and death are predestined. If the Taihang sword faction is so inexperienced, then destruction is also its fate. You don't need to talk nonsense, just defeat me if you can. Chapter 12:12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. What kind of person was Zhang Zhe? How could he be scared off by a single sentence from the other party? No pop-up window. If that was the case, he would no longer be the faction leader. Moreover, he had seen all kinds of storms. If the Taihang sword faction was strong enough, they would not be afraid of any enemy. However, if the Taihang sword faction remained weak, it would be destroyed sooner or later. If that was the case, there was no point in him continuing to protect them. He might as well let them disappear in the long river of history. That would be a much more straightforward way. At this point, their strength had reached an extremely terrifying level, and their minds were even more powerful. They could basically ignore everything and put everything in their hearts. This was their true will. At this moment, his sword did not stop at all. Instead, it became even more powerful. The power of the light was unimaginable. It was like the sun rising in the sky. The Taihang sword was a divine sword. Under Zhang Zai's efforts, the divine spirit in the divine sword had begun to awaken. Once it was fully awakened, its power would increase by another level. Perhaps one day, it could even become a super divine sword like the Godslayer sword. At this moment, the power of the Taihang sword and Zhang Zai's cooperation was unimaginable. No matter how strong the divine spirit was, it could not gain any advantage over Zhang Zai. As he spoke, Zhang Zai charged forward again. He slashed his sword down viciously and collided with Duan Mulonghu's power. Humph, Duan Mulonghu, I know that you still have a lot of trump cards. Take them out. Otherwise, your plan will definitely fail today. Since he had already appeared here, he would not allow Duan Mulonghu to succeed. Moreover, at this time, Chu Ling's call seemed to finally have an effect. Lin Fang's consciousness began to awaken. She was a venerable lord with terrifying power. The moment she fully awakened would be the moment he failed. Even if he was the Duan Mulonghu, he would have no choice but to leave. Otherwise, he would have to face the impact of the two of them. Duan Mulonghu also felt this. He clearly knew that if he didn't break through Zhang Zai's defense and interrupt Chu Linger's call, then he would really lose today. Damn it, if it weren't for the fact that I was doing something else and didn't bring that thing over, even this Zhang Zai would have died here today. He was furious. However, at this time, he had no choice but to start thinking. What should he do now? Should he disregard everything, charge forward bravely, and then reveal his trump card, or should he just retreat at this time? After all, he did not have much time left. If he continued to persist, it would only make things worse. Taking Tianqing. At this time, Zhang Zai's attack came again. The power of his sword was extremely strong. The terrifying pressure fell fiercely, and the light continued to attack, almost turning into a sword formation. The sword chi was already powerful, and now that it turned into a sword formation, it was even more terrifying. With such power, even Duan Mulonghu had no choice but to retreat. His eyes were filled with hatred, and he was extremely angry with Zhang Zai. This despicable guy. Forget it, I'll retreat today. Otherwise, when Lin Fang wakes up, my chances of winning are not high. Even if he defeated Zhang Zai, it was not possible for him to continue devouring power at this time. Humph, today's matter ends here. However, today is only the beginning. I, Duan Mulonghu, will remember this. So, before I return, all of you should live well. Don't die so easily. His voice was so arrogant that it was as if he did not put anyone in his eyes. At this time, the chaos on Heartless Island was not over yet. The densely packed demons were still flying in the sky. His figure began to disappear gradually. However, just as he was leaving, his palms suddenly tore, and a huge door was opened. The moment this door appeared, an extremely terrifying and heavy aura appeared. Feeling such an aura, such a terrifying pressure, was simply unimaginable. This was not the power of this world. Such a dark and oppressive aura was definitely not from this world. In the sky, rays of light fell directly at this time. The change in power was even more terrifying at this time. At this time, the gaze also began to rise and change. Such rays of light kept flashing at this time. It was the most terrifying light in the world. Demons. There were countless demons. No wonder there was such a huge and heavy pressure at this time. It turned out that such a terrifying demon had appeared at this time. That terrifying power was boundless as it continued to rush through the sky. If all of these terrifying things appeared, how terrifying would it be? Ha, Zhang Zai, are you coming to kill me? Duan Mulonghu chuckled. Then, he left calmly. This was because he knew that Zhang Zhe would not come to kill him at this time, unless he wanted Heartless Island to be destroyed. At this time, he could only stop the opening of the demon door. If he could not do it, everything here would be completely drowned. Damn thing. At this time, Zhang Zhe could only shout angrily. Chu Linger also noticed the changes in this place. However, Zhang Zhe immediately shouted, "Don't bother about this place. Wake Lin Fong up." After saying that, his Taxing Holy Sword started to change. The sword, which was originally a few feet long, expanded by hundreds and thousands of times. Such a terrifying and violent power was displayed at this time. The most terrifying blade trembled slightly at this time. At this time, the terrifying ray of light had already descended. Such power was truly terrifying to the extreme. An endless amount of aura circulated continuously at this moment. "Break for me, you filthy things!" Zhang Zhe shouted angrily. This ray of sword light evolved into countless changes. After being slashed by this sword, the spatial door immediately started to distort and shake, as if it was going to disappear completely. However, at this time, the Demon Emperor, who was trapped by the Big Dipper sword formation, suddenly let out a sharp roar. The moment he roared, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the door that was about to close. That ray of light turned into pitch-black lightning and swept through everything. When the black lightning struck the 7-star sword formation, the 7 Tao Masters and Fairies of the Passionless Island all spat out blood. They all suffered heavy injuries at the same time. At this time, they naturally did not have the ability to stop this Demon Emperor. "Ow!" The Demon Emperor howled. He reached out his hand, and the Tao Master closest to him was pierced by his power. Even though the Tao Master's body was strong, he was still heavily injured at this time. At this time, the Demon Emperor was heading towards the door. Seeing that Zhang Zhe was about to close the door, he didn't allow it and wanted to open the door. The Demon Emperor's bones were filled with the aura of destruction. Even if it meant his own death, he would destroy everything in his path. This was the Demon Emperor, a Demon Emperor born for destruction. Perhaps at the start, the Demon Emperor wasn't so extreme. However, at this time, the Demon Emperor was like this. Because at this time, the most terrifying and terrifying Demon Emperor appeared. His thoughts were so extreme. In his understanding, everything in this world should be destroyed. Because only destruction was the source of his power. That mysterious and terrifying existence wanted to devour the power after the destruction of this world, and then strengthen himself. Everything about him was built on destruction. It was as if he was born to destroy everything. At this time, in the sky, the terrifying and terrifying clouds kept accumulating. The dense aura was unimaginable. At this time, the power in the sky started to descend. That demon gate started to flash with dark lightning. Impudent. At this time, a crisp voice sounded. That voice was extremely powerful and majestic. Her strength wasn't inferior to Zhang Zhe's. When this power appeared, all the power on Heartless Island was mobilized. It was as if the entire world was waking up. On Heartless Island, rays of radiance appeared. These radiances were like the stars in the sky. They were extremely dazzling and dazzling. The existence of these radiances almost lit up the entire world. Under that terrifying power, those powerful demons didn't even have the strength to struggle. They started to perish or even die. Demons who dare to invade Heartless Island, death is your final destination. That voice was so cold and emotionless. The power that surged out of it was extremely powerful. It's senior sister. She finally woke up. Many people on the Heartless Island were pleasantly surprised when they heard the voice. Their senior sister Lin Fong had finally come back to life. Eldest senior sister Lin Fong was the strongest person after Fairy Heartless. She was a venerable sovereign, a veteran venerable sovereign. Her appearance could immediately turn the situation around. Evil and corrupt things, be destroyed. Heartless destruction. Her voice rang out again. Then, everything fell to the ground. This was her power. Hearing this voice, Zhang Zhe seemed to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Since you've woken up, there shouldn't be many problems here. I should leave. Chapter 12-13. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. As it turned out, Zhang Zhe was not here because he could predict Duan Wulonghu's appearance, but because of Lin Fang. Read the full text. No one knew that the Heartless Island's eldest senior sister, the strongest venerable Emperor Lin Fang, had a relationship. Moreover, it was a relationship between a younger and older sister. Back then, Lin Fang was carrying out a mission outside and coincidentally met him, Zhang Zhe. At that time, Zhang Zhe had just finished his battle. His opponent was an extremely terrifying killer from the Limitless Demon sect. Even with Zhang Zhe's strength, he was still severely injured. However, the most suitable person for him happened to meet Lin Fang. For some reason, Lin Fang, who was supposed to be emotionless, saved Zhang Zhe. The two of them spent a long time together, and even fell in love because of it. However, the two of them did not end up together in the end. Zhang Zhe did not have any thoughts of love at that time. At that time, he only wanted to become stronger and become the sect leader of the Taihang Sword faction. He wanted to lead the Taihang Sword faction to prosperity. Lin Fang was from the Heartless Island, so she naturally did not want to fall in love. However, perhaps it was the will of the heavens. The two of them did not want to fall in love, but in the end, they had a relationship and even developed feelings for each other. However, the two of them still got separated in the end. It was hard to say who was heartless, but what was done was done. However, it was also because of this that the two of them formed karma. Over the years, Zhang Zhe grew stronger and stronger, and he learned more and more things. He finally understood that the person who had feelings for him was actually from the Heartless Island. At first, it was not a big deal. He thought that at his current level, he had already forgotten and abandoned all feelings. The Great Tao was heartless. If he wanted to become the most powerful and terrifying person, he had to forget everything and devote himself to the way of the sword. However, today, he suddenly felt uneasy. He did not know where this uneasiness came from, but he knew that if he did not do something, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Finally, with the help of the Taihang Divine Sword and the treasures of the Taihang Sword faction, he made a divination and found that Lin Fang's life was in danger. Normally, he wouldn't be so worried, but at this moment, his heart could no longer remain calm. He knew that he could not let go of Lin Fang in the end. Hence, he had unleashed his greatest power and rushed towards her. No matter what, he would not let anyone hurt Lin Fang. This was the thought in his heart. Fortunately, he had arrived in time. Otherwise, Lin Fang would have really died today. This was the will of heaven. But now that Lin Fang had woken up, it was time for him to leave. He did not belong here. Since that was the case, it was better for him to leave as soon as possible to avoid any awkwardness. However, at this moment, Lin Fang's voice was heard. "You're leaving just like that?" The voice was cold, like the cold wind blowing from Bingshan. However, within this coldness, there seemed to be a trace of warmth. Zhang Zhe laughed bitterly. He felt that his heart was beating a little fast. Now that he thought about it, it was strange that a figure like him would have such emotions. He really didn't know what to say. "Yes, the matter has been settled. I should leave too," Zhang Zhe said. At this moment, Lin Fang continued to speak. "What's wrong, little guy? You don't even have the courage to look at me." Such provocation was simply a joke. In the current Jojo continent, who had the right to call him a little guy? However, Zhang Zhe did not have any resistance when Lin Fang called him that. On the contrary, there were endless memories in his heart. He smiled bitterly and said, "It's not a matter of courage." He turned his head and suddenly sighed in his heart. Then, he said unexpectedly, "You're still so young, but I'm already old." Lin Fang's appearance had not changed at all. However, Zhang Zhe no longer looked like a young man. Instead, he looked like a thin middle-aged man. Wouldn't it be better if the old and the young were matched? At this moment, Lin Fang actually smiled. Her smile was so beautiful, like the snow lotus in Bingshan. This smile made Zhang Zhe's heart throb. However, at this moment, the Taihang divine sword hummed softly. The ripples in his heart were directly broken at this moment. His gaze turned cold, and then sword chi condensed. Taihang divine sword, landslide. It turned out that the fiend emperor was causing trouble. At this moment, he was still not dead. The appearance of the starlight gave him a huge pressure, but he was still not dead. At this moment, he still had the strength to fight. Therefore, at this moment, he directly erupted his strength. At this moment, he wanted to launch the most direct attack and completely destroy everything. However, for Zhang Zhe, this was simply a huge taboo. Right now, he was talking to Lin Fang. Although he felt that he had let go of his heart, when he truly faced her, he realized that he still missed that period of time so much. Perhaps the two's conversation was extremely short, and even the smile that appeared between them was just a moment. However, because of this, it was precious. However, this guy actually dared to do this at this moment. This was simply courting death. No matter what, he could not forgive this guy. At this moment, his strength appeared, transforming into rays of sword light. The violent sword light fiercely suppressed. Such strength was simply terrifying to the extreme. The terrifying sword chi directly rushed down, and then slashed at the fiend emperor's body. The Taihang divine sword was extremely sharp. In addition, at this moment, Zhang Zhe was angered. Such a sword directly cut the fiend emperor's extremely powerful body in half. "Humph, disgusting thing, you still dare to act recklessly." The angry ones were not only Zhang Zhe, but Lin Fang as well. She gently grasped with her beautiful hand, and an extremely powerful force immediately appeared. Around the fiend emperor's body, thorns immediately appeared. Then, the thorns exploded, and the fiend emperor died just like that. There was no luck to speak of. A fiend emperor was originally extremely powerful. However, at this moment, it was directly strangled to death, without even a chance to struggle. It could be seen how terrifying the combined strength of these two was. I really did not expect that the little guy from back then had actually become so powerful. Very good, Overlord. The current you is not inferior to me anymore. Lin Fang said playfully. At this moment, she did not seem to be an ice-cold goddess at all. However, at this moment, Su Yan and Zhang Zhe also directly took a step forward. This step directly broke through layers of space, and directly appeared in front of her. His gaze landed directly on Lin Fang's face. Hee, little. At this moment, Zhang Zhe directly hugged Lin Fang. Lin Fang was an overlord. Even if Zhang Zhe was also a Dao sovereign, if Lin Fang was unwilling, Zhang Zhe would not be so close to her. The two of them looked at each other, and just their gazes alone seemed to be able to fill the entire world. However, at this moment, Lin Fang's smile gradually disappeared, and then the icy aura appeared again. The little bit of emotion just now disappeared, and was replaced by a kind of icy coldness. Zhang Zhe naturally felt the change in her, but at this moment, he did not care. Instead, he directly took an inch and wanted a mile, and then planted a kiss on her face. How dare you? Lin Fang's voice was already incomparably cold. This was because her heartless Tao was beginning to take effect. However, Zhang Sei said indifferently, if you want to kill me, then do it. After all, I have already kissed you. What can you do to me? He was simply acting shamelessly. Lin Fong directly slapped out with her palm. The cold and terrifying palm imprint was like an iceberg. However, this palm imprint did not land on Zhang Sei's body. At this moment, Zhang Sei had already left. His figure disappeared completely, and completely disappeared. She smiled gently, and then said, "Humph, coward." However, there was no trace of blame in her words. Not only that, but she also seemed to be a little surprised. Then, she looked around Heartless Island. She showed such a childish attitude to Zhang Sei, but not to these demons. Destruction. The truly powerful existence among the demons had completely disappeared, and the remaining ones could not withstand her power. At this time, all of them directly disappeared. At this time, she directly looked up at the sky, as if she wanted to see through the void and find her master. Master, do you see? Ling has already comprehended the will of the heavens. In the mysterious void, the Heartless Fairy's heartless domain was continuously being eroded. However, at this time, she did not feel any pain, nor did she feel any panic. Her aura had already stabilized, as if everything was nothing in her eyes. Humph, how is it? You old demon, the Heartless Island is not something you can easily control. When the Heartless Island was facing such a crisis, she could actually feel it. Although she was completely trapped in this place, she was a saint sovereign, and could still sense the movements of her own nest. The terrifying demon did not make a sound, as if it had completely disappeared. Pilgrimage. Yes, at this time, Su Yan was more and more convinced of his own judgment. He could already feel that in the distance, there was a mysterious power awakening. This power was extremely powerful, and filled with a holy aura. Even he had been attracted by this power and had developed a desire for it. It was even more so for those demonic beasts. Since legend had it that this place was once the tomb of an expert, and was even called the God's Graveyard, then there must be something mysterious here. Chapter 12-14. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Tao Masters of the ancient sects had all entered this place at this time. There must be something extraordinary here. Otherwise, why would they be so crazy? Therefore, Su Yan firmly believed. Read the full text. At this time, Lu Wu and He Wenze, who were behind him, also felt the attraction. Greed and yearning flashed in their eyes from time to time. Old Lu, what is this thing? Why do I have such a strong desire in my heart? At this time, he could no longer restrain his inner desires. His desire for that mysterious and unfathomable thing had reached its peak. He only thought that if he could obtain that thing, his strength would definitely reach an extremely terrifying level. He Wenze was the same. Young master, do you feel it? He Wenze was smarter and calmer than Lu Wu. He knew that Su Yan was the most powerful person in this place. Even if that thing was right in front of them, it would be extremely difficult for them to obtain it. Unless Su Yan did not want it, they would not be able to obtain it at all. Su Yan said, I don't know, but this thing seems to be useful to me. However, he then added, but don't worry, as long as you follow me loyally, I can give you everything except that thing. After he finished speaking, Lu Wu and He Wenze immediately looked at each other. At this time, He Wenze asked again, Young master, what is that thing? Su Yan seemed to be in a good mood at this time. He said, it's better that you don't know what I need, but I can tell you that the heavenly spirit grass is there. Heavenly spirit grass. Hearing these 3 words, the two people's eyes became extremely hot at the same time. According to legend, the heavenly spirit grass was a spiritual grass that was nurtured by heaven and earth. If it could be refined, it could improve one's soul and reach a new level. These 2 old men were still in the venerable realm. Although they were not weak, they were not worth mentioning compared to Tao Masters. Due to their low aptitude, it was impossible for them to reach the Tao Master realm. This was what they knew. However, as long as one was human, there would always be greed or desire. Although reality made them feel helpless, there was always a little bit of hope in their hearts. They hoped that they could break through. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here. And this heavenly spirit grass was exactly what they needed. If they could obtain the heavenly spirit grass, then their strength would increase. Not only that, but their souls would also sublimate. The sublimation of the soul was even more difficult than the so-called rebirth. At that time, they might really be able to become Tao Masters. This gave them absolute hope. Sir, you're saying that you can bestow us with the sky spirit grass. Even at this point, they still couldn't believe it. At this time, Su Yan said, well, the sky spirit grass is not of much use to me. If I can get this, then I will give it to you. In addition, if my guess is right, then the key to our escape is there. Hearing this, the two of them were overjoyed. Now, only 2 words were left in their minds, and that was the sky spirit grass. If they could obtain the sky spirit grass, then their strength would definitely increase tremendously. However, at this point in time, they did not hear Su Yan clearly. What Su Yan said was if they could obtain it. This showed that it wasn't easy to obtain the sky spirit grass. However, since the two of them didn't notice, Su wouldn't remind them. How could it be so easy to obtain this thing? Not to mention other things, the terrifying monster horde might be their enemy. Of course, at this time, Su Yan was also thinking. There seemed to be something hidden under this road, so the monster horde wouldn't charge here. Although he was simply walking, his exalted power was constantly seeping into the ground. Although this world was extremely strange, it was much stranger than the 5 prefectures outside. Fortunately, the exalted power wasn't affected by this place. The powerful aura couldn't completely stop the exalted power. The exalted power was still able to seep into it, so it started to speculate. At this time, Su Yan discovered that there seemed to be an endless river below. Of course, the river wasn't just a river. Instead, it was an extremely terrifying and strange thing. It was an extremely powerful energy, but at the same time, it was also very dangerous. The existence of this kind of thing was actually very unstable. If something went wrong, it would immediately explode. However, this thing seemed to be sealed now, so it wouldn't explode for a while. Furthermore, Su Yan discovered that this seemed to be only a small part of it. I want to see if the exalted power can directly devour this power. If it can, then my strength will increase greatly. At this time, his heart was full of desire. He wouldn't let go of any opportunity to become stronger. Over 10 years had passed, and his cultivation base had increased a lot. However, he knew that while he was getting stronger, many people were also getting stronger. His own luck was very strong, and he had a huge advantage because he possessed the exalted power. However, deep down, he also knew that he wasn't the only one with good luck in this world. If he guessed correctly, Duan Mulonghu had also made great progress at this time. Since they were old enemies, then it was impossible for him to be left behind so easily. This was an extremely powerful and terrifying enemy, so he couldn't relax in the slightest. Therefore, at this time, he attached great importance to this. To him, this trip to the Gate of God might be an opportunity for him to improve his strength tremendously. The discovery of this energy was definitely a pleasant surprise for him. At this time, he had already implanted the exalted power, hoping that he could gain something from it. Time passed little by little, and they were getting closer and closer to their target. After a while, they were shocked to find that the countless beasts were actually standing there quietly. Some of the demonic beasts were born to be extremely violent and bloodthirsty. However, at this time, they were surprisingly quiet, which was simply outrageous. They were like children quietly sitting there, waiting for their teacher to arrive. What are they waiting for? At this moment, Lu Wu finally could not help but ask. However, Su Yan did not answer, and even He Wenzi did not say anything. Their gazes were fixed on the sky. Lu Wu could not help but raise his head as well. At this moment, he finally realized that there was an aurora flickering above his head. The aurora was so dazzling that it was simply dazzling. That little bit of power was even more powerful to the extreme. Every ray of light was filled with terrifying and powerful power. Even if their strengths were not sealed, and they were venerable ones, they would not be a match for this power. If this power landed on them, they would probably die right away. It was also at this moment that the power began to sway gently. Strands of power continued to linger, and in the end, it finally formed a huge pattern. It was a god statue. The god statue was incomparably huge. Its body was similar to a human's, but it was also completely different. This was because its head was not a human's head, nor was it a dragon's head. Instead, it was a terrifying head that had never been seen before. It had 4 pairs of arms, and each arm was so powerful that it contained unimaginable divine power. The appearance of the god statue made the monsters even more eager, and they did not dare to have any auras. "Young master, what should we do?" Lu Wu asked at this moment. Nevertheless, as soon as he spoke, a power directly entered his sea of consciousness. Under the suppression of this power, he almost instinctively knelt down. At this time, he felt so humble, and the god statue in front of him was so high and mighty as if it was born to be worshipped by all living beings. Even the monsters knelt down to thank the statue. Those that could not kneel down prostrated themselves on the ground. Among all of the living beings, there was still one person who was still standing. This person was Su Yan. Su Yan's aura was abundant. As the strong wind blew, it made him look even more resolute. The corners of his mouth curled up as if he was mocking with contempt. At this moment, the god statue began to make a sound. This sound was definitely not any language, and it was not even the roar of a wild beast. However, this sound was so clear that it was as if every living being could understand its words. This is the sound of the Great Path. At this time, Huan Bin began to tremble. It was not out of pain, but out of awe. Originally, when he knelt, he was very hesitant and even unwilling to accept it. But at this moment, that kind of mood had completely disappeared. Like the monsters, he directly prostrated himself on the ground. The sound of the Great Path. Legend had it that the Great Path was the ultimate truth of the world. If one could understand the Great Path, they would be able to receive help from the Great Path, allowing their cultivation to quickly improve. Those extremely powerful and high and mighty existences were all able to make breakthroughs in their cultivation after comprehending the Great Path. They could even reach a heaven-defying level and directly become gods. It was as if the 3 dragon gods had passed down the great path of the heavenly dragon that belonged to them. However, the sound of the great path was so miraculous that even venerables and powerful existences who had stepped into the Tao Lord realm would not be able to hear it in their lifetime, let alone ordinary people. Only those who had reached the level of sacred venerables and were at the peak of sacred venerables, who were about to embark on a new path, could comprehend the great path. Only such people had the ability to express the Great Path. Chapter 12-15. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. If one could listen to the Great Tao, it would be of great help. Why were the people from the ancient sects so powerful? That was because there had been such people in their sects who could recite the Great Tao heavenly melody. After listening to the Great Tao heavenly melody, the cultivation of their disciples rose to an unimaginable level. That was the reason why the strength of the sect could increase rapidly. Of course, the Great Tao heavenly melody couldn't be passed down forever. After all, it was the law of heaven and earth. Normally, even if a sacred venerable or an existence above the sacred venerable were to recite the Great Tao heavenly melody, those who had heard it couldn't hear too much. At this point, the great Tao heavenly melody of the various sects had already disappeared. Their cultivation could only rely on the records of Taoist scriptures and books. However, these were only the insights of the writers. How could they be compared to the great Tao heavenly melody? But now, this strange statue that suddenly appeared started to recite the great Tao heavenly melody. This was simply a miracle. The sound continued, and each note was so precious that it made people want to worship it in their hearts. However, there was one person who didn't do so. That person was Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan didn't care about this at all. The great Tao heavenly melody didn't even enter his ears. How dare you! At this moment, a furious roar exploded in his consciousness. Disrespect to the gods is unforgivable. You deserve to be punished. Kneel down now. The terrifying aura kept rolling at this moment, and a terrifying force came crashing down on him. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly appeared around Su Yan, and he persevered in the wind. At this moment, he seemed to have become the heaven and earth of the world. Everything in this world was his enemy. The sandstorm was his enemy. The demonic beasts were his enemy. Even Hewen Bin and Lu Wu were the same. In his consciousness, the terrifying statue appeared directly. The 8 arms of the statue were shining with light. Lightning, fire, ice, storm, earth, divine tree, light, and darkness. 8 arms, 8 forces came crashing down on Su Yan, as if wanting to kill Su Yan. Invading the consciousness. Hee, how interesting. At this moment, in Su Yan's sea of consciousness, the bright moon suddenly emitted a cold radiance. The cold radiance directly turned into a sword light. The sword light was like a huge crescent moon that swept across. The terrifying aura seemed to be able to destroy everything. That was not all. Such terrifying power rose up again at this moment. The extremely terrifying light condensed again, and then the green lotus appeared. Lotus flowers appeared one after another, wrapping around the idol. The power of God, there really is the power of God here. Su Yan was in disbelief at this time. At this time, he had already seen the essence of this statue. The statue was naturally not real, but it was the power of the gods. Legend had it that this place was once the graveyard of the gods. The gods had fallen here. Now, it seemed that the legend was somewhat credible. The reason why he was able to emit the great Tao heavenly melody was because the power itself was divine power. However, that was not true divine power, but the power condensed from the resentment of a god. He had already discovered that these existences were contributing their own powers when they were listening to the great Tao heavenly melody. That was their souls, and also their lives. They had gained, but they also had to pay. It was just that it was hard to say whether it was worth it to pay or to gain. In this world, it was impossible to gain everything for free. To put it bluntly, they were using their own powers to provide for the gods. These people were grateful to the gods, and even felt that they were very lucky to be able to hear the great Tao heavenly melody. However, in Su Yan's opinion, that was not the case at all. Those experts of the sects preached because they hoped that their sects would become stronger. That was why they did so. However, in reality, preaching the Tao was something that went against the harmony of the heavens. Cultivating the Tao was against the heavens, and preaching the Tao was even more against the heavens. It was also because of this that those existences who had heard of the great Tao would not casually impart the Tao. It was because they knew that if they did so, it was very likely that they would bring death upon themselves. Therefore, if it was not for the inheritance of the sect or a true great sage, how could they impart the great Tao heavenly melody? No matter where he was, no matter how great he was, it was impossible for him to do so. Su Yan had seen through this point, and naturally, he would not submit. Why would he worship? It was because he was moved by the thought in his heart. At this moment, Su Yan's power began to grow stronger, and that terrifying aura was even more so at this time. He felt Su Yan's disobedience and rebellion, so he was angry and wanted to kill Su Yan directly. At this time, his brilliance began to rise, and that terrifying power increased bit by bit. That violent aura had reached an unimaginable level. However, Su Yan was not afraid at all. This guy seemed to have chosen the wrong battlefield. Of course, it was indeed the simplest thing to disintegrate a person with just one's consciousness. He could recite the great Tao heavenly melody, and even if it was a fake one, it could still show his strength. Such soul power was definitely terrifying. However, Su Yan's soul power was even stronger. When that terrifying power came straight down, Su Yan's power also suddenly erupted. That violent power rose directly at this time, and all the aura was completely suppressed at this time. In the sea of consciousness, the green lotus bright moon was much stronger than before. Such power was simply terrifying, and that power had reached the most terrifying aura. Everything about him was like this at this moment. Everything was like this. The world was changing, and the sun and moon were also rotating. However, in this sea of consciousness, Su Yan's bright moon green lotus was eternal. These two forces were constantly colliding, and the terrifying power was constantly colliding, creating the most terrifying brilliance. At the top of the sky, endless power was constantly appearing. That was the creation. All the aura was constantly condensing and changing at this time. At this time, his power had reached the most terrifying level. In an instant, the sea of consciousness was churning, and terrifying waves appeared. That was a terrifying power. At this time, the 8-armed demon god obviously did not expect Su Yan's reaction to be so fierce, and his counterattack was even more terrifying. Blasphemer, you will be punished. At this time, his thoughts directly attacked Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan sneered, God. He did not care at all. In the sea of consciousness, a sword shadow appeared. That was the Supreme Sword Soul. At this moment, the Sword Soul surged, and the terrifying power reached an unimaginable level. Blasphemy. What's so great about gods? It's not the first time I blaspheme gods. Su Yan's words were so bold, and the fact was so. This was not the first time he blasphemed gods. He had survived the suppression of the two great gods, the Dragon of Destruction and the Eternal Dragon. Although it was not his own power, it was related to his own survival. So far, what he had experienced had long exceeded everyone's imagination. Therefore, at this time, how could he be afraid of gods? What's more, he clearly knew that these were not gods, but just a bunch of hypocritical existences. When his anger rose, when his strength was strong enough, these existences were all useless and could be directly killed by him. How dare a mere fake god be so presumptuous? His sword chi condensed again, and the most terrifying power had reached a violent and terrifying level. At this moment, he moved forward again, and the power had even reached an unimaginable level. The sea of consciousness was his world, and in his world, he would not be afraid of anyone. At this time, his power was stimulated again, and the violent and terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. At this time, his power had reached an extremely terrifying level. The violent pressure of the sea of consciousness, together with the Supreme Sword Soul, directly suppressed him. Didn't you want to invade my sea of consciousness and make me your slave? At this time, the extremely powerful power directly burst out from Su Yan's body. At this time, he had already launched a counterattack. In fact, at the very beginning, he did not expect that guy to be so direct and directly throw his power in. However, since this guy did so, it was an unexpected surprise for him. In this way, he could directly devour the divine consciousness. That's right, Su Yan's thought at this time was to devour the divine consciousness directly. His power roared out bit by bit, and the terrifying aura was constantly surging. It was simply unimaginable. Such a sacred and violent aura was really endless. The power between heaven and earth had reached the most terrifying level. The terror of the power was simply unimaginable. The sea of consciousness swept out, and immediately suppressed the eight-armed demon god. At this time, the eight-armed demon god immediately let out an extremely terrifying roar. His power was actually extremely terrifying. Moreover, Su Yan's strength in the outside world was affected by this space and was directly restrained. However, this was the sea of consciousness, and his original body was still preaching. Therefore, it was destined that not all of them had entered this place at this time. His power was constantly changing, and the terrifying light had become extremely pure. Mortal, if you do this again, I will communicate with my original body and kill you directly. His voice was so majestic that it was simply unimaginable. At this time, he seemed to be really angry and wanted to kill Su Yan. However, Su Yan did not care at this time. How ridiculous. Since he had already made his move, he naturally knew what to do. Chapter 12:16. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This strand of divine sense was extremely rare for him. Divine sense was the foundation. If Su Yan's divine sense was captured, then everything about him might be known to others. Therefore, there were so many high and mighty existences who liked to break into people's knowledge sea and then devour it. In this way, not only could they strengthen themselves, but they could also obtain the information they wanted from the other party's knowledge sea. At this time, as long as Su Yan devoured the eight-armed demon god's divine sense, he would be able to obtain a lot of information that he wanted to know. What was even rarer was that he would be able to understand what this place was like. After all, in this place, he was really too passive. He wanted to find Yun Wanqing, but he did not even know where she was. At this time, Su Yan's power began to nibble away at the eight-armed demon god's divine sense little by little. His Taisheng power was truly a miraculous power, capable of suppressing all of these things. Su Yan's will was constantly moving, and his aura began to rise at this time. Outside of his body, he was originally only at the spirit channeling realm, but at this time, his cultivation suddenly increased, and at this moment, it had reached a whole new level. As expected, the stronger my power is, the more it will improve me. What a wonderful feeling. The power of the Most Supreme was originally able to help Su Yan break free from the shackles of this world for a short time, allowing him to reach the power he wanted to achieve. However, the process was not so simple. But now, after beginning to nibble away at the eight-armed demon god's divine sense, he vaguely grasped a direction and saw hope. He clearly knew that if he could reach this step, then he could truly complete the transformation. Now, Su Yan was already a Tao Lord. He had gathered all his laws and made himself unprecedentedly strong. This kind of strength was almost heaven-defying. When he had just cultivated, he was able to face the Dragon King Bugadier directly. Although he might not be able to defeat him, at least he was not afraid of him. At this time, if his cultivation improved further, then he might be able to directly defeat the Dragon King Bugadier. Thinking about it, Su Yan would have had difficulty even breathing in front of the Dragon King. If it was not for the existence of the God Slayer sword, he would have died at that time. But at this moment, his strength was so terrifying. With the support of an extremely powerful force, his aura was even more boundless, as if he was an omnipotent god. Of course, Su Yan would not be enchanted by this power. After all, he knew that he still had many things that he was lacking, but no matter what, this was a good sign. Nevertheless, this was a good sign. As long as he kept was translation, he would be able translation as was translation his was what was his translation of. Was translation translation? Was translation was translation translation was translation 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 was translation 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 was translation. Translation translation translation. Was translation. But when he entered, he realized that Su Yan was actually a ferocious tiger. If he could, he would have let his main body react and kill Su Yan. Unfortunately, in Su Yan's sea of consciousness, his will could not be transmitted. Unless his will was completely killed by Su Yan, he would only be able to find out when he lost contact with his own divine will. Otherwise, he would have no way of knowing. Unfortunately, Su Yan would not give him such a chance. The wonders of the most supreme power were displayed at this time. The power contained in the divine will had been completely extracted, including some laws and knowledge related to this place. At this time, the light in the sky was like a scorching sun. It was simply unbelievably bright. Such power was wavering little by little, and the boundless power was like a ray of light. His aura was rising little by little. Suddenly, Su Yan's aura disappeared, and he returned to the spirit channeling realm. At this time, Su Yan's gaze reappeared. At this time, he raised his head and looked at the real 8-armed demon god. So that's how it is. This is just a divine resentment. A divine resentment was the resentment of a divine spirit. After all, divine spirits were the greatest power in this world. Even if they died, they would not disappear. Their resentment was also an extremely terrifying existence. And in front of Su Yan was a divine resentment. The reason why he was teaching the heavenly voice and gathering so much power was because he wanted to condense his real body and be resurrected. Divine spirits were existences that surpassed holy venerables. They were also very special existences. They branded their mark in the world. As long as the world was not destroyed, the divine imprint would not disappear. Even if they died, the divine imprint would still leave them with a chance to live. They would either enter the cycle of reincarnation or appear as a divine resentment to find their true self. Once they could reappear, they would immediately become the most terrifying existence and return to this world. However, the divine spirits of this place had actually died a very long time ago. It could be as long as the era when the 5 counties were born. Although the information Su Yan had was incomplete, Su Yan could deduce that the existence of these fellows might be related to the extremely terrifying 5 kings. Regarding the 5 kings, it was really a mystery. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Even this god was filled with hatred and fear towards the 5 sovereign kings that he had a vague impression of. To be able to make a divine spirit act this way. Su Yan had seen the strength of a living divine spirit. Wasn't the dragon god the same? The dragon god was able to kill him with just a bit of divine consciousness from the sacrifice. How terrifying would his strength be? When he was alive, how terrifying would his prestige be? Although Su Yan did not know the strength of this divine spirit, since they were able to obtain a divine position, it meant that even if their strength could not be compared to the dragon god, it would not be too far off. However, compared to the 5 kings, there was clearly a sense of powerlessness in his anger. To him, this was an unimaginable pain. According to this deduction, the strength of the 5 kings was simply terrifying to the extreme. However, at least until now, the 5 kings did not have the most fundamental conflict with him. Therefore, Su Yan did not bother about it at this moment. At this moment, his strength started to gather bit by bit. It's really the evil god. At this moment, he released a wave of energy. That energy directly enveloped Tiwenza and Lu Wu. At this moment, the 2 of them were still immersed in the shock of the great Tao heavenly melody. To them, this was a heaven-sent opportunity. As long as they could obtain this energy, they would be able to reach the heavens in a single step. Therefore, they were naturally extremely grateful for this opportunity. They were even willing to exchange everything they had. However, at this moment, Su Yan's energy enveloped them and isolated the great Tao heavenly melody. What's going on? Why did the great Tao heavenly melody break? Lu Wu was immediately enraged. At this moment, he suddenly raised his head and saw Su Yan. Tiwenza was the same. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten about Su Yan's strength. Their first thought was that Su Yan had interrupted their opportunity. Therefore, at this moment, they directly soared into the sky and charged towards Su Yan fiercely. They wanted to kill Su Yan directly. However, Su Yan said directly, "Why? Are you still unwilling to wake up from your dream? It seems that I still need to help you guys." As he spoke, he gathered his power again. That was his divine thought. His divine thought was like a gale that directly swept through their minds. With just this, the two of them were already awake from their anger. Then, they realized their current situation. Just now, they clearly wanted to kill Su Yan. At the thought of this, their hearts were simply filled with fear and dread. How could this be? Why did we attack this malefic? At this moment, the fear of being dominated by Su Yan appeared again. At this time, they almost directly knelt down. However, at this time, Su Yan said, "Well, put away your emotions. You were just controlled by the evil god's emotions. Don't blame yourself. In fact, this is nothing," Su Yan said extremely calmly. Moreover, his smile was also very gentle. "Young master, what did you say? Controlled by the evil god." The evil god. Hearing these two words, the two people's voices trembled. Even if it was the evil god, it was still a god. The fear of a god directly appeared in their hearts. Su Yan smiled and said, "Don't worry, that's not a real god. It's just the resentment of a god. Well, there's no need to say anymore. I'm going to kill the 8-armed demon god. As for you guys, I want you to do something for me." Although Su Yan said it calmly, in their hearts, they still felt extreme fear. This young master of theirs, what exactly was he going to do? He was going to kill the evil god. But young master, our strength, maybe. At this time, they were only in the spirit realm. How could they be the evil god's opponent? Moreover, even if they were in perfect condition, they still wouldn't dare to attack the evil god. However, at this time, Su Yan said, "Well, do you remember what I said before? The spirit realm is the law of this world. In other words, your cultivation is in the spirit realm. Then this evil god is also in the spirit realm." The two people were actually very suspicious of Su Yan's words. After all, the aura emitted by the 8-armed demon god was too terrifying. That powerful aura constantly attacked their souls. How could they believe in Su Yan? "Don't you want to leave here? Don't you want the sky spirit grass?" Su Yan asked again. This time, however, it was a bribe. Chapter 12:17. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. When they heard the words Sky Spirit Grass and "leave this place," their eyes lit up. Fengyun Reading Network, leave this place. How could they not want to leave this place? However, they had already lost their courage and were intimidated by the majesty of the evil god. "Master, tell us, what do you want us to do?" Wenza finally made up his mind and asked directly. Old he. Lu Wu was shocked. He felt that Wenza was crazy. If he wanted to help Su Yan, wouldn't that mean that they were going against the gods? No matter what, he wouldn't dare to do so. However, Wenza said, "I believe in Master's words. Old Lu, if you believe in me, then come with me. Think about it, if we can't leave this place for the rest of our lives, then even if the great Tao heavenly melody is real, what's the use of it?" Wenza was calm at this moment. His simple words made Lu Wu speechless. Yes, if they couldn't leave this place, then even if the great Tao heavenly melody was real, what could they do? Gradually, perhaps they would become existences like those demonic beasts, treating the evil god as a god and making pilgrimages to him every time. That was to be muddle-headed and lose themselves completely. What was the point of living like that? They were experts. They didn't want to stay here and be ignorant idiots. They wanted to leave this place and become existences that could dominate the world. If they couldn't be happy, then even if they left this place, they wouldn't be happy. At this moment, a force descended from the sky. It was the light released by the evil god. Obviously, the 8-armed demon god had discovered that something was wrong here. Not good, it's the evil god's force. Lu Wu was taken aback. But at this moment, Su Yan had already bolted up into the sky. Following which, a burst of energy burst forth, repelling this horrifying attack. Su Yan said, "Well, what's there to be afraid of? I've already said that I will deal with this guy." At this time, seeing Su Yan actually repelling this power, the two people's confidence in Su Yan rose again. He Wenza said directly, "Tell us, young master, what do you want us to do?" Su Yan said, "It's very simple. Do what you want to do. Do you see the heavenly spirit grass? What you need to do is to pick the heavenly spirit grass. You can pick as many as you want." The two of them looked in the direction that Su Yan was pointing and saw that the heavenly spirit grass was exuding a luster. At this point, both of them were ready to make a move. That was the sky spirit grass that they had been longing for. All right. Wenza didn't waste any more words and headed straight ahead. In fact, between the two of them, Lu Wu was more impulsive. However, at this time, Lu Wu became timid. On the contrary, Wenza, who usually had a lot of worries, was so decisive. At this time, his power had reached its peak. Lu Wu saw Wenza acting like this and finally followed. In fact, many people were like this. In normal times, they were bold, but in the face of a real crisis, they were timid and didn't dare to move forward. Lu Wu was like this. Wenza was the opposite. Because he was very clear that at this time, he didn't have much of a way out. They could only trust Su Yan. If they didn't trust Su Yan, maybe they wouldn't be able to live. Even if they could live, they would be like walking corpses. He was very clear about his own strength. This was self-awareness. Since he was self-aware, he would put aside all his worries. Su Yan looked at Wenza's decisiveness and was surprised at first. However, he quickly smiled and said, "This old man is smart. Only smart people knew what to do at the right time." Since the two of them had already acted, he couldn't wait any longer. He headed straight for the demon god. At this moment, his speed had reached a terrifying level. He was almost like a ray of light. Didn't you want to kill me? Then here I come." At this time, he released his killing intent. When he released his killing intent, the monster horde was startled. The angry monster horde let out a roar. Although these monsters were just as Su Yan had predicted, equivalent to the spirit realm, such a large number of monsters was still very scary. However, Su Yan wasn't afraid at all. A long sword appeared in his hand. It was the Taiji sword. In this place, Su Yan actually did not hesitate at all and directly took out one of his trump cards, the Taiji magic sword. The moment the divine sword was raised, it was born to kill. The sword chi swept across and a terrifying light fell. The monster horde at the front was directly killed. The sword chi swept out and directly killed a large number of monsters. Not even the corpses of the monsters killed by the divine sword were left behind. Su Yan's eyes flashed. As expected, he muttered to himself. At this time, he was muttering to himself. In fact, from the very beginning, he had already discovered that something was wrong. Although those demonic beasts were incomparably real, there was always a kind of indescribable feeling. They were clearly in front of him. So many demonic beasts passed by him, but Su Yan had a kind of feeling of nothingness. At this time, the power of the divine sword erupted. After the Taiji sword was destroyed, it returned to its origin. He immediately realized that the monsters were just the most basic source of power. If one had to describe them, they were actually similar to the heavenly resentment. When they listened to the great Tao of Heaven's voice, they were offering their own source of power. The eight-armed demon god obviously knew this, which was why he acted like this at that time. The rolling aura was constantly changing at this time. Streaks of power manifested into an even more elusive power. When the monsters were killed, the power seemed to be falling into the earth. "Humph, don't even think about it," he said, and then activated his power again. That was the power of the Supreme. At this time, Su Yan had become a huge black D. The power that kept falling was directly devoured by him. "Humph, I want to snatch the source of power from you. I want to see what you can do to me." At this time, the eight-armed demon god finally couldn't wait any longer. "Destroy my spirit consciousness and snatch my food. Die." At this time, he directly pressed down with his palm. An extremely terrifying power fell directly. Such a radiance was simply terrifying. His power was rolling and unimaginable. Between heaven and earth, everything seemed to be changing directly at this time. The most terrifying power began to condense to the extreme. In the face of the terrifying palm, Su Yan didn't dodge and directly went against the heavens. "Want to fight? Then come." His power directly swept out, and the most terrifying light flashed out at this moment. What kind of terrifying power was that? It seemed to suppress everything. That aura flickered boundlessly. Everything so terrifying moved at this time. Between heaven and earth, everything was completely obliterated. One hit. Boom, a terrifying sound was heard. Countless auras exploded, and the most terrifying power surged. In this one hit, countless monsters died directly. Su Yan's power of the Supreme was released again, directly plundering those powers. You can directly plunder vitality. The eight-armed demon god's eyes directly burst with the most terrifying light, and he seemed to be very surprised. He coveted these monsters that were transformed from vitality. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, it seemed that he couldn't directly plunder, so he could only think of such a clumsy way. However, the guy in front of him was able to do it directly. "You're an outsider." His consciousness was released again, as if he was surprised by Su Yan's identity and origin. At this time, Su Yan said, "Haha, you're right. I am an outsider, but so what? What can you do to me?" Su Yan's words directly fell, and at this time, his aura was already rolling, and that most terrifying power at this time had reached the extreme. He leaped out and directly rushed to the sky. At this moment, the sky changed color, and his aura suddenly skyrocketed. "Outsider, you will be the key to my change. You will never understand the true meaning of God." At this time, Su Yan said, "You finally can't hold it in anymore and want to show your true power." At this time, his expression was indeed serious. After all, the power that was shown at this time was indeed extremely terrifying, and it made him feel a great threat. However, that was all there was to it. At this time, Su Yan's mind moved, and then a huge shadow appeared behind him. "God my A**s, you're just the resentment of a body. If even trash like you could be called a god, would have defied the heavens long ago." The shadow of the true demon. At this time, Su Yan finally no longer hid himself, and at this time, he directly released all of his power, and the real power directly burst out. The shadow of the true demon. The power of the highest was activated, and it directly offset the surrounding restrictive power. At this time, Hyun Bin and Lu Wu finally arrived at the place where the sky spirit grass was planted, but at this time, they suddenly felt a huge movement behind them, and they instinctively turned around, only to see such an incredible scene. How is this possible? Young master, he. At this time, Lu Wu was so shocked that he could not speak. At this moment, Hyun Bin said, as expected, this young master's strength is truly unimaginable. In this place, it seems to be a law for one's strength to reach the spirit realm, but he can directly break the law. He is even stronger than the young master of my sect. Hyun Bin was a member of the Xianwei sect, and their young master was also an extremely terrifying task. Although the four heavenly kings of Tianji Elder did not have their young master, in the eyes of the Xianwei sect, it was completely the Tianji Elder who was old and senile. Their young master was a great figure, and his power was even more terrifying. Chapter 12:18. After all, Yi Kongxing's strength had always been extremely terrifying. However, how could the others be qualified to be compared with the young master? No pop-up window. But at this moment, he realized that he was really blind. I don't know if this young master is the one I guessed, Hyunza said again. At this moment, Lu Wu asked, who are you talking about? Hyunza said, didn't he say that he was Chong Wuxin from the Sound of Thunder sect? It's just that the most famous person in the Sound of Thunder sect is actually Zhang Daqian, who is also a powerful genius. However, he's definitely not Zhang Daqian. Now imagine that the Sound of Thunder sect and the Heaven and Earth organization are in cahoots. Can't you guess who this person might be? At this moment, Lu Wu finally reacted, are you saying that he's Su Yan, one of the future four heavenly kings of the human clan, Su Yan? Well, it's no longer important. I don't know if it's our fortune or misfortune to meet him. But now, it seems that the most important thing for us is the Sky Spirit Herb. He directly looked at the Sky Spirit Herb. Do you think he'll give us the Sky Spirit Herb? At this moment, Lu Wu's heart wavered again. Hyun Bin said, there's no need to doubt. He just said that the Sky Spirit Herb is no longer important to him. I believe him. While speaking, he had already walked forward. But after a few steps, a gust of wind suddenly blew past. On the ground, a dark gray aura of forest suddenly appeared. The moment the aura appeared this time, an extremely terrifying force directly rushed towards them. Oh no, this mission is really not simple. At this moment, he was extremely surprised because such a strange thing appeared at this time. What's that? Lu Wu was also surprised. Just as he was surprised, the gray fog had already manifested into an 8-armed demon god. Of course, this 8-armed demon god was much smaller than the one fighting with Su Yan. It was only about the size of a child. 8-armed demon god, it's that evil god. Old Lu, you and I will join hands to kill him, but be careful. The battle between Su Yan and the evil god began once again. At this time, they had completely let go of their strength. Such a battle was simply unimaginable. The terrifying power almost directly rushed to the sky at this time. That terrifying radiance was even more unimaginable. This was a battle where all of his strength was unleashed. As I expected, the power of the divine resentment isn't too strong. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't be a match for it. The reason why Su Yan decided to make a move was not because he was reckless, but because he had already estimated the extent of this fellow's strength, which was why he made a move. The reason why he was able to deduce it was because of that strand of divine will. At this moment, his sword chi became even more powerful. The true demon's shadow blocked it head-on, while he continued to attack from different angles. As such, even the powerful 8-armed demon god could not gain the upper hand. At this moment, the corners of Su Yan's mouth curled up slightly. There was a look of realization in his eyes. I understand now. Evil god, you will definitely die today. At this time, his power erupted again. That terrifying power pressed down fiercely. That violent aura turned into a huge mountain and then directly pressed down. That boundless power was so strange and terrifying at this time. The aura between heaven and earth had become even stronger. He seemed to have grasped some key points. It was because of this that he was so confident in himself at this time. Humph, this time, I will definitely win. Extremely strong colors burst out in his eyes, because at this time, he had absolute confidence in himself. At this moment, his true demon shadow rushed towards his opponent without hesitation. Since he had a rough idea, he would definitely not lose. After the last time, the true demon shadow had evolved. During the battle with the eternal dragon, Su Yan directly integrated the finger bone of the great demon god lord into the true demon shadow, allowing the great demon god lord's consciousness to descend. Although the great demon god lord's consciousness had disappeared after the battle. However, the true demon shadow seemed to have changed. Usually, no changes could be seen, but in fact, Su Yan knew that the true demon shadow had undergone the most fundamental change. At this time, in the battle with the evil god, the true demon shadow immediately displayed extremely terrifying strength. He even seemed to have an unimaginable desire for the eight-armed demon god. At this moment, that force slammed down fiercely. The raging power was constantly changing at this moment. Such a powerful force actually suppressed the eight-armed demon god in an instant. This was the world of the eight-armed demon god, but at this time, the eight-armed demon god did not have any advantage. Instead, he was directly suppressed. At this time, the eight-armed demon god seemed to have sensed an extremely familiar aura. Damn it, you really deserve to die. That kind of anger was extremely terrifying and intense. It was a kind of power that wanted to destroy everything. It was a crisis that wanted to completely destroy everything in this world. The terrifying aura was constantly attacking at this time. Such a power was indescribably terrifying and terrifying. At this time, the power was constantly changing, and the aura had reached an indescribable level. Between heaven and earth, everything had lost its color. The only thing that remained was the most terrifying radiance of heaven and earth. Su Yan's power was constantly moving at this time. The sword edge of his Taiji sword was constantly flashing. The sword edge was extremely powerful to begin with, and the sword light that was bursting out at this time was even more so. At this moment, Su Yan's power was already unimaginable. However, at this time, he suddenly realized that the pressure on him was increasing. The power of the highest is indeed not omnipotent. Although I can temporarily suppress this power, it seems that this is all I can do. I can't let my power continue to grow. At this time, Su Yan knew that there was not much time left for him to fight with his full strength. This was because at this time, there was already an extremely frightening pressure. After all, the rules of this world were as such. It was already very impressive that the power of the highest could be used as a shortcut. However, it was impossible for him to continue like this. Therefore, at this time, his power flickered, and the terrifying radiance changed at this time. Su Yan's power had become even more intense at this time, and the light was even more so at this time. His aura had begun to shrink. At this time, the eight-armed demon god seemed to have noticed the change in Su Yan. At this time, he began to laugh wildly. Outsider, although you can deceive this place, you can only succeed for a while. Now, it seems that you are going to reveal your true form. In this case, you are bound to lose. At this time, he was naturally full of confidence in himself. Su Yan's power was indeed terrifying. Whether it was him or the demonic shadow that appeared, both gave him great pressure. However, if the rules of heaven and earth could suppress Su Yan again, then Su Yan's power would not be able to compete with his. At this time, the victor would still be him. At that time, he would be able to directly take over Su Yan's body. He had already said before that Su Yan's body was very attractive to him. If he could succeed, then although he could not be resurrected immediately, he would have greater hope. For a person like him, the most frightening thing was that there was no hope. He had endless time. As the resentment of the gods, he would not die easily. However, if there was no hope and he was like this for the rest of his life, this was something that he could not bear. But now, he saw hope, and hope was right in front of him. The true demonic shadow once again blasted out with his blade. The terrifying blade directly exploded in the air. Su Yan used a sword, but the true demonic shadow's weapon was a long blade. The power of the blade's explosion was simply unimaginable. However, although the blade's power was strong, it could not kill the opponent in an instant. At this time, this existence was extremely terrifying. He seemed to have unimaginable vitality. Regardless of how terrifying Su Yan's sword chi was, it could not do anything to him. This was actually an extremely helpless matter. If it were someone else, perhaps they would have been depressed and dispirited at this time. However, Su Yan was not. He was clearly in an extremely dangerous situation, but he was not in a hurry at all. He slashed down with his sword as if none of this had anything to do with him. At this time, the eight-armed devil god was the more depressed one. Clearly, he was the one who had hopes of obtaining victory. But Su Yan's way of handling things made him scratch his head in confusion. Finally, his consciousness fell again. Human, you're about to lose, but you're not flustered at all. How interesting. Yes, in his opinion, Su Yan was about to lose. Therefore, Su Yan should be extremely flustered at this time, but Su Yan was not flustered at all. This kind of attitude made him feel a little uncomfortable. Su Yan said, "Haha, that's my business. It has nothing to do with you. Why are you flustered? If you think you're not my match, then just admit defeat. However, that's useless. I'm not afraid to tell you that I never thought of letting you live." This was indeed Su Yan's thought. The heavenly vengeance had to die. Only by dying would Su Yan have a chance to devour it directly and become even stronger. At this time, Su Yan clearly understood that if he wanted to become stronger, he had to disregard everything and use extraordinary methods. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to survive the great calamity. Chapter 12:19. This was not because of any other reason, but because he knew very well that there were too many strong people in this world. Although his strength was not bad, compared to those truly terrifying existences, he was still too far away. Read the full text. He wanted to live, and live well, so he had to do this. At this time, Su Yan had already lost too much and experienced too much. He really did not want to continue tasting defeat. He also did not want to see another farewell. Originally, he was already very aware of the danger, but at this time, Yun Wanqing disappeared again. If something happened to Yun Wanqing again, he did not know if he could take it. Maybe he would go crazy. Chu Linger, Lin Huatu, Lu Lan, each and every one of the women he liked, and his original family. Even if he never thought of himself as a member of the Su family, this body still had the blood of that family flowing in it. All of this was something he could not deny. Therefore, no matter what, he could not lose again. In order to not lose, he could only fight even harder. That was why he was like this at this time. His powerful strength rushed down again, and the true demon shadow roared, fiercely pressing the eight-armed demon god to the ground. The eight-armed demon god was also stunned. Why was this true demon shadow getting stronger the more it fought? Damn it, wasn't this thing summoned by that human? Why? He really did not understand. It was clearly a summoned creature, but it was completely out of sync with its master. At this time, Su Yan's strength should be getting weaker and weaker, but his strength was not like that. Instead, it was getting stronger and stronger. This was completely abnormal. Just as he was about to reach his limit, Su Yan's sword suddenly stopped. Then, he suddenly took a step back and said with a smile, "This is really tiring. I'm not going to fight anymore." After saying this, his aura disappeared. At this time, he had become a weakling with only a spirit realm cultivation. Yes, compared to before, he, who was only in the spirit realm, was now a weakling who couldn't be any weaker. He was clearly on the verge of victory, but he suddenly withdrew his strength. Outsider, are you admitting defeat? Since Su Yan had already reached the spirit realm, then he was no longer a threat to him. He could turn defeat into victory and make Su Yan die miserably. But at this time, he felt that something was wrong, but he didn't know what exactly was wrong. I'm going to lose. You must be mistaken. The reason why I stopped was not because I was going to lose, but because I was already too lazy to fight with you. Su Yan spoke very casually, but the more he spoke, the more confused this existence became. Even now, he still didn't understand what the hell Su Yan was doing. Actually, you're just a strand of divine resentment. This isn't your true form, right? That's why you're able to unleash your power and fight me like this. The rules of this world actually exist, so even you can't really break those rules. Su Yan's words gave the eight-armed devil god a bad feeling. Because this is just an illusory body that gathers the so-called vitality you speak of, and then constructs an existence similar to a clone. That's why you can become a god. But what if your true form dies? Su Yan suddenly asked. The eight-armed devil god immediately roared, wanting to kill Su Yan, but Su Yan was unmoved. He only said, "It should be about time." Just as he was speaking, Lu Wu's Tianwu fist had already landed. The power of that fist was extremely strong, and it directly bombarded the body of the miniature eight-armed devil god. Get lost, you damn thing. That's my heavenly soul grass. Lu Wu's eyes were filled with incomparable passion. For the sake of the heavenly spirit grass, he had already taken a huge risk. At this time, all the obstacles had disappeared. In front of him, there was only this little thing as a barrier. So, how could he bear it? Facing this little thing, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Therefore, he directly launched an attack with his strongest power. This little thing was actually not weak, but at this time, he was working together with Yuanzi. Under such circumstances, no matter how capable this little thing was, it would be difficult for it to resist, and it was directly kicked away. After doing all this, he was finally satisfied. Heavenly soul grass. At this time, Yuanzi didn't stop. He directly shouted, "Old Lu, kill this thing." His aura increased at this time, and his killing intent became even stronger. The strong killing intent directly erupted, and the mysterious Y ruler appeared. Then, a force fell fiercely, directly hitting the body of this thing. As a result, the pitiful little thing was directly defeated. What they didn't know was that at this time, the eight-armed demon god, who was fighting fiercely with Su Yan, let out a painful roar, as if it had been greatly tortured. At this time, Su Yan began to laugh, and then said, "Do you think I don't know? You're just a fake existence in front of me, and the real existence is that little thing." But the strange thing is, maybe you've already forgotten. Therefore, the divine resentment is still the divine resentment after all. It's still an incomplete thing. After saying that, he directly grabbed at the little thing again. Following his movement, he then threw a punch fiercely, and an extremely strong force suddenly fell, turning into an extremely violent gale. How is this possible? This is impossible. I'm supposed to be invincible. How can I lose? Even at this time, he still refused to give up, and felt that he should be truly invincible in this place. Invincible? There's no such thing as invincible. At this time, you still refuse to recognize reality. This is really funny. Forget it, I don't want to continue wasting time with you. In that case, you can go to hell. While speaking, the true demon's shadow suddenly hugged the huge divine resentment, and at this time, Su Yan directly emerged with the power of the Tai Supreme. At this time, what Su Yan wanted to do was to directly devour this thing. The ferocious devouring power was like a frenzied dragon. It rushed out fiercely, wanting to devour everything he had. The terrifying power at this time was even more unimaginable, and at this time, the aura was constantly moving at this time. No, no. His roar was so mournful. Lu Wu and Hewenza did not know that they only wanted to get the sky spirit herb, but they actually helped Su Yan get rid of a terrifying existence. Previously, Su Yan did not tell them that they were dealing with the divine resentment at this time. This was because he knew very well that if he told them directly at this time, they might not dare to make a move because of fear. As long as they had a heart of fear, they would stop moving forward, and this way, they would not be able to pose a fatal threat to that terrifying existence. However, it was because of their ignorance and greed that they were fearless and defeated the divine resentment's main body. Su Yan had suddenly dissipated the power of the Tai Shang at the last moment, allowing himself to return to the realm of spirit channeling. This was because he had already seen the situation of the battle and knew that the most crucial part of the eight-armed demon god would not be able to survive. His opponent was just a powerful vitality condensed by the main body. However, because this place was special, even the divine resentment itself had been forgotten. The reason why the sky spirit herb could grow was because the bones of a powerful existence were buried here. Only by condensing the sky spirit herb could it become the sky spirit herb. This was Su Yan's judgment. It had to be said that Su Yan's judgment was extremely accurate. It could even be said to be incomparably exquisite. If it wasn't for his judgment, he probably wouldn't have been able to drag the battle to such a state. However, at this time, he still had to face a problem, and that was the true devil's shadow. At this time, the true devil's shadow also began to devour vitality, as if intending to compete with Su Yan for resources. As expected, the arrival of the great devil heaven lord has already affected the true devil's shadow. However, you are something created by me, and you are condensed by me, not the great devil heaven lord. You can only obtain it if I allow it. If I don't allow it, then you can stay here. Su Yan bellowed loudly. Then, an extremely powerful seal rushed out to suppress Yishiwen. Under such an impact, the huge true devil's shadow suddenly trembled, and he seemed to be in extreme pain. At this time, his instincts actually resisted Su Yan. However, this struggle quickly stopped. Just as Su Yan said, the true devil's shadow was created by his power. Without Su Yan's permission, he absolutely could not act independently. Even if the great devil heaven lord had descended, and there was the heavenly demon finger bone in his body, he still could not escape from Su Yan's control at this time. Su Yan's power was still circulating. Not long after, the powerful force was finally completely devoured by Su Yan. After devouring the huge divine resentment, Su Yan's supreme power began to spread again, and the vitality of the monsters that died in the battle was all devoured by him. And this vitality was what Su Yan wanted to devour. He didn't lie to Hewenza and Lu Wu. He really didn't care much about the sky spirit grass, because he didn't need it. The vitality could directly increase his strength, but the sky spirit grass couldn't because he was already strong enough. As for the vitality, Lu Wu and Hewenza couldn't absorb it. Su Yan walked to their side. At this time, Hewenza suddenly took out 2 sky spirit grass. "Young master, this is for you." Lu Wu was obviously very reluctant. This was the sky spirit grass, and he felt that the more he had, the better. However, Hewenza had already given it away, so he couldn't say anything.
Chapter 904. Female Literature. However, there was nothing strange about this. His eye of truth came from the aureole. After all, it could not be compared to the aureole. If the aureole was here, it might be able to see through the illusion, but he could not. In fact, the last way to deal with such an illusion was to find the core of the illusion. In other words, he had to find the initiator of the ghostly labyrinth. However, he did not have that much time, so he chose the most direct method, breaking it with brute force. Everything had a limit to how much power it could withstand, and so did illusion formations. Even if the ghostly labyrinth and illusion formations were somewhat different, there would always be similarities between them. At that moment, Su Yin unleashed all of his power. This was the most powerful power he could muster at the moment. After Su Yin became a Tendragon powerhouse, his strength was much stronger than before. After all, it was not just a simple increase of 2 realms, but also breaking through the legendary limit to reach the Tendragon level. The increase of one's realm also meant that one's body was strengthened in all aspects. Naturally, his heart's ability to withstand the pressure would not become stronger. Under such a state, Su Yan's aura became even more terrifying. Under the ghostly labyrinth state, he was much stronger than before. If his current aura was measured by the standards of an ordinary supremacy, it was almost at the level of a 4 essences supremacy. At that moment, even if the Lion King appeared in front of Su Yin again, Su Yin was confident that he could fight him instead of killing him with the help of the winged celestial tiger and the Oriole like last time. God-slaying sword. The God-slayer's sword shattered everything. Although the Scorching Sun Sword was not the Scorching Sun Sword itself, it had been used by Su Yin in many battles and killed countless people. Moreover, the God-slayer's sword soul had entered his body, causing the Scorching Sun Sword's quality to increase again. At that moment, combined with the terrifying God-slayer sword technique, the power of this move was simply terrifying. After one sword strike, Su Yan's surroundings began to burn with flames. Su Yin was clearly still standing in the forest, but at this moment, he was already in a sea of fire. At this time, that terrifying power was constantly changing, as if it wanted to completely engulf Su Yin. However, at this time, Su Yin was not shocked, but delighted. If this was still the original environment, then there were only 2 possibilities. The first possibility was that Su Yan's judgment was wrong. This was not the so-called ghost going around in circles, but he was really lost. The other possibility was that the person who set up this place was too powerful. Even if Su Yin used all his strength, he couldn't break this place. Either way, it was not good news for Su Yin. And now, the changes in the environment proved that Su Yan's judgment was correct. Furthermore, his strength had already affected the environment to a certain extent. Inferno hell? If you can burn me to death, then come at me. Regardless of whether this was an illusion or not, Su Yin directly released his Scarlet Spirit Fire. Under the control of his power, the Scarlet Spirit Fire turned into armor. At the same time, he raised his aura again. By doing this, he was actually forcing himself. After all, no matter how strong his body was, it was impossible for him to truly accommodate all these powers. Nevertheless, Su Yin didn't want to retreat or give up at all. His thoughts were very simple, and that was to win this battle. At this moment, Sword Qi danced wildly. In the raging fire, the terrifying aura formed a huge vortex. If one sword isn't enough, then 2. I like to see how many of my swords you can take. At this point, Su Yin had already slashed out with his sword. This time, the sword slashed at the sea of fire. The terrifying power of the flames whistled and tore everything apart. At this moment, Su Yin raised his eyebrows. I found you. Sneaking around. Where do you think you're going? At this moment, Su Yin finally found traces of the other party. How could he let the other party escape so easily? He immediately activated his movement technique and turned himself into a streak of rainbow light. Su Yan's speed was extremely fast. That existence probably didn't expect Su Yin to be able to break through its power in such a short time. However, when it saw Su Yin charging towards it, that strange existence didn't move at all. Or rather, he was waiting for Su Yan's arrival at this moment. The Sword Qi was released again. Godslayer's Sword Qi swept out and annihilated everything. At this moment, that terrifying existence raised its hand. Rather than calling it a hand, it was better to call it a claw. The 4 sharp claws seemed to be able to absorb a person's soul. A strange note was released from the depths of its throat. At this moment, the world fell into oblivion. An unimaginable pressure directly suppressed Su Yin. This was still his illusory realm. In this illusory realm, he was like the heavens. His will was the will of the heavens. Su Yan's powerful sword chi was actually on the verge of collapse under the pressure of such a terrifying power. Even his sea of consciousness was in turmoil for a moment. "Get out of my way!" Su Yan roared. At this moment, the bright moon in his sea of consciousness bloomed with infinite brilliance. It was also at this moment that Su Yan realized that a black power had invaded his sea of consciousness without him noticing. It was also at this moment that the green lotus swayed and rippled in circles. There was even a fragrance. The black aura suddenly moved towards the green lotus and was directly absorbed by it. "I see." At this time, Su Yan suddenly understood something. The black aura was very weak and almost invisible, but it was constantly invading his body and entering his sea of consciousness. If it wasn't for the powerful pressure of that mysterious existence that caused Su Yan to suddenly erupt, causing his two visions to display incomparably powerful strength at the same time, Su Yan wouldn't have even noticed. If this continued and waited for the black aura to fill up his sea of consciousness, Su Yan was afraid that he would directly degenerate and become a terrifying monster. However, it was different now. Su Yan's green lotus actually began to devour the black aura. Moreover, it was able to transform the black aura into its own power. Su Yan felt that his mind had become much clearer, and the surrounding pressure seemed to have reduced. Soul-suppressing seal. At this time, Su Yan suddenly roared. The soul-suppressing seal appeared and immediately emitted an infinite golden light. As soon as the soul-suppressing seal appeared, all evil spirits were suppressed. The terrifying sea of flames disappeared directly. It turned out that there was never any sea of flames. Those flames were all transformed from resentful spirits. That strange flame was actually so powerful. Even with Su Yan's power, he couldn't resist it. After knowing this, Su Yan's gaze suddenly became sharp. "4 images seal, come out for me." It was also at this time that the 4 images seal appeared. After devouring the 9 great primordial spirits, the power of the 4 images seal rose steadily. The 4 great demonic beasts in the 4 images seal finally presented their original forms. The so-called 4 images were the azure dragon, the vermilion bird, the white tiger, and the black tortoise. It turned out that the 4 images seal suffered a heavy blow, so much so that the 4 images couldn't manifest, and even the 4 images chi became 4 demonic beasts. However, it was different now. Under the support of Su Yan's power, the power of these 4 images finally revealed its source. "Even if this is your world, I will still cut it apart." Supporting the firmament, destroy, destroy. Su Yan roared madly a few times. That extremely powerful power fluctuated continuously at this time. In the end, it actually turned into an extremely terrifying seal that directly fell. Even that terrifying existence had already started to waver at this time, because at this time, he already felt fear. Su Yan actually cracked his means. However, this existence was ultimately powerful. He would not be so resigned to being suppressed by Su Yan. Finally, with a roar, he charged towards Su Yan. "Humph, close combat, that's what I want." If this guy used his will from a distance, Su Yan might not have a good way to deal with him, because this was an extremely troublesome matter in the first place. But now this guy actually dared to fight him directly. This was something that Su Yan couldn't be happier about. He had fought countless battles and had long been incomparably accustomed to this kind of killing. The scorching sun sword vibrated. That red light became more and more intense. It was like a bloody sunset. The scarlet red light flickered, directly killing the other party. At this moment, Su Yan had actually become so powerful. In an instant, the two of them exchanged blows. With just one blow, everything around them had been destroyed. The sea of flames and the like had all disappeared. After that one blow, the monster retreated. It was obvious that it had been injured by the recoil. Of course, at this time, Su Yan was even more so. However, at this moment, Su Yan did not care about these injuries at all. Instead, he continued to charge at the other party at this time. Su Yan's battle would definitely be crazy. He wanted to win. He did not want to die. Only those who were not afraid of death could live. The battle between the two of them lasted for about 10 minutes. That mysterious existence was finally suppressed. After another 10 minutes, Su Yin slashed his body apart with a single slash of his sword. That mysterious existence's eyes stared straight at Su Yin. It seemed that even at this point, it was still unwilling to believe that it would fail. Not long after, its body began to dissipate. It seemed that after being killed, it would disappear from this place. However, at this moment, Su Yin sneered and directly extended his palm. Imperial Dragon Capturing. At this moment, his palm seemed to have turned into a demon's claw, directly grabbing towards an empty place. The Imperial Dragon Capturing was a method that he had deduced after experiencing a great battle with the Dragon King, based on the Imperial Swordsmanship Codex. If he were to become stronger in the future, it would be easy for him to capture a dragon with one hand. At this moment, a small figure appeared in front of him, which was clearly empty. Chapter 905. Female Literature. You still want to run at this point? Su Yin showed no mercy and directly pinched. At this moment, a sorrowful cry was heard. In the end, a small figure appeared in the void. It had a pitch-black body, but it had an extremely cute appearance. It was the ghost fox. Do you think that I still can't see through your tricks? If you want to die, continue to struggle for me. Su Yin showed no mercy. His cold killing intent continued to devour the ghost fox. At this moment, the ghost fox finally stopped struggling. Instead, it looked at Su Yin pitifully. Su Yin's guess was not wrong. This was actually the ghost fox from before. The ghost fox that he had clearly killed actually appeared again at this moment. Looking at the ghost fox that was desperately struggling, Su Yin sneered. Su Yin did not care about its wails at all. This ghost fox was really cunning. At the beginning, it was only a test. He had killed the little fox, but in fact, he did not hurt it at all. After that test, it felt that it already knew Su Yan's approximate strength, so it immediately used the ghostly wall method, wanting to completely trap Su Yin and then devour Su Yin. However, it did not expect that Su Yan's strength would be so strong and that he would have so many methods. After the fight, it was immediately subdued by Su Yin and could not even move. At this moment, it was truly standing on the edge of death. Life and death were on the line, and the deciding factor was Su Yan's will. Su Yin almost wanted to kill this little fox. Ghost Fox was the most cunning thing, and this Ghost Fox's strength was not bad. Just like now, Su Yin used all his methods to kill this damn fox. Just as Su Yin was about to make his move, the will of the four-direction seal appeared once more. Big Brother Su Yin used the soul-subduing seal to suppress him and subdue him. This was what the square seal's artifact spirit, Aya, instructed Su Yin. Su Yin was startled, but he soon understood Aya's intention. After all, this was the ghost demon forest, and he didn't know how dangerous it was. This ghostly fox was just the beginning. Su Yin was simply too unfamiliar with this place. Therefore, he needed someone who was familiar with all this to help him. Obviously, this ghostly fox was a very good choice. The reason why Su Yin wanted to kill him from the start was because he didn't know how to deal with this ghostly fox. But now, Aya had already pointed him in the right direction, which was to use the soul-suppressing seal. The soul-suppressing seal was a treasure of the Stupa sect that specialized in suppressing souls. Even though the ghostly fox was cunning, it was still a spirit-haunted house. It was something that the soul-suppressing seal could deal with. After thinking about this point, Su Yin immediately nodded and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. Use the soul-suppressing seal to suppress." Su Yin directly looked at the ghostly fox. At this moment, his will directly turned into a ripple and rushed into the ghostly fox's mind. Su Yin said directly, "I know that a little thing like you can understand what I mean. Now, let me imprint the soul-suppressing seal into your sea of consciousness. Otherwise, you will die." Su Yin was extremely cold. He didn't give the ghostly fox any room for negotiation. The ghostly fox looked at Su Yin and immediately trembled. In the previous battle, he had already suffered enough from the pain that Su Yin had caused him. He deeply understood that he was definitely not a match for this human. Moreover, the mask had an extremely terrifying power that seemed to be able to directly essence him. At this time, he didn't dare to resist. He finally let out a sad cry, obviously agreeing with Su Yin. After all, at this time, he didn't even have the slightest chance to resist. If he continued to stubbornly resist, only death would be left. A spirit ghost like him was most afraid of death. If he could live, he didn't want to die. Although he also understood that if he agreed, it meant that he was forced to work hard. If he continued to resist, he would truly die. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze became incomparably deep. Then, the soul-suppressing seal appeared again. The soul-suppressing seal was grand and majestic. Its aura was incomparably sacred. The powerful force at this time became even more imposing. The terrifying force directly went for the ghostly fox's forehead. In the next moment, a golden mark appeared on the ghostly fox's forehead. The moment the mark appeared, the ghostly fox actually began to cry softly. Falling into this mark, it was extremely painful. If a woman saw this scene, she would probably be extremely disappointed or even in pain. However, Su Yin wouldn't show any mercy. His gaze was like a flame as he looked at the ghostly fox. If the ghostly fox dared to make any strange movements, only death would await it. For such a haunted house, Su Yin wouldn't underestimate it. This kind of demonic ghost was the most detestable. It would bewitch one's mind and would do anything. Since he already knew the nature of the other party, how could he be deceived by the other party? After a long time, the ghostly fox's body flashed with a golden light. Then, the soul-suppressing seal's mark finally disappeared. Only then did Su Yin release the ghostly fox. At this moment, the cunning ghostly fox was cowering on the ground. It didn't make any other movements. Master! At this moment, a voice sounded in Su Yan's heart. This voice was the sound of a child crying. Su Yin knew that this was the voice of the ghostly fox. After being suppressed by this power, the ghostly fox was completely subservient to Su Yin. However, at the same time, it had an advantage. It could communicate directly with Su Yin. At first, he was surprised. However, after a moment, he let go of this surprise. After all, the soul-suppressing seal was a treasure of the stupid sect. What he knew about this treasure was too little. Very well. Since you're the ghostly fox, I'll call you Ghosty. Now, tell me how to leave this ghost forest. The reason why Su Yin had subdued it was so that he could leave this place. If he didn't know how to leave this place, it would be terrible for Su Yin. He had worked so hard to come to the Saint Devil Mountain. However, he wouldn't even be able to see Lu Lan before he died silently. The ghostly fox's voice sounded again. Master, if you want to leave the ghost forest immediately, you have to go through the White Bones path. Only by going through the White Bones path can you leave this place. Otherwise, you will never be able to leave. The ghostly fox told Su Yin some of the information it knew. After a moment of silence, Su Yin finally sighed. He still looked at this place too simply. The horror and strangeness of this place couldn't be described with words. Strictly speaking, the ghost forest wasn't a part of the Jojo continent. It was like an existence in an extraterritorial space. However, it was connected to the Saint Devil Mountain by a passage, and that was the White Bones path. If one wanted to leave this place and return to the Saint Devil Mountain, they could only go through the White Bones path. However, the White Bones path was extremely dangerous. There were extremely powerful White Bones, heavenly demons guarding it. Existences like the ghostly fox didn't dare to go there. Once they touched it, they would die without a doubt. It was also because of this that the ghost forest was so terrifying. After entering the forest, almost no one could leave. According to the memories, the strength of the White Bones heavenly demon had probably reached the level of a Dao sovereign. How powerful was a Dao sovereign? This was something that ordinary people couldn't imagine. However, for Su Yin, no matter how powerful the White Bones heavenly demon was, he still had to go. He wouldn't stay in the ghost forest forever, and he didn't have the time. White Bones path. All right, then lead the way. Facts proved that subduing the ghostly fox was indeed beneficial. Under the leadership of the ghostly fox, not only would Su Yin not get lost, he could also avoid the domains of many powerful ghosts. Although Su Yin wasn't afraid of these ghosts, Su Yin didn't have the time at this time. At this moment, Su Yin was constantly moving forward. In less than half a day, he had already reached his destination, the White Bones path. Just the sight of the white bone path was enough to make one's heart tremble. This was because this place was simply too terrifying. Su Yin looked forward. In front of him, there was an endless void, completely engulfed by darkness. Even if he probed with his divine sense, there was no response. If a person fell into such a void, there would be no other end except annihilation. And this white bone's path was in this dark void. Rather than calling the white bone path a path, it would be better to call a spine. The spine spread out, leading to an unknown distance. The end in the distance was the exit. If it wasn't for the problem with the space transmission, Su Yin wouldn't have been able to enter here in any case. Master, I feel a powerful aura in front. At this time, the ghostly fox's voice sounded in Su Yan's heart again. Powerful aura? Is that the white bone's heavenly demon? Su Yan asked. The ghostly fox's timid voice sounded again. No, that's not the white bone's heavenly demon's aura. The white bone's heavenly demon is stronger, but alright, I understand. No matter what kind of existence it is, since it has appeared, we have to fight. At this moment, Su Yin didn't stop and directly continued forward. It had to be said that the ghostly fox's senses were powerful. It had sensed the existence of Su Yin earlier than he did. Of course, there was also the geographical advantage. After all, this was the home of ghosts. At this moment, the ground under Su Yan's feet began to tremble. An extremely terrifying aura attacked Su Yan. At this moment, Ghostly Fox began to tremble. It was as if it was extremely afraid. Of course, Su Yan didn't care. The ghostly fox was an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with a four essences venerable. How could it be so easily frightened? This was just a facade. Chapter 906. Female Literature. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura suddenly appeared under his feet. Under his feet, that terrifying and powerful existence was actually lurking under Su Yan's feet at this time. Su Yan's eyes directly burst out a ray of light. You're courting death. Without any hesitation, Su Yin directly operated his power at this moment, and then the powerful force was immediately suppressed. At the same time, his body flew directly into the sky like a cannonball. Almost at the first moment he flew up, the force he released was directly destroyed. A terrifying white-boned shadow directly broke through the rock layer on the ground and directly chased after Su Yin. Even Su Yin was shocked at this time. This guy who suddenly appeared was really too terrifying. At this time, Su Yin had already felt that extremely awe-inspiring aura swallowing him. Once this aura swallowed him, he would definitely die. There was no doubt about it. Fortunately, Su Yan's speed was extremely fast, and he narrowly avoided this attack. However, before Su Yan's mind had time to relax, he suddenly felt that there was an additional thought in front of him that had locked onto him. The appearance of this feeling caused him to become extremely nervous. He was very clear about the strength of the ghostly fox, but the ghostly fox's fear of this thing had clearly reached an indescribable level. In other words, this white-boned snake was extremely terrifying. This kind of terror had even surpassed Su Yan's own. Su Yan's eyes directly released a ray of light. At this moment, his aura had risen to an unimaginable level. Because of the strength of the opponent, Su Yin had no choice but to become even stronger. If he did not improve, then only death would await him. This was the naked law of survival. At this moment, on the other side of Su Yin, a terrifying white shadow appeared. A second white-boned snake. At this moment, Su Yin was already extremely shocked. One long snake had already made him suffer enough. If two long snakes appear at this time, it would be a disaster for him. No, it's not a second long snake, because this aura is not right. At this time, Su Yin had already keenly discovered the situation. If it was a second long snake, Su Yin would definitely have discovered the situation, but now, this was clearly the aura of a long snake. In other words, these two terrifying white bones came from a long snake. Two terrifying white bones fluttered in the sky like two chains, completely trapping Su Yin. However, Su Yan's speed was extremely fast. At this point, when he used the regal sword escape, his entire body was like a shadow. His speed was unimaginable. Because of this, his speed was extremely fast. He could almost easily dodge any attack. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was constantly flickering. Of course, it was impossible for Su Yan to run away at this moment, because he knew very well that there was no way he could escape. He would only become more and more and more. At this time, he had to take the initiative. Therefore, when he was dodging, he was not doing nothing. Instead, he was using his own strength to investigate the situation below. When he dodged another attack, he finally locked his gaze on the ground below. There was an extremely tyrannical aura that was constantly twisting and circulating, where Su Yan immediately confirmed that the core of the tentacle was below. At this moment, his speed suddenly increased to the extreme. Regal Nirvana Slash. At this time, Su Yan attacked with a Regal Nirvana Slash. He knew very well that to fight such a monster, he had to unleash all of his power. He had to give his opponent a thunderous blow. After all, in front of this monster, he did not have much of a chance. If he couldn't exert his strength to the extreme, then he might not have any chance the next time. In such a battle, life and death would always be separated by a thin line. Su Yan's power was constantly rotating, and his aura was also constantly flickering. It was like a stream of light. The endless stream of light had already made Su Yan's aura extremely powerful. At this time, Su Yan's power took a step forward. The Regal Nirvana Slash had finally landed on the ground. The terrifying aura went straight into the ground, and the violent power immediately shattered everything. At this moment, it was as if the entire world had begun to collapse. The unimaginable power had completely gone berserk, and the ground was directly lifted up. At this time, an extremely terrifying huge white-bone disc immediately appeared. It looked like a giant tortoise shell. After Su Yan's Regal Nirvana Slash broke through the ground, it directly landed on the ground and then on the white-bone turtle shell. However, it only left a mark on the turtle shell. What a strong defense! At this moment, Su Yan was shocked. The defense of this thing was actually so strong. It was at this moment that an extremely dangerous feeling appeared once again. At this time, Su Yan was shocked, but he didn't have time to think. He used the Regal Sword Escape technique again and directly disappeared from the spot. Almost at that moment, an extremely terrifying and awe-inspiring white bone appeared. It was actually another long snake. Moreover, the moment Su Yan's figure appeared, the white-boned snake had already charged towards him again. Su Yan had no choice but to dodge again and again. A turtle body with 3 heads and a snake head. Could that be a black tortoise? It was a powerful demonic beast in the legends. After the 4 images seal obtained power, it manifested the 4 images, and the black tortoise was one of the 4 images. The 4 images were extremely terrifying existences. No matter which world it was, there were legends about them. In this world, the 4 images were all divine beasts. All 4 of the 4 images' beasts were divine beasts. What kind of concept was a divine beast? It was equivalent to a heavenly sovereign or even an existence that surpassed it. Although Su Yan's 4 images seal had condensed the 4 images beasts, in reality, they were only embryonic forms. Their strength was simply too strong. Su Yan was sure that the huge white bone in front of him was a black tortoise. Of course, the only black tortoise that could become a divine beast was that ancient giant beast. However, their descendants had inherited their bloodline and would definitely be extremely powerful. At this time, the 4 images sacred beasts had appeared here. Su Yan didn't know what this meant, but he knew that it was definitely not a good thing. At this moment, Su Yan's strength was increasing crazily. He had already begun to force himself to unleash all of his strength. He didn't even hesitate to awaken all of his strength. The 3 snakeheads once again charged towards Su Yan to kill him. That terrifying power had almost caused Su Yan to feel that the surrounding space was beginning to shake and crumble. How could Su Yan dare to face such power head-on? However, at this moment, Su Yan's eyes flashed, and he took a deep breath. At this moment, he was waiting for the arrival of this powerful force. Originally, he had planned to dodge this terrifying force, But at this moment, Su Yin suddenly changed his mind because he knew very well that there were some things that he couldn't avoid. There were some powers that he simply could not avoid. Since that was the case, he might as well not avoid them. Therefore, he completely immersed himself in his aura. Then, he actually rushed towards his terrifying attack. Such an action was simply courting death. However, Su Yin would never throw his life away for no reason. The reason why he did this was because he wanted to quickly get close to the main body. He clearly knew that if he kept dodging this terrifying white-boned black tortoise's attack, he might be able to dodge it for a while, but in the end, he definitely wouldn't end well. The white-boned black tortoise was simply too powerful. Just by looking at the corpses that had turned into white bones under the white-boned black tortoise's body, one could tell that it was definitely a terrifying hunter. It was almost impossible for Su Yin to kill it. However, Su Yin had no choice at this moment. At the end of the day, there was only one sentence, which was to face death and live. Come then. The terrifying attack of the white-boned black tortoise's three-headed snake body was already in front of him in an instant. That kind of power was simply unimaginable. Su Yin's speed was simply too fast. At this moment, his power was so terrifying that it dissipated in an instant. The terrifying radiance continued to condense at this moment, and the terrifying power almost condensed the space around Su Yin directly. It was also at this moment that Su Yin moved. He clearly knew that he absolutely couldn't go on like this. If he didn't do anything, then it would really be the time for him to die. Therefore, he moved at this moment. In an instant, his speed became so fast that his entire body was like a phantom. The first thing he had to do was to dodge the attack when it reached its limit. Only by dodging the attack could he launch a counterattack. The white-boned black tortoise's defensive power was extremely strong. Its defense wasn't just the tortoise shell itself, but the three-headed snake body was also one of its defensive methods. At this moment, Su Yin had to dodge the three-headed sacrifice so that his attack could directly hit the black tortoise's body. Demonic dragon wings, regal sword evasion. At this moment, Su Yin pushed his speed to the limit, and the power of the two burst out at the same time. At this moment, Su Yin's body turned into a stream of light, and the power of the surrounding space shrunk in an instant. That extremely terrifying power could no longer do anything to Su Yin at this moment. The three-headed snake body's attack directly penetrated Su Yin's body, but it was really an illusion left by Su Yin. Because his body disappeared too quickly, he left an afterimage on the spot. Even his aura was left on the spot. Chapter 907. Female Literature. Great! I've finally bypassed the snake's attack. Su Yin was overjoyed. He clearly knew that this was an extremely rare opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, his actions would become even more passive. His body suddenly appeared. At this moment, he could finally see the terrifying giant head in front of him clearly. He was certain that the white skeletal black tortoise was not dead. It was still alive. However, it had suffered two serious injuries, so much so that its snake body had turned into white bones, and its tortoise shell was only left with white bones. However, its black tortoise head was still there. If Su Yin had not rushed in front of it, perhaps he would not have noticed this. At this moment, the black tortoise head was deeply hidden by it. This is a living black tortoise. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Su Yin would not have dared to believe this. Su Yin's appearance made the black tortoise feel a strong sense of danger. Its body had turned into white bones, and the only complete black tortoise head was its true weakness. It was also its last hope. At this moment, the black tortoise was actually severely injured, resulting in its current appearance. Of course, it wanted to recover. However, it was not so simple to do so, and the head of the black tortoise was his last hope. He needed to constantly hunt creatures, absorb energy, and then let his strength continue to recover. However, if Su Yin hurt its head, it would probably lose its last hope. Obviously, Su Yin had already understood this point. At this moment, a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. That extremely bright and intense power was directly activated. Su Yin did not know why the black tortoise had fallen into this state, but he knew that if he could not kill the black tortoise, he would die. Su Yin did not want to die, so he could only fight with all his might. At this moment, the scorching sun sword's radiance rose again, and the rich aura of the Godslayer's sword began to burn. This time, he was using the Godslayer's sword chi. The so-called Godslayer sword skill was actually a sword mind of the Godslayer sword. After Su Yin obtained this sword mind, he had been trying to understand it. Of course, he could also activate the will of the Godslayer's sword, but every time he activated it, it would consume the will of the sword. However, there was nothing to be afraid of at this point. He had never thought of making the Godslayer's sword his major. At this moment, only the Godslayer's sword would be able to severely injure or even kill this black tortoise. When the Godslayer's sword intent appeared, the black tortoise immediately felt uneasy. However, Su Yin wouldn't give him any chance. His body disappeared again, and in the next moment, he was right in front of the black tortoise. The formidable power of annihilation began to surge. The black tortoise finally felt a great threat. His white-boned tortoise shell released a deathly white radiance, protecting his vitals. However, at this moment, Su Yin wouldn't give him the chance. As soon as he retreated, Su Yin was already closing in on him. His sword chi surged, and the formidable power immediately exploded with boundless radiance. At this moment, Su Yan's Godslayer sword intent had already turned into a terrifying giant sword in the sky. Without any hesitation or delay, the moment the giant sword appeared, the terrifying sword light had already descended. It was a power that could break through anything. One had to know that when Su Yin was at his peak, he was a terrifying existence that could kill gods. Even though it was only a sword mind now, it was already extremely majestic. Before the sword mind could reach the black tortoise's body, the white-boned tortoise had already let out an extremely tragic howl. At this moment, the ghostly fox on Su Yan's shoulder was also extremely shocked. The sword mind that Su Yin had displayed had truly frightened him. If Su Yin had displayed such great power from the beginning, how would he have dared to attack Su Yin? However, it was too late to say anything now. He had already become Su Yan's servant. The sword mind kept on attacking the black tortoise's body in the dormitory. The white-boned tortoise was in too much pain, and its 3 white-boned serpents were constantly writhing. Everywhere it passed, large areas of land were directly destroyed. In an instant, this place had become a land of disaster. At this moment, the square seal rose from the mountainside again. Su Yin clearly felt a vibration coming from the square seal. At this moment, Aya's voice was heard again. The black tortoise, it's the black tortoise's aura. Big brother Su Yin, subdue the black tortoise. What do you mean? Su Yin did not understand. The black tortoise was not the ghostly fox. Its strength was simply unimaginable. The reason why Su Yin could force the black tortoise to such a state was because of the powerful sword mind of the Godslayer sword. However, it was almost impossible to subdue the sword mind. Big brother Su Yin, the 4-elephant seal contains the black tortoise's true intent. Although the black tortoise's true intent is still very weak at this moment, the black tortoise is the purest source of the black tortoise. It is the direct power of the divine beast black tortoise. As long as the white-boned tortoise feels it, it will definitely choose to submit. I spoke very confidently. However, to Su Yin, this was an extremely dangerous matter. This was because if he used the square seal at this moment, it would definitely break the Godslayer sword mind. Su Yin used the Godslayer sword to subdue the black tortoise. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was a chance that he won by risking his life. If his strength could not support at this moment, the black tortoise would definitely not give him this chance next time. Moreover, Su Yin might very well die because of this. However, if he could use the square seal to subdue the black tortoise, the benefits were obvious. Su Yin's strength would definitely increase tremendously in a short period of time. At this moment, Su Yin made a prompt decision. All right, let's give it a try. At this moment, Su Yin leaped up. At the same time, he began to use the square seal. However, the moment the square seal appeared, the Godslayer sword's true intent immediately could not support it. After all, its true intent needed Su Yan's true intent to maintain it. At this moment, Su Yin used the square seal. Naturally, he could not support the true intent. At this moment, the God-Slayer's sword's true intent began to loosen. At this moment, the white-boned tortoise immediately began to rebel. Previously, the suppression of the God-Slayer's sword's true intent caused it great pain. At this moment, the God-Slayer's sword's true intent suddenly disappeared. It immediately began to roar. This was its chance. It wanted to break free from this powerful force and launch a counterattack. It wanted to kill this brat who dared to offend it. At this moment, Suyin immediately felt a great sense of danger. He had been locked on by the white-boned tortoise's true intent. At this moment, his entire body began to tremble. The white-boned tortoise was extremely powerful. If it wanted to kill him, it could do so in an instant. Square seal go. At this moment, Suyin did not have time to think. He immediately used the square seal. Almost at the same time, the black tortoise's 3 snake heads appeared behind Suyin. The terrifying power was about to descend upon Suyin's body. It's over. Even Suyin felt great despair at this moment. He only felt that he was going to die at this moment. The feeling of having a knife at his back was simply terrifying. Right at this moment, the 3 snake heads actually stopped moving. Suyin's heart was beating extremely fast. At this moment, he already felt that he was going to die. However, the black tortoise had already calmed down. Suyin looked ahead. At this moment, a ray of light flickered from the square seal. The gentle light had already enveloped the black tortoise. The faint light dissipated, and the black tortoise's body was gradually contained. It seems that I've escaped a disaster. At this moment, he had already heaved a sigh of relief. When he saw this scene, he naturally knew that he had won again this time. The square seal had successfully subdued the black tortoise. At this moment, the shadow of a black tortoise appeared from the square seal. However, compared to the white-boned tortoise, the shadow was too small. However, the strange thing was that even though it was very small, the white-boned black tortoise actually felt exceptionally peaceful after sensing this light. The small shadow of the black tortoise slowly descended on the white-boned tortoise's body. At this moment, the white-boned tortoise was so quiet that it looked like a sleeping child. Bit by bit, the power gradually contaminated the white-boned tortoise's body. The terrifying aura of the white-boned tortoise began to dissipate bit by bit. At this moment, the square seal shone brightly, and the white-boned tortoise's body began to shrink slowly. In just a short while, the white-boned tortoise's body was no different from the shadow of the black tortoise. At this moment, the two actually began to merge. Finally, the two shadows merged into one, and the white-boned tortoise flew directly into the square seal. When the white-boned tortoise merged with the square seal, Suyin immediately felt the square seal's power begin to increase. After devouring the 9 demon primordial spirits, the square seal's power had increased a lot. At this moment, its power increased even more. Suyin looked at the floating square seal and was speechless. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, he sent his consciousness into the square seal and realized that the white-boned tortoise had begun to change. Flesh and blood began to grow on his bones bit by bit. Although it did not cover his entire body, most of it had been repaired. Big Brother Suyin, the square seal has returned to the black tortoise. From today onwards, the square seal can truly help you in battle. Aya's voice was still calm and sweet. Just as she finished speaking, a stream of spirit chi spread out from the square seal and landed on Suyin's body. Suyin's body began to gradually recover under the nourishment of this power. In just a short while, Suyin's condition had completely recovered. He exhaled and said, "It's time to enter the white bone path." Chapter 908. Female Literature. Suyin's condition had recovered. Not only that, but his strength also seemed to have broken through. This was the strength of the Ten Dragons realm. The Ten Dragons realm could contain everything. When he was fighting with the white skeleton black tortoise, he had devoured its aura. When the Four Corners seal healed him, he had also devoured its aura. In this realm, he was like a bottomless pit. It was able to contain all of the auras. At this moment, Suyin's strength was also increasing. Suyin did not know where his limit was. When would he be able to break through this limit and become a supremacy? However, he knew that his strength was no weaker than a one-origin supremacy. This was under the condition that he did not use any other strength. Master, are we really going up? Although Su Yin had defeated the powerful white skeleton black tortoise, this did not give the poor ghostly fox any confidence. The strength of the white skeleton heavenly demon had long become an irreplaceable and powerful pressure. The moment Su Yin stepped in, ghostly fox had already begun to tremble. That formless pressure continued to oppress him at this moment. Su Yin ignored him. No matter how strong the white skeleton heavenly demon was, how could it compare to the terrifying Dragon King? Although it was not his own strength, Su Yin had experienced such a battle and endured such terrifying strength. Therefore, the white skeleton heavenly demon was not in Su Yin's heart. No matter what it was, if one started to feel fear before doing it, then how could one succeed in doing it? The moment he stepped onto the white bone's path, Su Yin felt a terrifying aura. Or rather, it was the sound of vibrations from the unseen. The kind of power seemed so terrifying at this moment. What kind of existence is the white skeleton heavenly demon? Su Yin thought as he quickly moved forward. He wanted to leave this place before the white skeleton heavenly demon's power exploded. Of course, he knew that it was impossible. However, it was good to take a step forward. As Boundless moved forward, the pressure he felt grew stronger and stronger. The pressure was so great that it was almost boundless. Such a terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. In the end, even a single step forward had become extremely difficult. At this moment, the ghostly fox suddenly screamed, "Master, let's run. Let's run. This is not a power we can withstand. Let's run." At this moment, Ghostly Fox began to scream. He seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for the suppression of the soul-suppressing seal, the ghost fox would have already fled in all directions. Shocking. Su Yin spat out those two words, which immediately transformed into a soul pressure. At the same time, the golden mark on Ghostly Fox's forehead flashed. After a short while, the Ghostly Fox calmed down. However, Ghostly Fox still had a fearful look on his face. However, when he met Su Yin's gaze, he finally felt better. "Master, this is simply too frightening." Looking at Ghostly Fox's appearance, Su Yin already knew that Ghostly Fox must have fallen into an extremely frightening illusion. The origin of the illusion was that terrifying pressure. This pressure seemed to have an extremely frightening suppressive power towards ghosts. It was to the extent that Ghostly Fox was afraid to such an extent. "It's fine. You stay quiet. Otherwise, I'll kill you," Su Yin said calmly. Then, he continued to move forward. This white bone's path was truly dangerous. At this moment, Su Yin felt as if he was walking on a steel wire bridge. At this moment, distortions began to appear in front of him. The appearance of such distortions seemed to be a change in space. It was as if the spatial transfer gate was already in front of him. Is this a spatial fluctuation? Could it be that I've already reached the end of the white bone's path and can leave this place and enter the Saint Devil Mountain for real? If this was the spatial transfer gate, then logically speaking, he should have reached the end. However, Su Yin did not believe that he could walk through the white bone's path so easily. It was fine that Ghostly Fox was so afraid of the white bone's path, but the white bone's black tortoise was also the same. After the white bone's black tortoise was subdued by Su Yin already knew that half of the injuries on the white bone's black tortoise's body were from this white bone's path. It was precisely because of this that he simply blocked the front of the white bone's path, not allowing any creatures to pass. This was because he knew that as long as creatures entered the white bone's path, they would become food for the white bone's heavenly demon and increase its strength. Since that was the case, he might as well kill all the prey of the white bone's heavenly demon himself. Of course, the reason why he dared to do so was because the white bone's heavenly demon seemed to be unable to leave the white bone's path. Su Yin had a deep understanding of the strength of the white bone's black tortoise. In order to deal with the white bone's heavenly demon, he had directly released the Godslayer's sword's intent to win for himself. Illusion. Su Yin was suddenly stunned. The ghostly fox had fallen into an illusion, so it became so afraid, but it did not realize it at all. At first, Su Yin thought that it was because his mental power was strong, so he was not afraid of the illusion. However, at this moment, it seemed that he was wrong. After all, no matter how strong he was not immune to all illusions. Not to mention other things, the illusion that the ghostly fox had set up made him sink into it. Although it was not to the extent that he could not extricate himself, it was already extremely dangerous. The White Bones heavenly demon was definitely stronger than the ghostly fox. This was without a doubt. Since that was the case, why did he not fall into its illusion? At this moment, Su Yin already understood that it was not that he had not fallen into the illusion, but that he had fallen into the illusion without realizing it. He thought that he had already reached the end, but perhaps the current Su Yin was still in the same place, or perhaps he had already reached the end of his life. At this moment, thinking about it, the reason why the ghostly fox was so afraid was perhaps not only because it was intimidated by the powerful mental pressure, but also because it realized its situation, so it wanted to remind and wake him up. Thinking of this, Su Yin became more and more certain of his assumption. As a result, the scorching sun's sword appeared, and the powerful sword Qi galloped like a fierce horse. The powerful aura rose steadily at this moment. At this moment, what Su Yin wanted to do was very simple. Just like how he dealt with the ghostly fox's illusion, he did the same at this moment. That was to break it with force. He wanted to use the scorching sun sword to destroy everything. Of course, it was different from dealing with the ghostly fox. At this moment, the power that Su Yin displayed was far stronger. Because at this moment, he clearly knew how terrifying this White Bones heavenly demon was. And now, he had fallen into the illusion and was already in a passive position. At this time, he could no longer hold back. Otherwise, he would completely die and become the White Bones heavenly demon's food. Therefore, at this moment, Su Yin attacked with a Godslayer sword intent. Su Yin's own strength might not be strong enough, but the Godslayer sword's sword intent was definitely enough. The power to kill gods had already surpassed everything in terms of the essence of power. In other words, if the same power was displayed by the god-killing sword, its destructive power would be thousands of times stronger. It was not because of anything else, but because of the difference in essence. The Godslayer sword was the sword of God-slaying. When the Godslayer sword intent appeared, the surrounding immediately rang out with the sound of crackling. This sound was simply unbelievably terrifying. Su Yin himself did not know how to describe it, but under such power, everything around him began to be destroyed. Bit by bit, space began to shatter, and a monstrous demonic aura appeared. This aura was so terrifying. At this moment, Su Yin finally understood why even the White Bones Black Tortoise was not a match for this existence. This White Bones heavenly demon definitely had the terrifying strength of a Tao master, and he was really not worth mentioning in front of it. If it were not for the ghostly fox's constant calls, if it were not for the nature of the Godslayer sword's sword intent that was transcendent and could destroy everything, Su Yin could only rely on this point to directly break the illusion. However, the White Bones heavenly demon's strength was still a little too strong. The appearance of the Godslayer sword intent had already shattered the illusion of the White Bones heavenly demon, but that was all it could do. The moment the illusion shattered, Su Yin finally saw the powerful White Bones heavenly demon. Of course, what he saw was not the entire White Bones heavenly demon, but only an outline. It was a pale white bone. It had a huge body like a dragon, and at this moment, there was an extremely terrifying flame in its terrifying skull. The flame was constantly burning, and the terrifying power was constantly changing at this moment. The flame seemed to have an extremely terrifying power, and the power of the illusion originated from this terrifying flame. The Godslayer sword intent directly fell on the two balls of flame, and finally dispersed this power. However, Su Yin clearly saw that the flame did not completely disperse, but was temporarily suppressed. Although the Godslayer sword intent was terrifying, after all, the power that existed in Su Yin's body was still a little weak, and it was not all of its power. At this moment, the White Bones heavenly demon roared, and its domineering aura had risen to the extreme. At this moment, the White Bone's heavenly demon wanted to tear everything apart. It was also at this moment that Su Yin directly summoned the Square Seal. When the Square Seal appeared, the power within immediately suppressed. If it was before, the power of the Square Seal would have required the support of Su Yan's mental strength. In this case, Su Yin could not use the Godslayer sword intent and the Square Seal at the same time. However, at this moment, the Black Tortoise had returned to its position. Using the Square Seal did not require the support of Su Yan's will. At this moment, the Square Seal appeared, and the shadow of the Black Tortoise appeared in the Square Seal. Chapter 909. Female Literature. The Black Tortoise was naturally the white-boned Black Tortoise. However, it could no longer be called that, because the white-boned Black Tortoise's body had changed. Although there were still some bones exposed, it was not the same as before, where the whole body was made of bones. Now, other than the 3 snake heads, the Black Tortoise's real body had reappeared. The moment it appeared, it immediately let out a huge roar, and then its entire body was suppressed. The white-boned heavenly demon was an enemy it hated the most. At this time, it directly suppressed it with the might of the 4-direction seal. The first thing it did was to suppress his power. The white-boned heavenly demon let out another roar. This was the second time it had suffered setback today. The will of the Godslayer sword was still suppressing its body. Then, the 4-direction seal fell. These 2 powers were extremely terrifying. Even a powerful existence like it couldn't break free for a while. Master, kill him. At this time, the ghostly fox immediately became excited. It didn't expect that Su Yin would have such strength. Not only did he break through the illusion, but he could also directly counterattack and force the white-boned heavenly demon to such a state. Previously, the ghostly fox was extremely afraid of the white-boned heavenly demon. But now, Su Yin and the white-boned heavenly demon were fighting. Not only was he not killed by the white-boned heavenly demon, but he also had the upper hand. This gave it a lot of confidence. At this time, not only did it let go of all its fear, it even thought of killing the white-boned heavenly demon. The weak were usually like this. Usually, they were filled with fear towards the strong. They didn't even dare to think of resisting. However, when he felt that the strong were just like that, his heart would be more vicious than anyone else's. But at this time, Su Yin wouldn't listen to the ghostly fox. Kill the white-boned heavenly demon? This was a huge temptation, but Su Yin definitely wouldn't do it. The ghostly fox would get carried away for a while. However, Su Yin would not. He clearly knew how powerful a white-boned heavenly demon was. The white-boned sky fiend was currently being suppressed by both the 4-direction seal and the Godslayer sword. But even so, he didn't die. At this moment, he was still struggling. Su Yin could clearly see that although this guy's situation was very bad at this time, it didn't mean that he didn't have any chance to make a comeback. As long as the time came, he would definitely be able to turn the situation around. On the other hand, although he had gained a huge advantage at this moment, this was all he could do. He didn't have a chance to make a comeback. This was his biggest weakness. If he really did, as Ghostly Fox said, and try to kill this guy, then there would only be one outcome, and that was death. Therefore, at this time, Su Yin made the best choice, which was to leave this place. Leaving was his main goal. He wasn't here to kill this white-boned heavenly demon. So what if this white-boned heavenly demon was powerful? It was fine as long as he didn't hinder him. After Su Yin left this place, he would definitely not return to the white-boned path in the demon forest. As long as he left this place, he would be safe. Since that was the case, there was no need for Su Yin to continue staying here. But at this time, an extremely unexpected thing happened. Su Yin had already passed by the white-boned heavenly demon and was heading towards the real exit. However, he realized that he couldn't recall the 4-direction seal. This 4-direction seal revealed an extremely strong intent, which was to kill this white-boned heavenly demon. Su Yin immediately knew the reason. It was the white-boned black tortoise's anger and unwillingness. The white-boned black tortoise was heavily injured by this white-boned heavenly demon. For this reason, he didn't hesitate to guard the entrance of the white-boned path and kill all of his prey. The reason why he did this was because he wasn't a match for this white-boned heavenly demon. But now, the situation seemed to have changed. It wasn't impossible to defeat the white-boned heavenly demon because he now had a huge backing, which was the four-direction seal. At this moment, the white-boned black tortoise was actually trying to dominate the will of the four-direction seal. His hatred was so strong that he wasn't even willing to pay attention to the will of the four-direction seal. This was the most dangerous situation for Su Yin. Control him. At this time, Su Yin directly gave the order. He was indeed happy that the four-direction seal had become stronger. However, if this four-direction seal was no longer under his control, then what could it do no matter how strong it was? At this time, he directly transmitted his thoughts into the four-direction seal. However, this time, as the weapon spirit of the four-direction seal, Aya didn't respond to Su Yin. His transmission of thoughts was directly annihilated as if it had entered the sea. All he could feel was the white-boned black tortoise's unwillingness, endless anger, and killing intent. What made Su Yin even angrier was that the white-boned black tortoise actually transmitted its terrifying killing intent. He wanted to use this to control Su Yin's thoughts. In other words, this was a magic treasure going against its will and trying to turn its master into a puppet. You're courting death. Su Yin's eyes burst into flames of extreme anger. At this time, he was already in trouble. However, the damn white-boned black tortoise still wanted to do this. This was simply a huge mess for him. You actually want to control me. In that case, there's no need for your original spirit to exist. Originally, Su Yin wanted to kill the white-boned black tortoise directly. However, because of the four-direction seal, he didn't do it in the end. Instead, he let the white-boned black tortoise enter the four-direction seal. However, the white-boned black tortoise was obviously biting the hand that fed it. This was an extremely terrible thing for him. How could Su Yin allow such a thing to happen? At this moment, he made a prompt decision. Godslayer sword kill. At this time, Su Yin directly recalled the Godslayer sword and slashed at the four-direction seal fiercely. The Godslayer sword was originally an important reason why the white-boned heavenly demon was suppressed. Because of the existence of the Godslayer sword, the white-boned heavenly demon was unable to break free directly. Then, together with the four-direction seal, it was able to suppress the white-boned heavenly demon to this extent. However, at this time, the four-direction seal, under the control of the white-boned black tortoise, actually wanted to resist him. Su Yin couldn't care less. At this time, his strength directly increased and even reversed. A powerful and terrifying aura directly burst out at this moment. The Godslayer sword no longer targeted the white-boned heavenly demon. Instead, it directly rushed into the four-direction seal. The Godslayer sword was so domineering that even the four-direction seal couldn't resist it. At this time, when Su Yin's sword slashed down, the four-direction seal immediately trembled. The white-boned black tortoise's original spirit even let out a painful roar. Obviously, it didn't expect Su Yin to actually do this. At this time, it could only let out such a painful howl. At this moment, Su Yin was staring straight at it. Disobedient fellow, it's better for you to die. This was Su Yin's will. At this time, he couldn't tolerate any mistakes. Although the black tortoise's original spirit was good, since it had already done such a thing, then it should die. Su Yin's strength had already erupted to the extreme. Under this attack, all of the power fell one after another. Even with the four-direction seal's obstruction, the original spirit of the white-boned black tortoise had already felt the threat of death. The four-direction seal's prestige was simply ineffective against the Godslayer sword. Firstly, Su Yin was the true owner of the four-direction seal. Although the four-direction seal was currently controlled by the white-boned black tortoise, the four-direction seal wouldn't attack Su Yin, nor would it obstruct Su Yin. This was because Su Yin was the successor of the stupid sect. Secondly, the Godslayer sword was a powerful existence that stood above everything. Its sword intent was close to immortal. Even though it wasn't very strong, its level was too high. The four directions seal simply couldn't resist. The God-Slayer's sword swept across, and the original spirit of the white-boned black tortoise fell. The terrifying sword intent finally killed it. Not long ago, it had escaped with its life in front of the God-Slayer's sword. However, this time, it had still died under the God-Slayer's sword. The Four Directions seal clearly shook the moment the white-boned original spirit died. Aya's voice was heard. "Big Brother Su Yin, you shouldn't have killed it. I can subdue it." A living black tortoise's original spirit was extremely precious. Therefore, Aya's heart naturally ached. However, Su Yin only said, "Aya, you have to remember that I don't have time." Su Yin's voice was very cold. Although the accident this time didn't cause too many consequences for Su Yin knew that it was only because he had handled it in time. If the white-boned black tortoise had dragged on and forced him a fight to the death with the white-boned heavenly demon, then even if he could win, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. He would definitely be seriously injured. When that happened, how could Su Yin fight the experts of the Limitless Demon Sect? How could he rescue Lu Lan from their hands? He didn't have much hope in the first place. If such a thing happened, then there would be no hope at all. Su Yin no longer paid attention to Aya and put away the Four Direction seal. At the same time, he had already started to rush toward the real exit. The white-boned heavenly demon was really terrifying. At this time, the white-boned heavenly demon had already recovered. If it caught up to him, then he would definitely not have a good ending. Therefore, Su Yin directly increased his speed to the extreme. Under the full power of the regal sword teleportation technique, Su Yin finally passed through the spatial teleportation gate. Almost as soon as he left, the white-boned heavenly demon's terrifying power appeared. He was truly enraged at Su Yin. That sword intent had caused him incomparable pain. After so many years, he had never felt such pain before. Chapter 9-10. Female Literature. Even since the aura of the black tortoise that he loathed. The black tortoise treated him as a mortal enemy, so he naturally treated the black tortoise as a thorn in his side. That damn black tortoise had ruined his plans time and time again. It had hunted down all his prey, causing his food supply to decrease rapidly. If it wasn't for some kind of restriction that prevented him from leaving the white bone's path, he would have chased after the black tortoise and devoured it. This time, he finally had the chance to kill him, but all of a sudden, his aura disappeared. However, the white-boned heavenly demon still locked its mind on Su Yin. He clearly knew that the damned black tortoise and that powerful and terrifying sword intent were related to this insignificant human. Therefore, at this moment, he only had one thought, and that was to kill Su Yin. However, Su Yin escaped too quickly. He didn't give this guy any chance at all. The white-boned heavenly demon's power entered the space transmission. He wanted to kill Su Yin directly. However, in just a short while, Su Yin had already disappeared. Roar! Human, I will definitely kill you. When I leave the white bone's path, I will definitely kill you. His terrifying consciousness directly blasted out. A mysterious force appeared and prevented him from leaving, but it couldn't stop his consciousness. This was his roar towards Su Yin. Su Yin's body was still flying. At this moment, his expression was somewhat gloomy. This damn guy. His strength was truly terrifying. Even though this strand of thought had passed through the barrier of space, it still had such terrifying power. If it wasn't weakened by the barrier of space, just this terrifying thought alone would be enough to make Su Yin drink a pot of water. Facing such a terrifying existence, Su Yin's only feeling was that his heart was tired. Fortunately, this time, he finally left safely. In a magnificent hall of the Limitless Demon Sect, Yin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. Damn it, what's going on now? During the last trip to the Taihang sword faction, Yin Xiao had suffered an unprecedented injury. His arm had been chopped off by Xue Xingchuan's sword, and that arm had even been obliterated. At this time, although he had reappeared, his strength had been greatly reduced compared to before. A Dao sovereign's means were indeed infinite, but Dao sovereigns were only supremacies, not gods. After his arm was cut off, even if he had the means to regenerate it, this new arm was not his original arm. It was inevitable that his strength would be greatly reduced. Just a few days ago, there was a big explosion in the sect's space transmission array, and the power of space directly dissipated. What made him angry was that the other Vice Sect masters didn't care about this matter. In the end, he had to take action to calm the fluctuations in space. However, even though he was a Tao master, it was not easy for him to quell the spatial fluctuations. He was in the healing stage. After this incident, he had suffered a fatal blow. Although it did not worsen his injuries, it had seriously delayed his recovery. However, at this time, there was another extremely powerful roar on the Saint Devil Mountain, which made him even more dissatisfied. After the angry roar, a subordinate immediately appeared. This subordinate was already a venerable expert, and his strength was not bad. He might not be comparable to the Lord Emissary who had fought with Su Yin, but he was definitely above the Heavenly Lion King. Lord Dao Sovereign. That's a roar from the demon forest, he said to Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao's eyebrows twitched. The space transmission array had exploded, and at this time, there was a commotion in the demon forest. This was definitely not a coincidence. His initial reaction was that someone had dared to barge into the Saint Devil Mountain. However, when he was at the teleportation array, he didn't see the figure of the intruder. Later, there was news from Golden Horse City that Ghostface had entered the Saint Devil Mountain. Now that there was such a violent fluctuation in the demon forest, it was very likely that it was caused by Ghostface. Even he did not dare to provoke the White Bone Heavenly Demon in the demon forest. On the White Bone path, its strength was really terrifying. If one wanted to enter the demon forest, they would have to face the White Bone Heavenly Demon. Therefore, for so many years, almost no one in the Limitless Demon sect dared to enter. Now that there was such a commotion, it was likely that someone had caused it. From the looks of it, Ghostface does have some ability. To think that he is actually able to jump up and down in this place. Yin Xiao immediately concluded that this was caused by Ghostface. At his level, how could he be an idiot? He only needed to think about it and verify it with some information to immediately come to a conclusion. The seventh emissary said, "Lord, do we need to mobilize people to find this guy and kill him?" The Saint Devil Mountain had actually allowed an outsider to enter. This was definitely a joke to the Limitless Demon sect. Of course, if the Limitless Demon sect mobilized their forces, it would not take long for them to find this guy and kill him. At this time, Yin Xiao shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Since this guy is here, let's let him relax in the Limitless Demon sect. Su Yin, remember, don't spread this matter out." From the beginning, the news of Ghostface's arrival had been suppressed by Yin Xiao. Now, in the entire Saint Devil Mountain, the person who wanted to capture Ghostface the most was definitely the third Vice Sect Master, Xing Tianruo. Because of the Limitless Nine Demon Seal, it could be confirmed that Ghostface had the Limitless Nine Demon Seal. Unfortunately, Yin Xiao and the third Vice Sect Master, Xing Tianruo, were not on the same side. If this news were to spread, Xing Tianruo would definitely take action. He was the one who controlled the Limitless Nine Demon Seal. At that time, he would be able to mobilize the people of the sect, and the Limitless Nine Demon Seal could only belong to him. After all, in general, he was the seal bearer. However, if Yin Xiao could master the Limitless Nine Demon Seal first, then at that time, not only would he be able to recover or even increase his strength, but he would also be able to seize the Limitless Nine Demon Seal. Therefore, how could he leak this news at this time? The seventh emissary smiled gently and said, "Okay, I understand. I will arrange for trustworthy people to search for it." The seventh emissary immediately knew that Yin Xiao was interested in the Limitless Nine Demon Seal. After he finished speaking, he immediately turned and left. Just as he said, he had to arrange for trustworthy people to deal with this matter. Of course, this so-called trustworthy person was also a matter of consideration. Not only did the person have to be a direct descendant of the seventh Vice Sect Master, but he also had to be absolutely loyal. He also had to have a certain level of strength. If he was not strong enough, even if he found Ghostface, what could he do? He would probably be killed by Ghostface before he could send out the news. One had to know that Ghostface was not weak. If that was not the case, how did the Celestial Wolf City and the other city lords die? Yin Xiao closed his eyes again. Although he was a little annoyed by the movements coming from the ghost demon forest, he was not worried. There was only one reason, and that was that he clearly knew the strength of the white bone heavenly demon. This white bone heavenly demon was not easy to deal with. No matter how strong Ghostface was, it was impossible for him to kill it. Moreover, it was impossible for the white bone heavenly demon to escape from the ghost demon forest. They had already dealt with the white bone heavenly demon before, and deeply knew that for some reason, the white bone heavenly demon was unable to escape from the forest. Of course, even if it managed to escape from the forest, it did not matter. This was the Saint Devil Mountain. As long as it dared to come out, it would immediately die. On the other side, the sacrificial altar for the sacrificial ceremony had already been built. Compared to the past, the sacrificial altar this time was even more majestic. True experts knew that the sacrificial altar for the sacrificial ceremony was more than 10 times larger than the previous ones. As the saying goes, when things are abnormal, there must be a demon. This time, since the Limitless Demon sect was acting with such fanfare, it meant that they had absolute confidence in the success of this mission. It was said that the demon girl brought from the 5 counties continent this time was extremely talented. After the demon girl was brought to the Limitless Demon sect, her days would not be too miserable. No, it should be said that their days would be extremely comfortable. The Limitless Demon sect would impart the ancient demon race's cultivation method to them. In the past, although there were demonic women who had cultivated this technique to an extremely high level, this time, this one was extraordinary. Her cultivation speed was simply appalling. Not to mention the sons of demons. Even some of the famous elders were not her match. She had already reached the level of the 5 essences venerable. This level was already extremely heaven-defying. She was only one step away from entering the Tao and becoming a Tao sovereign. This was enough to show that this demon girl's bloodline was extremely powerful. It was simply unimaginable. Among the 3 sons of demons, although Hua Yunfei had died at the beginning, it was said that Rosen from the Ghost Killing Hall had replaced his position. In addition to Rosen, there was also Shangwan Sheng and Murong Wudi. These were extremely terrifying fellows. Their strength was enough to be compared with the powerful sons of demons of the ancient times. In other words, this demon plan was more likely to succeed than any previous ones. It was also because of this that the Limitless Demon sect was particularly interested in this mission. Just like the 5th Deputy Sect Master, this Deputy Sect Master who had always been wandering outside had also returned. Every Deputy Sect Master was a Tao sovereign. Of course, no one knew the cultivation level of the 1st Deputy Sect Master. Above the 1st Deputy Sect Master, there was still the Sect Master. Chapter 911. Female Literature. In another palace on the Saint Demon Mountain. This palace was filled with flowing clouds. It was incomparably beautiful and incomparably beautiful. There were also countless exotic flowers and herbs, making this place look like a fairyland. However, such a magnificent place was a little cold and cheerless. There weren't many people walking in this area, only a few. However, these few people were all extremely beautiful women. Each of them had a voluptuous figure. Although they were not as beautiful as the moon and flowers, they were still extraordinarily beautiful. What was even rarer was that when they walked, their auras were restrained. They were all experts with high cultivation levels. Among them, the weakest was at the spiritual sea realm. In the 5 counties continent, a spiritual sea realm cultivator could already become a pillar of a sect. However, in this place, these spiritual sea realm women were only serving as maids. The Limitless Demon sect was truly a big spender. Of course, to be served by such maids, they were definitely not simple people. This palace was called the Heavenly Demon Temple. This was the place where the Limitless Demon sect imprisoned the demonesses. In order to ensure that the demon plan went smoothly, the Limitless Demon sect naturally would not only choose one demoness. In fact, they would collect demonesses from all corners of this world. The Monster Palace in the 5 counties continent was only one of them. At this time, there were a total of 10 women living in the Heavenly Demon Temple. Of course, The reason why these 10 women could survive until now was not because of their beauty, but because of their strength. The others either died when they were subjected to the limitless demon sect's secret technique, or were eliminated because of their lack of strength. To be able to survive until now, it was actually not easy for each of them. They had obtained the limitless demon sect's secret technique inheritance, which allowed their strength to increase. However, no one knew how much pain they had endured. Moreover, the most despairing thing was that even if they became stronger, so what? In the end, they could only become the limitless demon sect's tools. They could not escape at all. After going through so many hardships, they would only become someone else's cauldron. How unfortunate and sorrowful was this? However, this was fate. The demon bloodline in their bodies made it impossible for them to choose their own fate. Was fate unfair? It had always been like this. Well, had the fate of this world ever been fair? In a room in the heavenly demon temple, Lulan quietly ended her meditation for the day. Lulan was the one with the strongest cultivation among the heavenly demonesses. She had become a 5 essences venerable not too long ago. Back then, she had only been a girl at the Spirit Sea realm, but now she had already reached the 5 origin realm. How inconceivable was this? Su Yan had experienced life and death situations and had countless fortuitous encounters. Now he was at the 10 Dragons realm. Chu Linger, on the other hand, had been taken in as a disciple by a peerless expert like Fairy Heartless and was personally taught by her. Even now, she had only just become a venerable. But now, Lulan was already a 5 essences sovereign. If this news were to spread, then everyone would go crazy. Lulan walked to the window. She looked at the beautiful scenery outside, but she didn't have any intention of appreciating it. So what if the scenery outside the window was beautiful? To her, this place was like a prison. No one would be happy being locked up in a cage. In the past few days, she hadn't been at peace. She knew that that day would eventually come. The demon plan, this was the end of her life. Scenes of the past in the monster palace appeared in front of her. She really missed those days. Compared to now, the days she spent with the Princess of Chu were incomparably blissful. Of course, there was also that man. His chest, his shoulders, his kiss, they had all deeply intoxicated her. Su Yan, are you all right? Lulan muttered to herself. At the very beginning, she really hoped that Su Yan would come and save her. But in the end, she gave up on this idea, because she clearly understood how terrifying this place was. The Limitless Demon sect was truly terrifying. Even though she was a 5 origin venerable, she was still so insignificant in front of the Limitless Demon sect. The Limitless Demon sect had 7 vice sect masters, each of whom had the cultivation of a Dao master. Dao masters were simply unimaginable in the 5 counties. Not to mention 7 Dao masters, just one of them was enough to completely destroy all the sects in the 5 counties. Su Yan's talent was extremely good, and his cultivation was also very fast. But he couldn't contend against the Limitless Demon sect. So, later on, she hoped that Su Yan wouldn't come here. She hoped that Su Yan would forget about her and live well. Although, this was really unfair to her. But this was fate. Of course, she, Lulan, was already Su Yan's woman. Even if the Limitless Demon sect wanted to use her as a cauldron, it wouldn't be so easy. Although she couldn't possibly be a match for the Limitless Demon sect, she definitely wouldn't accept her fate quietly. So when she cultivated, she always spared no effort. But she didn't know that Su Yan had already come to the 9 provinces and had already arrived at the Saint Devil Mountain. At this time, Su Yan had just avoided the people patrolling the mountain. The Limitless Demon sect was indeed powerful. It was no wonder that they could suppress the Taihang sword faction, the Fierce Flame sect, and even the other sections. In addition to being able to gather people from all walks of life, there was another very important point. That was, their disciples were extremely powerful. The competition within the Limitless Demon sect was extremely cruel. Compared to the competition between the Taihang sword faction, it was simply laughable. It was also because of this that the people of the Limitless Demon sect were incomparably cruel. While Su Yan was coldly sizing up the surroundings, he suddenly felt something. He found that there was a spider on a branch to his side, weaving a web. This was actually very normal. It was normal for spiders to weave a web in a big tree. But at this time, Su Yin directly flashed with a bright light. Sometimes, the more normal it was, the more abnormal it was. At this time, Su Yin directly released a force. A ray of light immediately shot towards the spider. Although Su Yin's attack was a casual one, the speed of the energy was still very fast. But the moment the energy was about to hit the spider, it actually jumped away. It actually dodged the attack. Su Yan's eyes immediately released a ray of light. This spider was indeed strange. At this time, a gloomy voice sounded. "This is my treasure. I can't let you kill it just like that. Ghostface, you really made me look for a long time. But fortunately, I finally found you." Su Yin turned his head and found that there was a huge figure behind him. However, this guy was hanging upside down with a strand of spider silk. At the same time, there were 8 huge spiderweb spears behind him. A disciple of the limitless demon sect? Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't underestimate the other party, but at this time, he realized that he didn't pay enough attention to him. This Spider-Man was actually able to avoid the detection of his divine telekinesis and appear behind him. It was obvious that his skill in concealment was terrifying. Hee, of course I'm a disciple of the limitless demon sect. Ghostface, since I've met you, you should come back with me. Don't worry, we just want to know some information. We won't. The Spider-Man didn't finish his words because at this time, Su Yin had already made his move. A ray of sword chi was suddenly released and directly charged towards the Spider-Man. The sword chi directly pierced his body and then passed through it. The Spider-Man was stunned at first, as if he had encountered something extremely hopeless. But gradually, a smile appeared on his face. What a fast attack. It was so fast that I couldn't even react. It's a pity that you won't be able to kill me. The moment he finished speaking, his chest began to expand. This was caused by Su Yan's attack. However, when his wound appeared, no blood flowed out. Instead, countless spiders appeared on his body. It was unknown how many small spiders there were, but the scene was quite horrifying. The small spiders kept crawling, and the Spider-Man's body returned to its original state. Even his clothes were not damaged at all. Ghostface, I've carefully read the information about your battle with those idiots from Celestial Wolf City. You're not a venerable one yet, which is really shocking. You're really a genius for not being a venerable one to be able to kill so many venerable ones. Of course, there's another reason, which is that those fellows are too stupid. That's why you kept succeeding. It's just a pity that before me, all of your attacks will be useless, because I'm not an idiot. It's best if you obediently allow yourself to be captured. The moment he finished speaking, countless white threads appeared. It was his spider silk. As he spoke, the small spiders that could not be seen had already flown out and densely arranged themselves around Su Yin. Then, he suddenly exerted his strength and directly trapped Su Yin. Just as he'd said, he wasn't one of those idiots. He was an extremely terrifying assassin. At this moment, what were the so-called hydralisks in front of his white spiders? At the moment when the white spider silk burst out, his body suddenly changed. His whole body turned into countless spiders and rushed towards Su Yin. Ha! Who do you think you are? Ghostface, don't think that you're amazing just because you killed a few pieces of trash. Now, come back with me obediently. You're destined to be my contribution. This move was his killing move. As long as someone had seen this move of his, almost no one would be able to survive. He used his spider silk to trap people, then turned into countless small spiders to attack. Such an attack was simply terrifying. Chapter 912. Female Literature. At this moment, Su Yan's expression was calm. He didn't panic at all. The white silk wrapped around his body. This white death spider was indeed not simple. The spider silk not only had the function of binding, but it also had a strong poison. At this moment, the poison was injected into Su Yan's body. It was a pity that Su Yan's body was unimaginably strong. The spider silk couldn't even scratch his skin. At the same time, Su Yan's body suddenly burned with flames. The scarlet light was so dazzling at this moment. Idiot, my spider silk isn't afraid of water or fire. This was why he was so proud of himself. His spider silk had never been afraid of water or fire. When many enemies were surrounded by his spider silk, their first reaction was to use the power of fire to burn away all of his spider silk. However, if his power could be burned so easily, how could he have killed so many people? These foolish people were often too self-righteous, thinking that everything was as they had expected. However, in the next moment, a burst of intense pain suddenly transmitted over. That terrifying pain made him unable to even cry out. At this moment, his body appeared again. He, who was still proud of himself, was now curled up on the ground like a prawn and kept rolling. The wedding ring that he had looked down upon earlier was now burning on his body. At this moment, Su-Yin was looking at him like this, but his eyes were calm. Ordinary flames couldn't hurt him, but Su-Yin's flame was the scarlet spirit fire. It was a powerful flame that could directly burn the soul. And after receiving guidance from the Flame Demon Emperor, the power of the flame became even more terrifying. The spider silk was directly infected by the flame. If the white spider immediately cut off the connection with the spider silk, it would be fine. But he relied on the fact that his spider silk wasn't afraid of water or fire. He still used his soul power to make the spider silk tighten, wanting to kill Su-Yin directly. How could he have known that the only result of his actions was death? Since he was tainted by the scarlet spirit fire, no matter how powerful he was, as long as his strength did not surpass Su-Yan's by a lot, it would be difficult for him to escape. Of course, the strength of the white spider was indeed strong. At this time, he had already started to circulate his true power to suppress the flames. If he was given enough time, he could indeed achieve this. But unfortunately, Su-Yin wouldn't give him the time. Those who kill will always be killed. When you attacked me, you should have thought of this. Su-Yin said as he walked towards the white spider that was struggling to suppress the flames. No, you're not a venerable one. Why is your soul power so powerful? At this moment, he finally realized the problem. Su-Yan's strength seemed to be completely off. At this point, he already knew that he was definitely going to die. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to spread the news about Su-Yin. Unfortunately, Su-Yin would not give him this opportunity. With a slash of his sword, the white spider died right away. Su-Yan's expression was calm. He was used to killing people, not to mention that he was killing someone from the Boundless Demon sect. However, he had to leave this place immediately. Although the battle between them did not last long, the people from the Boundless Demon sect must have sensed it. Now that Su-Yin had entered this place alone, he could not allow himself to be surrounded by a group of people. The moment Su-Yin left, the seventh emissary, Su-Yin, sensed it immediately. The white spider is already dead. He's dead? The seventh emissary was very surprised. He had studied Grimace's few battles and deduced his strength, which was why he sent someone out. The white spider was definitely not a top-notch mission for his subordinates, but according to his calculations, it was enough to kill Grimace no matter what. However, the white spider was dead this time. He died before he could even spread the news. Grimace, this is interesting. The seventh emissary chuckled. Then he thought about leaving the place where the white spider died. Although there was no news, the place where the white spider died was a clue in itself. At this moment, the other pursuers had also received news of the white spider's death. Not long after Su-Yin left, the people from the Boundless Demon sect who were patrolling arrived at the place where the battle took place. Unfortunately, apart from a messy place, they found nothing. This was because the white spider's body had been completely destroyed by the scarlet spirit fire. Even if they wanted to look for traces, they had no idea where to start. Not long after, the seventh emissary arrived. Every emissary was extremely powerful. They were directly responsible to the vice sect leader, and they had extremely high statuses in the Boundless Demon sect. At this moment, since this emissary had appeared here, there was naturally no need for anyone else to do anything. You guys can leave. I'll take care of this, the seventh emissary said faintly. The patrolling people did not dare to resist, so they left right away. Time reversal, quick! At this moment, the seventh emissary performed a secret technique right away. The moment he said the last word, the light and shadow in the area immediately distorted. It was as if time had started to reverse. and the scenes that had happened before were replayed once again. From the moment Su Yin discovered the white spider to the moment the two of them started fighting, everything happened in such a way. Therefore, not a single detail was left out. This was the ability to turn back time, and everything that happened before would be revealed. In this way, the seventh emissary witnessed the battle between the two of them with his own eyes. Therefore, nothing could escape his eyes. The time reversal technique was just that terrifying. Of course, it was not easy to perform the time reversal technique. The most important thing was that if he wanted to perform this technique, he had to obtain the blood of the person involved. Of course, if the technique had nothing to do with the person involved, or if the person involved was just an ordinary person, there was no need to do so. Before the white spider and the others received the mission, he had already obtained their blood. Therefore, he was able to perform this technique. This flame is really terrifying. Even the white spider was unable to resist it. He clearly saw that if it were not for the appearance of this flame, the white spider would not have died so easily. Could that be the scarlet spirit fire? This Su Yin has quite a lot of good stuff on him, the seventh emissary mumbled to himself. One must know that if a person who was proficient in the path of souls were to obtain the scarlet spirit fire, that person's strength might increase by 1 level. Moreover, Su Yin still had the boundless nine devil seal on him at the moment. However, what made the seventh emissary fearful was that every time he tried to look at Grimace through the time reversal technique, he was blocked by a mysterious power. In the end, he only knew that the figure was Grimace. However, he had no idea what Grimace looked like. He did not even know what color Grimace's clothes were. What's this person's origin? I can't even see through the time reversal technique. At this point, he was still worried. He already knew that he seemed to have underestimated this mysterious fellow. At this moment, he had made up his mind to kill him personally. At this moment, Su Yin was still moving forward in the dark. Not long ago, he suddenly had a feeling that someone was spying on him. This feeling was not strong and was even very vague. However, Su Yin trusted his intuition. At this point in time, it was impossible for him to have such a feeling for no reason. It seems like an expert is chasing after me. However, why didn't they tell anyone about me? Su Yin had secretly captured a disciple of the Boundless Demon Sect and found out from him that the disciples knew about the enemy's invasion. Su Yin did not know why, but it was a good thing for him. Su Yin already knew about the Heavenly Demon Temple from that disciple. Therefore, Su Yin had to go to the Heavenly Demon Temple to look for Lulan. It would be best if he could bring Lulan out before the demon ceremony started. At the very least, he wanted to know whether Lulan was doing well. Of course, Su Yin did not care about the pursuers anymore. Since he was already here, if he left without even seeing Lulan, he would really regret it for the rest of his life. Lulan, I hope you're doing well, Su Yin said silently. While Su Yin was moving stealthily, a wave of energy suddenly appeared and stabbed directly at Su Yan's back. It was another terrifying ambush. Su Yin didn't have time to think. His strength had already reached its peak at this moment. The terrifying wave of energy landed on Su Yan's body and immediately exploded with an extremely powerful wave. Su Yan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Go to hell. However, it was too late for Su Yin to calm his blood and chi. At this moment, he directly threw out a punch. Demonic Dragon Fist. This punch, which contained the violent power of the great demonic dragon, blasted towards the person who had suddenly appeared. The person who had launched the sneak attack had obviously not expected Su Yin to be able to counterattack under such circumstances. Thus, he was immediately hit by Su Yan's punch. You actually managed to sneak in my shadow. That's great. Su Yin endured the intense pain and unleashed the full power of the 10-dragon boundary. That terrifying power came crashing down like a warhammer. Damn it, Su Yan's counterattack was too fast and too shocking. This lightning-like change ended the guy's life. Chapter 9:13. Female Literature. He had killed another person, but Su Yin was not happy at all. This was because he knew very well that killing someone meant that he had been discovered. First, it was the white spider. Now, it was this mysterious assassin who could merge with the shadow. If this continued, his whereabouts would definitely be completely grasped. At that time, there would be no way out for him. At this moment, Su Yin was constantly on the move. He already knew where the Heavenly Monster Temple was. Lulan was in the Heavenly Monster Temple. At this point, Su Yin could no longer keep calm. His only thought was to find Lulan. At this moment, the seventh emissary was also approaching. He was also very fast. Soon, he found the place where the shadow had fallen. It was time reversal again. The seventh emissary's power was indeed strange. Through time reversal, he immediately knew the direction Su Yin was heading in. You're quite strong to be able to kill 2 of my subordinates in succession, Grimace. Unfortunately, you're destined to die today. If you're heading in this direction, you'll be heading to the Heavenly Monster Temple. Hee, you're actually here for the Heavenly Monster Temple. Interesting. The seventh emissary was indeed powerful. He had already deduced Su Yan's destination in an instant. At this moment, he immediately notified all his subordinates and informed everyone below the 7th Vice Sect Master to hunt down Su Yan. With the current commotion, it could be seen that other people must have heard the news as well. After all, the others were not idiots. 2 people had already died. If they still did not know what was going on, they would be really stupid. He now had to stop Grimace before the others arrived. Now, Grimace was hiding some good stuff on him. If he lost it, he wouldn't know how to cry. If the Limitless Demon Sect really wanted to kill Su Yin at this moment, Su Yin might have already died. Unfortunately, the Limitless Demon Sect was not united at the moment. In addition to hunting down Su Yin, they were also doing something else, which was to trip up their companions. This gave the Pseudo-Su Yin a chance to escape. Along the way, Su Yin had already encountered 5 waves of assassins. Among them were the 7th Vice Sect leader and the 3rd Vice Sect leader. Once, a powerhouse had almost forced Su Yin to use the Godslayer sword. Unfortunately, in the end, Su Yin did not use this move, because at that time, one of the 3rd Vice Sect leader's subordinates appeared, and the 2 actually started a fight. This made Su Yin flee again. At this moment, the 7th emissary was calm and composed. His gaze was so calm, as if he had everything under control. Now, he no longer needed to panic because he had already grasped Su Yan's whereabouts. However, it was at this moment that a soft whistling sound rang out. Su Yin, how dare you? This person immediately questioned Su Yin as soon as he appeared. To be able to speak in such a manner, one could imagine this person's cultivation and status. Gong Wukong, so it's you. Why, as the 3rd emissary, you actually came out personally. The 2 emissaries immediately confronted each other. In the Limitless Demon Sect, the position of an emissary below the Vice Sect leader was already very high. Generally speaking, the emissaries would not act rashly. However, this time, the 2 emissaries actually confronted each other directly because of Ghostface. Zwalei, you're very fast. You actually managed to rush back in such a short time. The 3rd Vice Sect leader's emissary was Zwalei if it was not because of the situation at the front line, and Zwalei had no choice but to rush to the front line immediately. Su Yin might have been directly captured at that time. Now, Zwalei had already returned from the front line. Zwalei looked at Su Yin and did not directly attack. Instead, he said, Su Yin, you should think carefully about whose prey this is. Your actions will only anger the 3rd Vice Sect leader. At this moment, Su Yin directly said, So what if I anger him? What can I do? If the 3rd Vice Sect leader really wants to attack me, he has to ask the 7th Vice Sect leader's opinion. Su Yin did not care about Zwalei threat at all. As he said, if the 3rd Vice Sect leader really wanted to attack him, the 7th Vice Sect leader would definitely not sit by and do nothing. The 3rd Vice Sect leader was indeed stronger than the 7th Vice Sect leader. However, they were both down masters. It was absolutely impossible for them to attack each other. If the 2 Vice Sect leaders directly attacked each other, the mysterious sect leader would definitely intervene. After all, the Vice Sect leader was the foundation of the sect. If even this could not be guaranteed, the Limitless Demon Sect will be destroyed directly without the need for other sects to attack it. Therefore, this kind of thing would never be allowed to happen. Of course, Zwalei also knew this. However, Su Yin was just an emissary. If the vice sect leader really wanted to kill him, there would always be a way. As if he had seen through Zhuo thoughts, Zhuo said directly, "Of course, if the vice sect leader insists on killing me, I will not be able to survive. However, if sect leader Yin Xiao wants to kill you, how can you, Zhuo survive?" This was a classic case of mutual harm. If Xing Tian could kill Su Yin, then Yin Xiao naturally had the ability to kill Zhuo. To the vice sect leader, the life of the emissary was nothing. In this world, one ultimately had to rely on one's own strength. If they were not strong enough, they could only become the prey of others. All right, what's the use of saying so much between us? You and I both know that we can't fight, so let's see who can catch Ghost's face. That was the truth. Although the Limitless Demon sect didn't forbid the disciples from fighting each other, it was only natural for them to fight each other. However, this was the Saint Devil Mountain, the holy land of the Limitless Devil sect. If a fight were to occur here, there would only be one outcome: death. However, after saying this, the two of them had no intention of leaving. Su Yin had already grasped Grimace's whereabouts. If he were to attack now, he would definitely be able to capture Su Yin. But the problem was there was Zhuo in front of him. Zhuo's strategy was very simple and very shameless, which was to follow Su Yin. He knew that Su Yin had the ability to turn back time, so he definitely knew where Su Yin was. As long as he could follow Su Yin, he would be able to grasp Su Yan's whereabouts. Of course, since Su Yin did not take action, he would not take any action. At the end of the day, they were still mutually harming each other, so it would depend on which of their subordinates had the ability. After a few turns, Su Yin finally saw the Heavenly Demon Temple. It was an extremely majestic palace, and there seemed to be an unimaginable power inside. Although he was already here, Su Yin did not dare to enter. A place like this would definitely be heavily guarded, so he had to familiarize himself with the environment before he could enter. At that moment, Su Yan's divine telekinesis discovered that there seemed to be someone chasing after him not far away. Su Yan concealed his aura and immediately dodged. At this point, he would not fight with others if he could. After all, there were already many experts who had come to kill him. Once he started fighting at this time, he would attract everyone's attention. Fortunately, Su Yan's concealment methods were also quite powerful. Damn it, where did that guy go? He's really a rat? We can't find him no matter how hard we try. These people tried their best, but they still could not find Su Yan. At that moment, Su Yan finally found a better path. This path was very beautiful, and there were actually endless petals on the path. These beautiful petals had an indescribable fragrance. For some reason, the pursuers were avoiding this place. From their actions, Su Yan could naturally see that this path was definitely not simple. However, Su Yan still chose to step on this path. The reason was simple. This path led directly to the Heavenly Demon Temple. The footsteps sounded so lonely here, and an indescribable desolation was constantly rippling. At that moment, the petals suddenly began to dance, and the petals rose against the heavens. When the bright red petals danced in the air, there was an indescribable magic that seemed to want to devour all of one's mind. Such a beautiful scene was simply intoxicating. At that moment, Su Yan raised his hand and slashed with his sword. A sword mark flashed directly, and a strong aura slashed a mark here. However, this blank mark was quickly filled up. The petals were like snowflakes, endless. Ghost face. Hee, you're really good at causing such a big commotion. However, you shouldn't have come here, so leave. If you leave now, I won't pursue your mistakes. It was a very gentle voice. Following the appearance of the voice, a person slowly walked out. This was a very eye-catching person. He was wearing golden armor and looked so handsome and noble. He was holding a red rose in his hand. This rose was very special because even among the countless flowers, it was still so beautiful. Su Yan looked at the person who appeared in front of him with a solemn expression. This person gave Su Yan extremely strong pressure. Su Yan even felt that he was facing a powerful Dao master. To think that such a person would actually block his path of retreat. However, If Su Yin was asked to retreat with just a sentence, he would not accept it no matter what. Sorry, I won't leave here just because of a sentence from you. I'm here to find someone. Su Yin calmly replied. He came here to find someone, so he would not leave until he saw that person. That person said, "Do you know why the flowers here are so beautiful?" Chapter 9:14. Female Literature. Su Yin did not answer. He was not interested in answering this guy's boring question at all. All he cared about was how to get through this place as quickly as possible. He did not use all of his power when he slashed with his sword earlier. It was a test. However, the result of the test made him feel uneasy. The sea of flowers turned out to be a huge formation, which contained a power that Su Yin feared. What made Su Yin feel even more uneasy was that he could not detect the end of the formation. In other words, it was impossible for him to break through the formation and leave this place. The only thing he could do now was to defeat the sissy in front of him. "Do you know that I hate sissies the most?" Su Yin said directly. What he said was not a lie. This habit had appeared in his previous life. He had almost forgotten that he had such a habit. The other party clearly did not expect Su Yin to answer him like that. At this moment, his eyes were filled with unimaginable anger. "Very well, you dare to insult me like this. Even if you take the initiative to kneel and beg for mercy now, it's useless. Die. When a white flower blooms, 100 flowers will be killed." He was a flower protector, but he was also a killer. At this moment, Su Yin was listed as a must-kill target by him. In an instant, countless petals danced, and the endless petals turned into a boundless tide at this moment. Petals were originally beautiful things, but at this moment, the endless petals had become murderous things. Every petal was a terrifying blade. If one was stained by it, it would leave marks on one's body. With so many petals crushing over, the power was needless to say. At this moment, Su Yin's eyes flashed. He had already activated all of his power. He knew that the guy in front of him was not simple, so he would not relax at all. Nevertheless, since this guy wanted Su Yin's life, it would not be so easy. Su Yin's aura had risen to the extreme at this moment. His power surged like a long river. That boundless power was simply terrifying. At this moment, Su Yin's scorching sun sword flashed with a scarlet radiance, and sword chi danced wildly in the sky. Although the 100-flower kill was powerful, it was still far from enough to take Su Yin's life. Although this person made Su Yin feel extremely afraid, Su Yin had already seen that this guy was definitely not a real town master. His strength seemed to be related to the array formation around him. There seemed to be not much difference between the two, but in fact, it was very likely to be the key to victory. If Su Yin were to face a real Dao master, he would have no chance of winning. However, if this was a fake Dao master, Su Yin still had the strength to fight. At this moment, Su Yin's power began to surge like a surging river. That extremely terrifying radiance continued to spread at this moment. The 3 hearts exploded at the same time, and the ghost face emitted a brilliant radiance. In the next moment, the endless sea of flowers was directly cut open, and Su Yin appeared directly from the opening. He approached the man in golden armor at an extremely terrifying speed. Interesting. You actually want to fight me in close combat?" The man just sneered, and then his attack directly slashed down. At this moment, a terrifying radiance surged like a long river, filling the sky. The moment he punched out, the golden armor on his body released a blazing golden radiance at this time, as if the scorching sun in the sky was directly shining directly. The radiance almost obliterated Su Yin's vision. If it had been an ordinary opponent, they would have been blinded by this attack. However, Su Yin was not the same. At this moment, Su Yin was still the same as before, directly slashing down with his sword. The two of them exchanged blows in an instant. Su Yin's power was extremely terrifying. At this moment, he actually suppressed the man directly. A trace of fear flashed in the flower protector's eyes. Su Yin's power was indeed beyond his imagination. However, that was all. This was his myriad flowers promenade. At this moment, a wave of power directly gathered from the ground to his body. At this moment, his aura had become extremely powerful, and an indescribable power directly emerged at this moment. In an instant, Su Yan's body immediately retreated. A terrifying power was moving along his scorching sun towards Su Yan's body. Under this attack, Su Yan had already suffered some injuries. If it weren't for Su Yan's terrifying power, his arm might have been broken at this time. At this moment, the sea of flowers changed again. The intense red color was so dazzling at this time, as if what existed in front of them at this time was not flowers at all, but a large amount of blood. Such a scene would simply frighten people to death. At this time, Su Yan's power was constantly changing. The boundless aura began to circulate at this time, and rays of light began to circulate in the sky. Blood Sea. At this time, the sea of flowers had turned into a terrifying sea of blood. The flower protector looked at Su Yan and then said with a smile, "Do you still remember the question just now? Then let me tell you, this is not a sea of flowers, but a sea of blood. Since you want to die, then I will let you die completely today. Why do you think those guys don't dare to step into this place? It's because this is the territory of my flower protector. Anyone who steps into this place will definitely die. Your blood will turn into nutrients to nourish my flowers." At this time, his aura became so powerful. At this moment, his aura was close to that of a Dao Master. He was devouring the aura of the ghost. The aura here could fuse with him and then give him extremely powerful power. At this time, Su Yan finally understood. "Humph, your strength is indeed not bad, but do you really think you can face a Dao Master? No, you're still far from it." As he spoke, his figure had already disappeared from where he stood. The next time he appeared, he had already slashed at Yi Futian. Moreover, he appeared behind Su Yan. Su Yan's senses were extremely sensitive. In the next moment, he had already felt a terrible crisis coming from behind him. Su Yan instinctively slashed behind him, and this action saved his life. A huge force came directly from the scorching sun sword, and under this force, his whole body flew backward. The power of this blow was so terrifying that even he could not bear it. An even more serious injury immediately appeared on his body. The powerful force also took advantage of this short confrontation to directly rush into his body. "Oh, you actually managed to dodge this attack. Not bad at all. However, so what if you managed to dodge this attack? You're still not my match." As he spoke, he had already made his move once again. That powerful aura once again attacked. Just like before, there was no sound or presence, but it was also extremely fast. Su Yan could only follow his instinct to attack. Fortunately, his instinct was not bad, and he managed to defend against this blow in such a thrilling way. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were like fire. He looked in front of him hatefully. Su Yan deeply understood that if this guy attacked again, he would really be in danger. At this time, Su Yan seemed to find that there seemed to be petals dancing around the so-called flower protector. These petals were like butterflies fluttering around him, making him look particularly otherworldly. Damn it, he's too feminine. Su Yan sighed softly, and his sigh naturally fell into the flower protector's ears word for word. At this moment, the flower protector's killing intent was greatly aroused. Things had already come to this point, yet this damned brat still dared to do this. To him, this was an unforgivable crime. At this time, Su Yan said this, of course, not because he was ready to break a broken pot, but because he had found this guy's weakness or a way to defeat this guy. Su Yan took a deep breath. This guy was indeed powerful. Although his battle strength could not be compared with a real Dao Master, he already had some of the abilities of a Dao Master, such as his terrifying method of breaking through space and directly assassinating Su Yan. If this went on, no matter how powerful Su Yan's instinct was, he would not be able to defeat this guy. After all, he had seen that this guy had completely integrated with the surrounding environment, and everything around him could be the source of his power. It was simply a stupid thing to start a war of attrition with such a person here. At this time, Su Yan deliberately said this to provoke his opponent. "I know that you are deliberately infuriating me. However, do you know that your actions will only cause you to die even more miserably? That's fine. Since you insist on doing this, then die for me." That mysterious movement technique was activated once again. Suddenly, he appeared behind Su Yan. At the same time, he clenched his fist, and countless petals gathered directly, forming a long sword at this time. The long sword was directly aimed at Su Yan's chest. He wanted to see how many times Su Yan could block his attacks. However, something unexpected happened. His sword pierced Su Yan's body so smoothly. This time, Su Yan was actually unable to block a single strike from him. Haha, have you finally reached your limit? In this case, go to hell, just like those guys before, and let your blood become the nourishment for the flowers. At this moment, the corners of his mouth lifted, and he smiled brightly. However, Su Yan said at this moment, "That's not necessarily true." Chapter 9:15. Girls' Literature. Not necessarily. He didn't know why Su Yan had the courage to say such words at this time, but he didn't care at all. The fresh flower sword that he condensed had already pierced Su Yan's body. The flowers that he cultivated were not only sharp blades, but they also contained potent poison. Even a venerable one would die under such potent poison. Although Ghostface was somewhat capable, that was all he could do. Today, he would definitely die. Nevertheless, an unforeseen event happened at this moment. Just as he was feeling proud, a faint dragon's roar was heard. The instant the dragon's roar appeared, the flowers on the ground danced, and countless petals were swept away like fallen leaves. Flower Protector, I'll sweep away all of your flowers today. At this moment, Su Yan's tone was ice cold. This was because he had already turned all of his willpower into killing intent. This was because he was between life and death. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's roar became louder and clearer. The fearsome roar had directly rushed to the top of the sky, and the fearsome aura kept expanding. In a flash, 10 dragon shadows appeared. After the 10 dragon shadows appeared, they directly turned into a domain and surrounded Su Yan and him. What kind of trick are you trying to use? Do you think you can defeat me like this? You're too naive. At this moment, his aura suddenly increased. A powerful aura directly pressed down on Su Yan. In terms of aura, he was more powerful than Su Yan. He did not think that Su Yan could suppress him in terms of aura. At this moment, his power was simply like an endless storm. Nevertheless, Su Yan did not intend to retreat at all. In fact, there was even a hint of a sneer in Su Yan's eyes. Of course, Su Yan's answer was so straightforward that everything turned into 2 words. Of course, I can defeat you, and of course, I can kill you. This was Su Yan's answer. At this time, Su Yan's aura had become extremely violet. The terrifying power had turned into a boundless dark cloud. Although the aura of the Flower Protector was very powerful, the power of the 10 dragons unleashed by Su Yan didn't weaken in the slightest. However, Su Yan had no choice but to endure more and more power. The kind of power directly suppressed his mind, as if it wanted to crush Su Yan's body. Since that's the case, I'll crush your body. Such power was already extremely powerful. He wanted to see just how much Ghostface strength could withstand. However, he gradually realized that something was wrong. At this moment, Su Yan was actually relying on his own body to support himself. You actually managed to hold on with just your physical body. That's impossible. Yes, it was really impossible. How could a person's physical strength be so powerful? This was completely beyond his understanding. At this moment, Su Yan actually forcibly raised his hand under the pressure of such a powerful force, and then directly punched out. How can there be so many impossible things in this world? It's just that you're too inexperienced. You're too shallow. Su Yan used all his strength and finally punched his opponent's face. However, although his fist had already been punched out, he was still greatly suppressed by the power. Therefore, all of this was so light that it almost didn't have much power. However, Su Yan didn't care. What he needed to do now was to hold on. 10 dragons roar, plunder heaven's secrets. Su Yan roared. As soon as his voice fell, the 10 dragon shadows seemed to respond to his voice and directly let out a terrifying roar. Their aura became stronger again. Not long after, all the petals at the edge of the 10 dragons were swept away. At this moment, Su Yan laughed sinisterly. Great heavenly demon finger. At this moment, Su Yan's left hand directly turned into a long, pitch-black line and immediately pierced towards the flower protector's face. At this moment, the flower protector's face finally revealed a look of horror. Great heavenly demon finger. He felt the threat of death under this finger. The power that this finger carried was really terrifying. More importantly, he actually felt a natural restraint from it. How terrifying was this that it could actually restrain his power? That's the power of the heavenly demon. It's the real power of the heavenly demon. How is this possible? Countless years had passed. Although the power of the heavenly demon occasionally appeared in this world, it was no longer valued. After all, in the limitless demon sect, it was almost a path that had been rejected. Apart from the stubborn heavenly demon horde, no one took the matter of the heavenly demon force seriously. Even the strongest existence in the heavenly demon horde was unable to truly unleash the power of the legendary great demon godlord. The strongest among them only seemed to be at the level of a 5 origin supremacy. In this place, even if a 5 origin supremacy was here, what could he do? If the flower protector wanted to kill him, he could definitely do it. However, what was Supremacy Wu Yuan's heavenly demon force in front of this guy? At this moment, he had already begun to suspect Ghostface's identity. Where did he come from? How could his strength be so powerful and terrifying? Of course, if that was all, it would be fine. After all, there was no lack of geniuses in this world. However, Ghostface had actually used such a terrifying great heavenly demon finger. That terrifying aura was unstoppable. No matter how strong he was still so weak in front of the great heavenly demon finger. This was because the great demon god lord was the ancestor of the limitless demon sect and the source of their faith. His power could almost restrain the power of the limitless demon sect. Of course, if there was a gap in the realm between the two, it would be a different story. 100 Flowers, Cold Death, Life's End. I don't believe that you can continuously use the power of the heavenly demon finger. However, the flower protector was no ordinary person. After the initial shock, he immediately deduced that this was most likely not Su Yan's own power. If it was really Su Yan's own power, he could have used that power from the beginning. Under such power, the flower protector had no way to resist at all. There was no other path and fate other than death. Therefore, at this moment, he directly mobilized his strength and forcibly resisted the attack. His gaze fell on Su Yan. Because of Ghostface, he couldn't see Su Yan's expression clearly. However, the face behind Ghostface must be extremely shocked because he had actually blocked the power of the heavenly demon. Moreover, he could already see that the heavenly demon force in Ghostface had become very weak. In that case, he had guessed correctly. He could only use the power of one attack. However, at this moment, a cold snort was heard. You must think that I don't have the strength to use the heavenly demon force after this attack, right? Hearing such a question, the flower protector instinctively felt uneasy in his heart. His opponent's tone was a bit too calm. He had clearly blocked his trump card. Under normal circumstances, this guy was definitely no match for him. How could he be so calm? At this moment, Su Yan spoke again. The reason you have the power comparable to a Dao Master is probably because of the flowers here. Every petal here is the source of your power. Therefore, as long as you are here, you are absolutely powerful. Unless a real Dao Master comes, no one is your match. Su Yan's words made him feel even more uneasy. Hence, at this moment, he wasn't willing to wait any longer. He directly used his will to draw in the power of this place once again. He wanted to directly kill this guy. However, at this moment, he was shocked to find that the power drawn seemed to be much smaller than before. If the power he could draw from before was a big river, then the power he drew from now was actually a small stream. But how was this possible? At this moment, his first thought was that he couldn't believe it. Do you know that the dragon shadow that I have unleashed has the ability to seize the heavens? Su Yan immediately shouted at this moment. Seizing the heavens meant seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. One must know that when Chu Linger underwent the lightning tribulation, Su Yan directly devoured the lightning tribulation. How crazy and unbelievable it was to seize power from the terrifying lightning tribulation. But Su Yin did it. After he reached the Ten Dragons realm, his ability to seize the fortune of heaven and earth seemed to have become even stronger. Therefore, when he discovered this guy's ability, Su Yin began to arrange the Ten Dragons realm to devour and seize the spirit chi of this place. The reason why Su Yin resisted the impact of this guy's power and resisted with his own body was not because he had exhausted his abilities, nor was it because he wanted to prove how strong his body was. He just wanted to buy time for the 10 dragons seizing the heavens. This guy's control of this place was too deep. If he directly competed with this guy for the power here, even the 10 dragons seizing the heavens would not be able to do it. However, he could directly draw the power of a certain area. This was the reason why Su Yin deliberately angered him and even deliberately let him stab him with the flower sword. As long as this guy's attack stabbed him, he would be in the same area as him. At that time, the 10 dragons seizing the heavens would immediately start to work and devour the spirit chi of this place. Of course, in order to not be discovered by this guy, Su Yin even directly used the great heavenly demon finger. Of course, he did not think of killing this guy with the great heavenly demon finger. After all, although the great heavenly demon finger was terrifying, it was not Su Yin's own power. It was extremely difficult for Su Yin to control it. Chapter 9:16. Female Literature. He had expected this guy to be able to block the attack of the great heavenly demon finger. However, Su Yin still made his move. He wanted this guy to be intimidated by the great heavenly demon finger and buy time for himself. Obviously, Su Yin had succeeded in his goal. At the moment he made his move, this guy had indeed felt a tremor, and he didn't even dare to believe it. He even forgot to pay attention to the changes in the spiritual energy around him. Firstly, the emergence of the great heavenly Lord's power had shocked him. Secondly, his control of spiritual energy had reached a level where it was as if it had become a part of his body. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would actually lose control of spiritual energy. From the beginning, he had been suppressing Su Yin. No matter how strong Su Yin was, he didn't care at all. This was because as long as he didn't meet a real Dao sovereign, he was invincible. However, he didn't expect Su Yin to set up such a trap and trap him. But at this point, it was already too late. However, he suddenly realized that he hadn't lost yet. His gaze fell directly on Su Yin's ghost mask. The terrifying mask was emitting a power that could devour one's mind, but it was useless against him. He said directly, "Amazing. I have to admit that you're amazing to be able to drag me to this point. However, even if you cut off my source of power, so what? Without the support of the 10,000 flowers, my strength is still at the level of a 3 essences venerable. But what about you? You're so weak now. You can't use the heavenly demon finger anymore. If you can still use it, then I'll consider it my loss. However, you can't use it anymore. You don't have to deny it, because your state has already told me." At this point, the heavenly demon chi around Su Yin had become very dim. Just as he said, it was impossible for him to use the heavenly demon finger in a short period of time. Since that was the case, what did he have to fear? His strength was enough to kill Su Yin. Of course, Su Yin did give him a reminder this time. In the past, he seemed to have been a little too arrogant, which led to today's outcome. But it didn't matter. Everything could be remedied. Of course, the most important thing now was to kill Su Yin in front of him. As long as this brat was killed, then everything would be perfect. Thinking of this, his power began to gather again. Now he wanted to kill. At this moment, Su Yin looked at Flower Protector in silence. Su Yin's mask became more and more strange. At this time, a mysterious and powerful force emerged from Su Yin's body. That was Sword Intent. A powerful Sword Intent appeared. Although the Sword Intent was still bound by Su Yin, the powerful Sword Chi had already penetrated into the ground, and the terrifying aura was constantly rolling at this time. The Flower Protector's heart immediately trembled. Impossible. What kind of power is this? How can it be so powerful? It's not even inferior to the power of the demonic finger. At this moment, he was really shocked. The reason why he could still be so calm was that he was sure that Su Yin no longer had the strength to follow up. It had become extremely easy to kill him with his own strength. However, He didn't expect that Su Yin would burst out with an even more powerful and terrifying power at this time. The sword intent was not inferior to the demonic finger. In fact, it was even more powerful. Back then, the Godslayer sword gave this sword intent to Su Yin. On the one hand, it was to let Su Yin comprehend it. On the other hand, it was also to protect Su Yin. After all, Su Yin was his scabbard at this time. If Su Yin died, then he would lose a place to stay. As long as Su Yin continued to live, and at the same time continue to grow, he would be able to become even stronger, and he would be able to recover faster. Therefore, although the sword intent left by the flower protector couldn't be compared to when he was at his peak, it was enough to kill a town master. The white-boned heavenly demon was extremely powerful, but it was also very afraid of the sword intent. When the sword intent appeared, it couldn't even break free. The white-boned heavenly demon was so terrifying that even the deputy lords of the boundless demon sect didn't dare to provoke it. That was why the flower protector had been guarding the white-bone path. Otherwise, with so many haunted houses in the devil's forest, it would have become a hunting paradise for the boundless demon sect. As for the flower protector, even if his power could connect with the flowers, he was still weaker than a real town master. Moreover, at this time, he had already cut off the connection with the flowers and could no longer receive the power of the flowers. At this time, once the Godslayer sword was used, he would almost certainly die. In fact, if Su Yin dared to gamble, he could have directly used the Godslayer sword intent from the very beginning. However, Su Yin found that the flower protector had a special connection with the flower protector. He was afraid that his power couldn't kill the flower protector, so he didn't dare to act rashly. After all, the Godslayer sword intent had been constantly activated and consumed too much power. If it continued to be activated endlessly, it would only consume the power of the sword intent. It was also because of this that Su Yin didn't use the power of the Godslayer sword from the very beginning, even if he was injured. At this time, he had already caught the flower protector and made him unable to receive any more power. When he was sure that nothing would go wrong, he directly attacked. When the Godslayer's sword fell, it was almost equivalent to a death sentence. However, even at this juncture, Su Yin didn't have any carelessness. He would never underestimate the flower protector because he knew very well that even a lion would use all its strength to catch a rabbit. Moreover, he was facing an extremely powerful expert at this time. If he was the slightest bit careless, his life would be in danger. When the Godslayer's sword intent fell, it immediately caused countless violent waves within the 10 Dragons' heaven-seizing formation. There was no water wave. The sword chi was like a huge wave that directly swallowed the flower protector. Su Yan's expression was indifferent. He didn't show any mercy to his enemies. This was his will and also the voice of his mind. At this time, his aura was still constantly rising. When the Godslayer's sword slashed out, the flower protector let out a miserable cry and fell into an unimaginable pain. At this time, a golden light was directly released from the flower protector's body. The intense golden light was so dazzling that it was impossible to open one's eyes. Su Yin raised his eyebrows. As expected, when he slashed out the Godslayer's sword, he felt that the flower protector seemed to have some hidden power. At this time, his prediction had indeed become reality. The golden armor was not only flashy, but it also contained such a powerful force. The golden light emitted by the armor was activated, directly forming a terrifying boundary at this time. When the enchantment appeared, it actually withstood Su Yan's attack for a while. At this time, the flower protector laughed. "Ghost face, are you trying to kill me? You must be dreaming. I won't die. Do you know how precious this armor of mine is? It's imbued with the power of the golden dragon. Your attack won't be able to break through my boundless golden dragon curse." Although the sword attack was blocked, the flower protector was in great pain. The infinite golden dragon curse was powerful, but as powerful as it was, it couldn't completely defend against the sword intent. The terrifying lethality was blocked, but the terrifying invading will was difficult to erase. "Ha ha ha! You can't kill me. You can't kill me." The flower protector was still roaring. Was it painful? Of course it was. The power was constantly stabbing his body. Even with the protection of the golden dragon armor, the pain was still so terrifying. But at this time, he was still laughing very happily. So what if it was painful? As long as he could survive, everything was worth it. He believed that as long as he could survive this, it would be his chance to counterattack. With such a terrifying sword intent, it was no wonder that the flower protector could kill so many powerhouses. However, this was the end of his slaughter. He was definitely not a match for him. When that time came, he would let Ghostface taste the pain he had to endure tenfold, no, 100-fold. He would definitely trample Ghostface's head under his feet and listen to Ghostface's painful wails until he crushed Ghostface's head. However, at this moment, he was shocked to find that a dragon's roar suddenly came from Su Yan's body. It was different from the roars of the previous 10 dragons. This dragon's roar was deeper, but it was also more powerful. The moment the terrifying aura burst out, it actually made the golden dragon's boundless curse released by the golden dragon armor tremble. At this time, Su Yan was also looking at him with shining eyes. There was even a hint of pity in his eyes. What a pity! If it was any other power, you might have one, but you just had to use the power of the golden dragon. Su Yan said regretfully. At this moment, a terrifying power of will rose from his body. It was an extremely terrifying aura of a dragon. It was the power of the great demonic dragon. For the great demonic dragon, the dragon clan was his mortal enemy, especially the 3 superior dragon clans of the dragon clan. The fall of the great demonic dragon was related to the 3 divine dragons of the dragon clan. One of the 3 divine dragons was the golden dragon. Su Yan felt that it was very strange from the beginning. When he saw the golden armor, the heart of the great demonic dragon in his body unconsciously beat a few times. At this moment, he finally understood the reason. The golden dragon. It was the power of the golden dragon. The moment the flower protector unleashed the power of the golden dragon, the remnant will of the great demonic dragon immediately burst out. Chapter 9:17. Female Literature. The great demonic dragon's power directly broke free from Su Yan's body. If it was in the past, Su Yan might have suppressed this power because if any of the powers in his body erupted, it would be an unimaginable disaster for him. However, this time, Su Yan did not do so. Instead, he chose to let it go. At this moment, Su Yan did not care about the future. At this moment, he was willing to drink poison to quench his thirst. The dark aura appeared in the great demonic dragon's heart, and then a terrifying dragon head took shape. When the flower protector saw the terrifying dragon head, his first reaction was to run away. The power was too strong, so strong that he did not have any thoughts of persevering. However, Su Yan did not have any intention of letting him go. His power continued to increase at this moment, and it even reached an unimaginable level. Almost at the same time, Su Yan took a step forward. The great demonic dragon's shadow seemed to have received Su Yan's permission. It directly went toward the golden light. At this moment, as if it sensed the existence of its nemesis, the golden light became even more dazzling. At the same time, the great demonic dragon's shadow rushed directly into the golden light. The great demonic dragon roared at this moment, and the terrifying power began to tremble. Endless power erupted at this moment, and it was so majestic and terrifying. The golden dragon armor was indeed extraordinary. If the golden dragon armor was only facing one type of power, it wouldn't be in such a pathetic state. But it was a pity that the golden dragon armor was facing the combination of the god-slaying sword intent and the power of the great demonic dragon. The majesty of such a terrifying power erupting at the same time was simply unimaginable. Under such a terrifying aura, even the golden dragon armor had lost its luster at this moment. At this moment, a silent sound was heard. This sound was like the painful and desperate cry of a dragon, and also like the shattering of heavy glass. Hearing this sound, the flower protector's face finally turned ashen, and he became extremely desperate. The power of the infinite golden dragon curse disappeared. The armor that was originally shining with golden light became extremely dim at this time. At this time, it had become a piece of scrap metal. At this time, the great demonic dragon's shadow reappeared. Compared to the beginning, the great demonic dragon's shadow seemed to have become stronger. In a short period of time, the great demonic dragon had swallowed the golden dragon. After devouring the golden dragon, he was destined to become even more powerful. And Su Yin had finally defeated this powerful enemy at this time. However, Su Yin wasn't very happy right now. The great demonic dragon had become even more powerful. For him, it was still unknown whether it was a blessing or a curse. However, none of this mattered. What he needed to do now was to see Lu Lan. With the death of the Flower Protector, the 10 Dragons' heaven-seizing array formation also dissipated. At this time, Su Yin was extremely strained. After this battle, Su Yin only wanted to have a good sleep. In the end, he would be able to sleep for 10 days and 10 nights. However, he knew very well that he was in absolute danger at this time. If he really fell asleep, he might never wake up. At this time, he had already discovered that the entrance to the Heavenly Monster Temple was at the end of this great array. He struggled to support his body and directly went forward. At this time, 2 trackers appeared. These 2 were the subordinates of the 3rd and 7th Vice Sect Masters. Back then, Su Yin had encountered one of them and was almost forced to use the Godslayer's sword intent. It was only because of the appearance of the other person that he was able to escape. This was what he didn't expect. After he left, these 2 people would appear at the same time. Dead. The Flower Protector is dead. Of these 2 people, one of them was tall and thin. His hair was crimson in color, and he had a strange aura that ordinary people couldn't describe. Yeah, the Flower Protector is dead. This is really a big deal. The Flower Protector was actually not a big deal in the sect. However, it was wrong to say that because the Flower Protector was not a disciple of any branch, but an independent branch. The existence of this branch was also meaningful to the Limitless Demon sect. It was rumored that a great traitor had once appeared in the Limitless Demon sect. That traitor was so powerful that he killed countless experts of the Limitless Demon sect. However, he was still captured in the end. At that time, the Limitless Demon sect didn't kill him. Instead, they suppressed him. And this place of suppression was right below the Chaotic Garden. The Flower Protectors would guard this place for generations. Their purpose was to protect this place. However, too much time had passed. Many people had already forgotten this legend. Only a few people still remembered it. However, all the leaders of the Limitless Demon sect acknowledged their existence. As for the Flower Protectors, every generation was a powerhouse. Ordinary people were not their match at all. After so many years, who knew how many disciples entered this place because they coveted the treasures that were suppressed in this place? All of them were killed by the Flower Protectors. According to the legend, every petal of this place had drunk blood. Although it was exaggerated, it still showed how terrifying this place was. But today, the Flower Protector was dead. The man with crimson eyebrows had a heavy heart. It's all your fault, Qing Fu. If it wasn't for you, that ghost face would have been captured by me. How could he have killed the Flower Protector? At this moment, his heart was incomparably heavy. A bad feeling continued to ferment in his heart. At this moment, he was really irritated. He wanted to kill someone. Qing Fu was naturally referring to the people around him. Hongxi, why are you talking so much nonsense now? What's the point? Moreover, you should really thank me. If it wasn't for me, do you think you would still be alive? Hongxi surprisingly didn't refute Qing Fu's mockery this time. Qing Fu and Hongxi were originally brothers. They both joined the Limitless Demon sect at the same time. It was just that later, the 2 of them had differences in cultivation methods. Originally, this was nothing at all, but these 2 were very stubborn people. The 2 of them actually had a conflict because of this. In the end, no one was convinced by the other. In the end, the 2 of them chose their own master. Hongxi chose the 7th Vice Sect Master, Yin Xiao, while Qing Fu worked under the 3rd Vice Sect Master, Xing Tianhua. Not long ago, the Red Snake discovered Ghost Face and immediately attacked him. The Red Snake's strength was not ordinary. Even Su Yin was caught off guard for a moment. Qing Fu appeared at this time. Because of Qing Fu's appearance, the ghost face found a chance to escape. On the way, the two followed Su Yan's aura and found that Su Yan had entered the chaotic garden. Even these two people were very afraid of the chaotic garden. They didn't dare to enter this place. Later on, they found that the chaotic garden seemed to have changed. The strange and terrifying aura disappeared. Only then did they enter this place. After entering this place, they didn't find the ghost face. Instead, they found that the flower protector was dead. At this time, both of them were in a state of panic. At their level, they naturally knew the secret of this place. At this time, Qing Fu continued, "Forget it. There's no point in worrying about it. In any case, nothing has changed here. That legend has been passed down for so long. After such a long time, I'm afraid that even sovereigns have fallen. The death of the flower protector doesn't affect anything." Hongxi sighed at this time. He still felt uneasy in his heart. But Qing Fu's words were very reasonable. At this time, Qing Fu continued, "The most important thing now is to find the ghost face. Hongxi, we have underestimated him. He killed so many people, including the flower protector. If we meet him alone, I'm afraid we will only end up dead. So, let's work together. Let's find him first and capture him. As for who he belongs to, let's talk about it later." Hongxi fell silent at Qing Fu's words. Although he was very unwilling, he also knew that Qing Fu was right. Even if they weren't in the chaotic garden, he might not be a match for the flower protector, let alone here. How could he not understand that the ghost face seemed to have been forced into a corner by him? But in fact, he still had many tricks up his sleeves. At that time, it was fortunate that Qing Fu had appeared and the ghost face had immediately chosen to leave. Otherwise, he would have been dead by now. Okay, then let's work together. They both looked at the Heavenly Beast Temple at the same time. They had already determined that the ghost face's destination was the Heavenly Beast Temple. Therefore, the two of them didn't stop for a moment and directly went to the Heavenly Beast Temple. Of course, the two of them wouldn't enter brazenly. The Heavenly Beast Temple was a forbidden area for many people. The Heavenly Beasts were imprisoned here and were extremely important to the Limitless Demon sect. If they entered carelessly, they would very likely be regarded as traitors. Therefore, at this time, they could only sneak in quietly. As soon as the two of them left, two more people appeared in the same place. "You even killed the flower protector? Su Yin, my friend, you really are a person who can create miracles. It's been a long time since I last saw you. I didn't expect you to have grown to such a level." "Haha, Ghostface, Su Yin? Interesting. The person who appeared here was none other than Duanmu Longhu. Behind Duanmu Longhu was naturally Hydralisk. At that time, Hydralisk was only in the Three Dragons realm. But now, Hydralisk was already a venerable. Judging from his aura, Hydralisk's strength was clearly not inferior to Hongxi and Qing Fu. "Hydralisk, those two people, how strong are they?" Duanmu Longhu asked. Chapter 918. Female Literature. Hydralisk's expression froze. Then he said, "These two people are strong, but I'm not afraid of them." Hydralisk was very confident. In the past, he would never dare to dream of facing such a venerable. However, at this moment, he already had the confidence to fight them. After following Duanmu Longhu, his Hydralisk had become much stronger. Duanmu Longhu smiled, then said, "Oh, you're actually so confident? That's good. Then go and kill them. I have an agreement with Su Yin. I have to help him. No matter what his goal is, we'll help him. So, do you understand what I mean?" Hydralisk didn't have any doubts. He only nodded. Of course, he understood Duanmu Longhu's meaning, but he didn't know why Duanmu Longhu would do this. Of course, he would never ask why. At this point, he had already become Duanmu Longhu's most loyal supporter. Even if Duanmu Longhu wanted him to die, he wouldn't hesitate. He stood there without any movement, but in reality, his figure had already disappeared. Duanmu Longhu looked at Su Yin in the distance, revealing a faint smile. At this moment, Su Yin seemed to have sensed something and actually stopped, after which he turned his head around and looked towards this direction. However, when he looked over, there was nothing left of this place. But Suyin didn't believe that there was nothing here. Duamu Longhu? Is that you? Hee, that must be it. Only you would be able to cause me to feel so uneasy. Have you finally appeared in the Saint Devil Mountain? Suyin was certain that the person he had sensed earlier was none other than Duamu Longhu. In this world, if there was one person he was most afraid of, it would be Duamu Longhu. This guy was an extremely terrifying person. Even Su Yin was wary of him. Since this guy had appeared here, he definitely wouldn't do anything useless. He must have his own goal. But at this moment, he couldn't care less because he wasn't in a good state. The Heavenly Beast Temple didn't seem to have any guards, but in fact, it was full of shadows. He had to act like he was treading on thin ice. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, he would fall into eternal damnation. At this moment, Su Yan's heart was alarmed again. He felt something approaching him. This existence was truly incomparably strange and possessed a great amount of power. He quickly hid his aura completely, then hid in the darkness. At this moment, a shadow slowly floated by. The moment he saw the shadow, Su Yan was shocked. Demon. The appearance of the shadow was clearly that of a demon. However, the body of the demon had long been destroyed. At this time, only his soul remained. It was a demon's soul. No wonder the Heavenly Beast Temple made him feel so oppressed. There were actually demon souls here. Su Yin dared to conclude that there was definitely more than one demon soul. There were probably many demon souls. The entire Heavenly Beast Temple must be filled with many demon souls. Seeing this demon soul, Su Yin suddenly felt a little sad. After all, he had lived in a monster palace and had gotten along very well with those with the bloodline of the demon race. Many people had become his brothers. He could see that these demonic souls were also formed after the death of a half-demon. After those half-demons died, their souls were still enslaved. This made Su Yin feel angry and sad. This Heavenly Beast Temple was a tragedy for the half-demons. Su Yan's heart was suddenly ignited by a flame of anger. If possible, he would definitely destroy this temple completely. But at this moment, Su Yan's heart suddenly trembled. Just a moment ago, due to anger and sadness, his emotions fluctuated. If it was an ordinary person, such emotional fluctuations would naturally not be a big deal. However, the one in front of them was a powerful soul of the dead. They were extremely sensitive to this. At this moment, even though Su Yan's emotions were so brief, they still directly felt it. At this moment, Su Yin immediately shouted that something was wrong. He originally wanted to hide in this place, but at this moment, it seemed that he had no choice but to leave. If he did not leave now, he would be besieged by many demon souls. The formation of a demon soul was a tragedy, but at this time, the demon soul would definitely not pity Su Yin. After seeing Su Yin, they would only kill without any regard for their lives and completely kill Su Yin. At this moment, Su Yin immediately began to think about going to the inner hall. At this moment, the terrifying demon soul had already released an extremely terrifying thought. The powerful and terrifying aura seemed to have locked onto Su Yin. Su Yan's expression immediately became solemn. He did not expect that in such a short time, the demon soul had already locked onto him. At this moment, the best choice was to directly kill this demon soul. However, Su Yin really could not bear to kill these demon souls. At this moment, in front of Yin Xiao, the seventh emissary stood respectfully. Yin Xiao's expression sank, and then he said, "So, it has been confirmed, right? This masked man is Su Yin?" Yin Xiao clearly remembered the name Su Yin. Back then, at sea, the Limitless Demon Sect was ambushed by the Taiyang Sword faction and suffered heavy casualties. That time, it was Su Yan's doing. Of course, it was impossible for Su Yin to command a big shot like Qiu Zifen. However, if it was not for Su Yan's suggestion, the Taiyang Sword faction would not have directly intervened. If it was not for that time, then Mu Tiansheng of the royal sect might have already fallen into their hands. Therefore, Su Yin had always been on his must-kill list. Recently, the Limitless Demon Sect had been tracking Su Yan's whereabouts. Of course, they were also investigating his true identity. At this time, the strength of the Limitless Demon Sect was immediately revealed. After several investigations and deductions, Su Yan's identity was finally confirmed. I really didn't expect that such a small fish would dare to come to my limitless demon sect and cause such a ruckus. I also didn't expect that this small fish would have grown to such a level. However, Su Yan, you must remember this. It's better to not catch him than to let him fall into the hands of others. Hearing Yin Zhao's words, the seventh emissary Su Yan was immediately shocked. He never thought that Yin Zhao would actually make such a decision. Sect Lord, why is that? He did not understand why Yin Zhao would make such a decision. Yin Zhao said, Su Yan, what do you think of my current position? Yin Zhao did not answer his question. Instead, he asked directly. Su Yan pondered for a moment, then said, although it is incomparably noble, but at this point, there was no need to say anything more. At this time, Yin Zhao finished his words. But I'm only at the bottom of the vice sect lords. Many people might be afraid of me, but not much reverence. Am I right? That's right. This was his current position. Yin Zhao, was also a great genius. In the past, he started from the bottom step by step. He stood out from countless people and finally became the seventh vice sect lord. It could be said that he was a legend in the limitless demon sect. However, there was a flaw in this legend. When he was young, his brilliance was like the sun in the sky. However, the Tying Sword faction had Xue Xingquan. Xue Xingquan was a complete freak. His appearance immediately suppressed everyone. This caused his brilliance to be overshadowed, and he lived in the shadow of Xue Xingquan. Finally, Xue Xingquan suddenly disappeared, and this person finally showed his extraordinary brilliance. Then, he directly stepped into the Dao sovereign realm and became the seventh vice sect lord. However, at this time, Xue Xingquan appeared again. Xue Xingquan, who was not even a Dao sovereign, defeated him. In the second battle, Xue Xingquan advanced to the Dao sovereign realm in front of him and cut off one of his arms. In the limitless demon sect, he was originally the most junior vice sect master, and Xue Xingquan was practically his nightmare. Especially after these two incidents, his reputation had taken a huge hit. Of course, those ordinary disciples wouldn't dare to say anything in front of him, but there would always be private discussions. Su Yan, do you know the reason? He asked directly. Su Yan was silent. At this time, he had already answered, because of strength. Look at that ghost god cultivator. He has been in his ghost god palace for so many years, and he's become an old turtle. Because of this, the ghost god palace has become a little dilapidated. However, why are there people talking about him? Why? Because of his strength. This old thing is terrifyingly strong, so everyone is afraid of him. Although I become a Dao master, my strength is not enough. Plus, I've been defeated twice. That's why these guys are behaving like this. Of course, I don't care about their nonsense. However, strength is what I'm after. He continued, if you want to increase my strength quickly, ordinary methods are useless. Compared to the other old guys, I have a fatal weakness, and that is that I do not have enough time. In many cases, time was actually the most important factor. Whether it was Shi Wuxin or Ghost God Cultivator, they were all experts who had lived for thousands of years. The long years had given them great strength. Yin Zhao was also a genius, but he did not have enough time. He had become a Dao sovereign, but if he wanted to go further, he would need to accumulate the accumulation of time. However, at this time, what he lacked the most was time. If it was in the past, he would have chosen to wait slowly, but now, he knew that he did not have much time. At his level, he naturally had a kind of understanding of the general trend of heaven and earth. Although it was not clear, this understanding would not be wrong. Chapter 919. Female Literature. In the face of a great calamity, if one was not strong enough, one would be nothing but ashes. Thinking back to the ancient times, the continent was much stronger than it was now. At that time, there were even 7 sage sovereigns shining in the sky like the scorching sun. But what about after that time? The continent's talents withered. Those who deserved to die died. Those who didn't deserve to die also died. How many of them could survive? The life and death of the world was naturally predestined. However, Which cultivator would be willing to watch their lives come to an end? No one would be willing. Everyone had their own ambitions. Sect Lord, what does this have to do with Su Yan? Hearing this, Su Yan already knew what Yin Xiao meant. If he wanted to live and obtain better things, he had to be stronger. At this moment, Yin Xiao lightly smiled and said, "Of course, I have always treated you as my own brother, so I will not hide anything from you. If my guess is correct, this Su Yan is the child of destiny. As for the so-called child of destiny, I believe that there is no need for me to say much. You should also know about it, right?" Hearing the words child of destiny, Su Yan's body trembled slightly. The child of destiny was a legend. It was rumored that destiny was related to destiny and was the turning point of destiny. His existence was very important to the world. Very good. It seems like you know. Why do you think this kid is so heaven-defying? He can defeat stronger opponents as the weak and kill one enemy after another. It's because he must have been set up by a big shot. Therefore, I must obtain him and obtain the inheritance of a big shot from him. Only then can I increase my strength in a short period of time. Hearing this, Su Yan finally understood Yin Zhao's intentions. Su Yan was their hope and the key. Therefore, before they caught Su Yan, what they needed to do was to protect Su Yan. They already knew that Su Yan's goal was this demon plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entered the heavenly demon temple. But in the end, what did this have to do with them? This was the limitless demon sect's demon plan, not Yin Xiao and Su Yan's plan. In the end, this world still depended on one's strength. As long as they were strong enough, or if they were stronger than the sect master, they would be the sect master of the limitless demon sect. Thinking of this, Su Yan's heartbeat quickened. He didn't expect Yin Xiao to be so bold and ambitious. But in the end, he realized that his choice at that time was not wrong. Although Yin Xiao was the weakest among the 7 vice sect leaders, he was also the youngest among them. Youth was a disadvantage in many cases, but sometimes it was the greatest advantage. Peak Lord, I understand. I will personally take action. At this moment, he needed to leave immediately. Su Yan, haha, don't disappoint me. There's movement from the demon's soul over there. It must be that ghost face. At this moment, the red snake immediately became excited. That damned ghost face, his concealment skills were really amazing. Even with their abilities, it was not easy to find Grimace. They spent a lot of effort. If it wasn't for the commotion, they wouldn't have discovered it. Compared to Qing Fu, the red snake was more impatient. At this moment, after sensing Su Yan's whereabouts, he immediately went in the direction of Su Yan. The red snake. Qing Fu helplessly watched Hong Shi leave. The two of them were brothers, and Qing Fu was the older brother. Although the two of them often fought because of their beliefs, and sometimes even fought, Hong Shi still took care of his younger brother. At this moment, a strong sense of uneasiness emerged in his heart. Red Snake, be careful. The moment he felt that, he immediately roared. But at this moment, an extremely terrifying dark radiance came directly toward the Red Snake. It was an assassination. The two brothers were proficient in assassination. The moment the assassination technique appeared, they both felt a sense of crisis. At this moment, the Red Snake turned his head, his eyes filled with a cruel aura. How dare you try to assassinate me? The Red Snake's assassination technique was one of the best in the entire Limitless Demon sect. Someone actually made a move against him, and at this moment, he had already grasped the opponent's trajectory. This guy's speed was indeed very fast, and even he was a little surprised. However, it was useless. This speed had not reached the pinnacle, and it was meaningless to him before it reached the pinnacle. Therefore, the Red Snake was doomed. The Red Snake Ghostface. At this moment, a terrifying aura erupted. The Red Snake was sure that his attack would be able to kill the opponent before he arrived. But at this moment, Qing Fu's voice sounded. Run! The Red Snake Ghostface was actually telling him to run. The Red Snake Ghostface had condensed his power into a long line and transmitted it to the Red Snake as fast as he could. But the more it was so, the more the Red Snake did not care. He believed in his own judgment. Why should I run? I can kill him. He believed in his judgment. At such a close distance, in such a state, and in such a confrontation, the one who would definitely be his opponent, not him. So, at this moment, he directly attacked. But in the next moment, the calm and confidence on his face immediately turned into shock. A streak of blood suddenly flashed, and his eyes were filled with despair at this moment. The moment he attacked, his opponent's attack had already reached his body. Impossible. He could not understand how his opponent's attack could be so fast. According to his judgment, his opponent's speed was not as fast as his, so he could definitely attack his opponent faster than him. But he was indeed injured first. That's the sluggish illusion. Only when he was injured did he suddenly realize that his opponent was extremely fast. Moreover, it was even faster than he had imagined. What he saw was simply an illusion. In other words, he had been deceived. His intuition and judgment had deceived him. At this moment, he understood that he had lost this time. His opponent was an expert, and his opponent was an expert who was slightly stronger than him. If he had used all his strength at the beginning and not thought of attacking, but defending, then he would not have been so miserable. At the very least, he would have been able to defend himself. But he had chosen to attack. The guy who suddenly attacked knew him too well, so he had already thought of this point when he attacked. Assassin Grandmaster Scarlet Snake. So that's all there is to it. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Scarlet Snake felt that he had heard this voice before. But at this moment, he immediately realized that something was wrong. At this moment, his mind was in chaos again. This guy is really terrifying. He must know me very well. That's why he could affect me with just one sentence. And at this moment, it was the final moment for that guy to make his move. But at this time, Hydralisk did not attack. He left behind a sneer and retreated. His retreat made Scarlet Snake even angrier. He really could not think of who had the guts to treat him like this. Damn it, he retreated. He actually retreated. Suddenly, Scarlet Snake saw Grasshopper. At this moment, Grasshopper's entire body was solemn. A powerful aura was constantly flowing around him. Scarlet Snake immediately understood why this guy retreated. It must be because of Grasshopper. In fact, at this moment, he had already calmed down. He knew that it was Grasshopper who saved his life today. If it wasn't for Grasshopper, this guy would not have let him go and would have killed him directly. But Grasshopper was on the side and was ready to attack. Even if this guy staked everything, he would not succeed. And even if he was lucky enough to succeed, he would be seriously injured. After all, Grasshopper was a first-class expert. And this guy who suddenly appeared obviously did not want to exchange his life for Scarlet Snake's. At this moment, Scarlet Snake was furious to the extreme. At this moment, his mind began to turn. Since this guy could call out his name, it meant that he knew who he was. Moreover, this guy knew his temperament so well. Of course, he also knew Grasshopper's temperament. That was why he could advance and retreat so well when he attacked. It seemed like he had everything under control. Damn it, who the hell is this guy? Scarlet Snake began to roar angrily. If he knew this guy's identity, he would definitely tear him to pieces. At this moment, Grasshopper said, "Scarlet Snake, calm down. This guy's already set his eyes on us. If you continue to be so irritable, we will all die here." Grasshopper was much calmer than Scarlet Snake. At this moment, he directly said, he did not see Scarlet Snake clearly, but he saw some information. This guy seemed to be from the Limitless Demon sect, because his techniques and habits were too similar to the people cultivated by the Limitless Demon sect. Moreover, the techniques he used before seemed to be taught by the Limitless Demon sect. Scarlet Snake pondered deeply. If this guy was from the Limitless Demon sect, then which big shot subordinate was he? Originally, only the 7th and 3rd Vice sect leaders were competing for the Ghost Face. Did this guy's participation mean that his opponents had increased? But there was another strange thing. This guy clearly wanted to kill Scarlet Snake. This kind of action was really tyrannical. No matter what, Scarlet Snake and Scarlet Snake were both reputable figures under the Vice sect leaders. Wasn't he afraid of angering the Vice sect leaders? Chapter 9:20. Girls' Literature. However, no matter what, he did not dare to be careless at this time. This guy had already made his attitude clear. As long as there was a chance, he would definitely kill him. Therefore, he had to be more careful at this time. After all, the Red Snake was already injured at this time, and it was not a light injury. If he ignored the Red Snake, there would not be too much of a problem. He could even fight with the red snake. But that was the problem. No matter what, he could not ignore the red snake because he was his younger brother. Although the two of them were usually very unhappy with each other, they would still protect each other at the most critical time. This was human nature. At this time, the matter of chasing Ghostface had naturally been thrown to the back of his mind because they no longer had the qualifications to do so. At this time, he had become the prey. Whether he could survive was another matter. How could he have the mood to care about Ghostface? At this time, Su Yin was definitely not having a good time. After all, he had been targeted by the monster ghosts at this time. Su Yin did not want to kill those monster ghosts, so at this time, he went directly into the depths of the heavenly demon temple. He had no choice but to do so. After all, he did not know that the Hydralisks were sniping at the two of them at this time. And even if he knew, he would never push them out at this time. The reason was very simple. He wanted to see Lu Lan. Damn it. Why are these things so persistent? Just as Su Yin was moving forward, he found that many monster ghosts had appeared in front of him. The appearance of these monster ghosts immediately frightened him. Although Su Yin did not want to kill these monster ghosts, he was not a pedantic person after all. At this time, it was the most critical time. If he was still so soft-hearted, then these monster ghosts would not need to do anything. He was afraid that he would be dead already. It was because of this that his power directly erupted at this time. A powerful aura flashed, and the huge force immediately opened up a path in front of him. Those monster ghosts were indeed powerful, but under Su Yan's power, they were directly blown away. And at this time, he went inside in an instant. However, after a short while, the demonic ghosts that had been blown away gathered together again. This gave Su Yin a headache. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill these demonic ghosts, but that he couldn't do so at the moment. The strength of these demonic ghosts was not to be underestimated. It was impossible to kill them without using special methods. This was also why demonic ghosts were so terrifying. Demonic powers that were tainted by the power of death would be extremely terrifying. Su Yin seemed to have fallen into a maze. At this time, he could only keep running. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Su Yin. It was a petite woman. Su Yin couldn't see her face clearly, but based on his first impression, this woman should be extremely beautiful. However, Su Yin couldn't care less whether the other party was beautiful or not. At this moment, he was in danger, and anyone who appeared here would become his enemy. Therefore, he raised his sword and was about to attack. But at that moment, the woman spoke. "Don't attack. I'm here to save you." Her call caused Su Yin to stop immediately. Su Yin had never thought that this woman would actually say such a thing. At this time, the monster ghosts were behind him. He didn't have much time to think. He could either kill the woman and leave, or trust her. At this time, the woman didn't care about Su Yan's killing intent at all. She just said, "Come with me. Don't waste any more time. If you're surrounded by those monster ghosts, you'll definitely die." The woman left her back to Su Yin. Under this situation, Su Yin was too embarrassed to make a move. He finally decided to trust the woman. At this time, he realized that the woman was actually so fast. In just a few breaths, she had already walked far away. However, Su Yin wasn't slow either. He kept following the woman. Finally, the woman entered a room. As soon as Su Yin reached the door of the room, he was dragged in by the woman. "Huff, huff, huff, we're finally here. It's finally safe. Those monster ghosts won't chase us here." The woman was obviously exhausted to the extreme. She kept panting. Su Yin looked around. This room had long been in decline. Everything in it was like this. He didn't know where this place was, but since the woman was so sure, he didn't doubt her. "Why did you save me?" Su Yin asked directly. After all, he didn't know this woman, but she didn't hesitate to risk her life to save him. Su Yin couldn't understand. After all, if this woman was caught by the monster ghosts outside, only death would await her. The woman said, "Because I see that you're a good person." Her answer was very simple. Of course, Su Yin didn't believe such words, but he didn't continue to ask. There were some things that were destined to be unanswered. "But why are you wearing a mask? This is really strange. Your mask is ugly and ugly. It's better not to wear it," the girl said with a smile. Su Yin thought for a moment and gently channeled his power. Then, the ghost mask disappeared, revealing his original appearance. At this moment, the woman looked at Su Yin and suddenly smiled. Then, she said, "Haha, you're not ugly. How nice. Why do you have to wear a mask? You're so ugly." She continued, "By the way, my name is Su Rue. What's your name? Why are you here?" Su Yin said, "My name is Su Yin. I'm here to meet someone." Hearing Su Yan's answer, the woman called Su Rue immediately laughed. "Haha, your surname is Su too. No wonder I like you so much. It turns out that we're family." Su Yin didn't say anything. The woman continued to ask, "Meet someone? Who is she? She must be a woman. What's your relationship with her? Are you lovers?" Su Yin found that this woman was really a chatterbox. Once she started talking, she couldn't stop at all. At this point, he was helpless. At this moment, his injuries were suddenly affected, and he couldn't help but cough. "Ah, you're injured. Are you okay?" The woman panicked at first. After a long time, she finally calmed herself down and said, it's okay. I have pills here. I'll get them for you." As she spoke, she ran inside without hesitation. Su Yin looked at her leaving figure and frowned. This woman was really a mystery. He couldn't tell where she came from at all. However, no matter what, he still managed to obtain the woman's help at this time. If it weren't for her, he would be in more danger. After all, these demonic ghosts were difficult to deal with. If he didn't spend a lot of effort, it would be difficult to kill them. What was more terrifying was that even if Su Yin killed them, he wouldn't be able to solve the crisis. He didn't believe that there were only a few demonic ghosts in this place. If he were to provoke all of the demonic ghosts, then no matter how powerful he was, he would still die here. Moreover, there were still pursuers behind him. Through the continuous pursuit and killing, he had learned some basic information. The people who were chasing him were probably the 3rd Deputy Sect Master, Xing Tianruo, and the 7th Deputy Sect Master, Yin Xiao. These two people were important figures to Su Yin. Although they hadn't personally made a move at this point, it was only because they didn't want to. If these two important figures personally made a move, he wouldn't have a chance at all. Therefore, what he needed to do now was to see Lu Lan as soon as possible. As for other things, he didn't want to think too much about it. Therefore, he sat down and began to meditate. He didn't have much time now, so he had to make the best use of it to recover from his injuries. Not long after, the woman returned. She really did bring medicinal pills. It was a small box that was slightly yellow, and there were 5 medicinal pills in it. The smell of the 5 medicinal pills was very unpleasant, almost diluting one's sense of smell. However, Su Yin could feel that the medicinal power of the 5 medicinal pills was really precious. He didn't know where the woman got the medicinal pills, but since the pills were in front of him, he didn't want to waste them. "Thank you." Su Yin thanked her sincerely. Hearing Su Yan's words, Su Rue was unusually happy. She said, "You don't have to be polite with me. Anyway, they're useless to me. I was planning to throw them away. They stink." This honest woman accidentally said something that made Su Yin speechless. It turned out that these medicinal pills were just smelly trash to her. However, Su Yin didn't take these words to heart. After all, it didn't matter to him what it was. The most important thing was that these medicinal pills were of great help to him at this moment. Su Yin didn't swallow the medicinal pills directly. He just began to circulate his power and then began to refine the medicinal pills. He poured his power into the medicinal pills. The medicinal pills immediately began to float and then emitted a gentle light. With the activation of Su Yan's power, the medicinal pills' light became softer and softer. In the end, a layer of pitch-black skin fell out of the pill. When the black skin fell, the terrible stench immediately disappeared and was replaced by a faint fragrance. It was like a flower blooming in the morning dew. The 5 medicinal pills quietly floated in the air, showing an extremely beautiful brilliance. The little girl looked surprised. She stared at them without blinking. The medicinal pills became smaller and smaller. In the end, they finally turned into a ray of light and flew directly into Su Yan's body. Chapter 921. Female Literature. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yin finally managed to refine the medicinal pill completely. At this moment, the woman immediately exclaimed, "Amazing! You're really amazing. You actually have such a powerful ability. Su Rue looked very excited. When Su Yin opened his eyes, she immediately said, Su Yin, can you teach me how to cultivate? Su Yin didn't expect her to make such a request. But, judging from her previous speed, she should know how to cultivate, right? So Su Yin asked directly, What's wrong? You don't know how to cultivate? But you're so fast. At this moment, Su Rue said first, I really don't know how to cultivate. I've been living here since I was born, and no one taught me. Of course, I don't know how to cultivate. As for why I can run so fast, it's because I was born. Her complacent words greatly surprised Su Yin. She said that she had lived here since she was young, but this was clearly the heavenly demon temple of the Limitless Demon sect. So what was her identity that the people of the Limitless Demon sect knew nothing about her? Also, she said that she was born to run very fast. This was really amazing. Su Yin had personally seen her speed. Such a speed was simply terrifying. Even he had to use his strength to catch up with her. If she was really born like this, then how amazing was she? Okay. At this moment, Su Rue's voice became a lot softer. She thought Su Yin was unhappy. At this moment, Su Yin asked, You've lived here since you were young? But how did you live? Is there no one else here? The woman said, I don't know. Those demonic ghosts and other people don't dare to enter this place. I once accidentally heard a few people say that this place is cursed and they don't dare to approach it. As for why I'm here, I don't know. It seems that I've been here since I woke up, so if I'm hungry, I'll get something to eat. This place is quite big and very comfortable to live in, so I've been living here. She said so matter-of-factly, but Su Yin was very surprised. This was the woman's reason for coming here. This really made him speechless. At this moment, the woman said with a smile, Okay, it's fine if you don't agree. Are you hungry? I'll get some food for you. She let out a sigh, obviously very disappointed. At this moment, Su Yin said, Okay, I'll wait for you here. When you come back, I'll help you see if you're suitable for cultivation. If you can, I'll teach you the cultivation method. Su Rue originally didn't have any hope, but when he heard Su Yin's words, he was immediately overjoyed. She said, Is what you said true? You can't lie to me. Otherwise, I'll be angry and I won't recognize you as a friend. At this moment, she was so excited. Su Yin said directly, Don't worry. Since I said this, I naturally won't go back on my words. But you should be careful. Su Rue directly said, Don't worry. I'm very capable. Those guys can't catch me. Since that's the case, then you just wait. I'll immediately make you a feast. I'm leaving. After Su Rue finished speaking, she immediately left without looking back. Her speed was indeed fast to the extreme. In just a moment, she had disappeared from Su Yan's perception. After she left, the place immediately became quiet. It seemed that even the light had become dim. At this moment, Su Yan actually felt a little uneasy in his heart. He suddenly remembered that the girl called Su Rue said that this was a cursed place. Su Yan wouldn't believe such words, but at this time, it actually showed such an extraordinary thing. Even Su Yan had to believe it. At this time, his gaze began to become serious. He began to radiate his power. He wanted to explore what was in this room. But soon, he found that there seemed to be a shadow in the depths of the room. The shadow had a powerful and terrifying aura. At this time, the shadow seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep, and a faintly discernible pressure was emitted by it. And Su Yin also found that the shadow seemed to be waking up at this time. Su Yin furrowed his brows. This was not a good thing. If this thing really woke up, then he would be in danger. The pill that the girl called Su Rue gave him was very extraordinary. In such a short time, his injuries had recovered a lot. If this continued, Su Yin would be able to restore himself to his best state in half a day. But the problem was, even if he was restored to his best state, it seemed that he was no match for this mysterious existence. This was because its strength was too terrifying. Such strength was simply incomparable. Su Yin even felt that it was not inferior to a Tao master. At this time, Su Yin was sure that the so-called obstruction was most likely related to this mysterious shadow. In just a short period of time, a faint black mist had already appeared in the air. This black fog spread and filled the surroundings. If this faint black fog entered a person's body, it would immediately erode the person's body and devour their vitality. This would form a curse. At this time, the black fog was spreading towards Su Yan. Su Yan did not move. He just paid full attention to this thing. He wanted to see just how powerful this black fog was. It was at this time that a cheerful voice came. Su Yan, you're in luck. I brought you barbecue. Su Rui had returned. At this time, Su Yan found a strange scene. The moment Su Rui returned, the terrible fog dissipated directly. At this time, Su Yan's eyes were so incredulous. He believed in his judgment. It was indeed because of this woman's return that the black weapon completely disappeared. The black fog, or the powerful shadow creature, was actually afraid of this woman called Su Rui. How inconceivable was this? But this thing happened in front of Su Yan at this time. Just as Su Yan was pondering, the woman had already arrived in front of Su Yan. Su Yan, look, those guys are really generous today. They prepared a lot of barbecued meat. I picked out a big one and brought it to you. It's fun, it's really fun. She was very happy, obviously feeling a sense of accomplishment. Su Yan smiled and said, "Thank you." But Su Rui said, "You don't have to thank me. Just remember what you said. Hurry up and eat." Su Yan looked at her anxious appearance and smiled. No matter what, this was a cute little girl. He threw away the other thoughts in his mind and began to deal with the barbecue. This barbecue contained an extremely powerful energy. He did not know what kind of demon beast this meat was, but the taste was also very delicious. Soon, Su Yan cleaned up all the barbecued meat. The feeling of filling one's stomach was always good, especially at this time. After filling his stomach, Su Yan was immediately filled with boundless satisfaction. Are you full? If you are not, just say it. I will go get more for you. Those people in the kitchen are stupid. Don't worry. Su Rui said with a smile. Meeting a thief like Su Rui, those people were helpless. After all, Su Rui's speed was too fast. Even if it was him, he would have to spend a lot of energy to catch up, let alone them. But these were not things that Su Yan was concerned about. Right now, he didn't have the spare energy to care about these irrelevant things. At this time, Su Yan found that Su Rui was looking at him with a hopeful face. He obviously understood that Su Rui was looking forward to something. So he immediately said, "I am full. Don't worry, since I have promised you, I will not go back on my words. Now, let me see your body condition." Su Yan calmed down and grabbed Su Rui's wrist. At this time, his power went straight into Su Rui's body. Su Yan's true power went straight into Su Rui's body. But gradually, his brows furrowed. Su Rui's body was really too abnormal. Her condition was different from other people. Humans had 8 extra meridians, but there were no meridians in her body. It was as if her body was a vacuum. It was Su Yan's first time seeing such a strange phenomenon. If a person did not have meridians, was he still a person? Right at this moment, Su Yan's brows suddenly furrowed. This was because he discovered that there seemed to be a mysterious existence within the little girl's body. He probed in and immediately realized that it was a picture. This picture seemed to be a giant bird. Its appearance was very similar to a sparrow. But in reality, it vaguely revealed a majesty that was much stronger than the sparrow. The sparrow was already a strong and terrifying existence. It could become a saint beast. But this demonic beast in front of him was even more terrifying than the sparrow. Moreover, when he saw this pattern, the red spirit fire in his body actually began to move. At this time, Su Yan's control of the scarlet spirit fire had already reached an extremely proficient level. This scarlet spirit fire was like an arm to him. But at this time, it actually had such a strange movement. Su Yan immediately understood that the scarlet spirit fire must have been affected by something. And in this place, there was only one thing that could affect the scarlet spirit fire, and that was the existence in front of him. At this time, 2 words appeared in Su Yan's heart. Chapter 922, Female Literature, Vermilion Bird. One of the 4 mythical beasts in the legends, the powerful vermilion bird. It must be. Only the powerful vermilion bird could have such terrifying majesty and cause such a change in the flame. There was actually the existence of a mythical beast in this girl's body. This was really incredible. Su Yin was shocked. At the same time, he thought about the huge shadow in the room. What was it? Judging from his aura, he was definitely an extremely powerful existence. But now, he could understand why the powerful shadow was so afraid of this little girl. After a long time, Su Yin finally opened his eyes. At this time, Su Rue was looking at Su Yin hopefully. When she saw Su Yin open his eyes, she immediately asked, "How is it? Can I cultivate? Are you willing to teach me?" Su Yin looked at her and thought for a moment. In the end, he did not tell her about the abnormality of her body. He just said, "I don't know if you can cultivate. But since I promised you, I will teach you. Now, I will teach you a cultivation method. This is a sword technique, which is quite extraordinary." Su Yin planned to teach her the Virokana-colored glaze sword scripture. That was the inheritance of the Stupa sect. This sword technique must be extraordinary, no matter how Su Yin thought about it. It seemed that this was the only cultivation method that was most compatible with this woman. After all, if she was really the reincarnation of the vermilion bird, then she would have an unexpected effect on the flame attribute cultivation method. Although Su Yin did not know how she could cultivate without meridians. At this time, Su Yin directly imparted the Virokana-colored glaze sword scripture into the girl's mind. At this time, Su Rue was very excited. She had been here since she was conscious. She had never left and dared not to contact anyone. And this time, the reason why she contacted Su Yin was because she felt a very familiar aura from Su Yin. It was because of this aura that he chose to help Su Yin. Even Su Yin didn't know that the reason he was saved was because this little girl felt close to him. At this time, Su Rue quickly memorized the solar-colored glaze sword scripture. After she obtained this cultivation method, she was extremely excited. She didn't care about anything else and immediately began to cultivate. At this moment, something unexpected happened to Su Yin. Su Yin was surprised. Since she didn't have meridians, it would be extremely difficult for her to practice this cultivation method. But in reality, in just half an hour, a faint halo appeared on the girl's body. Although this halo was faint, it was real. That was the symbol of the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture's first layer of small success. This greatly surprised Su Yin. When he was cultivating, he didn't have such efficiency, but she did it so easily. This could no longer be described as a genius. He was simply a monster. The bloodline of the vermilion bird is indeed extraordinary. "It's really amazing, really amazing," he exclaimed. At this time, Su Rue still hadn't woken up. After half a day, the girl finally opened her eyes and stopped cultivating. At this time, she had clearly cultivated the solar-colored glaze sword scripture to a certain level. She was surrounded by a scarlet light. Although this light wasn't enough to melt rocks, it was already very hot. If it wasn't for Su Yan's powerful strength, he might have been injured by this light. At this moment, Su Yin truly knew what a monster was. Her cultivation speed was simply too fast. In just half a day's time, she was actually able to cultivate the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture to such a level. Not only was her cultivation speed faster, but the power she could unleash seemed to be above his own. If such a person went to the Fiery Flame sect, she would probably be groomed as a successor. "Brother, I can't cultivate anymore. Am I too stupid?" At this time, Su Rue's expression was very gloomy. Obviously, she was very dissatisfied with her results. Su Yin could only smile bitterly, so he said, "It's not your problem. In fact, you're already very powerful. When I was cultivating back then, I definitely couldn't compare to you. However, this is a sword scripture. In addition to the cultivation of flames, if you want to continue cultivating this power, you must be proficient in sword techniques." Since Su Yan's injuries had not healed, he simply began to impart sword techniques to this girl. He was a Sword Dao Grandmaster. Naturally, imparting sword techniques to a person who was completely ignorant of sword techniques was not much of a problem. And Su Rue was really a monstrous genius. Her learning speed was really too fast, so fast that it made Su Yin incomparably shocked. Therefore, after another half a day, Su Rue's sword technique progress was also increasing. Su Rue was really a genius. After Su Yin explained many things to her, she closed her eyes and began to comprehend. She even entered a state of epiphany. During this period of time, Su Yan's valiant body had also displayed his terrifying strength. In such a short period of time, his injuries were almost completely healed. In fact, Su Yin felt that this little Su Rue was a monster. But wasn't he the same? At this time, the battle between Hydralisk, Grasshopper, and Scarlet Snake had reached an extremely intense stage. Hydralisk was really a terrifying killer. Every time he appeared, it was extremely strange. Most importantly, he was really ruthless. Every time he attacked, he would definitely target Scarlet Snake. He deeply knew that, in fact, everyone had their own weakness. And Scarlet Snake's weakness was Grasshoppers. Every time he attacked Scarlet Snake, Grasshopper would definitely protect Scarlet Snake, which gave him a chance. After all, what he needed now was not only to stop these two people, but to kill these two powerful people. His method was quite ingenious, like besieging the enemy and attacking reinforcements. However, it just so happened that Ching Chong didn't have a way to deal with it. Grasshopper, you should understand that my existence will only drag you down. So let me go at this time, immediately. Scarlet Snake was currently covered in wounds. Although he had Grasshopper's protection, Hydralisk's attacks were too insidious. Although he was still alive, he was in incomparable pain. At this time, he spoke again. Kill me, then avenge me, he said again. He had already said this no less than 10 times. But Grasshopper responded with silence every time. Grasshopper naturally understood that this was the best way, but he would not do it. Because he was still alone, and Scarlet Snake was his younger brother. No matter what, he could not kill his younger brother. No matter how dangerous it was, he would not give up. What are you still hesitating for? If this continues, both of us will die. Scarlet Snake roared. At this time, he really hated himself to the point of despair. It turned out that his previous pride was not worth mentioning. His so-called intelligence was just self-righteous. At this time, he could only become a burden. How could he accept this? At this time, Grasshopper finally spoke. Scarlet Snake, calm down. At this time, are you still going to be so self-righteous? Grasshopper's words finally calmed Scarlet Snake down. Grasshopper continued. Do you really think that I can live if I kill you? You idiot. You've always been like this since you were young. You always think that your judgment is correct, but at this time, you're still like this. If you don't want to kill me, then shut up. Scarlet Snake calmed down at this time. He stared blankly at Grasshopper. He did not know why, but at this time, he really wanted to cry. Grasshopper said, your current state is exactly what that guy wants. If you continue like this, not only will you not be able to help me, you'll also disturb my state of mind. And when my state of mind is disturbed, it will give him a chance to attack. Grasshopper continued, it's not that your death can solve the problem. After you die, my state of mind will definitely be disturbed, and I might even be blinded by the desire for revenge. Do you think that I can survive a battle between experts in this state? Grasshopper's words finally calmed Scarlet Snake down. That's right. He had been too arrogant all this time. Regardless of whether it was his original judgment or his direct counterattack, he felt that he was right. But he had never really considered whether it was right or wrong. If he died, then as his brother, Grasshopper's state of mind would definitely be disturbed. At that time, that guy in the darkness could even directly kill Grasshopper. Then what should we do now? Many people actually thought that they were strong, but when this facade was exposed, they would find that they were actually so weak. Grasshopper said, we don't need to do anything. We just need to deal with the situation by sticking to the status quo. This guy is just waiting for an opportunity. But if we don't give him a chance, what can he do? If he's really strong enough to directly crush us, what can he do? Grasshopper's analysis was very calm, and one had to admit that his judgment was very correct. If Hydralisk really had the strength to crush them, then he would not have waited until now to play tricks. It was because he did not have the confidence to kill them both in one strike that he did this. At this time, Grasshopper led Scarlet Snake to a spacious area. The more spacious the area, the less effective it would be. They were extremely powerful and outstanding assassins, so they naturally knew this very well. At this time, Hydralisk, who was hiding in the darkness, sneered. As expected, a grasshopper, you're really strong. But do you really think you can escape death like this? You two are destined to be my prey. His smile was so confident because he believed that he could kill these two people. Their thinking was indeed good. If they went to a spacious area, it would indeed be difficult for him to make a move. But that did not mean that he would not have a chance to make a move, because there were not only a few people here. Grasshopper settled Scarlet Snake down, then said, "Hurry up, seize the time to cultivate and heal your injuries." Grasshopper felt that what he did was not wrong, but he still vaguely felt that something was wrong. The guy was so difficult to deal with, he would not give up so easily. But at this time, the third emissary, Zuoleitao, suddenly transmitted his voice. "Grasshopper, where are you? Have you found Ghostface?" Grasshopper was immediately overjoyed when he heard Zuoleitao's voice. He directly replied, "Emissary Zua, Ghostface has entered the Heavenly Beast Temple. I'm also there now, but I encountered a mysterious assassin. So, I hope you can come and save me." If it was any other time, Grasshopper would definitely not say such words, because asking for help meant that he was useless. He was such a proud person that he would not ask for help even if he was about to die. But now it was different. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that his brother, Scarlet Snake, would die. Zuoleitao said, "Okay, I'll sense your location and come over. Wait here." Zuoleitao knew Grasshopper's character very well, but since Grasshopper asked for help at this time, it was obvious that Grasshopper was in big trouble. Grasshopper was his #1 warrior. If there was no special reason, he would definitely not do this. While Grasshopper and Zuoleitao were transmitting their voices, mysterious shadows suddenly appeared and rushed toward them. Grasshopper's heart skipped a beat. Damn it! At this moment, he was so furious. Demonic ghosts. There were demonic ghosts. These demonic ghosts were coming toward him. Needless to say, it was that damn bastard who did this. Grasshopper did not know how he did it, but to him, the most important thing was to avoid them as soon as possible. If he was entangled by these demonic ghosts, no matter how strong he would die. Moreover, there was one more thing that was the worst. If that person in the shadows took the opportunity to attack, what would Scarlet Snake do? No matter how confident he was in his own strength, he was not confident that he could protect Scarlet Snake at this time. Scarlet Snake would die. When he thought of this, his entire being became infuriated. "Grasshopper, let's go. Let me stay here and you leave to avenge me. I believe you can do it. You can control yourself and not let anger get to your head. That guy will definitely ambush me in the chaos. You can't protect me." Scarlet Snake spoke again. The time before was too short. No matter how strong he was, he could not recover much of his strength. Therefore, the best thing to do now was to let Grasshopper leave him behind. As for what Grasshopper said before, he believed that Grasshopper would be able to overcome it. Grasshopper understood his younger brother. How could he not understand his older brother? His control over his emotions was exceptionally strong. However, he still underestimated Grasshopper's importance to him. At this moment, Grasshopper did not waste any time and directly carried him on his back. Leave the Heavenly Beast Temple. Grasshopper made a prompt decision. He could not stay here any longer. He had to leave quickly. However, at this moment, a cold, murderous intent appeared. Grasshopper immediately knew that it was not good. Don't even think about it. At this moment, his strength had reached the extreme. Therefore, he used all his strength. No matter what, he had to protect his younger brother. At this moment, he finally saw that it was Hydralisk. "Sorry, my target is you." Hydralisk sneered. At this moment, he used an extremely strange method to forcibly change his target. "No!" Scarlet Snake roared. Chapter 923. Female Literature in O. His voice was filled with anger and despair. At this moment, Grasshopper revealed an inconceivable expression. This guy's target was actually him. At this moment, Grasshopper knew that he no longer had the strength to reverse the situation. Hydralisk's long and narrow sword directly pierced his body. "Who are you?" Grasshopper looked at him and angrily asked. At this moment, Hydralisk laughed and said, I'm called Hydralisk, an assassin of the limitless demon sect. Hearing the two words Hydralisk, Scarlet Snake immediately remembered. 2 years ago, there was a traitor of the limitless demon sect. Because that traitor also had the word Hydralisk, he paid attention to him. But that was it. After all, the difference in status and strength between the two of them was too big. He didn't have the time to waste on such a small character. But he never thought that today, this small character that he didn't pay attention to actually killed his brother. You damned traitor, I will kill you. I will tear you to pieces. He was so angry that he tried his best to circulate his strength, wanting to deal a fatal blow to Hydralisk. But at this moment, Hydralisk's attack arrived. Hee hee, Scarlet Snake? Haha, compared to Grasshopper, you're simply trash. That's why I never wanted to kill you. Hee, just as I expected, because of you, I was able to kill Grasshopper. His words were so harsh, but one couldn't help but admit that what he said was the truth. Indeed, if it wasn't for Scarlet Snake, Grasshopper wouldn't have died. Scarlet Snake was too arrogant, so he didn't listen to his brother's words from the beginning. If he could calm down, then he wouldn't have been injured. If he wasn't injured, then why would Grasshopper be in such a sorry state? With the two of them working together, they were able to kill Hydralisk. Hydralisk didn't give Scarlet Snake a chance to talk nonsense. His sword directly ended the lives of the two top assassins of the limitless demon sect. Then, he directly hid in the darkness. Not long after he left, the third emissary, Zweletau, arrived. But this time, he saw the corpses of the two brothers. How dare you? How dare you? At this time, he was extremely angry. His trusted subordinate had been killed. He had actually died. This made him extremely furious. At this moment, he only wanted to kill. Dwamu Longhu walked slowly in the darkness. This place was filled with darkness, but it could not stop him from moving forward. It was as if he was the king of the darkness. At this moment, he suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, you're still alive. That's great, long time no see. It was at this moment that a ray of light was released from the darkness. It's you, Dwamu Longhu. The voice was a little hoarse, but one could vaguely tell that it was a woman's voice. She and Dwamu Longhu were old acquaintances. It's me, Dwamu Longhu. I'm not dead, so I'm here to bring you out. Dwamu Longhu was already so gentle and refined. You've actually become so weak at this time. How surprising. The hoarse voice said. Dwamu Longhu did not care about the ridicule. He only said, being able to be reborn after 1,000 years is already a gift from the heavens. How can I ask for more? So at this time, I need your help. Tell me, are you willing to help me? Of course. You know that I won't refuse you. Brother Suyen, how's my learning? Is it not good enough? Surue asked softly. At this moment, Suyen was extremely depressed. If he was not good enough, then who in this world could be considered good? She was simply a genius. Suyen said, No, you're already very powerful. I don't think there are many people in this world who could be better than you. Suyen sighed and stood up. He was about to leave. Brother Suyen, you're leaving? Seeing that Suyen was about to leave, Surue was naturally very reluctant to part with him. Suyen said, Yes, I'm leaving. Surue immediately asked, Are you going to see that woman? Take me with you. I'm already very powerful now. I can help you. Right now, she only felt that she had become incomparably powerful. She wanted to find a few powerful opponents to fight. However, Suyen would not agree. This was not a game. It was very dangerous for him to go. Although Surue was very likely to be the reincarnation of the vermilion bird, and she was really extraordinary. However, this operation was really too dangerous. Suyen himself could not guarantee that he could survive. What's more, even if she was extraordinary, she was still young. Her current strength was still too weak. Okay, I won't go. Really, it's not easy to meet someone who can talk to me and play with me, but now I have to leave. Seeing Suyen so determined, Surue finally chose to give up. Suyen was also helpless, but he also knew very well that many things were like this. Even if you have it, you can't force it. He turned his head and left, no longer paying attention to little Surue. For Suyen, this heavenly demon temple was too big. What made him even more helpless was that there was an extremely mysterious force in the heavenly demon temple that blocked everything. Even his spiritual awareness could not explore this place freely. Even though he knew that Lulan was very likely to be in this heavenly demon temple, Su Yin did not know where she was. Now, Su Yin could only use this method, which was to look for her one by one until he found her. Along the way, Su Yin did not know what kind of danger he would encounter. Those pursuers would definitely not give up. This time, after they found out that the heavenly demon temple had been sent, they would send even more powerful people. There were monster ghosts in the heavenly demon temple to begin with. This was something that gave Su Yin a great headache. At that moment, Su Yin floated away. At the end of his line of sight was a gorgeous palace. There was a person's aura there. It was not a monster ghost, but a real person. Since there were people, Su Yin had a source of information that he could inquire about. Therefore, at this time, Su Yin quietly sneaked over. He did not know that after he left, a small figure appeared directly. Humph, what a bad guy. He actually went out alone and refused to take me with him. I did say that I wouldn't go with you, but I didn't say that I wouldn't go with you. Su Rue revealed a smirk and then headed in the direction of Su Yin. At that moment, Su Yin did not spend much time to meet the guards here. When the two men saw Su Yin, their first reaction was to draw their swords and kill him. Their strength was not bad. Each of them was an expert in the dragon realm. However, in front of Su Yin, they were still too weak. Su Yin had already restrained them at the first moment. Then, he used a powerful mind attack to attack them. Tell me, there's a woman called Lulan here. In order not to waste time, Su Yin directly used the mind attack method. This was an extreme form of hypnosis. Once used, even if the other party could survive, they would become useless. This method was really overbearing. Under normal circumstances, Su Yin would not want to use it. However, now was not an ordinary time. He could not waste time no matter what, so he directly used this method. How could the two of them resist Su Yin's mind power when the mind power directly entered them? However, in the next moment, Su Yin's expression changed. This was because the mind power of the two guards was interrupted. Then, the two of them bled from their 7 orifices and lost their lives. Damn it, their mind power has been tampered with. Su Yin immediately understood that this was because the two of them had been restrained. Once they were forcefully attacked by the mind power, they would immediately die. The Limitless Demon Sect was the Limitless Demon Sect. Not only were they ruthless to their enemies, they were also ruthless to themselves. At that moment, Su Yan's eyes were shining. His heart was filled with boundless rage. These guys were really despicable, hateful. At that moment, rays of light began to flash in Su Yan's eyes. An extremely strange power appeared. The moment this power appeared, Su Yin immediately felt a strong but familiar power. Zuoleitao. How could Su Yin forget this power? It was Zuoleitao. Back in the Sky Lion City, Zuoleitao had made him miserable and almost killed him. Fortunately, he had the winged heavenly tiger and the yellow sparrow, these two powerful monsters. Otherwise, he would have been killed by this guy. However, Su Yin never thought that he would meet Zuoleitao again here. At that moment, he did not have time to think. His whole body suddenly shook and immediately disappeared. His speed was like moving clouds and flowing water. It was as if he had torn the space and moved in an instant. At that moment, Zuoleitao's voice came directly. Very good, ghost-faced kid. Your strength seems to have increased again. Su Yin looked over and saw that the person who spoke was Zuoleitao. Su Yin was looking at him, and Zuoleitao was also looking at Su Yin. At that moment, he was really shocked and angry. He was shocked because Ghost-Face's strength had obviously increased a lot compared to before. Ghost-Faced was still not a venerable one because he did not feel the unique aura of a venerable one from Ghost-Faced. However, he could not see through Su Yan's realm at that moment. Just what level had Su Yin reached and what level of cultivation he was at, he actually couldn't tell. What made him even angrier was that his proud subordinate, Qing Fu, was dead. Although Ghost-Faced might not have killed him, he died for Ghost-Faced. Zuoleitao's character was extremely overbearing, and he liked to vent his anger on others. At that moment, He did not know who the culprit was, so he directly vented his anger on Su Yan. Chapter 924. Female Literature. I really didn't expect that even the Hellhound couldn't get rid of you. You're really a surprise. Although his words were full of praise, his tone was so cold that he couldn't wait to kill Su Yan. Su Yan also sneered. Envoy Zhua, it's been a long time indeed. Su Yan was full of seriousness and fear under the ghost mask. His strength had indeed increased rapidly, but he wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could be a match for this supremacy. That was a 5 essences supremacy. Although such a powerhouse couldn't be compared to a Tao supremacy, he still had endless means. As for his means, the Godslayer's sword intent had been used repeatedly, so its power had been greatly reduced. The square seal was also not stable at the moment. The heavenly demon finger was even more so. Haha, it's useless to say more. Hand over the limitless 9 demon seal technique, and I can still leave you with a complete corpse. Here, your 2 demon beasts can't save you. As he spoke, he had already taken a step forward. Just this small step was enough to show that this person was extraordinary. With such a step, he simply crossed countless obstacles and directly arrived in front of Su Yan. This kind of means could be described as shrinking the ground. At this moment, Su Yan felt a sense of danger in his heart. Without any hesitation, he directly slashed with his sword. This was because he knew that it was impossible for him to pull away from his opponent. Thus, he could only take the initiative to attack. When he attacked, Su Yan activated almost all the power in his body. Such a sword flashed with a scarlet light, and the strong sword light directly landed in front of Zhua Leitao's body. At this moment, Zhua Leitao directly stretched out his palm and looked at Su Yan with a sinister smile. Although your strength has increased, do you really think that you can match me? How laughable. As he spoke, he suppressed his power and finally gathered it in his palm. It was clearly a pair of flesh palms, but at this moment, they were flickering with specks of thunder and fire. Such a palm strike was simply terrifying beyond compare. His name was Zhua Leitao, and he also cultivated the lightning arts. His cultivation technique was the Limitless Demon Sex Limitless Een Thunder technique. His Een Thunder was extremely terrifying. The last time Su Yan fought him, he had already suffered, so at this time, no matter what, he didn't dare to fight this guy head-on. There was a flash of light in his eyes. It was a sinister light. What was even more terrifying was that his palm directly grabbed on his Su Yan's sword. At this time, his gaze actually materialized into a terrifying whip, lashing towards Su Yan. Such a turn of events was extremely strange. Previously, Su Yan had already focused all of his attention, but when he reacted, he was still half a beat too slow, and the long whip directly struck his face. Su Yan suffered such a heavy blow that his whole body was directly thrown back, and he even spat out a mouthful of blood. Do you know that this old man hates sneaky people like you the most? Just looking at that mask of yours makes this old man angry. In that case, let me directly shatter that mask of yours. At this moment, the earth-shrinking technique appeared once again. At this time, Su Yan knew that things were not going well. He suddenly punched the ground and shouted at the same time, "Demonic Dragon Fist!" The violent demonic dragon fist appeared, and a powerful demonic dragon aura flashed. The terrifying power immediately blasted the ground away, and at this time, layers of soil quickly emerged, forming a wall. The appearance of this wall immediately blocked Zhua Leitao's path forward. However, Zhua Leitao's expression didn't change at all. He just said, "Not bad." After saying these 2 words, he directly condensed his palm into a blade and slashed down. At this time, an extremely terrifying halo spread out, and the powerful light became an extremely terrifying power at this moment. In the blink of an eye, the layer of soil had already disappeared. However, at this time, Su Yan took advantage of this opportunity to retreat. He regained his footing and stabilized his aura. So strong. This was the first time he fought with an expert, and he immediately knew his shortcomings. In the chaotic garden, although the flower protector was strong, his strength was only the accumulation of energy. His realm was only at the level of 3 essences venerable, so Su Yin wasn't in such a sorry state. However, a 5 essences venerable and a 3 essences venerable were two different concepts. Su Yin being able to hold on to this point was already the result of his outstanding strength. He exhaled heavily, and his qi and blood calmed down. At this moment, in front of a powerful enemy, he couldn't be careless. Therefore, any negligence would cost him his life. He's so strong? Of course. However, it's not that I'm too strong. It's that you're too weak. However, you being able to hold on until now is already beyond my expectations. Now, I don't want to continue playing with you. At this time, Zuoleitao condensed his Yin lightning again. The battle between the two sides had already alarmed the demonic ghosts here. How could he not see that Qing Fu's death was related to the demonic ghosts? When he arrived, Qing Fu's body had already been devoured by the demonic ghosts. And if all the demonic ghosts were to gather, then even he would not have a good ending. Those demonic ghosts were all very strong, but they were also very difficult to kill. Unless one was a powerful expert, there really wasn't a good way to deal with them. Because of this, not many people dared to enter this place. In the huge Saint Devil Mountain of the Limitless Demon Sect, there were many forbidden areas, and this place was one of them. Not to mention, there was also a legendary cursed place here, which made people extremely wary. Therefore, he wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible. At this time, a sword light suddenly appeared. "You damned bastard, eat my sword." A woman's voice resounded. After hearing this voice, Su Yin was immediately shocked. "Su Rue, leave quickly." Su Yin recognized that this was Su Rue's voice. At this time, he naturally knew that this disobedient and stupid girl had followed him out. This girl was innocent and naive, but in other words, she was brainless. She thought that she was very powerful and wanted to help Su Yin, so she directly attacked at this time. However, in front of Zuoleitao, Su Yin could only be suppressed bitterly and was almost on the verge of death. What could this girl do? Not only would she not be able to help Su Yin, but she would also be seeking her own death. Sure enough, Zuoleitao immediately sneered. Where did this girl come from? She's courting death. At this time, his target was Su Yin. He didn't want to bring Su Yin back to the third deputy sect leader. As for the others, he would naturally kill them without mercy. The Yin thunder appeared in his hand, and a powerful thunder light kept roaring at this time. A powerful and terrifying aura appeared, then turned into a thunder snake and rushed directly towards Su Rue. Su Rue had come aggressively, but after sensing this power, she was already filled with regret. She never thought that such power would exist. Her sword Qi was nothing in front of this thunder arc and was immediately torn apart. After the thunder arc tore this power apart, it did not have any intention of stopping and directly hit Su Rue's body. This cute and beautiful girl only had time to let out a scream before she was immediately sent flying. Su Rue, everything happened too quickly. In this place, Su Yan's divine sense was restricted, and his mind was focused on the battle with Zuoleitao, so he did not expect Su Rue to suddenly attack. By the time he realized it, it was already too late for him to make a move. Zuoleitao sneered, but in the next moment, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. She didn't die. Even a 2 essences supremacy, or even a 3 essences supremacy, would have been killed by his attack. However, this woman had actually survived. She was only temporarily unconscious. "Since you dare to attack me, then I can't let you live." At this time, he still wanted to continue to attack and completely destroy Su Rue. "Old dog, your opponent is me." At this time, Su Yin would not let him continue to attack. He burst out with all his strength and directly attacked Zuoleitao. "I've been waiting for you." Zuoleitao's Yin thunder palm suddenly changed direction, and the terrifying thunder aura directly fell on Su Yin. At this time, Su Yin did not have time to react at all. Zuoleitao's change of move was too fast. The palm firmly imprinted on Su Yan's chest, and the power of Yin thunder immediately turned into countless electric snakes that swam around Su Yan's body. "Hee, so you're a sentimental person, kid. Ha ha ha. But it's a pity that sentimental people don't live long." Zuo eyes were full of pride after this successful attack. His strength was clearly higher than Su Yan's, but he had never gained much of an advantage over Su Yan after fighting for so long. It was only now that he had truly captured Su Yan. It took me a lot of effort to capture you, kid. However, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. I like to see where you can run now. At this time, he had already firmly grasped Su Yan's throat. However, at this time, a voice sounded. Zuo, I'm afraid I can't let you take this person away. That was Su Yan. The seventh emissary, Su Yan, appeared just as Zuo was feeling complacent. He turned into a light shadow and directly rushed towards Zuo. His target was Su Yan. Su Yan, you're courting death. At this time, Zuo could not care less. Since Su Yan wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, how could he tolerate it? He immediately punched out. Chapter 925, Female Literature. At this moment, Su Yan also threw out a punch. Both Su Yan and Zuo were 5 essences venerables. With such strength, they could dominate anyone below the Dao Master level. If they fought, it would definitely cause great destruction. Therefore, the Limitless Demon sect forbade experts of this level to fight in the sect. However, at this moment, the two of them were fighting over Su Yan, so they couldn't care less. For the third deputy sect master, Su Yan represented the complete Limitless 9-demon seal. If he could obtain it, his strength might increase again. Although he might not be able to compete with the sect master, Shi Wuxin, and the first deputy sect master, Gui Shinxiu, he would be able to compete for the second deputy sect master's position. The deputy sect master's ranking was not just a title. Every step forward, whether it was in terms of strength or resources, was no small matter. Moreover, if the Limitless 9-demon seal fell into the hands of others, it might affect his position as the third deputy sect master. Therefore, Zuo wouldn't give up no matter what. For Su Yan's importance was unparalleled. If Yan Xiao hadn't said those words to him, he might have backed down at this moment. However, at this moment, he wouldn't back down no matter what. The two of them collided head-on. There was no suspense at all. The powerful force was like a sudden clap of thunder, and the terrifying aura kept rolling. The terrifying impact almost began to impact the space. Bolts of lightning appeared one after another. That was Zuo Yin Thunder. The power of the Yin Thunder was extremely terrifying. Naturally, it couldn't be compared to the real heavenly thunder in terms of overbearingness. However, in terms of lethality, it wasn't inferior at all. In fact, it was even stronger. Such power could almost be called invincible. However, in the face of such power, the seventh emissary, Su Yan, was able to resist it. Divine light emitted from Su Yan's body. The powerful force kept flickering at this moment, and the powerful aura was like a mountain. Although the Yin Thunder was terrifying, it couldn't cross half a step. At the moment when the two of them clashed, Su Yan finally found a chance to catch his breath. Get out of my way. At this time, he pushed his strength to the extreme and suddenly attacked with the demonic dragon fist. He threw a powerful punch forward. This punch contained all of his aura. At this moment, even Zuo expression changed. If he continued, it was very likely that he would be directly killed. At this moment, Zuo suddenly frowned. A single false statement was enough to make him feel a little troubled. And at this time, Su Yan suddenly exploded. Previously, his Shadow Thunder Palm was actually unable to do anything to Su Yan. Perhaps he was indeed injured, but it was definitely not as serious as he appeared to be. Everything that happened before was actually just an act. At this time, Su Yan's sudden outburst caught him off guard. At this moment, his killing intent soared. He wanted to kill Su Yan immediately. However, at this time, Su Yan's attack came again. Zuo, your opponent is me. At this moment, Zuo expression became even darker and more serious. What was wrong with Su Yan? No matter what, no matter how much the two of them fought each other. However, they were both hunters. At this time, Su Yan attacked at this time to help his prey escape. Su Yan, do you really think that I, Zuo, am afraid of you? You're courting death. At this point, he was really angry. In order to capture Su Yin, he had paid a huge price. Who knew how many of his subordinates had died? If he let Su Yin escape at this time, he would be angered to death. However, at this time, Su Yin wanted to help Grimace. At this time, not only was Zhuo Leitao surprised, but even Su Yin was surprised. According to normal logic, he was the prey at this time, and Zhuo Leitao was the hunter. Su Yin was also the hunter. At this time, the most correct thing to do was to subdue this prey first. As for who this prey would belong to, it should be decided after this. However, at this time, Su Yin attacked Zhuo Leitao directly. It was almost as if he was deliberately letting Lan Huang go. Su Yin could not figure out his purpose, but at this time, he did not have the time to think too much. Since the other party had given him this opportunity, he would make good use of it. At this moment, he saw the opportunity. Deity Vanquishing Sword. At this time, Su Yin did not care too much and immediately performed the Deity Vanquishing Sword. The powerful sword technique roared directly, and a terrifying force immediately rushed to Zhuo Leitao's body. At this time, Zhuo Leitao was attacked from both sides, which made him very uncomfortable. At this time, he was really angry. At this time, he did not care that the demonic ghost was rushing to this place and directly shouted, "Su Yin, you're in cahoots with this outsider. In that case, I'll send you to your death." At this time, his strength had suddenly risen to the extreme, and his powerful aura continued to rise. The terrifying light at this time was constantly rotating, and streaks of Yin thunder turned into long snakes. Su Yan's expression was serious. He could see that Zhuo Leitao, this old thing, had chosen to go all out at this time. He looked to the other side. At this time, Su Yin directly carried Su Rue and began to retreat. The purpose of his appearance this time was naturally for Su Yin. However, before he was 100% sure that he could take down Su Yin, he had come to disrupt the situation. What he wanted to do was very simple, and that was to prevent Zhuo Leitao from taking Su Yin away. At this time, since Su Yin had already left, his purpose had been achieved. He sneered and said, "Zhuo Leitao, you actually used the Yin Thunder Sky splitting technique. It seems that you want to flatten the Heavenly Demon Temple. Haha, I'm not going to play with you anymore." After saying that, he left without looking back. Looking at Su Yan's departing figure, Zhuo Leitao was furious at this time. "Su Yin, you've gone too far." At this time, seeing that the two people had already retreated, naturally, he put away his Yin Thunder heaven-shattering technique. After all, at this time, he had already calmed down. Since the two people had already left, what could he do even if he destroyed the Heavenly Demon Temple? At this time, he did not care about anything else and directly headed in the direction of Su Yin. Today, no matter what, he would not let Su Yin leave. At this time, Su Yin was escaping back to Su Rue's residence, which was the place that was said to be cursed in the legend. It was already a miracle that Su Rue did not die after suffering such a blow. After all, Zhuo Leitao did not show any mercy. Even Su Yin would not have an easy time if he had to endure it, not to mention this little girl. At this time, the only place Su Yin could think of that there was hope to save this little girl was the mysterious and dilapidated temple. Of course, while Su Yin was constantly running, his attention was always on the rear. He wanted to see if this guy was still chasing after him. Zhuo Leitao was too fast. Su Yin was injured, and he was carrying an injured woman, so his speed was naturally slowed down. In just a few breaths, the guy had already appeared very close to him. At this time, he was still accelerating. Su Yin has already left. I'd like to see how you're going to escape. He had already reached his limit when it came to Su Yin. Su Yin's previous attack had brought him a lot of trouble. However, at this time, Su Yin had already retreated. He clearly knew that his target was Ghostface, so no matter why Su Yin gave up halfway, he still wanted to chase after Su Yin. Under his full sprint, he finally arrived in front of Su Yin. Then, his power had already exploded at this time, and a tyrannical aura was immediately activated at this time. "Ghostface, I said that I would tear off your mask. Go to hell." At this time, a Shadow Thunder Palm was released again, and the extremely powerful light rushed towards Su Yin like a bolt of lightning. At this time, Su Yin could naturally dodge, but he knew very well that if he chose to dodge at this time, he would not be able to care about the woman in his arms. Zhuo Tao, that old thing, was very insidious. When he attacked, he had already calculated carefully. Therefore, if it did not attack, he would naturally attack Su Yan's vital point. At this time, Su Yan's vital point was naturally Su Rue in his arms. In truth, Su Rue and Su Yin did not have much of a relationship. At this time, he could completely give up on Su Rue, and Su Yin could easily leave this place. However, how could Su Yin do that? When he was being chased by the demonic ghosts earlier, it was this woman who saved him. If it were not for her, he would have very likely been surrounded and killed by the demonic ghosts. Moreover, Su Rue attacked Zhuo Tao because of him. Su Yin had always been like this, repaying the kindness of others with a gushing spring. Therefore, at this time, Su Yin had no choice but to take such a blow head-on. After withstanding the blow, his body shook violently. It was obvious that he was unable to withstand such power. However, in the end, he did not stop and continued to move forward. Aha, what a stupid kid. Do you think you can escape at this time? At this time, he already knew Su Yan's weakness. Moreover, Ghostface had already been hit by a Shadow Thunderpalm. If he still let Su Yin escape under such circumstances, then he, Zhuo Tao, would really have to write the 3 words Zhuo Tao upside down. At this time, Su Yan's gaze fell on this place. In fact, he did not leave immediately, but turned back after leaving. This place had great interference with the perception of divine sense. He was not afraid that Zhuo Tao would discover him. Moreover, even if Zhuo Tao discovered him, he would only chase after Su Yin. Chapter 926. Female Literature. The reason why he didn't make a move was because he wanted to see what other tricks Su Yin had up his sleeve. Lord Yin Zhao's evaluation of Su Yin was very high, which made Su Yin very curious. Such an evaluation even surpassed that of the 3 sons of demons, so he wanted to see if Su Yin had any other hidden tricks. Moreover, he wanted to know Su Yan's secret. Sometimes, kindness was more useful than pain in making people reveal their secrets. If he could save Su Yin when he was in danger, it would be much easier for them to do what they needed to do next. Of course, he didn't doubt that Su Yin was an ungrateful person. This could be seen from the way he treated the woman in his arms. Su Yin, oh Su Yin, don't disappoint me, he muttered. While he was muttering, Su Yin took another hit. This guy was completely venting his anger at this moment. If he really wanted to kill Su Yin, he could have done it long ago. Of course, if he wanted to capture Su Yin, he didn't need to do so. Su Yin really made him very angry, so he wanted to torture Su Yin. He wanted to let this guy know that no matter who it was, as long as they offended him, they would definitely suffer a miserable fate. At this time, Su Yin was enduring incomparable pain, but he didn't dare to slow down. Of course, he had already guessed why that guy didn't make a move. At this time, he wanted to play with his prey. He wanted to see him suffer. But Su Yin wouldn't give up. If he gave up now, there would be no hope. The woman in his arms would die, and he would probably never see Lu Lan again. So no matter what, he couldn't give up. As long as he put Su Rue back in that room and ensured her safety, he would still have the strength to fight. This was Su Yan's current thought. At this moment, Zhuo Tao's voice sounded. Brat, kneel down and beg for mercy. Then I can spare you from such pain. If you continue to be stubborn, then only death awaits you. Do you understand? He infused his power into his voice and forced it into Su Yan's body. This kind of attack was not inferior to the powerful Shadow Thunderpalm. Moreover, it would make Su Yin feel even more pain. After enduring such a blow, he finally could not endure it any longer and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Su Yin didn't stop at all. It's right ahead. He knew that his destination was right in front of him, so he didn't stop at all and continued forward. Brat, are you still not willing to give up? I'll let you know how to write the word regret. Zhuo Tao was even more furious now. At this time, his speed suddenly increased, and he directly rushed towards Su Yin. In fact, it was not that he had played enough. But at this time, he suddenly had an ominous premonition. At his level, he had the most superficial understanding and contact with fate. If there was a sign in his heart, then it was most likely real. He really didn't understand why such a situation would occur at this time. But at this time, he didn't have time to think about these things. This kind of thought was definitely not a good thing. So at this time, he was so anxious to make a move. As the saying goes, a long night is fraught with dreams. He was afraid that unforeseen events would occur. At this time, Suyin also began to feel nervous. He actually made a move at this time. In fact, at this time, he also felt that it was very strange. In his opinion, this guy made a move too early. If he wanted to vent the anger in his heart, then he could still play with Su Yin for a while. But at this time, Zhuo Leitao actually made a move, so there must be an unforeseen event at this time. Zhuo Leitao's power directly suppressed it, and the endless heavenly lightning continued to rage at this time. This attack had completely enveloped Su Yin, and he believed that Su Yin would definitely be severely injured under this attack. As for the woman in Su Yin's arms, Zhuo Leitao was already past the age of being protective of the fairer sex. Since this girl had already made a move on him, then no matter what her origin was, there was only one outcome left for her today, and that was death. The lightning had already directly enveloped Su Yin. Su Yin tried his best to defend, but he had already suffered several shadow thunderpalms before, and was also directly attacked by this guy's sound wave attack, causing him to suffer internal injuries. At this time, even if he was trying his best to defend, he could no longer protect the woman in his arms. Su Rue, a little lightning had already penetrated his defense, and directly went towards Su Rue. Ghost face, don't you want to protect the woman in your arms? But I want her to die in your arms. I want to know how painful the face behind this ugly mask of yours is. At this moment, Zhuo Leitao felt unprecedentedly carefree. However, at this time, he, who was laughing maniacally, did not know that his actions were completely a path to death for him. At this time, an unforeseen event suddenly occurred. Zhuo Leitao did not expect that just as he was about to succeed, a shadow would suddenly appear. The shadow speed was unimaginably fast, and even an expert like Zhuo Leitao could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His shadow thunder was actually directly dispelled at this moment. When he realized what had happened, he suddenly discovered that there was actually an additional shadow in front of him. It was a humanoid shadow, but one could not see its true appearance clearly. At this time, the shadow was facing Zhuo Leitao. Zhuo Leitao only felt an unimaginable majesty directly coming towards him. At this moment, even his heart began to tremble, because this power was something he could not resist. He was a five essences supremacy, and now he was facing a power that even he could not resist. Just as his heart was trembling, an extremely terrifying voice rang out. That voice was sharp, angry, and ear-piercing, and finally turned into a sound wave that directly rushed towards Zhuo Leitao. Previously, Zhuo Leitao had used sound waves to attack Su Yin, but now, this shadow that had suddenly appeared attacked him with sound waves. If this was a kind of retribution, no one would not believe it. Such a terrifying and dense power constantly revolved at this moment, and the powerful aura turned into a fierce ray of light. Zhuo Leitao immediately condensed all his power and turned it into a shield. The moment the monster attacked, he already knew that he could not dodge this attack, so at this time his only chance was to defend. A five essences supremacy's full power condensed into a defense was naturally incomparably strong. However, that ray of light was simply too overbearing. It didn't seem to care about such a powerful defense at all. His terrifying attack had broken through the defense in an instant and pierced through the shield he had formed. Zhuo Leitao immediately let out a muffled groan, but fortunately, the shield bought him some time, so he immediately dodged to the side at this time. In the end, he managed to avoid being hit in a vital spot, but this attack had already left a mark on his body. A bloody hole appeared on his arm. The bloody hole seemed inconspicuous, and such a wound should be nothing to a five essences supremacy. However, at this moment, Zhuo Leitao was in incomparable pain. He could not describe this kind of pain. Ever since he embarked on this cruel path of cultivation, he had suffered countless injuries and had even been on the verge of death several times. However, he dared to swear that there had never been an injury as painful as this one. Moreover, what made him even more terrified was that his power was completely useless against this injury. Not only could he not heal the wound, but he could not even stop it from spreading. How is this possible? What the hell is this? At this moment, he was really scared witless. He really could not understand how such an existence could exist in this world. It was also at this time that Su Yin, who was secretly watching everything, was also shocked. The previous attack was really terrifying. He was actually on par with Zhuo Leitao, and if it was a fight to the death, Zhuo Leitao might be stronger than him. At this moment, Zhuo Leitao could not dodge, so naturally he could not dodge either. After knowing Zhuo Leitao for so long, he had never seen Zhuo Leitao in such a sorry state. This shadow was so powerful. At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed in his mind. Legend has it that this heavenly demon temple was actually the residence of an ancient demon, but it was later moved here by the super experts of the Limitless Demon sect. However, this place has always been a forbidden area. Not only are there countless demons and ghosts here, but there is also a mysterious and terrifying curse. Therefore, even Dao Venerables are not willing to easily approach this place. Later, when the demon plan began, this place became the place where the heavenly demonesses were imprisoned. Could this mysterious shadow be the legendary cursed beast? This legend had been circulating in the heavenly demon temple for too long, but because no one was close to this place, many people had intentionally or unintentionally chosen to forget about it. Even Su Yin himself would not have remembered it if he had not seen this powerful cursed beast. Oh no, the appearance of the cursed beast had completely disrupted their plan. This was a guy who did not recognize his own family. Although they did not know why he would go crazy at this time, it was obvious that his purpose after appearing was to kill. Zhuo Leitao could not stop him. Just as Su Yin was making up his mind, he suddenly realized that a terrifying gaze had fallen on him. A will that he had never felt before directly enveloped him. At this time, he immediately understood what the other party meant. He wanted to kill him. There was no mistake. According to legend, anyone who saw this cursed beast would die. This was the curse left behind by the powerful demon who was defeated by the super experts of the Limitless Demon sect. Chapter 9:27. Female Literature. The cursed creature's strength was simply too terrifying. Its existence was simply unimaginable. With just one attack, it had already caused Zhuo Leitao to lose the ability to fight. No matter what, he did not want to challenge the might of the cursed creature. The moment he realized that the cursed creature's gaze had landed on him, he immediately began to flee. The most important thing now was to protect his own life. He did not want to die here. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura had already spread towards him. This caused Su Yin to be even more shocked. It was hard to imagine that a 5 essences supremacy would be so flustered at this time. However, in the next moment, Su Yin calmed down a little. The cursed creature stood still in the same spot. This was a piece of good news. At this point, he could only directly report this matter to Yin Xiao, and then let the Dao Master personally take action. However, in the next moment, his expression changed again. He was shocked to find that although the cursed creature did not chase after him, he could not leave this place. At this moment, it was as if he had been trapped in a cage. He could not escape even if he wanted to. Damn it, this is a formation. At this moment, no matter how hard he tried, he was constantly wandering in a certain area. To be able to trap an expert like him, this was a spatial cage. When a spatial cage appeared, even a Dao Master level expert would not be able to break it easily, let alone Supremacy Wu Yuan. Just as he was panicking, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Great demonic lightsaber. At this moment, he did not hesitate and directly slashed behind him. This time, he did not hold back at all. At this point, if he still wanted to hold back, he would be courting death. The power of the great demonic lightsaber was extremely strong. Even Zhuo Leitao's Shadow Thunder Palm could not do anything to it. However, in the next moment, he was shocked to find that his great demonic lightsaber was directly shattered. Then, his body was directly sent flying. An unimaginable force made him unable to control his body. In the end, he was only left with a painful howl. At this moment, the cursed creature's face gradually became clear. It was an extremely terrifying tiger face. However, this face only had half of it. What was left was a bottomless darkness. There was no scarlet light in his eyes, only darkness and endless indifference. His aura was so strong that it almost froze the surrounding air. After the cursed creature knocked down Zuo and Su Yan, it did not immediately attack. Instead, it walked towards Su Yan. It was still as cold as ever. At this time, under the pressure of this powerful force, Su Yan's body began to tremble. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he couldn't resist this powerful force, causing his muscles to contract and tremble. What kind of terrifying and frightening power was this? Looking at Su Yan, the terrifying monster seemed to be about to attack. But at this time, Su Yan suddenly realized something. He stood up with difficulty and then lifted Su Rue in his arms in front of this terrible cursed creature. At this moment, the cursed creature actually quietened down. Seeing this scene, Su Yan and Zuo Leitao immediately understood that the cursed creature was actually protecting that woman. At this time, Zuo Leitao was extremely regretful. Now he knew that if he didn't want to kill this woman, the terrifying cursed creature might not have appeared. In fact, his goal had always been Su Yan. There was no need to provoke this woman. In the end, he was too domineering, so he wanted to kill this woman. Now he was extremely regretful. Why did he provoke this woman for no reason? But regret was useless. At this time, he was useless. The only thing he could do was wait for the cursed creature's next move. The space here had been sealed. He tried to ask the third Vice Secmaster for help, but it was useless. His message could not be sent out. Since he couldn't send a message, it was the same for Su Yan. At this time, the cursed creature raised its head, and its power gently spread out. Then a light appeared and landed on Su Rue's body. Su Rue suffered Zuo Leitao's power, and his situation was very bad. Although Su Yan used his own power to protect him, he could only barely hold on. But at this time, under this light, Su Rue's body clearly changed. Her body emitted a soft red light. The light shone gently, but it had an indescribable majesty. She seemed to be born to be in a superior position, high and mighty. There were no meridians in Su Rue's body. This was something that Su Yan had already discovered when he examined her body. So even Su Yan didn't understand why Su Rue could cultivate his great sun-colored glass sword scripture. And at this time, under the effect of this light, meridians began to appear in Su Rue's body. The small vermilion bird in her body had become her heart. Then, with the heart as the core, Su Rue's body began to be reconstructed. This process happened so quietly. Su Yan raised his head and watched. This was a process he had never seen before. He felt that he was witnessing a miracle of life. At this time, Zuo Leitao and Su Yan were the same. At this time, they were extremely quiet. Even their breathing had slowed down. They were also shocked by this scene. At this time, they didn't dare to make any movements. The feeling of extreme danger and terror still lingered around them. At this time, a black aura began to surround them. This made them even more afraid to act rashly. This was the mysterious power of the curse. Even if they were 5 essences supremacies, they didn't dare to touch it easily. After being defeated, the terrifying legend of this place reappeared in their minds. According to the legend, a Taoist sovereign had once entered this place. He wanted to discover the secrets hidden in the heavenly demon temple. Unfortunately, the Taoist sovereign didn't find anything. What was even more frightening was that after he came out, his strength began to decline. After only a year, he actually died. That legend seemed a little ridiculous, so for a long time, it was believed to be false. However, at that moment, they finally discovered that it wasn't fake. Instead, it was possible that something that had truly happened. Now that they thought about it, the Taoist sovereign was very likely to have encountered this terrifying cursed beast. As for what happened at that time, it was something that they didn't know. However, they knew that if they dared to act rashly, they would be dead for sure. That terrifying cursed creature would definitely make a move and kill them as soon as possible. This cursed creature was too powerful. Even if the two of them joined forces, they wouldn't be its match. They had already seen this in the previous battle. Therefore, at this time, their best choice was to act as a bystander. At this time, Su Yan's power was quietly rising and condensing. He didn't know if it was because he had saved Su Ruwei, but the cursed creature didn't attack him. Although it also paid attention to him, it wasn't seriously injured like Zhuo Leitao and Su Yan. It also didn't let the power of the curse wander around him. Therefore, at this time, Su Yan could use this opportunity to start recovering his strength. At this time, his aura began to rise slowly. The power of the Yin thunder in his body began to be devoured bit by bit. This was the overbearing power of the Ten Dragons realm. Even if it was Zhuo Leitao's Yin thunder, he could directly devour it. Now, Su Yan couldn't see the end of the Ten Dragons realm, but he knew that one day, when he broke through to the Venerable realm, he would definitely be very powerful. And this kind of power was far beyond his imagination. It would bring him an unexpected surprise. At this time, Zhuo Leitao didn't know that the power he used to attack Su Yan had become a supplement for Su Yan's body. If he knew, he would probably vomit blood again. Under the power of the cursed beast, Su Ruwei's injuries had completely recovered. Not only that, after her body was transformed, her aura continued to rise. Su Yan even found that the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in her body had begun to become complete. This was very exaggerated. He was also considered an emperor, but when he first cultivated this set of techniques, he didn't know how much effort it took, day and night, without any rest. But Su Ruwei had only learned it for 1 or 2 days, but now she could actually use this sword technique completely. This was really too shocking. And now, the great sun-colored glaze sword scripture in her body had become complete. How inconceivable was this? After a while, Su Ruwei finally opened her eyes. But this time, Su Ruwei seemed to be a little different. Her aura had completely changed from before. What surprised Su Yan even more was that there was a very unfamiliar aura on Su Ruwei's body. At this time, Su Yan didn't choose to speak, because he knew that the girl in front of him was no longer the naive girl in the past. The moment she opened her eyes completely, a crimson light suddenly rose up. The originally soft light became extremely hot and strong at this time, and an indescribable flame power had directly rushed out at this time. This kind of power was really terrifying to the extreme. Chapter 928. Female Literature. After feeling this aura, Su Yan was naturally surprised. But in fact, he was already mentally prepared. After all, he had seen the shadow of the vermilion bird in Su Ruwei's body. From that time, he already knew that the vermilion bird would wake up sooner or later. But Zhuo Leitao and Su Yan were different. At this time, they still couldn't believe the fact in front of them. That powerful and terrifying power was really terrifying. That indescribable brilliance was really unimaginable. How frightening was such a powerful force? When they saw the shadow behind Su Ruwei that day, they were even more amazed. Vermilion Bird. The legendary divine beast Vermilion Bird. The legendary Vermilion Bird was the ruler of flames. It was simply an incomparably terrifying legend. Even the human Saint Venerables could only contend against the Vermilion Bird. It was extremely difficult to defeat it. At this time, the Vermilion Bird actually appeared in front of them. At this time, their hearts were burning with passion. If they could capture the Vermilion Bird, it couldn't be better. As long as they got the Vermilion Bird and made it their demon pet, their strength would definitely increase rapidly. It wouldn't be impossible to directly step into the Tao Master Realm. However, this thought was extinguished as soon as it appeared. The power of the Vermilion Bird was really too terrifying. Even the power it displayed now was already shocking. Such a terrifying power was almost pressuring them to the point of suffocation. It was the natural majesty of a superior. What's more, at this time, the Vermilion Bird was guarded by the terrifying cursed creature. They had already experienced the strength of the cursed creature before. If this continued, they were afraid that they would be directly destroyed by this powerful force. At this time, they suddenly realized that they were actually so cowardly. They were clearly 5 essences venerables and were clearly so powerful. But at this time, in front of this powerful existence, they could only shrink their bodies and had no other way. Su Rui's gaze finally calmed down completely. Her gaze first fell on Su Yin. There seemed to be a bit of curiosity and a trace of nostalgia in her eyes. However, she didn't say anything in the end. Finally, her gaze fell on Zhuo Leitao. Then, she gently pointed and said, "Kill him." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhuo Leitao immediately let out an angry roar. At this point, he could no longer wait. He knew that after this girl finished speaking, the cursed creature would definitely attack him. He had already experienced the power of the cursed creature. He deeply understood that he was no match for this cursed creature. He was simply too powerful. Therefore, at this time, he immediately made a choice. He directly rushed towards Su Rui. At this time, he was betting that Su Rui was just a facade and that she didn't have much power. After all, the previous Su Rui was indeed just a powerless little girl. Therefore, he was willing to take a gamble. This time, he had expended all of his strength to use the Shadow Thunder Flash. This was his fastest speed. If it wasn't for the most dangerous situation, he wouldn't use this move. Because of this, he was exhausting his own lightning origin. The lightning technique had always been the most difficult technique to cultivate. Because to cultivate the lightning technique, one must form a lightning seed in one's body. It was extremely difficult to condense a lightning seed. Back then, in order to cultivate the lightning technique, he had suffered a lot to condense such a lightning seed. However, if he used the lightning flash, it would exhaust his lightning seed origin. And the power exerted by exhausting his lightning seed origin was naturally terrifying. At that moment, he could transform his body into a bolt of lightning and then directly reach his target side at an extremely terrifying speed. Such speed was not inferior to teleportation at all. The moment Su Rui spoke, he already knew that he had to give it his all. How could a person like him not understand that if he didn't give it his all when it was time to give it his all, the only outcome would be death? At this time, the boundless lightning was directly triggered at this time, and the terrifying power was also continuously gathering at this time. At this time, his aura had already risen to the extreme. In the next moment, he had actually passed by the cursed creature and directly appeared beside Su Rui. Success! His heart was immediately filled with incomparable joy. As long as he captured this woman, he would immediately be able to make the cursed creature hesitate, and then it would be time for him to counterattack. He had many thoughts and even began to imagine the next step. If he could control the cursed creature, then capturing Su Yin would naturally be a piece of cake. He could even let the cursed creature kill Su Yin directly. He, Zhuo Leitao, was not a magnanimous person. If not for Su Yin's help earlier, then Su Yin would have already been under his control, and he would not have come here to face the threat of the cursed creature. Moreover, at this time, Su Yin still followed him here. Obviously, Su Yin did not have good intentions. Since that was the case, then it would be better to just kill him directly. When the time came, if the higher-ups really came to investigate, then it would be the work of the cursed creature. What did it have to do with him? If Su Yin died, then the 7th deputy sect leader, Yin Zhao's expression would definitely be very ugly. Speaking of which, Yin Zhao was only his junior. Now, he was already a deputy sect leader, and he was still an envoy. It had to be said that Zhuo Leitao's idea was very good. It was just a pity that these illusions were destined to be cut off. Just as he started to act, Su Yin was already on guard. Su Yin saw very clearly that the most important person here at this time was Su Rui. If these two guys want to break out of this situation, they could only start with Su Rui. Therefore, when Zhuo Leitao just moved, Su Yin also moved. He did not know how Zhuo Leitao would appear, but he was very sure that this guy definitely had the confidence to threaten Su Rui. The moment Zhuo Leitao appeared, he had already made his move. Godslayer's Slash. It was a slash from the Godslayer, sword intent. It was extremely powerful and domineering. there was also a sense of viciousness that disregarded one's own safety. At this time, he had already used all of his strength. At this time, Zueletao did not expect such a change at all, but in the next moment, he already knew what had happened. "You're courting death." At this moment, he was very angry. Su Yan actually dared to do this. This was simply a provocation, an offense to him. No matter what, he would not tolerate Su Yan. He was just a guy who had not even reached the venerable realm. At this time, he had already burned his lightning seed, so he might as well release more. Anyway, as long as he succeeded this time, it would be worth it no matter how huge the price he had to pay. At this time, a huge cyclone appeared in his hand. In the cyclone, countless thunderbolts were constantly buzzing. Dark thunder buzzing, die for me. This was his most powerful attack. Even when he was fighting against Su Yan, he did not use this much strength. However, at this time, it was a matter of life and death, so he no longer held back. Even a lion would use its full strength to hunt a rabbit. Not to mention the rabbit in front of him seemed very strange. However, it did not matter. In the face of absolute power, everything was fake. His power suppressed directly, and the buzzing sound became the only sound in the world at this time. The power of the god-killing slash was indeed terrifying, but it was still directly destroyed by this attack. However, his buzzing thunderball did not disappear. Instead, it directly hit Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan's body was directly sent flying. The power of this attack was simply terrifying. Under such an attack, Su Yan almost lost consciousness. Su Rue, leave quickly. He had already done his best, but he could not stop Zueletao. Therefore, at this time, he could only hope that Su Rue could take advantage of the time he bought for her and leave directly. However, at this time, Su Rue did not seem to hear his words at all. Or perhaps, at this time, she was scared silly by all of this, so she did not react at all. This made Su Yan extremely anxious. However, for Zueletao, this was the best thing that could happen. At this time, he directly laughed and then shouted, "Good! Now you are mine, Zueletao." When he thought that this was the legendary vermilion bird, his heart was very nervous. However, this was a moment of life and death. No matter what, he could not care less. He immediately formed a claw and grabbed at Su Rue's throat. At this time, Zueletao was very close to Su Rue. Just a little more distance, and he would be able to grab Su Rue directly. At that time, he could do whatever he wanted. However, at this moment, his expression suddenly froze. A terrifying wave of heat came directly from his palm. At this time, he felt that his palm was about to melt. Ah! A painful scream came from his throat. At this time, his palm actually started to burn. Zueletao, was a 5 essences supremacy. At this level, what kind of flame could hurt him? However, at this time, he was injured by a woman who did not seem to have much strength. The flame was so terrifying. Zueletao tried his best to circulate his own power and barely suppressed the power of the flame. He looked at Su Rue in horror. At this time, Su Rue's body was already surrounded by a layer of red flames. Zueletao was suddenly shocked. The vermilion bird's fire. The vermilion bird was a divine beast. When a divine beast awakened, it would naturally be accompanied by a celestial phenomenon. This seemingly insignificant flame was so terrifying in Zueletao's eyes that even his body began to tremble. Chapter 929. Female Literature. Zueletao, be careful. At this moment, Su Yan's voice suddenly sounded. The appearance of this voice immediately startled Zueletao. At the same time, behind him, a terrifying aura appeared. Cursed creature. At this moment, he immediately realized that the cursed creature had appeared behind him at this moment. Before he could come to his senses, he was lifted up into the air. The human-shaped cursed creature was so tall that when he was directly lifted up, his whole body was hung high in the sky. Ah, let me go, let me go. At this moment, he wanted to use his strength to break free from the cursed creature's control. But at this time, he found that his strength was completely unable to be used. For a person with great power to suddenly be unable to use his own power, how frightening was that? It was as if a billionaire had nothing left in the blink of an eye. Of course, compared to the two, the former was actually more serious. At this time, Zuo was completely flustered. Without strength, what else could he do? He could not break free from the cursed creature's control, so he could only wait for death and pain. At this time, Su Yan was also extremely shocked. Such a thing happened right in front of his eyes, and he suddenly felt a sense of sympathy for the death of a rabbit. He knew that after Zuo died, he was probably the next one. At this moment, a terrifying ripple suddenly appeared in the sky. The strong ripple continued to fluctuate at this time, and a great majesty directly invaded this place. "How dare you?" This majestic voice invaded, causing the place to become even more turbulent. At this time, Zuo had already lost all hope, but when he heard this voice, he immediately became extremely surprised. "Sect Lord, save me! Sect Lord, save me!" At this moment of life and death, Zuo did not care about his face and immediately began to wail. He was originally in complete despair, but at this time, the third deputy sect master, Xing Tianruo, appeared. How could he be unfamiliar with the sect lord's voice? At this time, his appearance was the only hope for him to come back from the jaws of despair. At this time, Su Rui raised her head and frowned. An indiscernible graveness appeared on her cold face. Only a Tao master could shake the spatial seal here. She had just woken up, so it was too much for her to face a Tao master. The cursed creature suddenly rose into the air, and Zuo struggled in his hands. At this moment, a ray of light was projected into the room. Then, a face appeared in the sky. This face was not unfamiliar to Su Yan. It was Xing Tianruo, the third vice sect master of the Limitless Demon Sect, who had invaded the Taihang Sword faction. Back then, he had relied on the Limitless Nine Devil Seal and Shi Wuxin's will to suppress Zhang Ze. Su Yan naturally wouldn't forget such a terrifying figure. "Release Zuo." Xing Tianruo's voice was so majestic. At this time, he couldn't break the spatial seal, but his power could already penetrate. His power had already begun to interfere with this place. That kind of majesty could shake everyone's heart. At this moment, Su Yan's spirit began to tremble. Only after facing the Tao Venerate's awe-inspiring might did he realize how powerful he was. The so-called power that could contend with a Tao Master was completely different from directly facing a Tao Master. Xing Tianruo was so powerful. However, at this moment, the cursed creature suddenly let out a very unpleasant laugh. Under the powerful, awe-inspiring might of a Tao Venerate, he actually dared to behave like this. Obviously, he didn't take the Tao Venerate seriously at all. He slowly raised his hand, and in his hand was Zuo. "Sect Master, save me!" Zuo began to shout desperately, as if he was a defenseless woman. "Release him!" Xing Tianruo attacked the spatial seal again, and the entire space shook even more violently, as if the world was about to collapse. At this moment, the cursed creature suddenly let out an extremely provocative laugh. Then he suddenly unleashed his power, condensing it in front of Xing Tianruo. Zuo voice came to an abrupt end, and in the next moment, he had turned into a bloody mist. Dead. A five essences supremacy had died just like that. Just a moment ago, he was still majestic and unstoppable, and Su Yan couldn't do anything about it. But now he had turned into a bloody mist and completely dissipated. Life was so fragile, even for a five essences Tao Venerate. Su Yan, who had witnessed all this, lamented in his heart. He felt even more certain that his sect master's words were right. The world was cruel, and their strength was not enough. At this moment, he inadvertently glanced at Su Yan. Su Yan had a way to make them stronger in a short period of time. "You're courting death." The cursed creature's provocation had completely enraged this Tao Venerate. Boundless Nine Demons Seal, suppress. At this moment, a huge seal as big as a mountain descended directly at this moment. The terrifying power caused the entire place to tremble. At this moment, it seemed as if the entire world was about to shatter. What kind of terrifying power was this? The spatial seal finally couldn't withstand it. Boom, boom, boom. A series of sounds rang out, and the spatial seal finally shattered completely. This was the awe-inspiring might of a Tao Venerate. At this moment, Xing Tianruo had already appeared in the sky. His eyes were so cold, and he said directly, "Humph, the heavenly demon temple's cursed creatures really do exist, and there's even a vermilion bird that came back from the dead. How wonderful! Today, you must pay for what you've done." Xing Tianruo was extremely domineering at this moment. At his level, his temperament was naturally incomparably strong. Even if there were legends of Tao Venerates being cursed to death, he was still fearless. A true expert was someone who had absolute confidence in himself. He didn't care about anything else. This was where his strength lay. His power was constantly flowing, and his aura was constantly expanding. That incomparably terrifying pressure was constantly expanding, as if there was no limit to it. Today, none of you will escape. Too many of his men had died because of Grimace. Now, even his emissary had died. One could only imagine how furious he was. However, if he could subdue the vermilion bird and obtain Grimace's limitless 9-demon seal technique, then everything would be worth it. After all, the envoy was just someone who worked for him. Although it was a pity that he died, if his death could be exchanged for enough things, then he would not mind. He was naturally furious that Zhuo Leitao had died, but at this moment, he cared more about the result. At this moment, the first thing he had to deal with was this cursed creature. His vision was countless times sharper than Zhuo Leitao's, so he could see that the reincarnated vermilion birdwoman's power source was still this cursed creature. Therefore, it would be fine as long as he killed this cursed creature. However, he would not let his guard down because of this. He knew very well that the legend was actually true, but he had confidence in himself. After all, he was also a Tao Venerate, but there were different levels among them. Very well, since you dare to provoke me like this, then you can go to hell now. At this moment, Xing Tianruo attacked like a thunderbolt, and he directly threw a punch. This punch was so direct and simple. It was like a farmer who directly threw a punch in a fight. However, when this punch was thrown, an indescribably powerful aura immediately appeared. That terrifying aura was constantly flipping at this moment, as if it wanted to bury the entire world. What a terrifying power this was. Su Yin saw it with his own eyes, and his heart was still extremely shocked. Watching an expert make a move was a huge enlightenment for oneself. This was the so-called Great Tao was the simplest. A simple punch had a powerful force that defied the heavens. Such a blow was so powerful that it could shock the heavens. At this moment, the cursed creature also made its move. At this moment, a dark force directly erupted at this moment, and countless darkness actually gathered directly in a short period of time, finally forming an extremely terrifying existence. At this moment, a powerful and complicated spell was directly derived. Xing Tianruo's punch was the simplest Great Tao. Then the attack of this cursed creature was the most complicated Great Tao. Two completely different forces, two completely different attacks at this moment constantly collided at this moment, directly causing the world to begin to tremble. At this moment, Su Yin had already forgotten his situation, and his mind was completely immersed in his thoughts. At this moment, he wanted to comprehend the true essence and profound of the fist technique from this. The battle between the two was really short. In just an instant, the confrontation had already ended. With the naked eye, it was as if nothing had happened. However, Su Yin already had a preliminary understanding of space. He could feel that at this moment, space was constantly changing, as if a huge collapse would occur at any moment. It was just that the power was too strong, so it was covered up. However, if an ignorant person were to get involved, then one could imagine what would happen to him. He would probably die immediately. Such a battle was really too rare. After all, when Xing Tianruo and the Taiying Sword faction's leader, Zhang Zhe, last time, Su Yin himself was in the Taiying Sword faction sword pool. At this moment, he was able to immerse himself in the battle between the two of them. For him, this was an extremely precious experience. At this time, he desperately tried to understand the battle between the two of them, and at the same time, used it to accommodate himself. Curse creature, back then, you were able to kill that down master, but you were also seriously injured by him. Otherwise, why would you be like this after all these years? Although I don't know why the seniors of the Sage sect didn't kill you back then. Since you want to obstruct me today, then you should be prepared to die. Chapter 9:30. Female Literature. The power that Xing Tianrua displayed at this time was so simple. Every move did not have any skills. It was completely a display of the aesthetics of violence to the extreme. However, his strength was so strong. That terrifying aura continued to surge, reaching an unimaginable level. That terrifying aura had reached a shocking level at this time. When Su Yin heard this, he finally understood why this terrifying guy actually fell into a deep slumber at the very beginning. It turned out that he was already injured back then. However, this also reflected the strength of this cursed creature. Even if it was injured, it still had such a terrifying combat power at this time. That kind of terrifying strength was simply sensational. Such a powerful force was constantly rolling and spreading at this time. The endless power was like a bottomless abyss. At this time, Su Yin once again understood what it meant to be as deep as the sea. Only after seeing these true experts in action did he realize his own shortcomings. Only then did he realize that he was not worth mentioning in front of these experts. At this time, countless auras were constantly changing at this time, and the endless power was changing. Every move of the cursed creature seemed to be able to trigger a mysterious power. The changes of the spell were simply terrifying. Seeing such power, the demon blood in Su Yan's body suddenly began to heat up. In fact, at this time, the power in Su Yan's body was very mixed. His 4 demon beasts had left their heart's blood essence in his body. Even the blood-winged dragon that had betrayed Su Yan, although it had used the power of the powerful Dragon King to cut off the connection, the blood essence it left in Su Yan's body was still extremely noble, bringing endless benefits to Su Yan. After so many days, these 4 blood essences had actually begun to fuse together, forming a unique power of the blood essence. In fact, Su Yan himself knew that he could no longer be called a human. The bloodline in his body had become extremely unique. To a certain extent, he could already be regarded as a real half-demon beast. Back then, in order to enter the monster palace, he pretended to be a half-demon, but he didn't expect it to become a reality now. This was fate. It was incomparably miraculous. However, this was actually nothing. While cultivators were constantly becoming stronger, it was also a process of constantly changing themselves. More importantly, as Su Yin watched the cursed creature cast the spell, he began to comprehend the essence of the monster race's battle. As a matter of fact, his essence blood became even hotter. He seemed to have comprehended a certain kind of law, so he began to integrate it into his body. This was indeed something that Su Yin had not expected. The battle between the two had reached an extremely intense point. At this moment, Su Rui's body suddenly bloomed with light. At the same time, the cursed creature also bloomed with the same light. A flame began to rise. When this flame appeared, Xing Tianrua suddenly suffered a small loss. The flames of the vermilion bird. Are you really the guardian of the vermilion bird? Unfortunately, if it was the flames of the vermilion bird, I wouldn't dare to provoke you at all. But now, you're just SOSO. Xing Tianrua snorted coldly, and then the limitless 9-demon seal appeared. Although there was no real limitless 9-demon seal, the 9-demon seal itself was an extremely powerful treasure. If not, how could he resist the sharpness of the Taihang Divine Sword? Moreover, Xing Tianrua was a Dao Master. Under his control, the limitless 9-demon seal could erupt with even more power. The limitless 9-demon seal began to display its power, and a terrifying aura directly rose at this time. The violent aura was simply lawless. Even the flames of the vermilion bird were suppressed by it. I'll let you know how powerful I am. I'd like to see how the injured you, a newly awakened vermilion bird, can resist my power. As soon as the limitless 9-demon seal appeared, his power increased tremendously. At this time, he was simply an invincible god. For a moment, The cursed creature kept retreating. The power of the limitless nine-demon seal was indeed powerful. Even the flames of the vermilion bird had dimmed, as if it was about to be suppressed. Today you are all mine. Resist me, and you will die. At this time, he was so domineering. At this time, Su Yin looked at Xing Tianruo, who was displaying his power, and felt a little bitter in his heart. His sex master had come too late after all. If he waited until Xing Tianruo had everything in his hands, then Yin Xiao wouldn't get anything. However, at this time, he couldn't do anything, and he didn't dare to do anything. He couldn't send the news out, and he couldn't go against Xing Tianruo. At this time, if he dared to act rashly, even if he said a word of nonsense, he might be killed by Xing Tianruo. After all, Xing Tianruo's character was more violent and domineering than Zueleitao's. At this time, he could only hope that the cursed creature could hold on for a while longer. However, although Su Yin didn't dare to do anything, Su Yin dared. When he saw the limitless nine-demon seal, his body immediately had a mysterious reaction. He knew that the reaction came from the limitless nine-demon seal that he cultivated. Back then, Su Yin cultivated the limitless nine-demon seal and then refined the nine demons' origin spirit from the seal that became the city lord. The nine demons' origin spirit was supposed to be integrated into his body. Yes, the nine demons' origin spirit would become the strongest origin spirit, and then it could be used to drive the limitless nine-demon seal. However, Su Yin didn't integrate the nine demons' origin spirit into his body. Instead, he integrated it into the four-corner seal. Even so, his body had the nine demons' chi, which meant that he could still use the limitless nine-demon seal at this time. At this time, Su Yin directly communicated with the four-corner seal. Four-corner seal. Activate and affect the limitless nine-demon seal. This was Su Yan's plan at this time. He couldn't fight against the powerful Dao Master, but he might be able to cause some trouble for the Dao Master. He directly started to activate the seal. Although the nine demons' origin spirit wasn't in his body, it had already hit the four-corner seal. As long as he communicated with the four-corner seal, the effect wouldn't be much worse than the original state. At this time, his power was activated, and the limitless nine-demon seal was indeed affected. The terrifying seal that was originally suppressing the vermilion bird fire suddenly trembled at this time. In the instant when experts fought, even the slightest movement would cause an extremely huge change, not to mention that it directly caused the seal to tremble at this time. This was even more incredible. At this time, the cursed creature was already in an extremely dangerous situation, but at this time, the seal had an abnormality, and he immediately launched a counterattack. The vermilion bird fire directly turned into a lifelike and terrifying vermilion bird under his control. It immediately went against the heavens, and that violent power was so terrifying. At this time, the terrifying power was constantly suppressing. Such a powerful power was constantly operating at this time. That kind of terrifying aura was constantly changing, and at this moment, he actually had the upper hand. At this time, Su Yin actually also benefited. Now, he finally understood why the limitless nine-demon seal was so important to the seal. Because once this cultivation method was activated, there would immediately be a power in the seal that would respond to him. If it wasn't because Su Yan's power was too far away from Xing Tianruo's, the limitless nine-demon seal would probably have been in his hands at this time. Junior, how dare you? At this time, Xing Tianruo naturally knew that his limitless nine-demon seal had been tampered with. And the only thing that could affect the limitless nine-demon seal was that set of extremely unique seal techniques. Therefore, he immediately locked his gaze on Su Yin. The moment his gaze fell on Su Yan's body immediately trembled. The gaze made him deeply uneasy. This kind of power was really terrifying and also really terrifying. The space he was in seemed to be directly isolated at this moment, and his whole body was nailed on a huge plate. Not only could he not move his hands and feet, but even the power in his body could not be used. It was an extremely terrifying suppression of the law. At this time, Su Yin finally understood one point, and that was the importance of the realm. Just like now, If Xing Tianrua could directly use the spatial law and use it in battle, even just a gaze would be enough to make Su Yin suffer. Kid, I originally planned to deal with you later, but since you're courting death, I can only deal with you first. To deal with Ghostface was actually very simple for him. In the beginning, if it weren't for the restrictions of the other experts in the sect, he would have already made a move. But now he was unscrupulous. There was a layer of spatial seal set up here. When he broke in here and fought with the cursed creature, he added another layer of seal with his absolute power. The movement here would definitely be known by the other old ghosts, but it was impossible to let them know in the first place. For him, such a long time was enough for him to do a lot of things. If Ghostface watched quietly, he would first deal with the cursed creature before dealing with him. However, at this time, Ghostface dared to use the limitless 9-demon seal to disrupt his battle, so he would let this guy know the horror of offending him. If a weak person dared to challenge the dignity of a Dao Master, there would be no other outcome other than death. At this time, the cursed creature had already launched a new attack on him, but he ignored it. Obviously, at this time, he had made up his mind, and that was to suppress Ghostface first, and then obtain the limitless 9-demon seal from him. Chapter 9:31. Girls' Literature. As for the cursed creature's attack, he had to take it head-on. Although the cursed creature was powerful, he did not believe that it could kill him in a short period of time. Since it could not kill him, the cursed creature would die when he obtained the complete seal. At this moment, one of his palms fell lightly. However, in Su Yan's eyes, it had turned into an extremely terrifying scene. It was as if the entire world was about to be destroyed. Such a terrifying power was simply frightening to the extreme. This terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. The violent and terrifying power trembled at this moment, and an extremely terrifying storm continued to spread out at this moment. Such power was simply too terrifying. In the face of such power, Su Yin was almost unable to move. Su Yin had many trump cards. He had the Godslayer Sword Intent. He had the power of the Four-Direction Seal. If he were to use these, he would more or less have the strength to fight. However, at this moment, he finally discovered a fatal problem. Although he had many trump cards, he lacked the most crucial thing, which was his own strength. His lack of strength made it so that when facing a real Dao Lord, he did not even have the opportunity to use these methods. His body could not move, and the true power in his body had been suppressed, unable to circulate. Even his thoughts had been suppressed to the point of slowing down. Now, he finally understood how fragile he was in front of Dao Lord. That was a battle on a completely different level. It was no wonder that Xue Xingchuan had told him that when facing a real Dao Lord, his strength was still too weak and not enough. Only at this moment could he understand the helplessness of this sentence. Dead, I'm going to die. This was the only thought in Su Yan's mind at this moment. However, at this moment, an unforeseen event happened again. Shattering Palm. At this moment, a wave of power suddenly appeared beside Su Yan, and then an extremely powerful force appeared out of thin air. After that force appeared, it directly blasted towards Xing Tianrua's palm. The two forces collided directly, and then, after blasting open an unknown amount of space, they disappeared into thin air. Third Vice Sect Master, to think that someone of your status would actually want to make a move on a junior. This is truly unexpected. The moment this voice appeared, Su Yin was incomparably surprised. He had heard this voice before, and more than once. It was Yin Xiao, the 7th Vice Sect leader of the Limitless Demon Sect. Su Yin had never imagined that Yin Xiao, who had almost killed him back then, would suddenly appear at this time. Moreover, he had even helped him resolve Xing Tianrua's palm strike. Yin Xiao, how dare you? At this moment, Xing Tianrua immediately shouted angrily. He never thought that Yin Xiao would actually appear here and help Su Yin at a time like this. What was Yin Xiao trying to do? He couldn't understand it at all, but no matter what, he was incomparably furious at this time. He had originally attacked Su Yin while enduring the attacks of the cursed creatures. Naturally, he could take care of a small ghost face with one strike. In other words, he only needed to endure one blow to achieve his goal. He could naturally bear such a price. But Yin Xiao had suddenly appeared at this time. Not only did he resolve his attack on Ghostface, but the power of his destruction palm was also aimed at him directly. In other words, at this moment, he was in a state of being attacked from both sides. Ha! Third Vice Master, I, Yin Xiao, have always been very bold. Yin Xiao laughed loudly. Normally, Yin Xiao would be wary of Xing Tianruo. After all, as the third Vice Master, one could imagine Xing Tianruo's ability. However, at this time, Xing Tianruo was facing a very strong opponent. He was only causing trouble at the side. Naturally, this attack wouldn't really do anything to the old man, but it was enough to make him suffer. He was already very happy to be able to make him suffer. Back when he was in the Tai Hang sword faction, he clearly remembered that Xing Tianruo could actually save him. If he had intervened back then, his arm wouldn't have been cut off. However, he didn't. This old man cherished his wings. He was afraid of being hurt, so he didn't do anything. This was why Yin Zhao's arm was cut off by Xue Xingchuan. At this time, his arm had indeed grown back, but he had paid a huge price for this arm. After he finished speaking, his gaze fell on Su Yin. Haha, Su Yin, right? Come to think of it, this isn't the first time we've met. Come with me. If you continue to stay here, you'll only die. Yin Xiao didn't even think about fighting with Xing Tianruo. He knew that there was no need to do so. His goal was simple, and that was Su Yin. At this moment, Su Yin was right in front of him. It was fine as long as he could achieve his goal. As for whether Su Yin was willing or not, it wasn't within his scope of consideration. At that moment, he extended his hand and grabbed Su Yin. At the same time, he sent a thought into Su Yin's body and sent a stream of power into him. Xing Tianruo, I hope you won't die under the vermilion bird death curse. I'll take my leave first. If you really die, don't worry. I'll definitely build a magnificent tomb for you. After he finished speaking, he directly exploded with power and broke through space. At this time, Su Rue suddenly shouted, "Stay here." She was originally incomparably cold, but when she saw Su Yin being taken away, waves actually appeared in her heart. Therefore, she immediately attacked. A vermilion bird fire appeared and shot towards Yin Xiao. The power of this vermilion bird fire was extremely extraordinary. However, Yin Xiao didn't care at all. He only said, "Vermilion bird, it's really surprising that you were able to reincarnate. Unfortunately, you're still too weak. Moreover, the things that I, as Saint Venerable Expert, left behind must be uncomfortable for you. Therefore, you should take care of yourself." Yin Xiao directly flicked his finger. Immediately, a power appeared and directly dissolved the vermilion bird fire. Then, he immediately disappeared on the spot. Yin Xiao naturally knew a little about the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird and the heavenly demon temple actually had a great origin. At this moment, the vermilion bird was indeed too weak. Of course, he could use the cursed creature to display his power. Unfortunately, the cursed creature was now fighting with Xing Tianruo. Amidst his loud laughter, he directly left. In fact, he had always been paying attention to the situation here. He was even more attentive than Xing Tianruo. However, he had been enduring and only showed up at the last moment. As a matter of fact, his choice was extremely correct. Xing Tianruo was too anxious, so he became the first bird to stick his neck out. On the other hand, he was the successful hunter who directly obtained Su Yin. Yin Zhao's voice suddenly disappeared. At this moment, Su Rue suddenly felt a little empty in her heart. She was indescribably angry. At this moment, she suddenly raised her head and said coldly, "Kill him." Hearing her words and feeling her anger, the cursed creature immediately let out an even more violent roar. Its power seemed to have become a little stronger. He felt Su Rue's anger. Su Rue was the reincarnation of the vermilion bird, and he lived for the sake of the vermilion bird. At this moment, since the vermilion bird was angry, he was naturally incomparably angry. At this moment, his strength actually increased again. Such power could no longer be described with the word terrifying. The endless eruption of terrifying power was like a terrifying ghost. At this moment, even Xing Tianruo felt a little uneasy. Damn it, I should leave. At this moment, he already felt that if he didn't leave this place, he would probably stay here forever. At this moment, he felt a terrifying power of heaven and earth gathering towards this place. This was really a strange place. Although he had absolute confidence in himself, he couldn't help but feel scared at this moment. This place was really strange. Everything was exuding an indescribably terrifying aura. If this continued, he was afraid that he would be directly devoured by the power of this place. Although he felt that he was stronger than the Dao Master back then, no matter what, the Dao Master was still a Dao Master. If the Dao Master died here, it could only mean that the existence of this place was a fatal threat to him. At this moment, the terrifying aura kept rolling. He realized that the surrounding space seemed to have become more solid. At that moment, countless demonic ghosts shrieked all of a sudden. Demonic ghosts were extremely special existences. They could only be formed after a powerful demonic clan soul was unable to be reincarnated after death. Therefore, every demonic ghost must be an extremely powerful existence. Of course, for a Dao Master like him, ordinary demonic ghosts were nothing at all. Even 10 or dozens of demonic ghosts couldn't cause him any harm. However, at this moment, the terrifying power began to spiral. This power spread into the bodies of the demonic ghosts, causing their aura to become even more terrifying. And this kind of terror was simply 10 or even 20 times stronger. This made him feel even more uneasy. I can't wait any longer. I don't know what's wrong with these demonic ghosts. If I wait any longer, I'm afraid I'll die here. Damn it! Why is there such a damn place on my Saint Devil Mountain? At this moment, he began to activate the Boundless 9 Demon Seal. The Boundless 9 Demon Seal began to release a radiance. Then, streaks of power began to appear. The terrifying seal condensed in the air, and finally, 9 great original spirits appeared. Chapter 932. Female Literature. 9 Demons Break the Heavens. He immediately let out a terrifying roar. With such power, the terrifying aura finally broke through the restraints of the heavens and broke through the horizon. When the 9 Demon Seal broke through the heavens, the space finally loosened a little. He immediately headed towards the hole. At this moment, the cursed creature spat out a crimson light. Just as Xing Tianruo was about to break through the defense of the place, he was hit directly. Xing Tianruo's expression immediately became extremely miserable. The power of this attack was not weak. At this moment, his eyes were filled with extreme anger. However, he was already very lucky to be able to leave this place. This place was really strange. Just a while ago, he had already felt an endless amount of power. At this moment, he finally understood why Shi Wuxin and the congregation of specters had left this place. Inside the Heavenly Beast Temple, the battle outside the temple caused the inner palace to tremble constantly. Powerful forces kept surging, and the 10 heavenly bewitches imprisoned here all felt the terrifying impact of the power. The heavenly bewitches who were able to survive until now were naturally all outstanding people. The most outstanding of them all, Lu Lan, had already reached the 5 essences supremacy level. However, she could not leave the Heavenly Beast Temple. At this moment, she looked at the terrifying commotion outside, but her heart could not calm down. She still felt that the terrifying fluctuations seemed to be related to her. At this time, she couldn't help but miss a person. Su Yan, is that you? You must live on peacefully. At this moment, she was actually very conflicted. She hoped that this person was Su Yan, but also hoped that it was not Su Yan. Because after being imprisoned here for so long, she already knew how terrifying this place was. The Heavenly Beast Temple was really terrifying. It was even a cursed place. That was why the Boundless Demon Sect was not worried about imprisoning them here. Moreover, they only allowed a few people to take care of their daily lives. Once they stayed here for too long, they would be infected by the aura of this place. This was the aura of the curse. If they wanted to leave this place, they would be attacked by the demonic ghosts. It was a very terrifying thing. Of course, the Heavenly Demon Temple was even more powerful than the Limitless Demon Sect. She had seen the unfathomable strength of the first Vice Sect Master, and that kind of strength was not something she could understand. She believed that Su Yin would improve very quickly, but she also knew that no matter how powerful Su Yin was, it was impossible for him to reach the heavens in a single bound. Therefore, she did not wish for Su Yin to come and die. Dao Sovereign is still too far away. I wonder when I'll be able to comprehend the Dao Sovereign realm. Without reaching that realm, I still don't have any power to fight back. She didn't know what the process of the demon plan was, but she knew that it was definitely not good for her. It was a kind of bad luck for her. She needed to rebel against her fate. Her strength had increased very quickly, even beyond her imagination, but she did not feel proud of it. This was because the Limitless Demon Sect had contributed to this. They had been sent to the lowest level of the Heavenly Demon Temple to absorb endless demonic power. The Limitless Demon Sect didn't seem to care about their strength at all. Among the 10 heavenly demons, Lulan was not the only one who had reached the 5 Essences Sovereign Realm. 2 others had also reached this realm. The weakest of the others had reached the 3 Essences Dao Sovereign Realm. However, breaking through to the Dao Sovereign Realm was still far away in the future. The 5 Essences realm seemed to be the limit. Just as Lulan was worrying about her realm, Su Yin finally woke up. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a clean room. His injuries had already been bandaged. His body had also been cleaned. At this moment, the scene before he lost consciousness suddenly came back to him. He had been captured by Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao, the powerful Dao Sovereign. Although he had been defeated twice by Xue Chuan, Su Yin did not dare underestimate him. Every Dao Sovereign was an existence that he had to look up to. Not long ago, he had experienced the might of a powerful Dao Sovereign. Such strength, such unfathomable power that seemed to be able to control everything, was simply terrifying. Yin Xiao was his enemy. There was no doubt about it, but Yin Xiao was being so polite to him. Just as he was deep in thought, the door to the room opened and several beautiful women slowly walked in. These women were truly incomparably beautiful. Every single one of them was tender and alluring, causing one to drool. If he had encountered someone with weak willpower, he might have already pounced on them and lost control of himself. Even those with slightly better willpower would probably be unable to bear it. However, Su Yin did not care about this. He directly asked, "Where is Yin Xiao?" The women said, "Lord Peak Lord is already instructed that if you wake up, you can eat first. After that, you can go see him." At this moment, delicious dishes were served one after the other. Su Yin was straightforward. At this moment, he was someone else's prisoner. As the saying goes, since he was already here, he should take things as they came. Since they treated him politely, Su Yin could eat with peace of mind. To be honest, Su Yin had a comfortable meal. With good wine, delicious food, and beautiful women by his side, it was simply the enjoyment of life. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Su Yin said, "Sorry to trouble you." The beauties led Su Yin away. After walking through the palace, Su Yin finally saw Yin Xiao. At this moment, Yin Xiao was reading a book. This was just a history book, not a cultivation method. However, he was quite engrossed in it. It was not until Su Yin arrived that he raised his head and said, "You can all leave." The women all took their leave. "Su Yin, how was your rest?" His attitude was gentle, as if he was Su Yan's elder. However, Su Yin was not so naive. A moment ago, they were enemies, but now they had become friends. How could there be such a good thing in the world? However, at this moment, they were in Yin Xiao's territory. Since Yin Xiao was so polite to him, Su Yin could not lose the way of guest. Therefore, he said directly, "Thank you for your hospitality, Senior. I had a good rest." Su Yin said immediately, "Senior, I'll be frank with you about the love letter. You and I are not friends, right? So what's your purpose?" At this moment, excessive nonsense was completely meaningless. It was better to get straight to the point. Yin Xiao looked at Su Yin and said, "Haha, heroes come from the young. Since you're so straightforward, I'll be frank. I want to cooperate with you." Su Yin was very surprised when he heard his words. He said directly, "Senior, you're a Dao master. I can't think of anything that I can offer that's worth cooperating with you." The most important thing for two people to cooperate with each other was that their value was equal. As a Tao master and the seventh deputy sect leader of the limitless demon sect, he was in a high position. On the other hand, Su Yin could only be regarded as a disciple of the Taihang sword faction. Of course, this was only in name. Strictly speaking, he was not even a disciple of the Taihang sword faction. He was a loner, and his strength was not even at the level of a venerable. How could he be qualified to do business with a Tao master in such a state? However, at this moment, Yin Xiao said, "No, Su Yin, you don't have to belittle yourself. You have it, and you have a lot of capital. Let's not talk about other things first. Your ghost face is already very scary. Moreover, I already know your identity. You're the child of destiny. I'm right, so I said that you're qualified to do business with me." Su Yin did not say anything. He just waited quietly. "Well then, I'll be frank. I need to increase my strength." He directly said what he wanted to say. Then, he continued, "I know that there are some conflicts between us. I don't deny this. But in fact, there isn't much conflict between us, is there?" Su Yin did not deny it. Indeed, there was not much conflict between him and Yin Xiao, although he was chased by Yin Xiao. However, he did not suffer any losses. Yin Xiao's intention was very obvious. Since there was no conflict, there was a basis for cooperation. "I don't understand what you mean." To be honest, even at this moment, Su Yin still did not know what he was going to say. "You're the child of destiny. I know that you must have many destinies. Although I don't know what you're going through now, or which big shots are paying attention to you, I know that you must be living a hard life. Am I right? And I'm willing to share your destiny." After he finished speaking, he looked straight at Su Yin. At this moment, Su Yin was also silent. There was one thing that he was not wrong about, and that was that he was living a hard life. However, so what? This was his destiny and his path. Could this world really share his destiny? "What do you want from me?" Su Yin asked directly. "The great heavenly demon lord," Yin Xiao said directly. At this moment, a beautiful voice was heard. "Ghostface, no, I should call you Su Yin. I said that we would meet again. I didn't expect us to meet so soon." Su Yin was surprised by this voice. He would never forget this woman. She was Qing Yu. She was a follower of the great heavenly demon lord. However, shouldn't she be guarding Golden Horse City? Moreover, she had failed to do so. But why was she here? So Senior Yin Xiao is a follower of the great heavenly demon lord? Since Yin Xiao was with her, everything made sense. At this moment, Yin Xiao shook his head and said, "You're wrong. I'm not a follower of the great heavenly demon lord. You should know that a true expert only believes in himself. Therefore, I won't trust the extremely powerful great heavenly demon lord. However, I have a cooperative relationship with him." Chapter 9:33. Female Literature. "I think you should think that there's a need for us to talk now," Yin Xiao continued. "Then first, please tell me how you obtained the inheritance of the great devil heavenly lord and where you obtained it. Don't worry. I, Su Yin, swear that I won't hurt you." Hearing his words, Su Yin smiled faintly. He said without hesitation, "I obtained the inheritance of the great devil heavenly lord in the 5 counties continent." Then, he told Yin Xiao about his encounter in the Flowing Cloud sect. Of course, he also mentioned Duamu Longhu. Moreover, he only told Yin Xiao about the demonic fingerbone. There were many other things that he couldn't say. After all, everyone should have their own secrets. Yin Xiao fell silent. Then he said, "In that case, you obtained the great devil heavenly lord's fingerbone and obtained the inheritance from it." Even at this moment, he was still somewhat in disbelief. He didn't expect Su Yin to obtain the inheritance in such a way. This was truly an unbelievable matter. Su Yin said, "Yes, this fingerbone is in my left hand." Su Yin extended his left hand. At this moment, Blue Moon immediately looked over. At this moment, her body released an aura. Su Yin was no stranger to this aura. It was the aura of the great devil heavenly lord. Blue Moon was incomparably sincere. At this moment, she almost directly knelt on the ground. After a long time, she stood up. In that case, the great devil heavenly lord once went to the 5 counties continent. That continent is indeed not simple. Although it has declined to this extent now, I'm afraid it definitely wasn't like this in ancient times. Even a great figure like the great devil Heavenly Lord would go there. This place was definitely not simple. All right, senior. What do you want me to do? Don't tell me you want me to give you this finger? Su Yin sneered. At this moment, the great devil Heavenly Lord's finger bone had fused with his body. If he really cut off his finger, it would be a great injury to Su Yin. At this moment, Qing West said, "Of course not. You are the person chosen by the great devil Heavenly Lord. No matter what, we will not disrespect you. Peak Master Yin Shao needs the inheritance you obtain from the great devil Heavenly Lord." Regardless of whether it was the heaven-crushing 10 techniques or the god-vanquishing sword technique, they were both top-notch and terrifying ultimate techniques. However, this was nothing to Su Yin. After all, he didn't rely too much on these techniques. Then what do I get? Since it's business, then it's naturally a mutual exchange. Blindly giving won't do. Yes, this was the crux of the matter. Since it was a collaboration, it was impossible for him to only contribute and not receive anything in return. Lu Lan. Yin Shao only said 2 words. "I've investigated you. You're here for Lu Lan, one of the heavenly sirens, right? You're a love-struck one," Yin Shao said directly. "Maybe you still don't know what the real plan is." Yin Shao asked. Su Yin nodded his head. With regards to this point, he was indeed unaware. At this moment, Qing West said, "Let me explain. The so-called plan is to release the demon soul and fuse it with the demon nature. In the end, the plan is to create the most powerful existence. You should know that the founder of the limitless demon sect was the great devil Heavenly Lord. Therefore, the limitless demon sect worshipped the great devil Heavenly Lord. However, as time passed, the limitless demon sect's respect for the great devil Heavenly Lord dwindled. Some people even wanted to take the great devil Heavenly Lord's power for themselves." At this point, Qingyue's expression was very ugly. It was obvious that she was very angry at this moment. Although the great devil Heavenly Lord had died, he had left behind his inheritance power in the limitless demon sect. That was the last flame of hope. In the beginning, the limitless demon sect had thought of ways to ignite this last flame and welcome the great devil Heavenly Lord back. However, after the battle with the stupid sect, the limitless demon sect had risen again. However, they no longer had the same respect for the great devil Heavenly Lord. When it came to this sect master, it was even more so. Not to mention respect, they didn't even have the slightest trace of it. This person even wanted to take the great devil Heavenly Lord's power for himself. The so-called plan was only a pretext. His real goal was to use the strongest demon soul to lure out the demon nature of the great devil Heavenly Lord and then devour it directly. This was an extremely crazy plan. The great devil Heavenly Lord's power was too strong. After fusing with the demon's soul, his power would become even more terrifying. If it was an ordinary person, not to mention devouring it, even if they were contaminated by it, they would most likely be stuffed to death by this power. However, this Shi Wuxin was an extremely terrifying person. In the limitless demon sect, he had become a new religion. However, the heavenly demon horde didn't think so. The limitless demon sect was founded by the great devil Heavenly Lord. What he did was blasphemy against the great devil Heavenly Lord. If the great devil Heavenly Lord returned, he would definitely be killed by the great devil Heavenly Lord. The limitless demon sect was indeed powerful. However, it was impossible for there to be no conflicts. Putting aside the conflicts between the Sun Luo Hall, the Ghost Killing Hall, and the Limitless Hall, the Heavenly Demon Horde was also a force. In fact, there were many people in the Limitless Demon sect who were opposed to this plan. At least, the 4th and 5th Vice Sect Masters were the most resolute opponents. At this moment, it seemed that the 7th Vice Sect Master was also the same. The dignity of the great devil Heavenly Lord cannot be blasphemed. Su Yin, since you are the one chosen by the great devil Heavenly Lord, we will help you. Of course, in exchange, you must tell the great devil Heavenly Lord's inheritance to Yin Shao. Su Yin immediately nodded. That's very fair. I agree to this deal. He had already realized the strength of the limitless demon sect. He also understood that it was almost impossible for him to reverse the situation of the limitless demon sect alone. The limitless demon sect was simply too strong. One Xing Tianruo was already enough to make him helpless. Only when he fought with the Dao Sovereign did he realize that his strength was too weak in front of the Dao Sovereign. He did have a means to injure the Dao Sovereign. However, the problem was that under the suppression of the Dao Sovereign, he couldn't display such means at all. If he was alone, not to mention rescuing Lu Lan, he probably wouldn't even be able to see Lu Lan's face. This time, it was actually the 7th Vice Sect Master's credit that he was able to break into the Heavenly Demon Temple. I will tell Peak Lord Yin Shao everything I know about the inheritance the great devil Heavenly Lord gave me. However, how are you going to help me? Su Yin asked. This matter is related to the son of demon. At this moment, the 7th emissary, Su Yin, walked in. He had been ordered to inquire about the news and had finally returned. The emissary was a subordinate of the Vice Sect Master. Although the emissary was highly regarded by the Vice Sect Master, there was no other emissary in the limitless demon sect who was unconditionally trusted and even treated as a brother. This was also the reason why he was so loyal to Yin Shao. He walked over. Sect Master, Miss Qingwei. Then he nodded at Su Yin. Su Yin also politely returned the greeting. Strictly speaking, this emissary had saved him once. Otherwise, he would have been killed by the 3rd Vice Sect Master's emissary, Zhuo Tao. Sect Master Xing Tianruo still came out of the Heavenly Demon Temple, but he seems to be injured. As for the extent of his injury, I don't know. It turned out that he had gone to inquire about Xing Tianruo. Xing Tianruo was determined to get Su Yin because he needed to truly control the limitless 9-demon seal. It's within my expectations that he could escape. After all, this old man can become the 3rd Vice Sect Master. His strength can't be underestimated, Yin Shao said. But don't worry about him. The Heavenly Demon Temple isn't that simple. I'm afraid his injury won't be suppressed so easily. He won't come out to cause trouble for a while. Su Yin, since you've already spoken, continue. Su Yin said, Yes, Sect Master. Brother Su Yin, do you know the true meaning of the Son of Demons? Su Yin asked Su Yin. Su Yin shook his head. He naturally didn't know such a thing, but he already had a guess in his heart. It was probably related to the power of the great devil Heaven Lord. Su Yin said, The so-called Son of Demons is a person who exists to inherit the power of the great devil Heaven Lord. Among the 3 sons of demons, one will be called the Crown Prince in the end. Then, he will receive the power left behind by the great devil Heaven Lord. Only then will he be qualified to be the sect master of my limitless demon sect. To be chosen as the son of demons meant that he was a 1 in a million powerful figure. Moreover, to be able to escape from the 3 sons of demons meant that he was a genius among geniuses. Whether it was strength or other means, he was an outstanding figure. It was needless to say how terrifying such a person's strength would be after receiving the power left behind by the great devil Heaven Lord. In the past, the Stupa sect was also an incomparably powerful sect. It wasn't inferior to the limitless demon sect and could even suppress it in many aspects. However, the Stupa sect had made fewer arrangements than the great devil Heaven Lord. The great devil Heaven Lord had left behind a flame of power, but the Stupa sect hadn't. This was the reason why the limitless demon sect became stronger and stronger, while the Stupa sect finally disappeared after the Great War. The demon plan is to select the strongest demon and the strongest demon, then mate and fuse them together. Then, the demon and demon's power will fuse. The demon is naturally the most powerful existence among the 10 great heavenly demon women, and the demon is the most powerful existence among the sons of demons. This generation's sons of demons of the limitless demon sect were originally Hua Yunfei, Shangwan Sheng, and Muron Wudi. Unfortunately, Hua Yunfei was too eager for instant success. He wanted to devour the power of the demon god, but in the end, he buried himself. Therefore, the position of the 3rd son of demons was left empty. However, Rosen of the Ghost-Killing Hall suddenly emerged and directly replaced the position of the 3rd son of demons. Chapter 934. female literature. However, even though it's on the market, it hasn't been confirmed yet. This is our chance. Su Yin listened attentively as he pondered. Brother Su Yin, I can tell you something. I've used my connections to ask around. Among the 10 heavenly demonesses, your little lover, Lu Lan, is currently a 5 essences sovereign. Su Yin was taken aback. He had never imagined that Lu Lan's cultivation had already reached such a high level. This was simply an exaggeration, but he wasn't too happy about it. He could imagine how much pain and suffering Lu Lan had to go through to reach this step. Although she's not the only one who's reached the 5 essences sovereign realm, she still has a good chance of winning. However, I have to tell you that the competition between the heavenly demonesses is very cruel. If you lose, you'll be devoured by your opponent. There's nothing we can do about it. Speaking of which, this was indeed good news. If Lawson wants to truly become the son of demon, there is still one more hurdle. That is, he will have to face the challenges of the younger generation of the limitless demon sect. This is your chance, and the only thing you can do for Lu Lan. Defeat Lawson, become the son of demon, and then defeat the other sons of demon. Hearing this, Su Yan's eyes immediately shone with a divine radiance. He was right. This was the only thing he could do for Mo Wuji. Become the son of devil, defeat the other two, and obtain the blessing of the great devil Skylord. Only then will you have a chance. Otherwise, I'm not afraid to tell you that you won't have a chance. Brother Su Yin, your cultivation isn't bad, but what kind of place do you think the limitless demon sect is? I can already guess that on that day, the Taihang Sword faction, Divine Wind sect, Raging Flame sect, and even other sects will come and join in the fun. However, they won't be enough. You'll never know how powerful Shi Wuxin and a ghostly cultivator are. Yin Xiao was the one who said this. He was already an expert who had been defeated by a Dao master, but when he said those words, he sounded so solemn. Su Yin could feel his fear towards these two figures. Although the limitless demon sect has a sect master and 7 vice sect masters, you have to believe me. The sect master, Shi Wuxin, and the first vice sect master, Gue Shinxiu, are people on a completely different level from us. Even we can't guess what level they have reached. Hearing this, Su Yan's thoughts became more dignified. All right, Hall Lord Yin Xiao, I agree to cooperate with you. Now, I will teach you the heaven-crushing 10 styles, the deity-vanquishing sword, and the other techniques of the great Devil Heaven Master. I believe that with your abilities, you will be able to learn them quickly. Su Yin did not waste any time. Immediately, he condensed all the knowledge that Lord Great Demon Heaven had given him into a stream of power and transmitted it to Yin Xiao. To Yin Xiao, these were naturally extremely precious. However, both of them understood that this was just the beginning. If this was all he could get, then he would be too kind. Su Yin, you are still too weak. Whether it is Shangguan Sheng or Muron Wudi, they are both very powerful and terrifying. I know that you fought with Shangguan Sheng in the sword pool, and you won against him by 1 move. In the end, you reversed the crisis of the sword pool, but I think you have to know one thing. The Shangguan Sheng you killed back then was only his doppelganger. What? Only a doppelganger? At this time, Su Yin was really surprised. But how could this be? A doppelganger? In that case, how powerful was his strength? Even Su Yin at this moment did not dare to believe it. I know that this is indeed a very difficult thing to accept, but this is the truth. Shangguan Sheng's cultivation technique is the Holy Demon Gemini Star. Once this technique is cultivated, it will produce a doppelganger and an original body. Shangguan Sheng's doppelganger is only a doppelganger. As for where his original body is and how powerful it is now, no one knows. When Su Yin said this, his eyes were filled with incomparable fear. Su Yan's heart became heavier. When he fought with Shangguan Sheng, he used a lot of means to barely win. But now, he heard that it was only a doppelganger at that time. This was simply terrifying. In that case, how powerful was his original body? There is also Muron Wudi. Among the 3 devil sons, he is currently recognized as the most powerful person. So, you can imagine his strength. To be frank, I am no match for him. Hearing this, Su Yan's pupils shrank. A 5 essences venerable. The powerful Su Yan was actually so sure that he was no match for him. How terrifying this was. At least, Su Yan had no chance of winning against him unless he allowed him to use the Godslayer sword intent. However, this was simply impossible. The more he fought with experts, the more he knew how terrifying they were. Even if you had the means to hurt them, you would not necessarily be able to win. The flower protector was actually just a joke. After all, he was only a 3 essences down master and could not really exert the power he possessed. At this time, Su Yan seemed to want to beat down Su Yan's self-confidence. He continued, "As for Rosen, I've already investigated. You have fought with him many times, and it seems that you have won every time. However, you can't let your guard down because of this." After Rosen returned to the Ghost Killing Hall, he was personally taught by the Ghost Deity Cultivator. I'm not sure how strong he is now, but since he dares to bear the title of Devil's Son, it means that he has the confidence to compete with these two people. What? Rosen was taught by the Ghost Deity Cultivator. Hearing this news, Su Yan was immediately surprised. He remembered clearly that when the Divine Devil Island brought them to the Void battlefield, the Ghost Deity Cultivator suddenly appeared and wanted to devour Rosen. Logically speaking, they should be mortal enemies, but this time, Rosen actually returned to the Ghost Killing Hall. Duan Mulonghu? A person immediately appeared in Su Yan's mind. During the confrontation with Emperor Wu Hui, Rosen seemed to have begun to follow Duan Mulonghu. If that was the case, then Duan Mulonghu's shadow was behind this as well. This person was really like a ghost that refused to leave. Duan Mulonghu? Is it this person again? Yin Xiao frowned when he heard this name. Even he could not imagine what this person who came back from the dead wanted to do. Su Yan was so afraid of Shirtoshi, and so was he. However, no matter what, Su Yan, first of all, you have to admit that your strength is not enough. I can help you into the competition, but how you grasp it depends on you. Su Yan had to admit that this was indeed a fact. It turned out that he had underestimated the heroes of the world. If that was the case, then forget about Shangguan Sheng and that mysterious Murong Wudi. It was hard to say if he could win against Rosen again. However, now is another opportunity. Perhaps it can increase your strength, but you have to understand that this is very dangerous. It is very likely that you will die. Yin Xiao suddenly spoke at this time. Su Yan said, "Please enlighten me, Sect Lord Yin Xiao." At this time, any opportunity was extremely rare for Su Yan. Even if there was only a slight possibility, he would not give up. Shura Cave. Yin Zhao's expression changed, and then he said, "You should also know that our world is connected to many other worlds. Below the limitless demon sect, there is a place called Shura Cave. Shura often appears there, and that is where I am responsible for guarding. Shura is an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. They are synonymous with destruction. They were born to destroy, and are even more terrifying than demons. Shura Cave is a passage connecting our world and the Shura world. I am not afraid to tell you directly. This time, the disaster in Shura Cave is about to break out, so someone must guard it and repel, or even neutralize this powerful impact. Now, I don't have enough people." When Yin Xiao said this, he was actually a little dissatisfied. Many of his men were killed or injured under Su Yan's scheme. If Su Yan had encountered a narrow-minded person, he would have already killed Su Yan. "Do you mean that I should guard Shura Cave?" Su Yan asked. Yin Xiao said, "Yes, I've already said that I am using you. It is also very likely that I'm trying to kill you. Of course, in such a cruel place, you will have endless opportunities. If you can really gain something there, then you will really have a chance to soar to the sky." At this time, Yin Xiao was in a good mood. Just as he said, he was blatantly trapping Su Yan at this time. This was an overt scheme. The so-called overt scheme clearly told the other party that this was a trap, but he still had to go. At this time, he had already obtained the deity, vanquishing sword, and heaven-breaking 10 styles from Su Yan. Although it was not much, it was still useful to him. Su Yan had entered the Shura Cave. If he could succeed and come out alive, it would naturally be a good thing. In the future, he could slowly trade with Su Yan and obtain more benefits. Moreover, they could also resolve this crisis at the same time. Why not do it? However, if Su Yan failed, it was actually not a big deal. Su Yin could naturally guess this. But just as he said, he couldn't care less about anything at this moment. All he wanted to do now was to improve his strength as quickly as possible. Okay, I will go. Chapter 9:35. Female Literature, I'll go. Su Yin said these two words with incomparable firmness. The Shura Cave was located in a remote underground area of the Saint Devil Mountain. It was an extremely dangerous place, so ordinary people were not qualified to know about it. Even if they knew, what could they do? It was only a dead end for him. Therefore, those who could enter this place must be powerhouses above Venerable Ones. Only Venerable Ones could fight against the Shura that appeared here. Those below Venerable Ones did not even know about this place, let alone enter it. At this moment, the seal of the Shura Cave was opened. Yin Xiao had to come here personally. Without him, the seal could not be opened at all. At this moment, the space was being constantly attacked, and whistling sounds were constantly heard. The terrifying roar seemed to be able to penetrate one's heart. At this moment, Su Yan's power was constantly changing. He was sensing the aura here. Su Yan was still somewhat familiar with this aura. He had already come into contact with the Shura in the secret realm of the Monster Palace. His first lover, Lin Hualu, had also completely disappeared there. At the thought of this, he immediately became a little absent-minded. What's wrong? Are you not used to the aura here? It shouldn't be that bad, right? Yin Xiao said directly. Su Yin said, it's not that I'm not used to it. It's just some past. Yin Xiao saw that Su Yin was not interested, so he did not say anything more. Can you see that this space is already flashing with lightning? This lightning is the Shura that's constantly attacking the seal. Yin Xiao said, the Shura is really a terrifying name. Back then, when I had just become a Venerable One, I had already come here. When I first came here, I almost died here. Yin Xiao looked like he was reminiscing. It was as if he was recalling the past. If Yin Xiao did not exist, in his era, Yin Xiao would have been the one who could rule everything. However, at this moment, he actually looked like he was reminiscing. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the battle back then was. Right at this moment, Yin Xiao's expression suddenly changed, and he said, Su Yin, actually, you should know that our world is plagued with internal and external troubles. Who knows how many foreign races are coveting it? Putting everything else aside, just the evil demon clan alone is a huge problem for us. Back then, the 7 great saints joined forces and were accompanied by countless experts. They were able to defeat the evil demon clan, but that was all. Now, it won't be long before they make a comeback. Let's not talk about the evil demons. There's also the Shura, the shadow creatures, and the void beasts. They're all huge threats. Unfortunately, we only know how to fight amongst ourselves. Yin Xiao sounded like a saint at this moment. Su Yan's gaze was fixed on him. At this time, Su Yin discovered that his sigh actually came from the depths of his soul. At the very least, that was what his senses were telling him. When he first came into contact with Yin Xiao, he only felt that Yin Xiao's power was overwhelming, and he couldn't resist at all. He couldn't even face Yin Xiao. Even though he had fallen into the body of the sea-splitting demonic snake at that time, it was still very dangerous. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the summoning power of the Demon God Island, he would probably have died at that time. At that time, Su Yan's only thought was revenge. He wanted to surpass this powerful Dao Master one day. However, Yin Xiao was defeated by Xue Xingchuan on the 2 occasions he appeared. Su Yan had always regarded this person as an enemy. At this time, he actually showed such a compassionate side. Hall Lord Yin Xiao is merciful. Su Yan admires you. This sentence came from the bottom of his heart. Ever since he, Su Yin, had arrived in this world, he had been constantly on the move. Fate seemed to have an invisible line that led him to an unknown distance. However, there was one thing that couldn't be changed. From beginning to end, he had been running around and fighting for his own fate. As for compassionate side, Su Yin didn't have that. He had already met many experts, such as Xue Xingchuan and Zhang Zhe. They were all righteous people, and their hearts weren't bad. However, even in them, Su Yin had never seen such a compassionate side. He didn't expect to see it in a big shot of the demon path. Therefore, there was no such thing as good or evil or right or wrong in this world. Most of the time, a person's birth determined everything. In the end, good and evil couldn't be clearly distinguished subjectively. Haha, forget it. What compassionate side? I'm just afraid of death. I don't want to turn into ashes in the great calamity. So I'm thinking of ways to get what I want from you. The more chaotic this world is, the slimmer our chances of survival are. Everything is just like that. Su Yan's heartstrings were touched by his words. At this time, he was also silent. At this time, a ray of light suddenly appeared. It was a flash of lightning. When it first appeared, it didn't seem like much. However, later on, it became incomparably heaven-defying. The powerful force almost made everyone feel incomparable pain. This kind of terrifying aura was really terrifying. Even Su Yan couldn't help but take a step back. At this time, he said, "A powerful Shura king has torn space." It seems that the Shura who came out of the crack this time is a Shura marshal. Previously, Su Yan had already understood the Shura tribe. The Shura king was incomparably terrifying. Their status was comparable to that of a Dao master. Their physical bodies were invincible, and their combat methods were even more terrifying. They were so powerful that under certain conditions, they could even tear space cracks. This Shura cave was the intersection point between the Shura realm and this infinite world. Therefore, the space here was weak. If a powerful Shura kept attacking this place, it could weaken the space here. At this time, the Shura king would take action. He would tear space and transport the powerful Shura here. The Shura he transported here were all terrifyingly powerful. If a human cultivator hadn't reached the venerable realm, it would be impossible for them to resist. In order to ensure that the path was smooth, the first Shura to appear was usually the most powerful Shura marshal. He used his powerful strength to stand firm and let the other Shura come one by one. At this time, the seventh emissary said, "It's the Inferno Shura. Haha, an old opponent. Last time, I let him leave. This time, I want to meet him again. Su Yan, you can't get close to that place. Because once you do, the Shura king will sense your aura and attack directly. Their battle will damage the space. It may destroy the seal, but it may also expand the space. Therefore, only experts below the Dao Master can attack. Do you dare to go with me and meet this group of Shura beasts?" As soon as Su Yan finished speaking, he was already moving forward. Su Yan had already mentally prepared himself before he came. Although he was a member of the Boundless Demon sect, at this time, his heart was also aroused. At this time, he directly moved forward. His terrifying power turned into a long dragon and fell directly. "That Inferno Shura is yours. Leave the rest to me." The space around the Azura Cave was very special. The Dao Masters on both sides of the Azura Cave would hardly make a move, and transporting a 5 Essences Azura King would consume a huge amount of energy, so there would only be one Azura King at a time. But now, this Inferno Shura had been chosen by Su Yan. The remaining Shura was Su Yan's opponent. At this time, Su Yan didn't hesitate at all. He directly moved forward. Then, the battle began. At this time, powerful forces kept rising. A fierce battle began. After the powerful Shura died, Shura crystals would be dropped. This crystal contained a lot of energy and was pure and flawless. It was the best tonic. This was the opportunity that Yin Xiao had mentioned to Su Yan. The more Shura Su Yan could kill, the more powerful Shura he could kill, and the more he could obtain. Su Yan directly entered the Shura cave. At this time, there was still a flash of lightning. When Su Yan arrived in front of the lightning, a Shura immediately appeared. Back then, in the Shura temple, Su Yan suffered a lot. However, at that time, he would be facing Shuras who had already been sealed. Their strength would definitely not be too strong. They could only be considered as the weakest. But now it was different. Now, he was facing Shura in his prime. When the light of the lightning finally disappeared, a giant of about 2 meters tall appeared in front of Su Yan. This was undoubtedly Shura. His skin was dark blue, which was a very oppressive color. When his eyes fell on Su Yan immediately felt an extremely oppressive aura. Hidden in that aura was an endless, bloodthirsty desire. Human? Humph. Finally, I can kill and drink blood. To the Shuras, humans were all prey. Killing their prey and then devouring them was the most exciting thing for them. At this time, Suyan's eyes also surged. He did not underestimate Shura in front of him. At this time, a voice came. Suyan, Shura Cave is a magical place. Not only is the space here complicated, but more importantly, the time here is also very chaotic. Simply put, a month in here may only be a day in the outside world. Although this is not absolute, it is generally the case. Even Su Yin was shocked after hearing this news. At this time, it was less than 10 days before the start of the demon plan. Even if Su Yin was a genius, it was impossible for him to make a breakthrough in his strength in 10 days. However, it was different here. 10 days meant that he had 10 months. Although 10 months was not a long time for a cultivator, compared to Su Yin at this time, this was already great news. Chapter 9:36. Girls' Literature. Human, are you thinking about how to be killed by me? At this moment, Shura's voice pierced Su Yan's mind. At this moment, an extremely terrifying power directly blasted towards Su Yan. This power was so powerful and so terrifying. A fluctuation in the air actually appeared out of thin air at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan's power suddenly skyrocketed. He did not hesitate at all and directly blasted out a punch. The moment he punched out, there was actually the sound of a dragon's roar constantly trembling in the air. Such a terrifying aura was simply unimaginable. Shura was immediately taken aback. Before he made his move, he never thought that Su Yan's counterattack would be so terrifying and fierce. For a moment, he was actually at a disadvantage. Su Yan's terrifying fist directly bombarded his body. Shura's body had always been extremely terrifying. In this regard, even demons had to admit defeat. However, at this moment, Su Yan's punch blasted over, and his entire body began to tremble. Like a ferocious beast, the power continued to attack his body. Damn it, you're just a human. Shura boundless. This punch immediately made him extremely angry. He was dissatisfied that he was forced to such a point by such a punch and immediately wanted a counterattack. Shura boundless was his secret method. He directly mobilized all the power in his body in an instant, as if he was directly extracting water from a reservoir and then turning it into a monstrous wave that immediately smashed down. The previous clash had already let him know that the human in front of him was not simple. Unlike other humans, he cannot be judged by his realm at all. Just at the moment when his power was about to erupt, Su Yin sneered again. Humph, you've already been suppressed by me, and you still want to turn the tables? If you can really do it, then I, Su Yin, will write the 2 words Su Yin upside down. God Punisher. At this moment, the Scorching Sun sword appeared, and he immediately used his sword technique. This was not a direct use of the Godslayer sword intent, but a terrifying killer move that he had comprehended from the Godslayer sword intent. When Su Yin combined this sword with the deity vanquishing sword that the great Devil Heaven Lord had passed down, its power was incomparably terrifying. The terrifying power was rolling like thunder. Rays of light were constantly vibrating at this moment. At this moment, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. This sword beam was extremely stunning. Even Su Yin himself felt that this sword beam had broken through his previous shackles and reached a whole new level. His cultivation level was still at the Ten Dragons realm, but the combat power he unleashed was enough to sweep through everything. That terrifying aura and incomparably powerful strength gave him a whole new understanding of himself. I understand now. This is the benefit of continuous battles. Good, that's the effect I want. Battles made people grow. This time, he had been continuously hunted down by the limitless demon sect, and had also experienced many battles. In fact, he had been constantly improving without realizing it. Of course, he also knew that this was far from enough. If he wanted to become an existence that could rival the Son of Demons, he would need to work even harder. The Son of Demons was simply too powerful. His only hope was to carry out an endless slaughter here. And right now, this was his first prey. When the sword fell, Shura's body was penetrated by the terrifying sword beam before he could fully unleash his power. Such a terrifying aura seemed incomparably violent at this moment. At this moment, Shura still could not believe that he had been defeated in a single blow. At this moment, dragon aura began to appear from Su Yan's body. 10 dragons directly entangled Shura, and the 10 dragon shadows began to devour Shura. That was true devouring. Under the dance of the 10 dragons, Shura's body rapidly withered. Such a change was simply shocking. When Su Yan saw this scene, he was also extremely shocked. Such an unforeseen event was too sudden. After Shura's death, he would form a Shura crystal, and that was a good thing for human cultivators to directly devour. It was also a way for them to quickly become stronger. But at this moment, Su Yan's dragon aura actually devoured Shura's entire body. At the next moment, Su Yan immediately realized that an extremely large amount of power was gathering towards his body. There was actually a boundless killing aura in that power. It was as if there was a terrifying image of a mountain of blades and a sea of flames dancing continuously. That was Shura's will. At this moment, he wanted to completely destroy Su Yan's consciousness. But at this moment, Su Yan's revered sword, Soul, suddenly moved. A clear spring directly flowed at this moment, immediately suppressing that extremely huge pressure. Such a terrifying killing intent seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Even Su Yan himself found this scene unbelievable. Devoured, almost perfectly devoured. Su Yan muttered to himself. He could feel the energy in his body skyrocketing. At this moment, the 7th Deputy Sect Master, Yin Xiao, also witnessed this scene in the distance. Sure enough, this kid has too many strange things on him. But it doesn't matter, I'll just squeeze it out bit by bit. As for now, I still have something to do. Now that Shura Cave was opened, he immediately had to suppress this Shura Cave. In other words, his confrontation with the Shura King of the Shura realm had already begun. Of course, his confrontation was different from what Su Yan needed. It was a direct competition of the spatial laws, and it would not be a life-and-death battle, but it was still very important. However, this was the Wuji world after all, and the Jojo continent was his home ground. He was blessed by the will of heaven and could save a lot of effort. No matter how proud and arrogant he was, he had to admit that if they were in the same environment, he would not be a match for the Shura King. Not only him, but ordinary Dao masters would not be a match for the Shura King of the same realm. The moment Su Yan swallowed the first Shura, he was immediately targeted by many wills. Each of these wills was filled with extremely strong killing intent, as if they wanted to directly tear Su Yan apart at this moment. These were all Shura who had descended, and their wills were all locked on Su Yan's body. Because Su Yan had swallowed the first Shura, he had the resentment and curse of the Shura. As long as Su Yan had this unique aura, he would be hunted down crazily. Killing would never stop easily. Being targeted by such wills, Su Yan immediately felt the pressure. It should be known that the Shura who could appear here were at least venerable ones. In other words, they were the Shura generals of the Shura tribe. With so many wills, anyone would feel extremely pressured. However, at this time, Su Yan laughed. At this time, he did not retreat and counterattacked. Instead, he directly rushed toward a nearby light. Shura? Humph, come on. I'll kill as many of you as you come today. This was a war that was destined to have no good or evil, only life and death. Su Yan's speed was too fast. He flashed continuously and immediately arrived in front of the Shura. This Shura was the same as the Shura that Su Yan had killed. It was also tall and powerful, and had an extremely deep will. When he noticed Su Yan's arrival, he immediately unleashed all the power of the Shura. At this moment, his aura had already enveloped Su Yan. Roar! A monster-like roar directly burst out. Such a power was as terrifying as a heavenly dragon descending to the world. At this time, Su Yan did not retreat at all. At this time, the scorching sun sword directly released the light of raging flames at this time, and the scorching aura directly rose at this time. Sun-color glaze. At this moment, his sword intent had been raised to the extreme. At this time, such a light seemed so deep at this time. The terrifying power at this time was simply to destroy everything. It was another simple confrontation, and the collision between the two sides immediately caused an extremely terrifying energy tide. The Shura had already used all his strength the moment he appeared, but this time he was shocked to find that his attack could not do anything to Su Yin at all. At this time, there was an inexplicable panic in his heart. It should be known that the Shura tribe was a tribe born to fight. When they fought, they were incomparably crazy and would not retreat. And the moment they felt fear in their hearts, it was the moment they walked towards death. A Shura without invincible strength and a crazy fighting spirit was not qualified to live in this world. At this moment, Su Yan's power directly crushed down. Die for me. He was so ruthless that he directly took a life. At this time, an extremely chaotic power began to erupt from the Shura's body. Die for the Shura. The Shura felt ashamed of his own cowardice, so at this moment, he chose death. Using his own life to drag the enemy into mutual destruction, this was the persistence of his tribe. At this time, Su Yan's eyes suddenly burst out. Damn thing, you actually want to kill yourself. To Su Yan, the Azura was not only an enemy, but also prey. Their bodies were the best nourishment for him to improve his strength. Therefore, he would absolutely not allow it. At this moment, his sea of consciousness suddenly rolled, and the bright moon in his sea of consciousness suddenly emitted an extremely bright light. The light directly shone, and in the end, it directly appeared on Su Yan's forehead and fell on the Shura's body, who was in the midst of self-destruction. At this time, the Shura's expression immediately showed confusion, and even his body's self-destruction was delayed by a beat. At this time, Su Yan's dragon chi had already spread out. Kill, kill, kill. The dragon chi began to directly devour the Shura, but at this time, the other Shura directly rushed towards Su Yan. Live for battle, die before battle. Being devoured by a human like this was the greatest insult to the Shura. In any case, such a thing could not be allowed to happen. At this time, almost all the Shura's eyes were focused on Su Yan, and their aura at this time had become incomparably strong. Chapter 9:37. Girls' Literature. Attack from all sides. At this time, their power continued to attack at this time, forcing Su Yan to let go of the Shura. These guys were ruthless. They completely ignored the Shura next to them and only wanted to kill him. If he did not escape, then he would immediately be shrouded by such power. But if he escaped, then the previous battle would be in vain. This Shura would completely die under the attack of the companions, and he would not have any chance to devour it. Square Seal. Set the universe. At this time, Su Yan directly summoned the Square Seal. In the Square Seal, the will of the white-boned black tortoise had been destroyed by Su Yan. Without the will of the white-boned black tortoise, this Square Seal passed down by the Stupa sect seemed to lack a unique spirituality. However, Su Yan did not care about this. What he needed was a magic treasure that he could use, and not something that would cause him trouble at a critical time. Suppress, stop them. It did not take too long. It would be enough to buy him a little time. As long as he could stop them for a while, then he would be able to complete the devouring. At this moment, the Square Seal immediately shone, and a huge shadow of a black tortoise appeared. It directly enveloped Su Yan. So what if the Shura are attacking me? I'm going to take the chestnut out of the fire. Su Yan's power was operating wildly. At this time, the power of the Very Supreme was also operating at this time, constantly refining this power. As the refining went on, his aura was also increasing. Another Shura, together with the Shura crystal and everything else, was all devoured by Su Yan. Su Yan was able to directly turn at least half of the power into his own. This was an extremely terrifying efficiency. At this time, he smiled coldly and said, I'll let you guys have a taste of the power of the Shura. At this time, Su Yan's aura was operating, and the power that had not been refined by him was forcibly condensed on his long sword. Destroy. Another sword fell down. The terrifying sword tip continued to rotate at this time. The incomparable power whistling sound was simply incomparably terrifying. His power was so strong at this time that the Shura who were close to him were immediately covered by this sword chi. Ha ha ha, come on, kill me. At this time, Su Yin put away the square seal. The Shura was indeed terrifying. The four-direction seal had only lasted for a short period of time before it began to falter. However, Su Yin was already very happy that he was able to buy so much time for himself. At this time, he immediately activated the demonic dragon wings and directly rushed into the Shura cave. At this time, they were caught in a bitter battle. Two Shura now. This Su Yin really has some tricks up his sleeve. He knew that Su Yin had yet to become a venerable, but the fact that he was able to kill two Shura in such a short time was already very rare. Even a two essences supremacy or even a three essences supremacy would not be able to do better than Su Yin. Su Yin had helped him attract the attention of almost all the Shura. Of course, he only took a glance and did not pay attention to it, because at this time, the flaming Shura was suppressing him with an even fiercer attack. Su Yan's aura continued to rise, and the slaughter continued. After devouring two Shura, the energy in Su Yan's body had reached a new limit. However, at this time, he was not satisfied at all. The slaughter had just begun. Satisfied? That was just a joke. At this time, Su Yin was constantly fleeing, and the Shura had begun to chase him. In a battle of attrition, the Shura would constantly attack the humans' defenses, and the human venerables would bitterly defend. However, at this time, it had become a chase. There was almost no pressure on the 7th Vice Sect leader's side. This kind of chase was extremely good for Su Yin. His biggest advantage was his speed. In a battle, as long as you were fast enough, you would have enough advantage to kill the enemy. At this time, Su Yin was constantly using his speed advantage to move around. Then, he would look for opportunities to directly assassinate the Shura who were alone. The Shura were extremely angry at Su Yin. However, there was nothing they could do. After more than half a day, the headless Shura had begun to fall. Such a loss had completely enraged the flaming Shura. However, at this time, Su Yin would not let him escape. Damn you, human! The power of the flaming Shura directly pressed down. It was the terrifying fire of the great Shura, and its terrifying power was almost the pinnacle of heaven and earth. However, Su Yin did not dodge. He let out a soft cry, and a terrifying demonic light directly swept out at this moment. Holy demonic heavenly light. The power of the two sides was still tit for tat. At this time, the Shura cave changed again, and a huge spatial crack appeared. The moment the spatial crack appeared, Su Yan's expression immediately changed. Damn you, Martial Shura! For so many years, every time the Shura realm attacked, only one Martial Shura could be sent. Therefore, according to their calculations, they only needed to delay the flaming Shura. Even if Su Yin died in battle, they could still hold on. However, at this time, the spatial crack's appearance immediately disrupted the layout of the place. At this time, the appearance of another Shura was simply a disaster for them. Kiki, stupid human. Do you think you're the one holding me back? No, you're wrong. In fact, I'm the one holding you back. At this time, the powerful sea of flames of the Shura spread directly at this time, and immediately surrounded Su Yin. What a cunning plan! Su Yin immediately realized that he was now in unimaginable trouble. These guys were really bold. They actually wanted to kill him directly. Humph! That little brat is actually able to kill so many powerful warriors of my clan. He could be considered powerful. However, that's all there is to it. After you, I will immediately kill him and eat him. At this moment, the second shadow had already appeared. The second Martial Shura. Even at this time, Su Yin felt an incomparably huge pressure. Being held down by two Shura marshals was simply a huge disaster. Before he could react, the second Martial Shura had already made his move. At this time, his power directly emerged. Demonic Blade Shura. A terrifying cold light appeared. Such a radiance was so terrifying that it almost annihilated the world. When that terrifying illusion appeared, Even if it was as powerful as Su Yin, at this time his mind was taken away in a short time. At this time, Yin Xiao realized that something was wrong and immediately made his move. His Yama Son of Heaven's sword erupted at this time, and a powerful force directly flew out. His power was incomparably strong. Under such a blow, everything would be torn apart. However, at this moment, an attack also came from the other side of the Shura cave. Do you really want to fight with me? The Shura King's mocking voice sounded. At this moment, if a terrifying attack was launched, then a huge crisis would erupt in the Shura cave. This was a responsibility that even Yin Xiao couldn't bear. At this time, he could only watch as his beloved Su Yin was swallowed by this terrifying radiance. After a short period of absent-mindedness, Su Yin finally recovered, but it was already too late. His demonic light could no longer break free from the shackles of the flames. Even if it could break free, it was already too late. Damn it, I didn't expect to fall here today. Su Yin had entered the Shura cave many times, but he had never encountered such a situation. The Shura realm had actually teleported 2 great Shura marshals here at this time. This was a disaster. Just as he was in despair, an extremely terrifying power suddenly appeared. Godslayer's sword intent. An extremely terrifying sword intent directly pierced through the void. This sword intent was so terrifying that it had long surpassed one's imagination. The terrifying aura was like the blade of a wind valley that constantly swept out. Such a powerful force was constantly changing. The power of the Shura demonic blade was instantly destroyed. After destroying the Shura demonic blade, the sword intent showed no signs of stopping. It directly went towards the second great Shura marshal that had appeared. The change was too fast. The sword intent was too fast. The terrifying sword intent directly cut the second marshal in half, causing him to die. At the level of great Shura marshal, his body was incomparably strong. He was almost immortal. Even if his head was cut off, he could still be reborn. However, this time, the Godslayer sword intent was given by the real Godslayer sword. The moment the change occurred, Su Yin had already noticed a change in this place. Thus, he did not hesitate to use this sword intent. In reality, the Godslayer sword intent was very precious. After all, he had only mastered 1 sword intent at this time. Every time he used it, it consumed his strength. However, Su Yin still used it without hesitation. Shura King's attention was all on Su Yin. He did not expect that Su Yin would have such power. Thus, the appearance of the Godslayer sword intent was so unexpected. It immediately achieved a miraculous effect. Why aren't you leaving? Su Yan's voice immediately rang in Su Yan's ears. Not only did the Godslayer sword intent kill the second great Shura marshal that appeared, but it also directly scattered the power of the flaming Shura. At this moment, there was nothing holding Su Yin back, so he could naturally leave. However, if he continued to be in a daze, it would be too late for Shura King and the flaming Shura marshal to react. I can't thank you enough. Su Yin immediately retreated. Almost at the same time, a terrifying fluctuation appeared in the air. The great Shura marshal was killed. The Shura King was naturally extremely angry. At this moment, he actually started to flip the table. No need. I'm just returning the favor. In the past, Su Yan's appearance allowed Su Yin to escape from Zuoleitao. Now, he was returning the favor. Chapter 9:38. Female Literature. You're courting death. At this moment, King Shura flew into a rage out of humiliation. Marshal Shura was an extremely tyrannical existence. A Shura king couldn't possibly have many Shura marshals under him. 2 of them was already an extremely luxurious lineup. This time, 2 Shura marshals moved out together. They wanted to catch the human 5 essences venerable off guard and kill him directly. Originally, everything was going very smoothly. Taking people by surprise would always yield good results. However, it was a pity that a sword intent that suddenly disrupted everything. This sword intent was truly terrifying. That terrifying power was enough to injure him, let alone an Azura at the level of a marshal. But before this, how could he have expected such a thing to happen? This Shura king had launched countless invasions and naturally had a good understanding of the human realm. Su Yan's battle strength naturally attracted his attention. After all, he could see that Su Yan was still not a venerable, but he had already killed several Shura marshals. However, in the vast human world, there were always a few geniuses. This wasn't anything to be surprised about. If that 5 Essences venerable was killed, then under the joint attack of the 2 marshals, all the humans here would die. They had no chance of escaping. But he never expected that Su Yan would be able to burst out with such terrifying sword intent and kill his favorite general in one fell swoop. How could he not be angry? Although he couldn't attack with his full strength, he could still kill this kid. A terrifying will descended, and an enormous power directly descended. Just this will alone was a bit more terrifying than the Shura Devil Blade from before. At this moment, Su Yan felt this will. Suddenly, the same feeling he had when facing Xing Tianruo that day appeared again. When facing a Dao Venerable, it wasn't a matter of whether or not you had a trump card that could hurt him. It was a matter of whether or not you could break free from his will. If Yan Xiao hadn't suddenly appeared that day, Su Yan wouldn't have had a chance. At this moment, it was no longer possible for Yan Xiao to do anything. That was because King Shura had already disrupted the space before he attacked. Yan Xiao had to stabilize it. What's more, the furious King Shura's attack enveloped him and Su Yan at the same time. Damn it! Despair filled Su Yan's heart, but no matter what, he was not willing to die like this. Therefore, at this moment, his strength was constantly rising, and his sea of consciousness was also crazily gathering power. He wanted to break free from everything and finally welcome freedom. It was at this moment that Yan Xiao suddenly roared, "God, vanquishing sword." It was the deity vanquishing sword that Su Yan had imparted to him. As Yan Zhao's power erupted, an extremely terrifying demonic sword appeared in the void. The demonic sword swept across the sky. Everywhere it passed, everything was completely separated. Yan Xiao was indeed a genius. In such a short period of time, he had already mastered this move. The deity vanquishing sword that he displayed was many times stronger than Su Yan's. In an instant, the realm that King Shura had created was directly cut apart. However, at this moment, Yan Xiao seemed to have used up all his strength. After all, this was only his first time using it. He had already used all his strength to achieve this. Su Yan, at this moment, his strength was no longer sufficient. However, he could still barely save one person. Between Su Yan and Su Yan, he did not hesitate at all and chose to save Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan could not bear to. After all, Su Yan was in such a dangerous situation because of him. Don't talk nonsense. Su Yan is the child of destiny. He won't die so easily. Yan Xiao immediately formed a palm and forcibly snatched Su Yan away. At the same time, he forcefully activated his power again. Then, a terrifying attack appeared. Su Yan, in front of you is the Shura realm. If you want to live, escape into it. This is the last effort I can do for you. However, whether or not you can survive depends on your own luck. I will wait for you for 10 days. After saying this, Yan Xiao left without looking back. At this moment, Su Yan immediately took a deep breath. He didn't say anything unnecessary and directly entered the passage. Although Su Yan was furious that Yan Xiao would abandon him because of Su Yan, he knew that this was inevitable. If it were him, he would have made the same choice. Moreover, Yan Xiao had helped him obtain a chance of survival. He had forcibly turned a situation where there was no chance of survival into a situation where there was only a slim chance of survival. Even so, he was still very grateful. All right, I will definitely return in 10 days. The laws of time in both realms were distorted. 10 days in this world would be at least 10 months in the Shura realm, or even longer. Therefore, Su Yan still had a glimmer of hope. What a decisive boy. In that case, I will fight for you. I hope you will not disappoint me. Yan Xiao stabilized at this moment, and then his gaze fell on King Shura. Since you dare to cross over to this world, don't blame me for killing you. He directly condensed his power. It was necessary to activate the deity vanquishing sword again. The second time he used it, it was naturally smoother than the first time. Many things that he did not understand before immediately fell into place. An expert in the Tao Master realm was so terrifying. At this moment, King Shura immediately let out an angry roar. At this point, he had no other choice. He could only choose to retreat. After all, he was currently being suppressed by the laws of this world. If he did not leave now, he might really die here. Damn it, the Shura realm will rule over the world sooner or later. When that time comes, I will definitely kill all of you. That day is not too far away. His voice gradually faded away, but that angry will continue to ripple in the air. At this moment, Yin Zhao's expression was very ugly. This time, he was made a fool of by his opponent. If it was not for Su Yan's sudden burst of power, he would probably have died. At this moment, although he had saved Su Yan was forced to enter the Shura realm. The Shura realm was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying place. No one knew what it was like. Legend had it that some of the 7 great saints had entered that place. Other than that, no one else knew. He had no other choice, so at the last moment, he contacted his fellow Taoists in the Shura realm, hoping that Su Yan would really have heaven-defying luck. After all, for him, Su Yan was an extremely important subordinate of his, and he had a deep relationship with him. Lord. At this moment, Su Yan looked at Yin Zhao, silent and did not know what to say. At this moment, Yin Zhao said, "Don't blame yourself. This may be his predestined tribulation. I will fight for that opportunity for him. If he doesn't come back, then this is his fate. During this period, I will pass on the inheritance of the great Devil Heaven lore that I obtained from him to you. You must comprehend it well and hope that you can become a Tao Master as soon as possible." Su Yan could only nod silently. This time, he had learned the importance of strength. If he was strong enough, things would not have turned out this way. Although he didn't have much contact with Su Yan, the reason why he saved Su Yan last time was because he had his own motives. He did not expect that Su Yan would take it to heart. For him, at this moment, there was a heavy feeling in his heart. He looked back at the void. At this moment, the void seemed so deep. The Shura cave was gradually shrinking, and the violent power was also beginning to disappear little by little. You have to come back alive. At this time, this was all he could say. If Su Yan really died, it might be an inner demon for him. But no matter what, because of Su Yan's sword intent, the crisis of the Shura cave was resolved. This could not be better. Just as they turned their heads and left, Su Yan was struggling in the passage of the Shura realm. The magic dragon armor had appeared, and the dragon wings were constantly flapping, trying to stabilize his body. At the same time, 10 streams of dragon chi were constantly wandering. This passage was blasted open by Yin Zhao in a hurry, so it was very unstable. To be honest, although Yin Zhao had become a venerable, it was impossible for him to blast open a passage across the 2 realms. It was just that this place happened to be where the Shura cave was located, and the power between the 2 realms was particularly weak, which gave him the opportunity to strike. The spatial turbulence here was constantly turbulent, and Su Yan's body was constantly trembling. Under the impact of such a terrifying power, he felt that his body was about to be crushed. At this point, he did not dare to be careless. He directly spread his aura to the extreme, using it to defend his body. If he had not devoured the 5 Shura generals during the battle, which made his aura unprecedentedly long and deep, he would have died at this time. The power of these existences was so terrifying that it had even exceeded a certain limit. Even with his strength, under the impact of such a violent and terrifying power, he began to tremble. Nevertheless, trembling did not mean that he would die immediately. The more dangerous the situation, the more he needed to increase his strength. This was Su Yan's persistence and persistence. It had been like this for many times, and this time was no exception. At this moment, his aura kept increasing at this moment, resisting the pressure of the mysterious spatial power. After an unknown amount of time, Su Yan felt that his body was about to be crushed. His power was changing bit by bit. Earlier, he had devoured a lot of Shura's power, and because of the power of the Supreme, he was able to suppress it. Even so, he knew that the power was only temporarily contained. In other words, it was only forcibly squeezed in. Although the power was immense, it was uncertain how much of it he could use. Chapter 9:39. Female Literature. However, it was completely different now. The power of space was constantly distorting and compressing his body, as if it was tempering him with a huge hammer. As the saying went, a treasured sword was sharpened through tempering. A true powerhouse must have gone through countless tempering to reach such a level. It was the same for Su Yan at the moment. The power did not belong to him at the moment. However, once he experienced the tempering under this terrifying pressure, he would immediately become a powerhouse if he could survive in the end. This would definitely benefit him immensely. Su Yan's aura continued to condense. The indescribably turbid power was constantly refined, while the remaining pure power continued to gather. In the end, it formed an extremely terrifying and powerful light. At the moment, waves of sounds were released from his body. However, the sound was no longer the sound of a dragon's roar. Instead, it was like the sound of waves in the ocean. Su Yan's body was constantly improving. Such a change could almost be considered an evolution. The structure of his body was constantly becoming perfect, and this change was a huge change from the inside to the outside of his body. At the moment, an extremely brilliant light appeared in Su Yan's eyes. It was an unimaginable divine light, as if a god was awakening in his body. This time, it should have been an unimaginable disaster for Su Yan, but was also a huge improvement for Su Yan. He never thought that his body could be like this at this moment. His aura continued to rise. At this moment, the aura released from his body had truly surpassed that of a one-origin venerable. In this world of time, many geniuses would have a battle prowess that surpassed their cultivation level. Su Yan had always been like this. This time, his aura continued to change, and his strength continued to rise. However, the strange thing was that his cultivation level was still at the 10 Dragons level. At this moment, even Su Yan himself could not describe the changes that had happened to him. However, this was a good thing. In such a time of crisis, his strength could be improved. This was the best thing that could happen. In the beginning, the terrifying spatial pressure made it difficult for him to breathe, but at this moment, the pressure had become much less. He had even gradually begun to adapt to the terrifying pressure. Just as Su Yan heaved a sigh of relief in his heart, an extremely frightening will suddenly appeared. The moment the will descended, Su Yan felt his body become heavy. At this moment, he was in much more pain than before. Furthermore, this was only the beginning. Flames suddenly began to burn in his body. These were not illusions, but the most realistic flames. The power of the flames continued to rise, and the terrifying aura had reached an unimaginable level. Su Yan immediately felt extremely painful. At this moment, he had a feeling that the entire world was against him. He wanted to bury himself completely. He had never felt such a situation before. What's going on? Why is this happening? Where is this inexplicable hostility coming from? Why am I in so much pain? Su Yan's entire body was constantly trembling and spasming. He only felt that he was going to die in the next moment. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that when he thought of the word death, the thought of death immediately became incomparably firm, as if he was born with it. Suicide? Su Yan actually had such thoughts. This was simply terrifying. Gradually, an extremely terrifying blood-colored humanoid monster seemed to appear in his sea of consciousness. The appearance of this creature seemed to want to tear Su Yan's sea of consciousness apart in an instant. I'm a lowly person. Do I deserve to die? As soon as this thought appeared, Su Yan could no longer control himself. He even began to raise his hand and put it on his throat. Death, death, death. The voice of One Face Village was constantly roaring, trying to forcibly suppress Su Yan's consciousness. No, impossible. How can I, Su Yan, stretch out my neck to be killed? Impossible. At this moment, the green lotus in Su Yan's sea of consciousness suddenly bloomed with divine light. At the same time, the Taishang sword's soul suddenly flickered, and a mighty majesty directly erupted at this moment. At this moment, the Taishang sword soul clearly seemed to have come alive, and that extremely powerful and terrifying light burst out at this moment. The body of the sword was dazzling and shining, and at this moment, that extremely terrifying power was being torn apart bit by bit. At this moment, the blood-colored aura was also constantly disappearing. At this moment, Su Yin suddenly roared, "Shura!" At this moment, Su Yin already knew what had happened. He finally understood why he suddenly had such a change. It turned out that all of this was caused by the will of the Shura realm. He was an outsider, so after passing through the space passage and arriving here, he was immediately enveloped by an extremely powerful will of space. Just like how Shura was extremely suppressed when he rushed into their world, Su Yin was also immediately noticed by the will of the world when he entered this world. Everything that had happened before was because the will of the world wanted to kill Su Yin, so it was like this. It had to be said that the will of the Shura realm was really terrifying. Even though Su Yin had experienced life and death, and had an extremely strong will, under the control of the will of the Shura realm, he was almost killed. If it had been someone else, it would have been even more terrifying. Under the impact of such power, it was likely that they would have immediately killed him. Even so, this time it was extremely dangerous. The vision in his sea of consciousness saved his life again, and the truly powerful one was the Taishang sword soul. Not only did the Taishang sword soul directly destroy this terrifying power, but it also directly devoured that part of the will of the world. The will of the world was the will of the heavens. The will of the heavens was high and mighty, looking down on all living things. It was an unparalleled powerhouse. However, at this time, the Taishang sword soul was able to burst out with such incredible power that even the will of the heavens was devoured. At this time, Su Yin finally understood why the Godslayer sword in his body valued the Taishang sword soul so much. He had always thought highly of the power of the Taishang sword soul, but at this time he realized that he had underestimated it. The power of the Taishang sword soul seemed to be at the highest point that would never end. The moment the blood-colored mark disappeared, Su Yin immediately felt the pressure on him relax, and an unimaginable feeling of freedom spread out. The will of the heavens targeted every invader. Even the most powerful person would be watched by the will of the heavens. Perhaps a powerhouse could use his own power to suppress the will of the heavens, but he was destined to be an invader, an evil demon of this world. As long as he was in this world, he would be haunted by bad luck. And when the experts of this side of the world saw him, they would immediately have killing intent, wanting to completely annihilate him. In other words, he would become the public enemy of the world. However, at this time, things were different. The will in Su Yin's body was devoured by the Taishang sword soul, and a power was released from the Taishang sword soul, shrouding Su Yin's body. This power was very mystical, and it was not a power that could be used in battle. It was more like a shielding of the will of the heavens. With the existence of this power, Su Yin did not need to worry about being targeted by the will of the heavens. Boom! All of a sudden, Su Yin felt a pain in his head. At this time, he realized that he had fallen from the sky and smashed into a rocky mountain. Earlier, he was entangled by the will of the heavens, so he forgot about his own situation. It was only now that he realized that he had fallen from the sky. Fortunately, Su Yan's body was incomparably strong. Otherwise, this fall would have caused him to be badly mutilated, and he would have died completely. It hurts. Not long after, Su Yin adjusted his state and then struggled to get up from the ground. At this time, he realized that something was different. That was, every movement of his seemed to be too difficult. Raising his hand and straightening his waist had become so difficult. It was unknown how much more effort it took than usual. What's going on? Why is it so difficult? Su Yin took a few deep breaths and finally got himself to stand still. Then, he immediately began to circulate his spiritual force and began to devour the aura around him. At this time, he understood the reason. So that's how it is. The aura here is completely different from our world. In the world where he was, the air was full of spirit chi, and cultivators absorbed the spirit chi to cultivate, making themselves stronger and even transforming their bodies to reach an unimaginable level. However, it was completely different here. The spirit chi in this place was thin. No, it could only be described as deficient. Su Yan's ability to devour aura was very terrifying, but at this time, it had become extremely difficult for him to absorb the spirit chi here. At such a level, how could he cultivate? There was a kind of black aura in this place, and this aura was very strange. It was as if the aura itself was full of the smell of blood. Su Yan tried to devour this aura directly into his body. He sharply found that there seemed to be a desire to kill in his body that had been directly awakened. Understand now. No wonder everyone in the Shura is so terrifying and full of murderous aura. It turns out that this is the environment they live in. In a knowledge of their world, every Shura was extremely terrifying. Their strength was extremely strong, and they seemed to be born to fight. Chapter 940. Girls' Literature. They were born to fight. However, Su Yan finally understood why the air of the Shura world was filled with such a powerful and crazy aura. Compared to the spiritual chi, the aura here contained a more powerful force. However, there was an endless sense of ruthlessness in this powerful force. The Shura people had grown up in such an environment since birth. For generations, the killing intent that came from their bones had completely filled their hearts. It was precisely because of this that they were so terrifying and so warlike. The world was big and full of strange things. It was the first time Su Yan had seen such a world. If the people of the infinite world were to grow up here, it would probably collapse in a few days. It was no wonder that the Shura people had become like this. The so-called Shura people were born to destroy. However, it's difficult now. I can't stay here forever. Su Yan began to think as he devoured the special aura here. The aura was indeed extremely violent. However, Su Yan was not afraid. After all, the Taishang sword soul could naturally restrain such an aura. After the aura was devoured by Su Yan's body, it would immediately be filtered and then strengthen Su Yan's body in strength. Su Yan was not like a fish in water here, but it was not bad. At least in terms of strength, it was extremely beneficial. However, Su Yan knew that he could not stay here forever. He could purify the power here, but this purification ability was not without limit. Once this limit was exceeded, he would be affected by the power. If there was a powerful Dao Master here, he might be able to directly blast open a space passage. Unfortunately, Su Yan was not a powerful Dao Master, so he could not do this at all. Therefore, how to leave this place became a problem. Just as Su Yan was puzzled, a silent roar suddenly sounded. The sound came from afar. It was not loud, but it had an extremely terrifying, oppressive power. What's that? Whatever, let's go and take a look. At this time, Su Yan immediately went forward. Of course, at this time, he had just adapted to the rules of this world. He naturally knew that he should keep a low profile. However, at this time, he really couldn't find a way forward. It was a red canyon. The surrounding rocks seemed to be burning with flames. Su Yan cautiously approached the front. At this time, an extremely ferocious existence immediately appeared in his sight. It was a gigantic lizard with a length of at least 30 meters. It was a colossal monster. At his tail, there was a wisp of light burning. It was a flame, but it was very weak. Compared to the surrounding rocks, it was very inconspicuous. However, Su Yan immediately set his eyes on it. Without a doubt, this gigantic flame lizard was currently hunting. His prey was the Shura. Su Yan was surprised to find that these Shura were not different from humans. In Su Yan's memory, Shura were those with blue skin and terrifying power. However, the Shura in front of him was exactly the same as a human. There were a total of 5 women here, and 3 more women. These people's auras were not weak, but Su Yan could not determine what realm they had reached. Therefore, at this time, he decided to continue watching. Among the 8 people, one of them was a man who was 2 meters tall, and he was undoubtedly the strongest one. In his hand, there was a spear. This spear was somewhat special. It was made of a material that Su Yin had never seen before. The spear was deep and seemed to be emitting a dim light. From this, one could see that the spear was very powerful. At this time, the gigantic lizard's claws directly fell from the sky. The powerful force was simply terrifying. The man immediately let out a strange roar. Then he jumped high into the air. He did not dodge or evade, but directly charged towards the gigantic lizard. At this time, the spear was emitting a dark red light. Such an attack seems to be similar to that of a Dragon Realm expert. Su Yin looked at the man, but he had a strange feeling in his heart. But soon, he understood what was happening. Yes, the Shura I came into contact with were all first-class experts, so I thought that all Shura were the same. In this world, if every Shura was equivalent to a venerable, then the Shura realm would have swept through the universe. That spear is very powerful, but this man seems to be unable to use the spear's power. Therefore, he must have failed. Su Yan's eyes were very sharp. Although he did not know the power system of this world, he immediately saw the comparison of power. At this time, the spectating Shura were still roaring. Su Yan naturally could not understand what they were saying, but he could feel that they seemed to be cheering. Obviously, they thought that their warrior would win. However, this world never developed according to their imagination. At this time, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared on the fire lizard's palm. It was a terrifying flame, which immediately turned into a scale. The fire lizard's power increased again at this time. At this time, the terrifying spear immediately pierced the terrifying scale. The originally tall young Shura's expression immediately changed. Roar, damn it! At this time, a terrifying aura directly rushed towards him. The strength of the aura was beyond his expectations. In an instant, his body directly retreated. Rumble! A loud sound was heard. His body directly crashed into a huge mountain. The mountains and rocks here were exceptionally hard. At this moment, the man directly crashed into it. What kind of heavy blow was this? Just looking at it was enough to make one feel pain. Roar! However, it had to be said that the Shura's body was indeed terrifyingly strong. After enduring such a violent attack, the male Shura still managed to stand up. Su Yin had analyzed the male Shura's cultivation through the scene just now. According to the standards of the infinite realm, the male Shura's strength should be at the peak of the square sphere. However, his long spear was truly a powerful treasure. It was precisely because of this that he was able to unleash a powerful combat strength that was comparable to that of a dragonized cultivator. Unfortunately, he seemed to have underestimated the strength of this beast. The strength of this beast, after it unleashed its full power, was simply terrifying to the extreme. It was as if he had completely crushed him. If it wasn't for the fact that the spear had absorbed a lot of energy, he would have been dead by now. This spear was really good. At this moment, Su Yin had already taken a liking to this spear. Although this spear could not be compared to the Scorching Sun Sword, this was the Shura realm. The Scorching Sun Sword had the aura of the Shura's curse. When Su Yin entered the Shura realm, he was suppressed by such a powerful will of heaven because he had the curse of the Shura before they died. However, at this moment, the very supreme sword soul forcibly took away the aura of the curse. However, if he took the Scorching Sun Sword out of the Qi Li sword case, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. In order to travel in this unknown world, he needed a weapon. Obviously, this spear was not bad. The male Shura's fall immediately made the 7 Shura around him panic. He was the strongest among them, but he was defeated so easily. At this moment, the flame lizard had already rushed towards the tall Shura warrior. At this moment, the 7 of them immediately began to work together, preparing to block the huge flame lizard's attack. Unfortunately, their strengths were not enough as compared to the fearsome lizard. This lizard was a real monster. Moreover, its skin was tough and had mysterious flame scales. It was very difficult to deal with. The tall young man had used this powerful force to increase his combat strength to the dragon realm, But in front of this flame lizard, he was still so weak. At this moment, it was even more impossible for him to defeat this lizard. At this moment, the huge lizard snake swung like a long whip. Before the tall Shura could react, he was immediately swept up by this terrifying force. The male Shura struggled angrily, trying to break free. But at this moment, how could he make it in time? At this moment, the other Shura finally stood up and shouted in Shura's language, "Save him!" The 7 of them rushed forward almost at the same time. But at this moment, the male Shura at the back suddenly turned around and left. This man was really cunning. He obviously had the intention to retreat from the beginning, so he left at the most critical moment. This scene stunned Su Yan for a moment. In his mind, the people of the Azura clan were extremists who lived for war and died for war. But at this time, he actually met a piece of trash who fled in the face of battle. However, this had nothing to do with Su Yan. At the same time, his attention was focused on the battle. At this moment, the tall Shura was very weak. His body was constantly being swung around by the flame lizard, jumping high and then being heavily smashed to the ground. Although at this time, he was still holding the blood-red spear tightly, but at this time he no longer had the strength to attack.